Chapter 1. Qingzhou, Great Qian Kingdom. On this day, the city of Yuzhou welcomed the winter. The biting cold wind howled, and heavy snowflakes danced through the air. The once bustling market now lay desolate and abandoned. A thick blanket of snow covered the ground in front of the Li residence, where passers-by tread cautiously, fearful of losing their footing. Butler Lu Wanquan, his hands tucked within his sleeves, shivered as he approached the door and called out, "Old Jiang, the young lady wishes to venture out to admire the snow, but the carriage is not yet prepared." In response to his shout, the door of a small room in the southeast corner creaked open, revealing an elderly voice. "Do not fret. I have sent Huzi to prepare it. He shall be here shortly." Before long, an elderly man, clad in a tattered cotton robe and with white hair, emerged from the room, trembling as he grasped a horsewhip. Lu Wanquan's teeth chattered from the cold. "Goodness, old Jiang, you're nearly 70, and yet your constitution seems more robust than mine. Aren't you at all afraid of the chill?" Jiang Xuan flashed a smile. "Cold, yes, but I have grown accustomed to it." "Then I shall rest easy. Do take care on your way." Lu Wanquan patted Jiang Xuan's shoulder and retreated into the house, muttering, "This wind and the heavy snow truly feels as if it could take one's life." Jiang Xuan stood at the front of the manor, gazing up at the snow-laden sky, as flakes gently settled upon his weathered face. It was indeed frigid, yet his heart remained warm. "Merely a touch of wind and frost," he murmured softly. He then lowered his gaze to his withered, bony hands, calloused from years of toil, and could not help but scoff at himself. "How have I managed to live so long?" Unbeknownst to anyone, today marked his 70th birthday. Once this day passed, he would officially enter the realm of the exceedingly rare. In ancient times, barring those who devoted themselves to martial arts, the average person found it arduous to surpass 70 years of age. If he were to endure this year, the master of the household might even grant him freedom from servitude, perhaps offering a sum of money to allow him to enjoy his twilight years. Of course, this was hardly a cause for celebration. After a lifetime of servitude, with no children or family, where could he possibly go? Reflecting on his existence, he had achieved nothing, possessed no accomplishments, and had merely drifted through life, aging without purpose. The term failure had been a constant companion throughout his entire life. To add to this, Jiang Xuan was in fact a transmigrator, having crossed into this world 50 years prior. Lacking talent, devoid of extraordinary abilities, he bore nothing but the identity of a lifelong servant, rendering him one of the most unfortunate transmigrators. When the original owner was merely 7 years old, his parents perished from starvation during a famine. In order to afford a coffin for them, he chose to sell himself into servitude for the Li family. This was only possible because the Li family was wealthy enough to take him in during that era. A coffin was worth far more than a human life. Upon his arrival in this new world, Jiang Xuan was devastated to learn of such a dismal beginning. Who in their right mind would choose to be a beast of burden in their previous life, only to find themselves in the same plight in this new existence? Eventually, through the wisdom gleaned from living 2 lives and relentless practice of his driving skills, he managed to secure the position of a coachman. A coachman was no ordinary servant. It required the utmost trust from a master, making it a highly coveted role. That he had managed to maintain his position thus far was a stroke of luck amidst his misfortunes. Naturally, although life was bearable, the notions of establishing a family, marrying, or having children were dreams he dared not entertain. In his youth, he had a few acquaintances, but they too had faded away over time. Now, the only solace he found lay in the most notorious of ancient industries. As he aged, he found himself drawn to fragrant and alluring distractions, yet they could only offer fleeting pleasures. Truly, all was dictated by fate, and little was within his control. Lost in thought, Jiang Xuan was suddenly startled by a voice in his ear. "Ding, host detected as a transmigrator, binding the supreme talent system." "Huh?" Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, shock briefly flickering across his typically unperturbed visage. Could it be that his long-awaited opportunity was finally arriving? Better late than never? As a transmigrator, he had attempted countless methods to acquire a golden finger over the years, yet to no avail. He never anticipated that this chance would coincide with his 70th birthday. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of Jiang Xia? Ding, congratulations on binding the perfect life template. In this life, you are destined to become an unparalleled genius, leaving behind an immortal legend that stirs the soul. What on earth? Jiang Xuan stared at the 2 lines of text that appeared before him, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly convinced he was losing his sight. At 70 years old, binding a perfect life template? An unparalleled genius system? Is this a joke? Ding! Commencing simulation of the perfect life. On the day of your birth, you bore celestial bones. Destined for supremacy, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and all beings bowed before you. At the age of 7, you cultivated to the 9th level of body refinement, embarking on your journey into the martial world. As the words echoed, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. His previously stooped form straightened, his murky eyes regained their clarity, and the chill in his hands and feet gradually dissipated. Most astonishingly, a certain part of his body, long dormant, stirred awake. Is the old man invigorated once more? Jiang Xuan marveled at his revitalized physique, his face alight with disbelief. He slowly raised his arm, flexing and extending it, and with a sudden swift punch, he created a shockwave that resonated through the air. Holy cow! Was this vitality in old age? This is it, 9th level of body refinement. I have truly reached the 9th level of body refinement. Jiang Xuan's face flushed with excitement, feeling as though he had been granted a second spring in life. At that moment, an ethereal attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 7. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement. Martial arts, none. Techniques, none. Talent, celestial bones. 7 years old, Jiang Xuan gaped at his attribute panel, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. This system truly thinks of him as a child. However, despite the system's absurdities, the changes in his body were undeniably real. He had indeed reached the 9th level of body refinement. This world allows for cultivation, body refinement, Confucian refinement, Taoist refinement, Buddhist refinement, and demonic refinement, with the vast majority of cultivators being body refiners, also known as martial artists. Body refinement is the initial stage for martial artists, lasting anywhere from 7 to several decades. This stage is the most arduous, with many failing to endure it throughout their lives. The adage scholars are poor, warriors are rich holds true. Children from affluent families have a distinct advantage at this stage, as they can consume precious elixirs and blood meals, significantly shortening the body refinement period. Once they surpass this stage, martial artists can condense true qi and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xuan had previously assessed his innate abilities and found his martial talent to be average, lacking the conditions for martial practice, thereby leading a life devoid of martial pursuits. Yet now, at 70 years of age, on the brink of old age, he had suddenly leaped straight to the 9th level of body refinement. Who would dare believe such a tale if he were to share it? At 70, in the mundane world, this would be an irreversible fate. But in a world where cultivation is possible, perhaps this is precisely the age of opportunity. Could it be that his life is truly set to restart? Moreover, if he optimistically considered it, should he be born with extraordinary talent, in this ruthless world, he would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives in no time. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure is a crime. The neighboring youth who had his bones extracted serves as a perfect example. Yet for now, he was merely an inconsequential old servant, yet rich in experience, seasoned in wisdom, and possessing a calm demeanor, making him well-suited for the martial world. With these thoughts, Jiang Xuan exhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the rising excitement and gradually regain his composure. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in his ear. Ding! Simulating the first plot. Upon entering the martial world, you unexpectedly encounter a stunningly beautiful young woman who is captivated by your talents and develops a deep admiration for you. Quest triggered. Talented man and beautiful woman. Quest requirement. Win the young woman's admiration. Quest reward. Indestructible. Jiang Xuan. What on earth? Jiang Xuan rubbed his weary eyes vigorously, his expression one of utter astonishment. Wait a minute. Are they truly expecting an old man of my age to attract a young maiden? Is she drawn to my poverty, or perhaps to my age? This is simply absurd. At that moment, glop, glop, glop. The sound of hooves roused Jiang Xuan from his reverie. Turning around, he saw his apprentice, Zhao Hu, leading the carriage towards him, a simple smile adorning his face. Master, you seem particularly spirited today. Zhao Hu examined Jiang Xuan from head to toe, noticing that the latter radiated vitality, his skin appearing smoother. What in the world? Has the master experienced a revival? How is he becoming younger as time goes on? Oh, it's you, Huzi. Jiang Xuan shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts swirling in his mind, and instructed, if the carriage is ready, please inform Butler Liu and have the young lady come out. Very well, master. Zhao Hu scratched his head and turned to enter the Li residence, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He had also sold himself into the Li household from a young age, becoming an apprentice under Jiang Xuan. Once he managed to outlive Jiang Xuan, he would ascend to the position of the next coachman. However, year after year, Jiang Xuan showed no signs of aging, and the Li family had no intention of replacing the coachman. Calculating his age, he was nearing 40. As long as Jiang Xuan lived, he would forever remain merely an apprentice. To grow old without dying is akin to being a thief. It is simply intolerable. With this thought, Zhao Hu's gaze hardened, and he resumed an expression of simple-heartedness. Before long, Lu Wanquan and Zhao Hu cautiously attended to a radiant young girl emerging from within. The girl, named Li Yingling, was the youngest daughter of the Li family. The Li family was a household of merchants and the largest fabric dealer in the region of Yuzhou. In light of her status, she could indeed be considered a true heiress, exceedingly precious. Women are most perceptive. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan for the first time, Li Yingling noticed his rejuvenated spirit and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Grandpa Jiang, you look so youthful today. Did the Taoist Zhang, next door, share some secret to longevity with you?" Li Yingling possessed considerable poise and had been raised under Jiang Xuan's watchful eye, displaying little of the airs typical of a young lady. Over time, she would even refer to Jiang Xuan as Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Xuan responded with a warm smile, "Miss, you flatter me. The old servant has merely engaged in some physical activity. Recently, there are no secrets to longevity to speak of." Ding! Upon their first encounter, you have garnered the admiration of the young lady through your charming demeanor. Mission accomplished. Reward granted, unyielding resilience. Unyielding resilience. Upon activating this talent, you will become impervious to blades and bullets, untouched by fire or water, your body immune to all forms of harm in this world. Upon hearing the inexplicable completion of the task, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly what it means to earn the admiration of a young lady? I have misjudged you, esteemed system. Your requirements have been remarkably lenient. As he contemplated the unfolding narrative, on your first venture into the martial world, you find yourself accompanying the young lady when suddenly you encounter a band of thieves intent on wrongdoing. You shout out and take action. New mission activated. Heroic rescue. Mission requirements. Save the young lady and drive off the thieves. Mission reward. Basic sword intent. Heroic rescue. Jiang Xuan regarded the new task thoughtfully. Although the system sounded nonsensical, it seemed to bear some semblance to reality. Indeed, it could essentially be viewed as a form of guidance. Could it be that someone intends to harm the young lady? With this thought, Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling and cautiously inquired, "Miss, do you not bring a few guards with you when you go out?" Though he had reached the 9th stage of body refinement and could handle ordinary petty thieves, he was still an unrefined martial artist, lacking formal combat training, which rendered him somewhat unsteady. One must bear in mind that this world is rife with practitioners, and among the thieves, there are certainly those of considerable skill. The system may have tasked him with a heroic rescue, but it never stipulated that he should undertake it alone. Li Yingling shook her head at his inquiry, smiling lightly. "No need. I merely wish to enjoy the snow and clear my mind. I am not venturing to any dangerous places, nor do I want to bring along too many people. The security in Yuzhou is quite good, so you need not worry. Grandpa Jiang. Is the security in Yuzhou truly commendable? Jiang Xuan silently shook his head. The young girl is simply too naive. Based on his years of experience in Yuzhou, he knew the local power dynamics were intricate, rife with vicious characters. Many did not hold the authorities in high regard, and some even colluded with them. If any interests were at stake, it would not matter if you were a wealthy young lady. Even a princess passing through might become a target. Nevertheless, since the young lady had spoken, as a mere servant, he could not press the matter further and could only obediently keep his silence. Truths can be bitter, and good advice is often unwelcome. This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. The master is never wrong. It is the servant who is always at fault. If one offers advice at the right moment, all is well. If not, one might end up on the receiving end of a beating. Zhao Hu felt a wave of frustration and could not help but urge, "Miss Master, we should be on our way." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Huzi, how many times have I told you not to be so rash in your actions? The young lattice outing is a significant matter. Everything must be arranged meticulously, and all details should be double-checked to avoid any oversight." Zhao Hu nodded respectfully, saying, "I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Master." "Ugh, old sycophant. You prepare a mere feather, as if I am not the one who handles everything. Just wait, and I shall send you off to the underworld. How dare you flaunt your age?" Once Li Yingling boarded the carriage, Jiang Xuan pulled Lu Wanjian aside and discreetly handed him a silver coin, whispering, "Old Lu, it is not that I'm unconcerned about the young lady's safety. Arrange for some people to quietly follow us and protect her from the shadows." Lu Wanjian, feeling the silver in his left hand, immediately brightened. "All right, old Jiang, it seems you've got quite a bit of wealth lately. No wonder your disciple is always thinking about you, da. With this money, I can visit Chunxiang Pavilion once more. That I've heard there are some new maidens there, quite fresh and delightful." Jiang Xuan laughed in exasperation, kicking Lu Wanjian lightly and chiding, "Always preoccupied with those trivial matters. Do not ruin this for me." Lu Wanjian merely grinned unperturbed. "If I do not think of it now, when I am unable to later, what then? You can rest assured, I, Lu, will ensure nothing goes awry." Jiang Xuan chuckled, not bothering to refute him. Though Lu Wanjian was somewhat greedy, he was reliable in his duties, that he held the second oldest position in the Li household, second only to Jiang Xuan himself. They had endured beatings together, stolen chickens, and braved gunfire side by side. Their bond was indeed close, albeit primarily maintained by monetary ties. Once all arrangements were made, Jiang Xuan confidently stepped onto the carriage. "My lady, I apologize for the wait. Age has made my legs rather sluggish. That it is of no consequence." A Yingling's melodious voice rang from within the carriage. "Grandfather Jiang, let Uncle Hu drive this time. You should rest at Very well." Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, promptly taking a seat beside Zhao Hu. Officially, he was still the Li family's designated coachman, as important figures such as the master, mistress, and young lady could only be driven by him. However, out of concern for the elderly, Li Yingling often instructed Zhao Hu to take the reins, a long-standing practice. "My lady, we shall set off now." Zhao Hu smiled, seemingly unfazed, as he flicked the reins with force. Commanding, "Giddy up." Barely 2 miles out of the city, as the carriage passed through a small grove, Jiang Xuan sensed something amiss amidst the howling winds of the surrounding trees, after merging with the celestial bones. His perception had sharpened significantly, and he vaguely sensed several formidable presences lurking within the woods. The normal person would certainly halt at such an unsettling feeling. But as a servant, Jiang Xuan could only cautiously inquire, "My lady, it seems something is awry ahead. Should we pause and observe for a moment? I fear there may be thieves about." Li Yingling, lost in thoughts of enjoying the snow, furrowed her brows and replied, "Grandfather Jiang, we often pass through here. How could there be thieves?" Zhao Hu, however, felt a sudden pang of alarm, and his expression shifted slightly. This old fellow was growing increasingly perceptive with age. How could he detect the anomaly? "Ha!" Zhao Hu laughed in agreement. "Do not blame him, my lady. He is simply an old man with a timid heart." Li Yingling chuckled lightly. "It is fine. Let us continue on our way. We shall arrive shortly." Jiang Xuan shook his head in silence, feeling helpless. Fortunately, he had instructed old Lu to arrange for some guards to follow discreetly. Otherwise, he would not have been confident in safeguarding a delicate young lady amidst chaos. As the carriage ventured deeper into the grove, for several hundred meters, a few shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth, directly blocking their path. Halt! This tree is planted by me. This road is paved by me truly. There were bandits, yet the opening line of these mountain thieves was rather lackluster. Jiang Xuan stared at the emerging bandits, increasingly convinced that they had been lying in wait for them, rather than this being a mere coincidence. What was going on? Just as he pondered, a sharp pain struck his waist, as if someone had kicked him, causing his face to turn pale in an instant. In the next moment, he was unexpectedly kicked off the carriage. What the hell? Jiang Xuan turned his head in disbelief toward Zhao Hu, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. How could his own disciple kick him off the carriage at such a critical moment? What was he plotting? Was it an act of betrayal? In that instant, Jiang Xuan tasted the bitter flavor of treachery. He had treated you as family, imparted all his knowledge, and yet then he saw Zhao Hu frantically cracking the whip, racing past the bandits while shouting, "Master, master, Jiang Xuan, you were the one who kicked me off, and now you pretend to be innocent." In truth, Zhao Hu's performance was clearly not for Jiang Xuan, but rather for Li Yingling inside the carriage. Yingling, panic-stricken, poked her head out and asked, "Uncle Hu, what just happened?" Zhao Hu, hastily driving the carriage, feigned tears as he explained, "My lady, we just encountered a group of bandits. Master leapt from the carriage to protect us." Li Yingling's face turned ashen. There really were thieves. Had she inadvertently caused harm to Grandfather Jiang? "No, Uncle Hu, I must go back and save Grandfather Jiang." Zhao Hu pretended to wipe away tears, struggling to suppress a grin, and urged, "No, my lady, if you return, it would all be for naught. Master would have sacrificed himself in vain." This Li Yingling slumped back into the carriage, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes reddening. "It is my fault. I have doomed Grandfather Jiang. How could I be so cruel?" Jiang Xuan rubbed his aching waist, pointing at the departing Zhao Hu and cursing furiously. "Zhao Hu, you ungrateful wretch, betraying your benefactor. If I had not been fortunate, that kick could have left me severely injured. This child has already chosen his path to death." At this moment, it was evident that this was a meticulously crafted trap aimed specifically at him. The mastermind behind it was none other than his cherished disciple. Those bandits had no intention of pursuing the carriage, allowing them to pass freely. The so-called hero, saving a damsel in distress, was merely a ruse to save himself. Was this reasonable? The bandits, seeing Jiang Xuan rise to his feet after being kicked down, could not help but mock. "Old man, you're surprisingly sturdy." Jiang Xuan took a deep breath to steady himself. Fixing his gaze on the group of bandits, that a quick glance revealed that each one was robust and imposing, exuding a calm, yet powerful aura, clearly seasoned martial artists. Particularly, the scar-faced man leading them radiated a terrifying presence. His body, subtly pulsating with true energy, he had seen enough in his days to recognize that this man was a genuine warrior, far beyond any ordinary fighter. All he had to rely on was his indomitable talent. "Very well, let us take a gamble." Jiang Xuan halted, feigning just now to have noticed them, and calmly stated, "Young men, you're for the black market, are you not? Pray tell, which faction do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, the bandits' pupils constricted, and they collectively took a step back. "Who are you?" This old man had actually seen through their identities at a glance. Noticing the bandits' startled reactions, Jiang Xuan knew he had hit the mark. And he sneered, "Humph, when I was mingling in the underworld, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. How dare you inquire about my identity?" The black market was a clandestine force operating in the shadows of the Deqian kingdom, with factions established in various locations, engaging in unsavory dealings. This organization was vast and had many connections with the court, known to only a select few in the underworld. Jiang Xuan had traveled extensively with Master Li, so he possessed enough discernment to recognize them. The bandits' faces darkened at his words. This old man was far too arrogant, showing blatant disregard for their presence. He was either a master or a fool. One particularly hot-headed bandit could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to say, "Old man, stop pretending to be mysterious and scaring us. We are not easily frightened. Beware, or I'll slice you up." They were simply hired hands. tasked with ambushing an old man, unaware of his true identity or status. Moreover, the old man's aura was disordered and his steps unsteady, clearly not a formidable opponent, but he must be putting on an act. As the remaining thieves regained their composure, they turned their malevolent gazes upon Jiang Xuan. Damn it, they had almost been intimidated by the decrepit old man, just as they were about to make their move. Jiang Xuan's next words instilled a renewed sense of caution within them. With a calm demeanor and an air of indifference, he declared, "A bunch of ignorant youngsters, come, I shall grant you 3 moves. Make your move." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xuan effectively struck fear into the hearts of the group of thieves. They exchanged bewildered glances, their gleaming blades trembling in their hands, astonished. Could it be that this seemingly frail old man was indeed a master? Yet, there was no discernible fluctuation of true energy emanating from him. No. Wait. Suddenly, they recalled a possibility. It was said that martial arts masters who had transcended the third realm could conceal their true energy, appearing no different from ordinary people. Could it be? Yuzhou City was a bustling trade hub, and there was no telling how many hidden masters lurked in the shadows, including martial arts experts. Such individuals were often elusive. Like dragons that were seen but never caught. One could never be too careful. With this thought in mind, the burly man broke out in a cold sweat and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "Old master, it is I who am blind and have offended you. However, we in the black market value our reputation above all else. I humbly request your guidance." In that moment, he had transformed old bones into old master, and his language shifted from aggression to a plea for counsel, rather than confrontation. Moreover, he had adorned himself with a veneer of credibility regarding trustworthiness. Should he indeed be defeated by Jiang Xuan, he could still plead for mercy, claiming he was merely seeking enlightenment. That I did say it was a lesson. After all, that I was left with no choice. Please do not kill me. Such sentiments ran through his mind. If he were victorious, it would merely prove Jiang Xuan was a charlatan, and a single strike would settle the matter. An utter triumph. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. Despite their imposing physiques, these thieves were surprisingly astute and not easily deceived. He wondered if he could truly intimidate them. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat with a heavy cough, his expression remaining utterly indifferent. As if observing a swarm of ants, he beckoned the burly man with a gesture, implying, "Come forth, you wastrel, prepare yourself." The burly man bellowed, lifting his glimmering blade high as he advanced towards Jiang Xuan with small, cautious steps. He believed that with this strike, he would discern Jiang Xuan's strength. Yet, Jiang Xuan stood his ground, unwavering, as if oblivious to the impending assault. What audacity! Clang. In the next moment, the long knife struck Jiang Xuan's shoulder with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against iron. The burly man's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What on earth was this man's physique? He was astounded. How could a frail, aged individual withstand a blow that should have easily incapacitated him? Jiang Xuan, too, felt a surge of astonishment within. The invulnerability of the diamond body was no exaggeration. It was truly astonishing. Enduring a blade without even a hint of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuan extended his emaciated hand and delivered a powerful slap to the burly man's chest. The sound of internal organs rupturing echoing like thunder. At such close range, he had exerted all his strength, delivering at least several hundred pounds of force. Bang! The burly man felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Utterly unconscious, in that moment, all the thieves stood frozen in shock. The scarred leader of the group widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly popping them from their sockets. A living deity! They had truly encountered a living deity. Throughout the encounter, the old man had not once utilized even a trace of true energy, relying solely on his mortal form to withstand their weapons. What caliber of master was this? Jiang Xuan withdrew his right hand, nonchalantly placing it behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a sage. "Young man, you still have a long way to go. Damn, that hurt." It seemed the diamond body could only be maintained for 3 seconds and could not be used continuously. Upon witnessing this, the thieves dared not make another move, their eyes filled with terror as they faltered. Collapsing to their knees, "Forgive us, venerable one. It is we who have failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. We implore you to spare our lives." Jiang Xuan remained silent, his expression as impassive as ever. The scarred leader glanced at Jiang Xuan's face, then ordered his comrades, quickly, gather everything of value from your persons and present it to the elder." Oh. The other thieves came to a sudden realization. At this moment, if they did not offer some form of tribute, who would spare their lives? It was no wonder he was the leader. He was indeed cleverer in times of crisis. The thieves promptly searched themselves. Collecting a bag of silver coins and a few low-grade spirit stones, the scarred leader respectfully presented them to Jiang Xuan, a fawning expression on his face. "Elder, we left in haste and could only bring this modest amount of wealth. Please accept it as a token of our gratitude. Should you be inclined, do visit us at Xuanwu Hall in the future, and I shall ensure we treat you with the utmost respect." Jiang Xuan accepted the bag with a countenance as inscrutable as an ancient well, nodding slightly. "You are merely fortunate to have encountered me. As one ages, the heart grows kinder, and one becomes averse to bloodshed. Had I been a few hundred years younger, I would have ensured Xuanwu Hall provided a satisfactory explanation." Hiss! This old man had lived for hundreds of years. He was indeed a formidable relic of the past. Possibly a true martial arts master. The most terrifying thing in the world was an old man. The leader's suspicions had proven correct. The scarred leader, still shaken, slapped himself hard and bowed deeply. "You speak the truth. Venerable one. I am blind and deserve to be punished." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, his voice firm. "Begone." "Thank you, elder." The thieves, as if granted a reprieve from death, hastily lifted the unconscious, burly man and fled, disappearing in an instant. What had begun as an ambush had turned into an act of warmth. This transaction had been a devastating loss. Watching the thieves flee, Jiang Xuan exhaled in relief, weighing the silver and spirit stones in his hand. A smile creeping upon his lips. Jiang, it seems, is still sharp in his old age. This bag likely contained 50 to 60 taels, worth years of his wages. More importantly, those spirit stones were indispensable. Spirit stones served as the universal currency for martial artists and were essential for cultivation. Condensing true energy, 0.1 low-grade spirit stone, was nearly equivalent to 20 or 30 taels of silver. Yet often unavailable for purchase. In short, it was a lucrative endeavor. Ding. You bravely fought to protect the maiden's escape. She is deeply moved, and the mission is complete. Reward. Basic sword intent. As a new plot unfolded in his mind. He realized he had saved his stunning maiden, only to be ambushed by treacherous family members. Consumed by rage, he would retaliate. Task triggered. Eye for an eye. Task requirement. Eliminate the traitors. Task reward. Chi consolidating pill. The rewards were dispensed, and Jiang Xuan felt a profound understanding of swordsmanship manifest within his mind, as if a light had been shed upon him. Upon comprehending the basic sword intent, any sword technique would become second nature to him, and his sword would move in harmony with his thoughts. With this in mind, he took out the whip from his possession and flicked it casually. Bang! A faint blade of energy was released from the whip, leaving a shallow scar upon the ground. Jiang Xuan was left dumbfounded. Was this sword energy? Even in the absence of true energy, he had managed to unleash a blade of energy with a mere whip. Every blade of grass and every tree could become a sword. It turned out that the tales were true. With his sword intent, he was destined to become a formidable swordsman. Sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. A single sword casting a cold light across 19 continents. By the heavens. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. As for the next task from the system, he had a strong inkling of its meaning. The traitors would soon face their reckoning. Jiang Xuan was immersed in comprehending the essence of swordsmanship when he suddenly heard a series of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he discovered that it was the group of guardians who had arrived late. Had he been an ordinary old man, he would likely have been sliced into pieces by now. Leading the group was a robust man named Wu Yong, who rushed to Jiang Xuan's side, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "Old Jiang, you old rascal, you're still alive? What nonsense!" Jiang Xuan could not help but roll his eyes. You wish for my demise. Why are you so tardy? What is old Lu doing? Wu Yong took a moment to catch his breath and smiled sheepishly. We all thought you had perished. So we first escorted the young lady back to the estate. We just came to retrieve your remains." He then inquired, "By the way, where did that band of thieves go?" Jiang Xuan chuckled without mirth, his displeasure evident. "They were chased off by me." "Ha ha, what a boast." Wu Yong could not contain his laughter. "Old Jiang, at your age, why still throw a tantrum? The young lady's life is far more precious than ours. You shouldn't take it to heart that if you were in our position, you would have acted likewise." "Wouldn't you?" Jiang Xuan fell silent. After so many years as a servant, he was well aware that his life held little value. Better safe than sorry. It was their duty to prioritize the young lady's safe return to the estate. And it was commendable that they had returned to check on him. But as for Zhao, who, that traitorous disciple, plotting to harm him was truly despicable. The only question that remained was, where did Zhao Hu acquire the funds? Seeing Jiang Xuan still looking glum, Wu Yong threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing heartily. "All right, old Jiang, consider this a brotherly betrayal. Next time we drink, you won't be footing the bill. The older you get, the more temperamental you become. But fortunately, you had the foresight to think ahead. Who would have thought there would be thieves in broad daylight? Do tell, how did you manage to escape?" Jiang Xuan sighed. Responding irritably, "Wu Yong, you truly have the brains of a pig. I am but a 70-year-old servant, lacking both status and wealth. What could they possibly want from me? To rob me of wealth or virtue? I merely had to speak a few words to deceive them." Wu Yong scratched his head, suddenly enlightened. "Hey, old Jiang, you make a fair point." Jiang Xuan glanced at Wu Yong and casually asked, "Old Wu, do you know how to wield a sword?" Wu Yong, being the head of the Li family's guardians and a seasoned expert in the realm of energy condensation, surely possessed some sword techniques. After all, having just grasped the essence of swordsmanship, it would be remiss not to learn some swordplay. Wu Yong paused. Then his eyebrows perked up with excitement. "What? Have you set your sights on a certain maiden again?" Jiang Xuan's face darkened. "I am not referring to that wretched girl. You fool." Wu Yong suddenly understood, grinning widely. "You mean swordplay? I have a basic understanding." "What? Are you keen on stretching your old bones?" He chuckled heartily. "Just be careful not to break your back." The other guards joined in the laughter. What use was it for a 70-year-old to practice swordplay? After a hearty laugh, Wu Yong noticed Jiang Xuan still wore a serious expression, leaving him bewildered. "Old Jiang, are you truly going to practice swordsmanship?" Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. "Just say whether you will lend it or not." Wu Yong pondered for a moment, and then pulled out an old book from his bosom, handing it to Jiang Xuan. "Old Jiang, this sword technique is called horse stance sword, a first-tier martial skill commonly used by sword practitioners. Though it is merely a first-tier skill, it is still quite challenging without a foundation in martial arts. Are you certain you wish to learn?" Wu Yong felt a twinge of guilt. Since Jiang Xuan seemed eager to practice, he might as well oblige. After all, practicing swordsmanship wouldn't harm him. He would likely give it up after a while. Jiang Xuan accepted the book, grinning broadly. "You've shown some conscience, you rascal." Wu Yong laughed heartily once more, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, tell us the truth. Are you hoping to regain your vigor through martial practice? At your age, do you wish to marry a 16-year-old girl to leave a legacy?" The surrounding guards erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Lord was older than Jiang Xuan and had married a 16-year-old girl when he was over 50, who was now his current wife. Remarkably, even in his 50s, he remained vigorous, having fathered a son and a daughter, with his daughter being Li Yingling. Now, Lord Li was nearing death, while his wife was still not yet 40. Jiang Xuan was left speechless, too weary to refute their jest. T70. If he wished to embark on the path of cultivation, no one would believe him. Everyone knew that one should begin cultivating early. However, he was different. He possessed a system, and his life was far from over. He still had the opportunity to cultivate. Women, they would merely hinder his sword-drawing speed. Jiang Xuan followed the guards back to the Li estate. After the incident, Li Yingling had lost her desire to enjoy the snow and stood anxiously at the estate entrance, eagerly awaiting the return of the guards. She held deep feelings for Jiang Xuan, having been accompanied by him since childhood. This time, Jiang Xuan had risked his life to protect her safety, leaving her profoundly moved. She had made a decision. If he were alive, she would see him. If he were dead, she would witness his remains and give him a proper burial. Zhao Hu stood beside Li Yingling, equally anxious. desperately hoping to see Jiang Xuan's corpse to feel at ease. Rest assured, Master, I will give you a proper burial and observe mourning for 3 years. Please, do not hold it against me. It was truly unavoidable. The two shared the same expression, yet harbored different thoughts. After a long wait, they finally spotted a group of figures approaching from a distance. Among them was one who appeared aged and feeble, yet walked with vigor and energy, looking remarkably spry. It was none other than Jiang Xuan. In that moment, their initially identical expressions began to shift. The young lady's brows unfurled, her lively eyes sparkling with joy. Grandpa Jiang. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted slightly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his face reflecting utter shock. How is he still alive? As Jiang Xuan and the guardians approached Li Yingling, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, miss. Li Yingling, overjoyed, immediately wrapped her arms around Jiang Xuan's, exclaiming, Grandpa Jiang, how wonderful! You're unharmed. Sensing the fragrance of the young lady enveloping him, Jiang Xuan discreetly withdrew his arm and clasped his hands in a bow. Thanks to Miss S. good fortune, this old servant has narrowly escaped with my life. Master, Zhao Hu, still in shock, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Jiang Xuan turned to Zhao Hu, his gaze calm as he smiled faintly. My disciple, you've worked hard to protect the young lady. Zhao Hu nodded dazedly. It was my duty. How could this be? This old man, how could he still be alive? What were those thugs in the black market doing? They couldn't even kill an old man on the verge of death. Watching Jiang Xuan walk into Li estate with Li Yingling's support, Zhao Hu's expression darkened entirely. This old man was becoming more favored as he aged. He truly deserved to die. That very night, as the moon hung dark and the wind howled, Zhao Hu donned a set of black clothing procured from who knows where. Masking his face as he stealthily approached Jiang Xuan's room. With a creak, the door to the room slowly opened. Zhao Hu tiptoed inside, fully aware of his master's habits. This hour. Jiang Xuan would usually be sound asleep. Even Thunder wouldn't wake him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stealthily approached Jiang Xuan's bedside, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he lunged forward. Using the bedding to smother the figure on the bed, his expression twisted with madness. Master, do not blame me. You can only blame yourself for living too long. You obstructed your disciple's path. After a while, Zhao Hu suddenly felt something was amiss. Why wasn't he the person lying on the bed struggling at all? It was eerily quiet, as if dead. Zhao Hu's face changed as he hastily pulled back the covers, only to find what appeared to be a straw dummy lying within. Disaster struck. Upon realizing that something was amiss, Zhao Hu immediately decided to flee. Suddenly, a swift chop struck his neck, causing his consciousness to gradually blur. In a desperate attempt, Zhao Hu turned around, and just before losing consciousness, he caught sight of an aged visage. Despite the evident signs of age, the eyes bore an unusual clarity, coldly regarding him, filled with disappointment. Master, how could this be? How could he possibly knock me out? I refuse to accept this. Though Zhao Hu had trained in martial arts, achieving a foundation of 6 or 7 levels, how could he be subdued by an old man? This conundrum eluded him, and he had no opportunity to ponder further. What is the point? Jiang Xuan gazed at Zhao Hu with a complex expression, his heart laden with reflections. T70, even if he were to survive, he would inevitably depart from the Li residence. Why couldn't you just wait, Tiger? Jiang Xuan opened the door and walked toward Zhao Hu's quarters. He was certainly not foolish enough to seize Zhao Hu's possessions at this moment. Rather, he was curious about the audacity of this youth to attempt to kill him. Indeed, upon investigation, he was taken aback that in Zhao Hu's room, he discovered 100 taels of silver intricately patterned with snowflakes. As an apprentice carter, it was improbable that Zhao Hu could amass such wealth in a lifetime. Furthermore, the silver of merchant families bore distinctive markings. This was evidently the Li family's silver. Had he stolen it? Jiang Xuan doubted that Zhao Hu possessed such courage. Stealing from the master's household required far more audacity than merely dispatching an old carter. Yet, regardless of its origin, this silver was sufficient to seal his fate. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to leave, he noticed a rolled-up painting hanging on the wall. This was intriguing. A brutish man who could not even recognize large characters had a collection of artworks? Could it also be stolen from the master? Previously, he had thought Zhao Hu to be rather simple-minded, yet one could never truly gauge a person's heart. He was still too young. Jiang Xuan casually took down the painting, and upon unfurling it, his pupils constricted, eyes wide with disbelief. The shock on his face was 100-fold greater than when Zhao Hu had attempted to kill him. What on earth? Youngster, you certainly know how to have fun. Before him lay a vivid depiction of an erotic scene, albeit the figures in the painting were devoid of heads, rendering their identities indiscernible. Jiang Xuan's expression was peculiar. I am nearly stripped of my trousers. And you show me this? This lad truly knew how to spoil the mood. Grumbling, Jiang Xuan returned to his quarters. Placing the 100 taels of silver atop the unconscious Zhao Hu, he hoisted him out of the room and casually tossed him over the high walls of the Li residence. Whereupon a horrifying sound of bones breaking echoed outside. In ancient times, the walls of affluent households were exceedingly tall, easily towering 3 zhang, and the Li residence reached an imposing 5 zhang, with numerous traps below capable of causing death. Killing was not difficult. What was rare was to do so without leaving a trace. Jiang Xuan was exceedingly cautious, taking a moment to tidy the scene of the crime before departing, crafting a facade that Zhao Hu had attempted to steal belongings and had fallen while escaping over the wall. Even if others suspected him, they would have no evidence. An hour later, Jiang Xuan lay in bed, restless until a systematic voice echoed in his ears. Ding, you have successfully eliminated the family traitor, demonstrating decisive action at a tender age. Task completed. Reward. 1 Qi condensing pill has been automatically added to your inventory. New storyline in development. The annual family competition was soon to commence, and you were eager to defeat all the prodigies. Making a resounding impact on the clan, triggered task. Family competition. Task requirements. Defeat all prodigies. Task reward. A profound level martial art. The following day, Zhao Hu was dead at the entrance of the Li residence. A corpse clad in night attire lay frozen by the roadside. This incident alarmed the authorities, who promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. After a cursory examination, the officials concluded that Zhao Hu had died accidentally while attempting to flee after stealing from the Li residence, having fallen and sustained severe injuries before ultimately freezing to death. Cases of servant theft were all too common, but a servant's death was of little concern to the authorities, who hastily closed the case. However, those within the Li household were perplexed. Zhao Hu was not known for extravagance. How could he have perished from freezing while attempting to steal silver? It wasn't until later that Wu Yong chanced upon Jiang Xuan disposing of a scarecrow in the stable that he felt a chill run down his spine. Old Jiang, was this your doing? Jiang Xuan grinned. What do you think? Why do you suppose I fell from the cart? Wu Yong suddenly understood. This master and apprentice were exceedingly cunning at that moment within the Li residence annex. A resplendent woman sat anxiously on a stone platform, her expression fraught with concern. She was none other than the current mistress of the Li family, Su Qin. Upon seeing the steward Lu Wanqian approaching, Su Qin hurriedly inquired, So, Zhao Hu truly died by accident? Lu Wanqian bowed slightly, madam. I accompanied the officials throughout the investigation, and it appears to indeed be an accident. How could this be? Su Qin's face paled. That wretched soul could have simply asked for money. Why resort to theft? Lu Wanqian cast a glance at Su Qin, saying, Madam, this is precisely the one aspect that puzzles me. 100 taels of silver were found on Zhao Hu, which seems to belong to you rather than being stolen. What? Su Qin gasped in shock. Are you implying someone murdered Zhao Hu? Lu Wanqian replied, I have heard that old Jiang has recently taken up martial arts and possesses considerable strength. It is not entirely impossible. After all, Zhao Hu had long intended to kill him. This. Su Qin's expression grew more alarmed. Do you think he knows about my relationship with Zhao Hu? What are we to do? Lu Wanqian bowed slightly, madam. Do not panic. This is merely speculation that I inspected Zhao Hu's room, and there were no signs of disturbance. Perhaps it truly was an accident. Moreover, even if old Jiang were involved, he would lack the audacity to threaten you. No. Su Qin slammed her palm onto the stone table, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Better safe than sorry. Find a way to expel old Jiang from the Li residence. Lu Wanqian immediately appeared troubled. Madam, old Jiang has served the master for many years and recently saved the young lady's life. It may prove difficult. According to the master's wishes, he likely intended for him to remain in the Li residence for the remainder of his days. Su Qin's face darkened considerably. Difficult or not, it must be done. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, she dared not gamble. The implications of this matter were far too great. Jiang Xuan must disappear. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Jiang Xuan occasionally ventured out to drive, but otherwise remained in his quarters to cultivate. One day, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A look of excitement illuminating his features. The effect of the qi condensing pill had exceeded all expectations, enabling him to successfully refine true qi and officially enter the qi condensation realm. In this realm of cultivation, there are 9 stages. The lower 3 realms consist of body refinement, qi condensation, and returning to origin. The middle 3 realms encompass earth spirit, heaven spirit, and profound communication, while the upper 3 realms are represented by void breakthrough, nirvana, and the duality of heaven and earth. Beyond these lies the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals, capable of traversing the heavenly gate and ascending to immortality. True qi serves as the definitive demarcation between ordinary individuals and martial practitioners. Once one possesses true qi, even a frail scholar can effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds and deliver a single blow fatal to a robust To his astonishment, his lifelong dream has been realized within this month. Moreover, during this period, he has honed the horse stance sword to an exquisite level. Empowered by the sword's intent, mastering a basic sword technique feels as effortless as eating or drinking. Additionally, the practice of martial arts and health cultivation primarily transforms a person's vitality and appearance. Jiang Xuan's complexion is notably more radiant than it was a month ago, and his previously frail physique is gradually becoming robust, that he appears rejuvenated, with flowing white hair and an invigorated demeanor. Clad in a black and white martial robe, he exudes an air reminiscent of a grandmaster. If he were to return to his previous life now, he would undoubtedly be the most striking elder in the park, leaving countless elderly ladies utterly enchanted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the qi condensation stage, refreshing the attributes panel. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 7. Cultivation level: qi condensation level 1. Cultivation method: none. Martial technique: horse stance sword. Talent: immortal bone. Indestructible: beginner sword. Intent: current task: family competition. Incomplete. Jiang Xuan gazes at the considerably improved panel, his old face brimming with satisfaction. From this day forth, he has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, he remains perplexed by the family competition task. The Li family is merely a merchant lineage. Where would such a competition arise? Never mind. Possessing the immortal bone is sufficient. He shall leave the task to fate. Jiang Xuan exhales softly, offering himself a measure of comfort, and slowly steps out of the house, only to encounter the hurried Wu Yong. "Hey, old Wu, stop!" Jiang Xuan calls out, smiling. "Old Wu, where are you rushing off to?" Wu Yong wipes his brow, sighing. With a year-end approaching, the 3rd young master is returning. Those rascals only know how to smoke and indulge. If we don't pull them together for some serious training, they'll all be thrown out. That it's quite distressing, really. Training, you say? Jiang Xuan's eyes glimmer, and he grins. How about I join you for some practice? Suddenly, he realizes, without a family competition, he can create one himself. The family training consists of just those few guards. After all, you? Wu Yong is momentarily stunned, then bursts into laughter. Haha, old Jiang, do you really think a few days of sword practice makes you a grandmaster? Those rascals are rough. I fear they might shatter your old bones. Jiang Xuan is already accustomed to such jests, offering a calm smile. No worries, it's good to move around with the youth. Wu Yong looks on, astonished. Really training? Indeed. Excellent. Wu Yong laughs boisterously. With that spirit of yours, it's worth those rascals learning for 100 or 80 years. As Wu Yong laughs heartily, he scrutinizes Jiang Xuan closely, suddenly bewildered. Goodness, old Jiang, you truly are looking younger. At a glance, your physique rivals that of our guards. Alas, if only you weren't so old. Otherwise, you might truly be a formidable martial artist. Jiang Xuan chuckles without a word, waving his hand lightly. Lead the way. Before long, Wu Yong guides Jiang Xuan to the martial training ground not far from the Li residence. At this moment, over 100 guards of the Li family are gathered here. their long swords slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. At a glance reveals that most are martial practitioners of the body refinement 7th or 8th level, of little renown. Fortunately, they are still young. With a few more years of practice, they might reach Wu Yong's level. That Wu Yong claps his hands to capture everyone's attention, shouting, "Rascals! Old Jiang is here to personally teach you a lesson since you all seem lacking." So, who dares to step up? The guards below erupt in laughter. Don't worry, Wu Lao. We will certainly accept the challenge, but we fear we might strain old Jiang's back. Wu Yong glances at Jiang Xuan with a teasing look. Grinning, old Jiang, the stage is yours. Very well. Jiang Xuan clasps his hands behind his back, walking into the arena with measured composure, smiling. Who among you will come first? Seeing this, the guards burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old Jiang. If you were to take up acting, you'd surely be a sensation. The display is so theatrical that it almost convinces them. Jiang Xuan snorts coldly, enough banter. When I roamed the martial world. You little rascals were still playing in the mud. Step up quickly. The guards, upon hearing this, laugh even harder, gasping for breath. Wulauda, I can't take it anymore. Old Jiang is going to make me die of laughter. Just consider a loss for us, all right? Alas, the children of Nan village bully this old man. Jiang Xuan sighs inwardly, casually picking up a wooden sword from the ground, his gaze sharpening. With a swift motion, he swings the sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that slices through the air, striking a nearby wooden post, swish. In the next moment, that wooden post is cleaved cleanly in two, revealing a perfectly smooth cut. Instantly, the laughter of the guards ceases, leaving the arena in stunned silence. What the heck? Someone exclaims in disbelief, and the guards snap back to reality, erupting in astonished exclamations. No way, old Jiang, are you serious? My goodness, old Jiang actually unleashed sword energy. He has truly mastered the horse stance sword. Is this for real? He just practiced for a few days. Could he be a martial prodigy? They are utterly dumbfounded, realizing they are outclassed by a 70-year-old man. At this moment, the guards are overwhelmed with shock, hardly believing their eyes. Wu Yong takes a moment to regain his composure, his voice heavy with astonishment. Old Jiang, you have truly entered the qi condensation stage? Having already attained the qi condensation realm, Wu Yong's insight surpasses that of the lesser practitioners. The sword energy Jiang Xuan unleashed contained a hint of true qi, unparalleled by ordinary sword energy. And a wonder those thieves easily spared old Jiang. They simply couldn't match him. Jiang Xuan remains calm, as though he has merely accomplished a trivial task. After living for over 70 years, what is so remarkable about wielding a bit of sword energy? All right, old Jiang, you've been hiding quite deeply. Turns out you're a master. Tell us, when did you reach the qi condensation stage? Wu Yong is utterly astonished. While there are indeed martial artists who enter the qi condensation stage in their twilight years, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather. It is said that there's an old Taoist at the Upper Clear Temple who, after a moment of enlightenment, directly ascended to the middle three realms, becoming a renowned martial master, causing a sensation throughout Qingzhou. If Jiang Xuan is indeed one of those individuals, it would be terrifying. Jiang Xuan chuckles and shakes his head. Don't overthink it. It's nothing remarkable for an old man like me to reach qi condensation at 70. Now, come forth, young ones, let me teach you a lesson. Who will step up first? The guards exchange glances. This time, they dare not continue mocking Jiang Xuan. After all, he has attained qi condensation, setting him apart from their ranks. The difference between possessing true qi and lacking it is as vast as that between man and dog. Look at you all, cowering like fools. Jiang Xuan regards them with disdain. How about this? I want to use my true qi. We shall spar purely in martial skills. What does that sound? Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes light up, eager to take their chances. Without true qi, he is no different from an ordinary person, merely an old man. Why should we, a group of strong men, fear him? A burly guard, grasping a wooden sword, steps forward confidently. Old Jiang, you said it. Don't hold back. Jiang Xuan keeps one hand behind his back, assuming an air of a seasoned expert. My word is my bond. Let us begin. All right, old Jiang is putting on quite the show. I can't bear to watch. Xiao Peng, go take him on. The guardians of the courtyard erupted in a clamor. "I have arrived," Xiao Peng bellowed, stepping forward with precise, minuscule strides. In an instant, he leaped into the air, thrusting his sword fiercely toward Jiang Xuan. The speed of this strike was astonishing. The guardians below could scarcely discern his movements. Wu Yong nodded in quiet approval. Recognizing Xiao Peng as the most gifted young man among the guardians of the Li estate, with the potential to cultivate his energy before the age of 30. Moreover, Xiao Peng's swordsmanship was commendable, renowned for its swiftness. Even without employing true energy, Wu Yong found himself engaged in a spirited exchange with Xiao Peng. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. In the face of Xiao Peng's fierce sword strike, Jiang Xuan remained aloof, one hand casually resting behind his back, his expression tranquil. Then, with unhurried grace, he slightly sidestepped, and with a gentle flick of his wooden sword, he effortlessly intercepted Xiao Peng's attack. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Peng's wooden sword flew from his grasp, astonishingly dislodged. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. When the spectators finally processed the events, Jiang Xuan's wooden sword was already poised at Xiao Peng's throat. The outcome was glaringly obvious. The guardians were left dumbfounded. They hadn't even comprehended what had just occurred before Xiao Peng was defeated. It was a sheer exhibition of superior swordsmanship. After a long moment of stunned silence, the guardians erupted in a chorus of astonishment. What on earth just happened? How did Xiao Peng lose? Why could he not even hold onto his sword? No, how could such a rapid strike have been so casually deflected by old Jiang? This old fellow truly possessed some remarkable skills. Wu Yong, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "Old Jiang, with such swordplay, why do you seek my instruction?" Although Jiang Xuan's strike appeared casual, it concealed a masterful understanding of timing, angle, and force, deftly neutralizing Xiao Peng's swift attack through skill rather than brute strength. Such composure could only be exhibited by a true master of the sword. How long had Jiang Xuan been practicing? Could he truly be an elderly prodigy of swordsmanship? If only he were a few decades younger, he might very well become a legendary sword master. It is no wonder that true masters always retain the heart of a learner. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Xiao Peng, your speed is commendable, and your swordplay is quite proficient. However, your excessive force is counterproductive. That a swordsman must strike at the enemy while retaining some strength for oneself. Relentless momentum is essential to remain undefeated. That a decisive strike to the throat must rest upon overwhelming strength." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Peng experienced an epiphany, abruptly awakening from his confusion, and bowed deeply. "Old Jiang, thank you for your guidance." In that moment, he was genuinely filled with respect. The world always reveres the strong, regardless of one's identity. Only the powerful earn respect and courtesy from others. The youth is teachable. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, directing his wooden sword toward the other guardians. "Come forth, the next challenger." Unfazed, the guardians stepped forward one by one to challenge Jiang Xuan. As expected, they all fell before him. Powerless against his sword, as Jiang Xuan put it. Their swordsmanship was utterly lacking, appearing flamboyant but fundamentally weak. An hour later, the guardians sat on the ground like defeated dogs, panting heavily, unwilling to continue sparring with Jiang Xuan. "No more, we concede. Old Jiang, go challenge Wu Yong." The disparity in Jiang Xuan's understanding of swordsmanship rendered their efforts futile, akin to an adult toying with children, leaving them utterly dejected. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that after 2 full hours of relentless dueling, Jiang Xuan appeared unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Was this truly a 70-year-old man? Finally, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. You have showcased your prowess in the family competition, decisively defeating all the family prodigies and claiming the top position, astonishing the crowd. Task complete. Reward: superior grade Shin-level technique. Evergreen sword manual. Generating new storyline." On the day of his 8th birthday, a prodigious young woman from the sect came to annul their engagement. The youth, unwilling to suffer indignity, furiously penned a letter of divorce, establishing a 3-year agreement. Task triggered: do not deceive the young. Task requirement: annul the engagement with a prodigious young woman. Task reward: intermediate sword intent. What? Jiang Xuan gazed at the ethereal text before him with a peculiar expression. This task was becoming increasingly absurd. What kind of abstract nonsense was this? Who, pray tell, was the young woman from the sect seeking to annul their engagement? Furthermore, while he had heard of do not deceive the young, he had never encountered the phrase do not deceive the elderly. Wu Yong, seeing all his subordinates defeated, felt a surge of competitiveness and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, old Jiang, you got me itching to spar as well. How about we practice together? However, Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his wooden sword and shook his head. No more that I am somewhat weary. Upon hearing this, the guardians wore expressions of disdain. Is that so? You appear entirely composed, not even breaking a sweat. Where's the fatigue? Jiang Xuan paid them no mind. It was not that he feared Wu Yong. Quite the opposite. He was concerned that should he inadvertently defeat Wu Yong, word of this event would spread far and wide, that a 70-year-old servant defeating a cultivator. Moreover, he had long outgrown the impetuosity of youth, pursuing steadiness above all else. The task was complete. It was best to leave while on a high note. If you want to fight, so be it, Wu Yong sighed, lamenting, old Jiang. If you were to be a few decades younger, I might lose my position as captain of the Guardians. Such a fanciful thought. Jiang Xuan scoffed. Your salary as captain is still less than mine. I'm too old for such competition. Ha ha. With that, the Guardians erupted into laughter, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, they were but mere Guardians, earning less than a common driver. What a ridiculous situation. Days turned into weeks. Half a month passed. Jiang Xuan's life remained as tranquil as water. Apart from occasional outings, he dedicated himself to fervent training. The only source of joy was the newly acquired superior grade, Xin-level technique. The evergreen sword manual. His knowledge. Techniques in this world were exceedingly rare, far more so than martial arts, with the vast majority of warriors lacking any technique at all. Techniques are generally categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with Xian-level techniques being particularly scarce in the Deqian kingdom. As for earth-level techniques, one would be hard-pressed to find even a few within the entire Qingzhou. Naturally, he did not aspire to be overly ambitious. The evergreen sword manual was quite unique, emphasizing the cultivation of the body through swordsmanship, accompanied by a remarkable breathing technique that allowed for the continuous restoration of physical strength and true energy during combat. Furthermore, with this breathing technique, he could effectively maintain a low profile, appearing as an ordinary old man at it. Is worth noting that only a martial arts master at the intermediate 3rd stage could achieve such a feat. From this perspective, the breathing technique accompanying the evergreen sword manual might be even more precious than the sword technique itself. Additionally, this manual also possessed some physical enhancement properties, bolstering vitality, strengthening the body, and nourishing true energy, making it ideally suited for his advanced age. Overall, the technique resembled a breathing method and a body refining art, but hardly resembled a sword technique, offering scant sword moves. Who could have imagined that beneath his loose black training robe lay a body of sinewy muscle? However, the evergreen sword manual consisted of 3 tiers, and he had only just mastered the first tier. Who knew what extraordinary effects lay ahead? Moreover, as Jiang Xuan entered the energy condensation stage, the dominance of his celestial bones gradually became apparent, leading to a rapid advancement in his training that in a mere half-month, he subtly approached a breakthrough into the 2nd layer of energy condensation. Such a training speed, if revealed, would surely cause a sensation. Typically, after entering energy condensation, ordinary warriors might take 2 to 3 years to advance a single layer. However, training too swiftly came with its drawbacks. It consumed an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. Situated in a remote area, Yuzhou City lacked spiritual meridians, resulting in a dearth of spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, training without the aid of spirit stones was nearly impossible. The few low-grade spirit stones he had acquired from bandits had long since been exhausted, leaving him in dire straits. The need for money was pressing, exceedingly pressing. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed. If he wished to traverse the long and arduous path of cultivation, he must devise a means to depart from the Li residence, where he had spent his entire life, to seek opportunities beyond its confines. That it is not merely a matter of his humble origins as a coachman. Even disciples of sects frequently descend the mountains to undertake tasks that yield resources for their training. Warriors are akin to beasts that consume gold, and there are many things that cannot be purchased with mere silver. Remaining in this secluded corner, his prospects are undeniably limited until that moment. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside. Accompanied by a din of voices, the new year had finally arrived. Jiang Xuan murmured to himself. The new year is the most significant occasion for common folk throughout the year. Only during this time can people partake in offerings of meat. However, this year held a particular significance for Jiang Xuan. He could redeem his freedom. Once freed, he would soar high as a bird in the sky and leap freely as a fish in the sea. The Dacian dynasty venerates filial piety. Once an individual surpasses the age of 70, it is customary for the master to voluntarily release their slave status, often providing some money for them to return home and enjoy their twilight years. As a gesture of benevolence, if the master does not take the initiative, the servants may redeem themselves with their own funds, repaying the original price at which they were sold. However, those who truly choose to leave their masters are few, as they enjoy food, drink, and some financial remuneration while enduring a somewhat harsh existence. For the elderly and destitute, however, the days are truly numbered. The Li residence is no ordinary household. The customs surrounding the new year are numerous and must begin preparations a month in advance. Establishing ancestral altars, cleaning, offering sacrifices, slaughtering pigs, and changing peachwood talismans are all significant matters that cannot be treated lightly. Failing to execute them properly could result in mockery for an entire year. This year was even more exceptional, as rumors circulated that the third young master would be returning home. Master Li had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all rumored to be exceptional individuals. The youngest daughter, Li Yingling, was renowned for her beauty and intellect, attracting countless suitors eager to marry into the Li family. The eldest son, Li Huairan, was both scholarly and martial, having enlisted in the military at an early age and reportedly risen to the rank of general. The second son, Li Huaiji, excelled in commerce and had ventured to the capital to conduct business, thriving in his endeavors. The third son, Li Huai, began studying martial arts at the age of 3, reached the 9th level of body refinement by 12, and entered the esteemed Yunxiao sect at 16, making him the most accomplished son of the Li family. All of these accolades were self-proclaimed by Master Li, having served in the Li residence for decades. Jiang Xuan was well aware that, aside from Li Yingling's beauty, the rest were mere fabrications. Li Huairan had joined the military out of anger when Master Li married his fiancée, Su Qian. Li Huaiji left home after frequent quarrels with a stepmother younger than himself, severing ties with the Li family. Although Li Huai was indeed Su Qin's progeny, he had long relied on his status as the young master to act with arrogance, indulging in debauchery and mistreating servants, creating an atmosphere of chaos within the Li residence. Master Li, unable to tolerate this any longer, expended substantial resources to send him to the Yunxiao sect. It had been 4 years since his departure. But recently, news had come that he intended to return home for the new year and would invite disciples from the Yunxiao sect as guests. Upon receiving this news, Master Li and his wife rejoiced for several days. However, the other servants and guards within the estate were engulfed in gloom and apprehension, each one tense and anxious. The fear of the third young master's return loomed over them once more. Any minor infraction could result in dire consequences, such as the plight that family members cannot comprehend. In these times, a master could indeed kill a servant without fear of repercussion. On this day, Jiang Xuan prepared an extravagant carriage and hastened towards the southern city gate, ready to welcome the third young master back home. Along the way, he overheard a buzz of gossip on the streets, speaking of a mysterious killer who had recently appeared in Yuzhou City, robbing spiritual stones and elixirs, and had slain numerous formidable warriors. Various factions were on high alert, fearing that this harbinger of death might come knocking at their doors. For a moment, the festive spirit of the new year seemed to dissipate considerably. Of course, Jiang Xuan merely listened to these tales. As a destitute old servant, he was of little concern to anyone. However, fate has a way of playing tricks at the most unexpected moments. As Jiang Xuan skillfully maneuvered his carriage, his own proficiency began to impress him. Suddenly, a shadowy figure streaked past, landing beside him with a thud. "Old man, If you wish to live, leave the carriage and roll away. A pale-faced, middle-aged man suddenly appeared, seemingly injured, yet exuding a formidable presence. What the hell? Jiang Xuan startled, instinctively swinging his whip at the intruder. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with disdain. How dare a mere old coachman attempt to strike him? He was clearly unaware of his peril. Yet, in the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from the whip, causing him to freeze momentarily. What the hell? Is this not just a whip? Where does this sword intent come from? The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, leaping into the air just in time to narrowly evade Jiang Xuan's whip. Bang! In the next instant, he witnessed a streak of sword energy unleashed from the whip, leaving a 5-meter-long scar on the street, fracturing the ground beneath. The middle-aged man gasped in horror, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. If that whip had struck him unawares, he would surely have cried out in agony. A master! At that moment, even the dullest of minds would comprehend that this old coachman was indeed a formidable expert, and a master of the sword. Damn it, this humble Yuzhou city conceals such hidden talents. Just then, an angry voice emanated from behind. Jiang Xuan turned to see a group of burly men in black, brandishing gleaming sabers, rushing toward him with fierce intent, to be precise. They were charging at the middle-aged man beside him. One of the men, sporting a scarred face, appeared familiar to Jiang Xuan. It was none other than the leader of the bandits who had attempted to ambush him outside the city. However, this time, he seemed to be merely a subordinate, flanked by several formidable figures. The rugged, bearded man at the forefront likely had already broken through to the returning origin realm, exuding a powerful aura. Upon recognizing Jiang Xuan, the scar-faced man shouted, "Senior, this man is the killer. Please stop him." Jiang Xuan? Are we so well acquainted? The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. It appeared that this old man was in league with those ruffians. No wonder he possessed such formidable strength. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man produced a white-patterned dart from his person, declaring, "Old fool, you have sealed your fate. Receive my dart. Senior, be careful of his dart." The scar-faced man hastily warned Jiang Xuan. The middle-aged man's dart was notorious for its lethality, having claimed the lives of numerous warriors of the condensing chi realm, including even a member of the black market Xuanwu Hall who had reached the returning origin realm. In the face of his dart, a warrior's body was as fragile as tofu, easily pierced through, resulting in instant death. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan felt a rush of wind by his ear as the dart shot toward his temple at an unimaginable speed, one that ordinary warriors could not possibly perceive. If a typical warrior of the condensing chi realm were to face such an attack, they would likely meet the same fate as those previously slain by the dark market's expert, killed without a moment's notice. However, just as a smug expression crept onto the middle-aged man's face, an astonishing event unfolded before his eyes. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. The dart struck Jiang Xuan's head, yet it seemed to collide with an indestructible adamantine stone, merely causing his head to shake slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. "I must be gravely injured, seeing things in a daze. This is supposed to be the Chuan Yun dart, famed for its ability to slay martial arts masters of the third realm. How could it possibly have merely caused this old man to wobble?" Not only he, but the group of black market martial arts experts behind him were also left dumbfounded. Could it be that the old man's head is forged from fine iron? Even fine iron should be deformed by such a terrifying shuttle, right? Jiang Xuan reached out and grasped the shuttle that had struck his head, effortlessly catching it in his hand. A mere small shuttle had caused even his indestructible body to feel a slight pain. He was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. As soon as the Chuanyan shuttle was seized, the middle-aged man snapped back to reality, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. "Old man, return what belongs to me." Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly, unhurriedly putting away the Chuanyan shuttle. "Young man, once something is in my hands, there is no reason for it to be returned. You seek death." The middle-aged man, consumed by rage and disregarding his own injuries, forcefully channeled his true energy and raised his palm to strike fiercely at Jiang Xuan. This was a prized treasure he had obtained after a near-death experience, even going so far as to kill his fellow disciples to acquire it. If he lost it so easily, he felt he would be driven to madness. Jiang Xuan's gaze turned icy as he drew a long sword from the cart. Instantly, he unleashed 3 streaks of azure sword energy, slicing through the air towards the middle-aged man. Startled, the middle-aged man raised his palm defensively in front of himself. Bang! The sound of the sword energy exploding resonated in the air. The middle-aged man was instantaneously knocked to the ground, retreating several dozen steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. His already grievously injured body was now further wounded. Seeing this, the black market experts finally regained their senses and rushed forward in unison. "Senior, I come to aid you." The middle-aged man glanced back at his fellow black market experts, his face revealing an unwilling expression. "Old man, have the courage to leave your name. I shall come for your life one day." Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his long sword and replied indifferently, "This old man does not change his name or alter his surname." "Zhao, who it is?" The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Xuan. "Good. If the mountain does not turn, the water shall flow." "Zhao, who is it?" "We shall see. I will not kill you, I Lu Dian. Vow not to be human." With that, he vanished in a flash, his venomous words still echoing in the air. A formidable expert. Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched. The aura Lu Dian exuded in his final moment was exceedingly powerful. He feared it was close to the Gui Yuan realm, likely the result of utilizing some secret technique. Driven to desperation indeed. Now that the man had fled, Jiang Xuan curiously tossed the shuttle he had caught, a line of ethereal text suddenly appearing before his eyes. Ding! Detecting a rare treasure. Chuan Yun shuttle. Prize treasure. This item is crafted from extraterrestrial meteor iron, indestructible, and can, under certain conditions, slay powerful beings in the third realm, the the heavens. Jiang Xuan was startled, nearly dropping the Chuan Yun shuttle. This seemingly inconspicuous shuttle turned out to be a treasure. Treasures are crafted from special materials, specifically designed for martial artists, capable of fully unleashing the power of their true energy. It is rumored that there exist spirit weapons, divine artifacts, and even immortal tools in this world. However, those are beyond his current considerations. Even treasures are exceedingly rare. This shuttle appeared to be a type of concealed weapon treasure, seemingly well-suited for an old man like him who radiates warmth. As the black market experts caught up and saw that Lu Dian had already vanished, their eyes were filled with regret. "Alas, that madman has escaped again." Jiang Xuan glanced at the crowd and said nonchalantly, "Had you not disturbed me, I would have captured him just now." With that, Jiang Xuan picked up the whip again, preparing to continue his journey. "Senior, please wait." Among the black market experts, the bearded man at the forefront called out to Jiang Xuan, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Zhang Yuan, an attendant of the black market Xuanwu Hall. May I invite you to dismount for a discussion?" "No need." Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "This old man has urgent matters to attend to. You may speak quickly." The scar-faced man approached with a fawning smile. "Senior, I am Li Huan of the Xuanwu Hall. Last time, I inadvertently offended you and have yet to properly host you. I humbly request you grant me this favor." Jiang Xuan shot a glance at Li Huan and flicked the whip. Onward. Flattery with no merit is either deceit or theft. Jiang Xuan had always refused such ambiguous invitations. Moreover, these black market individuals were known to devour others without leaving a bone. As a principled man, he preferred to limit his interactions with them. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This old man certainly had a temper. How could he treat black market people with such disdain? Zhang Yuan shouted, "Senior, we have a significant business proposition that you may find intriguing. Feel free to seek me out at the black market Xuanwu Hall." Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. A significant business? He was indeed in dire need of money, and the black market's dealings surely promised substantial profit. With that thought, his principles seemed less significant. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat heavily and replied, "When I have the time, I will naturally seek you out. We await your esteemed presence." Zhang Yuan bowed slightly towards the departing cart, only straightening up once the vehicle was out of sight. I Huan clicked his tongue, filled with emotion. TSK, I wonder what the old senior is thinking, possessing such profound cultivation, yet content to be a mere cart driver. Zhang Hall master. Do you think he truly is a martial arts master? Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. From his earlier actions, he does not seem like one that, however, his ability to control his aura does bear some resemblance to a martial arts master. We cannot hastily draw conclusions. What astonishes me most is his body refining technique. It must be extraordinarily formidable. There are rumors of a method dedicated to refining skin and bones, allowing one to become impervious to blades and fire when mastered to a high degree. I had always thought that was a legend, but today I have witnessed it firsthand, that if we have the opportunity, we must obtain his body refining technique. Li Huan nodded in agreement, recalling the scene from earlier. Feeling a lingering dread, this old senior is truly unfathomable. At the southern city gate, Jiang Xuan sat in the cart, gazing into the distance, anxiously awaiting the return of the third young master of the Li family. This young man was notoriously tardy. They had agreed he would arrive in Yuzhou City by noon, yet the sun was nearly setting and not a single figure was in sight. Finally, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Jiang Xuan focused his gaze and saw a group of spirited young men, each riding a fine steed, heading towards the southern city gate. These young men were clad in unified white robes, adorned with embroidered clouds on their chests, clearly disciples of the Yunxiao sect. Spotting Jiang Xuan, a handsome and imposing youth frowned and asked, "You are old Jiang?" This individual was none other than Li Huai, the third young master of the Li residence. He remembered this cart driver, who had seemingly been in the Li residence since his early childhood. After all these years, how was it that he appeared more spirited than ever? Jiang Xuan slightly bowed. Indeed, it is this old servant. It is rare for the third young master to remember this old servant. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Li Huai glanced around, frowning as he inquired, "Where is Zhao Hu?" This, Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled. Zhao Hu has encountered some issues. The young master will naturally learn of them upon returning home. Li Huai nodded slightly, not pressing further, and continued, "While in Yuzhou City, have you heard of a man with ghostly agility?" A man with ghostly agility. Could he be referring to that murderous madman from earlier? Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and replied, to the third young master, "This old man is unaware." Li Huai nodded slightly. He had not expected to gain information so easily. What could a mere cart driver know? He turned to the Yunxiao sect disciples behind him, saying, "Brothers and sisters, this is Yuzhou City. Wily family holds considerable influence here. If that beast who harmed our fellow disciples is indeed here, no matter how he hides, we will surely drag him out." Several Yunxiao sect disciples sighed. Let us hope so. Their mission on this journey was to apprehend the traitorous disciple, Lu Jian, who had conspired against his fellow sect members. Originally a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, Lu Jian had descended the mountain with his companions for training, but in his greed for a precious artifact, he brazenly murdered 2 fellow disciples, thereby betraying his sect. This incident caused a stir within the sect, inciting the elders' wrath and prompting an order for Lu Dian's capture. It was only today that they had managed to trace Lu Jian to Yuzhou City. Specifically seeking to ascertain the truth of the matter, they pondered. A young girl, her eyes filled with suspicion, suddenly spoke. "Senior Brother Li, I have long heard that Yuzhou City is a hub of commerce, teeming with hidden talents that I never expected that an unassuming old car driver could also be a practitioner at the qi condensation stage." Upon hearing this, the disciples of Yunxiao sect were instantly roused from their contemplation, expressing their surprise. "Oh, this old man radiates a subtle fluctuation of true energy. How could we have missed it just now?" In truth, Jiang Xuan was even more astonished. He had deliberately suppressed his aura through breathing techniques. Yet this girl had discerned his secret. In that moment, he resolved to reveal a fraction of his true energy at this juncture. To conceal it would only betray his insecurity, potentially leading to greater complications. Alas, he lamented the toll of age. A disciple of Yunxiao sect sighed regretfully. His vitality is depleted, and his true energy is feeble. Even if he has reached the qi condensation stage, it is exceedingly difficult for him to advance. Maintaining his current level is already a remarkable feat. The others were momentarily surprised, but quickly lost interest. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed uncommon for someone of Jiang Xuan's age to attain the qi condensation stage. Had he been several decades younger, Perhaps he might have had the chance to be accepted as an outer disciple by some sect, but now he was deemed unworthy of their attention. Eli Huai was also somewhat taken aback. He did not recall that his cart driver was a martial artist. Nonetheless, receiving praise from a talented female disciple of the sect was quite pleasing to him. The fortunes of my Li family have always been favorable. Old Jiang is surely benefiting from it. With a hint of pride, Li Huai remarked, "Today, I shall not ride in the cart. I will accompany my fellow brothers to explore Yuzhou City. You may return home and report safely." Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking, "What is this? I have waited for you the entire afternoon, and now you say I need not pick you up?" Moreover, had it not been for his good fortune, he could very well have perished at the hands of the traitor you speak of. Jiang Xuan turned the cart to leave, feeling disgruntled. "Wait a moment," the young girl called out to him, then turned to Li Huai with a gentle smile, saying, "Senior brother Li, I have never ridden in such an extravagant cart. May I give it a try?" This statement instantly inflated Li Huai's vanity. "Of course, Luo Shimmy, please." He helped the girl into the cart and instructed, "Old Jiang, drive carefully behind us and avoid any jostling. Do you understand?" Jiang Xian's lips twitched in irritation as he inwardly cursed. What a sycophant! Does this martial artist fear a bumpy ride? I am of considerable age, and after waiting for you half the day, I must now accompany you as a mere light fixture. Truly, money is hard to earn, and one must endure such nonsense. Jiang Xian nodded. Old servant understands. Li Huai nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the girl within the cart, his eyes betraying a trace of unrestrained desire. Throughout the journey, the girl surnamed Luo sat quietly in the cart, seemingly lost in thought. As the cart gradually distanced itself from the disciples of Yunshao sect, she finally spoke. "Old sir, may I inquire your esteemed name, your age, and whether you are married?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. What an oddly familiar opening line, that if this question were to reach the ears of the brash young men ahead, they would surely seek to confront him. Clearing his throat, he replied with a warm smile, "I am the aged Jiang Xian, 70 years of age, and I am currently unmarried." However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, the girl's voice took on a tone of indignation. "Old sir, how could you possibly be unmarried? You ought to reflect well on this. At your age, do not emulate the heartless." Jiang Xian was utterly perplexed. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing for a man of his age to have never married. But must she be so intrusive? "I believe whether I am married or not is not something for a young lady to concern herself with," he replied with a hint of displeasure. Realizing she had overstepped, the girl softened her tone. "I apologize for my rudeness. What I meant to ask was whether you had ever been married or had a fiancé. Was she truly prying into his romantic history? Was it not enough that he might consider her as his granddaughter?" Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. "Young lady, I have lived a solitary life and have never taken a wife, nor have I had a fiancé. My past is quite clear." "How can that be?" The girl seemed momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Xian, 70 years old, in Yuzhou City. There truly no one else. From her tone, it seemed she was genuinely searching for someone, as if she were on a quest to find family. Could it be that he had inadvertently left behind a daughter in his youth? Jiang Xian felt a flutter of unease. "Young lady, if you are indeed referring to the 70-year-old Jiang Xian, then I fear I am the only one in Yuzhou City." The girl bit her lip lightly. "Old sir, please think carefully. Did you perhaps make a marriage promise in your youth?" At this, Jiang Xian suddenly realized something. In the memories of his past life, he had indeed had a child bride when he was young, who had disappeared during a famine. He had always assumed she had perished. Could it be that? Jiang Xian murmured, "In my youth, there was indeed a child bride." The girl's eyes brightened instantly as she cut to the chase. "Old sir, could you please write a divorce letter?" "A divorce letter?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. "Young lady, what is your relation to her?" The girl hesitated, seeming to find it difficult to articulate her thoughts, before softly murmuring, She is my mother." Jiang Xian nearly spat out the water he had been holding. "What? Is this truly happening? Did the original owner of my body have a child bride when he was young?" However, the girl's age did not seem to align. Was he perhaps cuckolded? The girl within the cart felt a wave of embarrassment and mustered the courage to explain the backstory. It turned out that her mother had originally been a child bride in Jiang Xian's family, but during the famine, she encountered an elder from Yunshao sect. The elder, seeing her promising martial arts potential. Took her back to the sect for adoption, renaming her Luo Xiaolan. From that moment, Jiang Xuan's family had believed her to be dead. Later, the elder had a charming son, Luo Jiantian, who became infatuated with Luo Xiaolan. As time passed, their mutual affection blossomed, and in a moment of passion, they had an illegitimate daughter named Luo Li. However, they never formally wed, for Luo Xiaolan could not overcome the emotional burden of believing she was still the wife of Zhang's family. A guilt that haunted her throughout her life. Even on her deathbed, she entrusted her daughter with the task of finding Jiang Xuan, seeking a divorce letter to find peace in the afterlife. Should Jiang Xuan have passed away, she wished for her ashes to be interred alongside his. Though it sounded somewhat embarrassing, Luo Li, as her daughter, felt compelled to fulfill her mother's dying wish and readily agreed to the task. Coincidentally, she happened to be returning to her mother's childhood hometown, which is why she accompanied the journey to in essence. While Luo Xiaolan had been Jiang Xuan's child bride, the two had never shared any genuine marital bond, merely a title that had become an insurmountable obstacle in her life. What a convoluted situation this was. Jiang Xuan listened quietly, his lips twitching as he struggled to find words. What a lesson in humility this was. He had been so poor that he did not even realize his child bride had been taken from him, and now they sought a divorce letter. Truly, the unpredictability of life was astonishing. Seeing Jiang Xuan's delayed response, Luo Li felt a wave of guilt wash over her, and quickly added, "Old sir, my mother always felt deeply remorseful towards you and left behind a relic, hoping you would grant her final wish." Hearing this, Jiang Xuan, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What relic?" Luo Li hesitated for a moment before producing a pristine white jade token, offering it from within the cart. "This is called the Dragon and Phoenix Jade. It is an heirloom my mother wore throughout her life. She said that if you were still alive, it should be given to you." Jiang Xuan effortlessly grasped the spiritual jade, and in an instant, he felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his hand, invigorating his entire being as if he had just undergone a profound cultivation session. The Dragon and Phoenix Jade, a superior quality treasure, this exquisite item is meticulously carved from a rare fragment of the Northern Sea Ice Spirit Jade, bestowing longevity and assisting in cultivation when worn. What a precious treasure! Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Now 70 years of age, with life nearing its end and utterly impoverished, this jade was precisely what he needed to alleviate his pressing concerns. To him, this superior quality Dragon and Phoenix Jade was undoubtedly more precious than the deadly Chuan Yun S1 ages. The true value of health and wellness becomes starkly apparent. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard and smiled lightly, saying, "Miss Luo, the affairs of the past have long slipped my mind. Since your esteemed mother is so thoughtful, I shall dutifully fulfill her last wishes by composing a letter of divorce." Luo Li's heart leaped with joy as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding on behalf of my mother." There was yet another matter that Luo Li wished to request from the esteemed elder. She hoped he might grant it as well. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Do feel free to speak candidly." Luo Li bit her lip. "My mother always yearned for one last meeting with you during her lifetime, yet she felt too ashamed to face you again. Now that she has passed, I implore you, esteemed elder, to visit her grave once. I believe it would bring her spirit great joy." Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "My dear girl, I am but a mere servant now. How can I return to meet an old acquaintance? However, if I regain my freedom in 3 years and am still alive, I shall consider your request. How does that sound?" Luo Li felt a flicker of disappointment, but upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her eyes lit up once more. "It is a promise, then." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The elder, having entered the path at such an advanced age, surely could live for another century without issue. "Ha ha!" Jiang Xuan erupted into hearty laughter. "You are quite the eloquent young lady, much like your mother." After accompanying a few young individuals on a tour of Yuzhou City, Jiang Xuan returned to the Li residence. At this moment, the septuagenarian Master Li, his wife Su Qin, and their youngest daughter Li Yingling had been anxiously awaiting their return. "Father!" Li Huai dismounted his horse and hurried to assist his elderly father. Master Li patted his youngest son's shoulder with a look of satisfaction, his smile stretching almost to his ears. It was clear that his fondness for this son was well placed. He was indeed a promising youth. At this moment, he wished to exclaim, "My son possesses the qualities of a master." Lady Su Qin and Li Yingling also approached with warm greetings. Third brother, Su Qin, was especially elated. As to Master Li, this was his youngest son, but to her, he was her only beloved child. See, it seems the mother has given birth to the more exceptional one. Li Yingling, however, maintained a more aloof demeanor, having never particularly favored her older brother. Finding him too coarse. In contrast, she held a greater affection for her other two half-brothers. Other disciples of the Yunxiao sect also dismounted and respectfully bowed. "Uncle, aunt, thank you for your hospitality during our stay." An older disciple of the Yunxiao sect slightly bowed, executing the courtesy with great precision. Upon hearing this, Master Li laughed heartily. It is no trouble at all. Why, dear nephew, please feel free to extend your stay in Yuzhou City for a few more days. Let Huai show you the local customs and culture." He was eager for such talented individuals to linger a while longer in the Li household. With time, perhaps even the city lord would pay them a visit. Li Huai pointed to the Yunxiao disciple, introducing, "Father, this is senior brother Qi Hong. Wine Master mentioned that he is likely to reach the realm of a master before turning 40, making him one of the finest among our 13th generation disciples." Please, my junior, do not elevate me." Qi Hong feigned modesty with a smile. "It is you who are the true prodigy. I fear you shall soon surpass me, for the younger generation is indeed formidable." The two exchanged compliments, albeit insincerely, as neither truly ranked among the elite within the Yunxiao sect. Following Li Huai's praise, he gestured towards two more Yunxiao disciples, one robust and hardy, the other taciturn. "This is senior brother Chun Peng, and this is junior brother Lu Yu." Finally, he introduced Luo Li, and this young lady is junior sister Luo Li. Among them, only Qi Hong was older at 30 and possessed the highest cultivation level. The others were all in their teens and had already entered the Qi gathering stage, each unmistakably endowed with the potential of a master. Master Li had never before encountered so many exceptional talents, and he beamed with uncontainable joy, warmly ushering them inside. This time, the Li family would surely bask in newfound glory. That night, Jiang Xuan penned the divorce letter, his emotions in turmoil, having lived 70 years without ever experiencing the joys of family life. He found himself instead writing a letter of separation. What a peculiar turn of events! As he set down his pen, the voice of the system finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Out of anger. "You have written a divorce letter and slapped it onto the face of the celestial beauty, proclaiming, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Your entire clan is stirred with fervor. Task completed. Reward. Intermediate sword intent. Initiating new plot development. You have provoked the celestial beauty's sect into pursuing you, and in your youth, you must leave your homeland and embark on the path of the strong." Triggered task. Leaving the homeland. Task requirements. Depart from your family and seek a new refuge. Task reward. A high-tier martial technique. As the word settled, Jiang Xuan felt a deeper understanding of sword intent blossoming within him. Previous confusions were suddenly clarified to his knowledge. Those who grasped intermediate sword intent were few and far between, with nearly all being martial arts masters. So, from this day forth, he too would possess the bearing of a master. Alas, while his sword intent was formidable, his techniques remained limited. He needed to devise a way to acquire more martial skills for this new task. It likely signified that the moment to depart from the Li family was drawing near. As one ages, nostalgia often tugs at the heartstrings. Jiang Xuan sighed, reflecting on a lifetime spent within the Li household, now approaching the day of departure, a bittersweet sentiment enveloping him. Lost in these thoughts, his weariness vanished. Slowly rising, he took up his long sword and ventured out of the house, making his way to the training grounds near the Li residence. Upon glancing up, he noticed the bright moon hanging high in the sky. It was now the dead of night, and the only sound was the howling cold wind, as everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Clad in a light black martial robe, his muscular form barely concealed, Jiang Xuan felt no chill at all. Such was the benefit of cultivation. His vital energy enveloped him, sufficient to withstand the usual cold, rendering age's effects on him nearly negligible. With his eyes tightly shut, the long sword in his hand emitted a resonant hum as he began to practice in the frigid winter night. For the past month, Jiang Xuan had risen nightly to train with the evergreen sword technique. The following day, he found himself not weary, but rather invigorated. Once a practitioner reached the intermediate stage, they could essentially forego food, drink, and sleep, enjoying an exceedingly prolonged lifespan. Such beings were akin to deities to ordinary folk. As Jiang Xuan immersed himself in his sword practice, he remained oblivious to the slender figure standing at a distance, gazing at him in astonishment. Ordinarily, at this hour, the Li household would be fast asleep. However, today was different, for guests had arrived at the Li residence. Luo Li, unable to sleep after the events of the day, sought to find Jiang Xuan to expedite the matter of the marriage contract, wishing to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Little did she know that as she stepped outside, she would encounter Jiang Xuan making his way out of the estate. Driven by curiosity, she followed him and was taken aback by the sight of the elderly man practicing swordplay. The astonishing sword intent, the fierce techniques, the profound vital energy, and his robust physique all made a significant impact on her senses. This stark contrast, was this truly the kind-hearted old gentleman from earlier? Upon closer inspection, it was clear that he was not the frail, weakened man she had perceived. Rather, his vitality seemed more vigorous than that of the sex's young prodigies, with an exceedingly stable foundation. How peculiar! How could such a phenomenon manifest in a 70-year-old man? Luo Li was filled with curiosity. Who goes there? At that moment, Jiang Xuan finally sensed a figure lurking in the distance, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce blade of sword energy. Luo Li was startled and quickly sidestepped to evade the strike. "Old sir, it's me. Please do not attack." "Luo girl." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you following this old man at such a late hour, perhaps with ulterior motives?" Luo Li cautiously stepped forward, her gaze complex as she regarded Jiang Xuan. She practiced the most advanced heart technique of the Yin sect, enabling her to move soundlessly through the night. In perfect harmony with her surroundings, is this old gentleman truly so perceptive? She thought. With a slight smile, she replied, "You jest, esteemed sir, I simply found it difficult to sleep, pondering how to finalize matters concerning you." Jiang Xuan suddenly understood and proceeded to produce a letter of divorce from his person, extending it toward Luo Li. "Thank you, esteemed sir." Luo Li bowed deeply, her voice resonating with emotion in the cold night. At last, she could fulfill her mother's last wish. However, even with the divorce letter in hand, Luo Li showed no intention of leaving. She remained standing quietly, observing Jiang Xuan. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Xuan asked, "Luo girl, do you have any further business?" In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and woman found themselves in an awkward situation. Though he was an old man and she a young girl, Jiang Xuan had recently regained his vigor. Full of youthful energy, he could hardly endure this predicament. Best to move along, lest you distract this old man from his sword practice. Luo Li gazed at Jiang Xuan with sparkling eyes, a hint of competitive spirit glimmering within them. "Esteemed sir, I also practice the sword. Might I request your guidance?" While her words were modest, her eyes betrayed a thirst for knowledge. Curious about the capabilities of an old carriage driver. "Practice the sword?" Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. "Luo girl, I am but an old carriage driver. How could I possibly instruct you in swordsmanship?" Luo Li smiled lightly. "Esteemed sir, do not be so humble. Such exquisite swordplay cannot belong to an ordinary carriage driver. Rest assured, whatever your intentions may be at the Li residence, they are of no concern to me." Luo Li would never divulge a word of what transpired that night. She was astute enough to recognize Jiang Xuan's apprehensions. It was clear that he wished to practice his swordsmanship in secrecy. In fact, Luo Li suspected that he had some undisclosed purpose for hiding within the Li residence. With a grin, Jiang Xuan replied, "Very well, it is indeed lonely to practice the sword alone. Having your company, Luo girl, is a delightful prospect." Luo Li drew a slender, gleaming sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, clearly a formidable treasure. "Esteemed sir, please bestow your teachings. Jiang Xuan maintained his composure, standing firm with his sword. Showing no inclination to launch the first attack, Luo Li frowned slightly. As a renowned prodigy of her sect, how dare this old man display such arrogance? Very well, I shall test his true abilities. In the next instant, Luo Li's figure blurred, transforming into 4 fleeting sword shadows that struck from all directions towards Jiang Xuan. This initial move was a lethal assault. Bang! 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 Jiang Xuan remained unfazed, effortlessly dispelling the 3 sword shadows with 3 strokes of azure sword energy. Meeting the final sword with the true form of Luo Li's, their blades collided. A dazzling shower of sparks erupted. Luo Li instantly felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from Jiang Xuan's blade. Her expression shifting as she was forced to retreat several paces in their first encounter. She found herself at a disadvantage. How could this be? Doubt filled Luo Li's eyes. She had practiced the sword since the age of 3 and comprehended sword intent by 12, earning her the title of the youngest sword genius of the Yunxiao sect. The earlier move she had executed was one of the sect's signature techniques, known as the flowing cloud phantom sword. When mastered, it could conjure 7 sword shadows, blending reality with illusion, a pinnacle of martial arts combining movement and swordplay. At her age, being able to manifest 4 sword shadows was an extraordinary talent, nearly unmatched among her peers. Yet today, her prideful technique had been so easily countered by her opponent. The blow to her pride was immense for one of her caliber. Jiang Xuan sheathed his sword and smiled warmly. Luo girl, shall we continue? Gritting her teeth, Luo Li's expression reflected a fierce determination as she replied, Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me further. In that moment, she had elevated her address for him to esteemed elder, treating Jiang Xuan as a venerable master of swordsmanship. Though she had initially been confident, she now felt a flicker of doubt. Fortunately, her cultivation was several realms above Jiang Xuan, having reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. If her sword technique fell short, she would rely on her strength. As the pride of the Yunxiao sect, she could not accept defeat to an old carriage driver. She must reclaim her honor. Jiang Xuan maintained his genial smile. Luo girl, please proceed. He, being seasoned, understood that the girl was unwilling to concede defeat and sought to regain her dignity. This suited his intentions perfectly. For Jiang Xuan, sparring with Luo Li would be immensely beneficial. As a self-taught swordsman, his techniques were primarily derived from observing sword manuals, and how to apply each move in real combat relied on his own comprehension. This presented a challenge. He lacked refinement in the details. The same technique, when executed with slightly different postures or angles, could yield drastically different results. A minor discrepancy could lead to significant consequences. This was akin to the disparity between a professional athlete and a casual enthusiast. The difference in foundational skills was substantial. While his innate talent and sword intent allowed him to wield his sword with considerable finesse, there remained underlying vulnerabilities in contrast, Luo Li, having trained in a prestigious lineage, had mastered every thrust, slash, and parry with remarkable precision, rivaling seasoned swordsmen who had practiced for decades. She was the perfect template for him to refine his foundational skills. Clang, clang, clang. In the snowy night, the sounds of their blades clashing echoed through the training field. Neither utilized much true energy. They merely engaged in a friendly exchange, seeking enlightenment. Jiang Xuan appeared leisurely, yet he was quietly observing Luo Li's sword techniques, committing every detail to memory. Who would have thought that the greatest beneficiary of this exchange would be him? The esteemed elder, on the other hand, Luo Li was experiencing an entirely different sentiment, utterly astonished. Each of her intricate attacks was deftly countered by Jiang Xuan, who refrained from retaliating, as though he were merely toying with a child. Showing little seriousness, this greatly wounded Luo Li's pride. She desperately sought to regain her footing, yet she could find no flaw in Jiang Xuan's defense. The only explanation for this was that Jiang Xuan's sword intent surpassed her own, having attained a level of intermediate sword intent. Intermediate sword intent, known in the realm of swordsmanship as clear heart of the sword, allowed its wielder to perceive the essence of any flashy technique, effortlessly neutralizing an opponent's attacks in combat. But how could this be? Only her master within the sect had attained intermediate sword intent, being a true sword master. How could an old carriage driver possibly compare to her master? Luo Li found this notion difficult to accept, and what troubled her further was Jiang Xuan's extraordinary stamina. After an entire hour of sparring, she began to feel fatigued, yet Jiang Xuan remained composed, breathing steadily, as if he had not exerted himself at all. This was truly perplexing. Am I the youth, or is he the one who is youthful? Blushing and panting, Luo Li reluctantly admitted, "Esteemed elder, you truly defy age." I concede defeat. Never had she imagined that she would genuinely lose to an unremarkable carriage driver, leaving her youthful spirit somewhat shattered. Jiang Xuan smiled gently. "You, my dear girl, are a prodigious talent of the sword, and our exchange has been immensely beneficial for this old man." Upon hearing these words, Luo Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Having been toyed with throughout the entire ordeal, she felt she had no right to expect any benefit from the other party. This senior truly had a way with words in that moment. Jiang Xuan's image in her heart transformed into that of a venerable elder who had dedicated decades to swordsmanship, and his presence in this modestly residence surely stemmed from some deep-seated reason. She even contemplated bringing Jiang Xuan into the Yunxiao sect as her sword practice partner. Just as she was wavering, a scene unfolded that left Luo Li even more astonished. She beheld Jiang Xuan wielding his long sword, meticulously mimicking her sword techniques with perfect precision. As he practiced, it appeared he was attuned to something deep within, and suddenly his figure split into five, executing the elusive, flowing cloud phantom sword. Luo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Flowing cloud phantom sword? She could scarcely fathom it. Jiang Xuan had merely observed her perform it once, and had already mastered this profound sword art. His comprehension was nothing short of extraordinary. Regrettably, he had not fully grasped its essence. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his long sword, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. After all, he had never truly studied this martial art. He was unaware of its true profundity and had merely emulated a technique, managing to conjure only 5 sword shadows at best. The 5 sword shadows represented the limits of his understanding of this sword style, not the limits of his talent. Should he acquire the sword manual, he was confident he could cultivate this technique to perfection, unleashing 7 sword shadows with a single move. If Luo Li were to overhear this thought, she would likely erupt with indignation. After all, she had trained for a year to only produce 4 sword shadows, and here he was, dissatisfied after merely glimpsing 5. Who, indeed, was the true prodigy? The chemical reaction between the celestial bones and intermediate sword intent was astonishingly formidable. Jiang Xuan let out a sigh of regret and inquired with a smile, "Miss Luo, might I have the honor of borrowing this sword technique for a closer look?" Luo Li hesitated, feeling somewhat troubled. "Sir, the techniques of our sect cannot be shared." Jiang Xuan, realizing this, waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, then let it be." With that, he turned to leave. He had only asked casually and had no intention of pressuring the young girl. Moreover, while this sword technique was indeed commendable, he held a system in his possession and would surely acquire even stronger martial arts in the future, rendering this one inconsequential. Watching Jiang Xuan's departing figure from a distance, Luo Li bit her lip and called out, "Sir, I can offer this martial technique to you, but may I request your guidance in sword practice for a few days?" Having witnessed Jiang Xuan's terrifying swordsmanship, Luo Li felt admiration for the first time towards another. In his presence, she felt akin to a struggling student standing before a top scholar, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of inferiority. This feeling was something she had never experienced even in front of her own master. "Oh," Jiang Xuan halted, turning to gaze at the stubborn yet determined countenance of this talented young lady, and grinned. "Very well, but only in the evenings." Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 8. Cultivation level: 2nd layer of Qi condensation technique. Evergreen sword formula martial arts. Horse stance sword. Flowing cloud phantom sword talent. Celestial bones. Indestructible. Intermediate sword intent. Jiang Xuan sat in his room, observing his attributes panel, and released a breath of turbid air. He had finally broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi condensation. The fierce battle with Luo Li the previous night had greatly benefited him, allowing him to shatter his bottleneck. Indeed, Youth was meant for daring adventures. Only through combat could one fully unleash their potential. Whether it was due to the celestial bones or the evergreen sword formula, he felt increasingly invigorated rather than fatigued after an entire night of practice. As dawn broke and the roosters crowed, he and Luo Li reluctantly parted ways, each returning to their respective chambers. In the following days, Jiang Xuan's life underwent slight changes. He continued his duties as a coachman during the day, but at night, he practiced swordsmanship with a young lady, whose cultivation level surpassed his own and whose swordplay was more advanced. Yet he found himself unable to best this charming beauty, who was relentlessly challenged by him day after day, which Jiang Xuan found quite amusing. Meanwhile, Li Huai was not idle either. He spent his days taking disciples from the Yunxiao sect outside the residence. Besides enjoying the scenery, they were also searching for clues about Lu Dian's whereabouts in conjunction with the local authorities. The only perplexing matter was that his junior sister, Luo Li, remained cooped up indoors, appearing utterly exhausted from her endeavors. Eager to win Luo Li's favor, he expressed concern for her daily, but was repeatedly met with closed doors. This left Li Huai, the infatuated suitor, in a frenzy. As time passed, the entirely residents became aware of their third young master's interest in this enchanting young lady, though she remained indifferent to his advances. No wonder Li Huai returned this time with a noticeably improved temperament. He clearly wished to impress the fair maiden. The guards at the Li family's martial arts training ground gathered in small groups. Naturally discussing this juicy gossip, Jiang Xuan mingled with them. Quietly listening, one guard initiated the conversation. "Do you think our third young master can win over that young beauty?" Wu Yong stroked his chin. "I doubt it. That girl seems quite proud and hardly speaks a word." Several guards nodded in agreement, and another chimed in. "Have you noticed? That senior brother of third young master, surnamed Qi, looks at our young lady with a rather peculiar gaze." "Quite lewd." Wu Yong grinned. "That fellow, based on my years of experience, is undoubtedly a lustful ghost. However, his strength is not to be underestimated. He likely possesses the strength of the returning origin realm. I only hope that Our Lady does not fall victim to his nefarious schemes." Jiang Xuan shook his head. These young folks seemed to be preoccupied with matters of romance, which only served to hinder their martial training. How much better it was to be an old man like him, free from distractions, even with a beauty by his side. Nevertheless, he was quite concerned about the mission assigned to the disciples of the Yunxiao sect. He still remembered that murderous fiend had vowed to kill him. Jiang Xuan casually asked, "Do you know what our third young master's purpose is for returning to Yuzhou City?" Wu Yong pondered. "These past few days, third young master has been frequenting the government office, seemingly investigating the recent uproar surrounding that notorious killer. It is said that he's also a member of the Yunxiao sect, having slain his fellow disciples and absconded with treasures, hiding within Yuzhou City. This killer's strength is exceedingly fearsome. Many masters of the returning origin realm have perished at his hands." It was. A look of concern crossed Jiang Xuan's face. Could it be that the mission he was tasked with involved this very individual? As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow that if he were to be eliminated in his sleep, he would truly have no idea where to weep. It seemed he must find an opportunity to lure this person out and deal with them. On this particular day, the morning dawned, and the snow in Yuzhou City fell heavier, blanketing the entire world in a sea of white. The next day would be New Year's Eve. Jiang Xuan had already made up his mind. After celebrating the last New Year, he would leave the Li family. However, unbeknownst to him, the Li family could not wait that long. And an unexpected turn of events unfolded that very day. Early that morning, third young master Li Huai discovered 100 taels of silver in Jiang Xuan's room and accused him of theft the previous night. Madame Su Qin hurried over and, upon seeing the silver, feigned shock, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, this indeed belongs to me." The mother and son acted in concert, quickly alarming old Master L. That moment. Old Master Li sat in the hall, his eyes weary. "Old Jiang, do you have anything to say?" Jiang Xuan's expression remained calm. He did not raise his voice, but slightly bowed. "This old servant has followed the master for many years. I'll leave it to the master's judgment." He was indeed too lazy to explain. After all, being expelled from the Li residence suited his intentions perfectly if they sought to take advantage of him further. They would have to consider whether his sword would agree. Yingling could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward. Father, Grandfather Jiang would never covet this 100 taels of silver. There must be some misunderstanding. Old Masterly remained expressionless, not even lifting his eyelids, and did not respond. He naturally trusted the character of his old coachman, and such a frame-up could not deceive him. Without further ado, how could Jiang Xuan, without alerting the madam, have stolen 100 taels of silver? There was no doubt that this was a wrongful accusation, akin to the Zhao Hu case. However, Jiang Xuan was ultimately just a servant. With the madam and son pointing fingers at him and presenting mountains of damning evidence, he found himself at a loss on how to defend Jiang Xuan. After some contemplation, he realized that Jiang Xuan was indeed growing old. Perhaps leaving the Li residence was a blessing in disguise. Alas, Madame Suqin discreetly cast a glance at Master Li's countenance, sighing, "My dear daughter, one can know a person's face but not their heart." Old Jiang, being of advanced age, naturally wishes to earn some silver to enjoy his twilight years. However, he should not have resorted to theft. Li Yingling, feeling a surge of anxiety, immediately replied, "Mother, Grandfather Jiang saved my life not long ago. He cannot possibly be that sort of person. What a kind-hearted girl she is," Jiang Xuan mused inwardly. "This child seems to be the only one with whom I share a profound bond in the Li residence." Suqin gently patted Li Yingling's head, her expression a mixture of difficulty and concern. "Alas, I too find it hard to believe, yet the facts are laid bare before us. Let us do this. I shall do my utmost to persuade your father not to send old Jiang to the authorities, merely to expel him instead." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked, "But, Mother, Grandfather Jiang is so old, without children or family. Where can he go if he's cast out from the Li residence?" Li Huai's face darkened at these words. Linger, do not be willful and cause distress for your parents. Such a treacherous old thief should have been expelled from the Li residence long ago. Thus, the mother and son engaged in a theatrical display, one playing the role of the sympathetic figure while the other took on the aspect of a stern enforcer, uniting to pressure the elderly man. Meanwhile, the household servants and guards gathered around, their faces reflecting pity for the unfortunate old Jiang. In the grand hall of the Li residence, the incident of Jiang Xuan's alleged theft of silver became a hot topic. Spreading like wildfire, the servants and guards, as well as several disciples from the Yunshao sect, gathered to witness the commotion. After learning the details, the household staff wore peculiar expressions, another incident of silver theft. A familiar tale. Last time it was the disciple Zhao Hu. Now it was Master Jiang Xuan. Who might be next? The disciples from the Yunshao sect looked on with interest, their faces reflecting a mix of amusement and curiosity. The usually taciturn Lu Yu finally spoke up. "I recall that old coachman was also a martial artist. I did not expect him to succumb to greed for mere money." Qi Hong's gaze fell upon the tear-streaked face of Li Yingling, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. "Junior brother, you are mistaken. Humans cannot escape their desires. Who does not covet wealth and beauty? Not everyone, after all, shares your passion for asceticism. You remain non-committal. For in terms of family background, he was the most distinguished among them. Yet, he preferred cultivation over indulgence, unable to comprehend the desires of mere mortals. Upon hearing of the unfolding events, Luo Li furrowed her brow and made her way directly into the hall. Several disciples from the Yunshao sect exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Li Yingling's personal matters warranted her involvement. Inside the hall, as discussions on how to deal with Jiang Xuan intensified, Luo Li entered. Li Huai's eyes brightened. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Luo Li ignored Li Huai, addressing Master Li directly. "Uncle Li, old Jiang cannot possibly be guilty of thievery. I implore you not to wrong an innocent man." Her assertion was resolute and quite unceremonious. In her mind, Jiang Xuan was akin to a mentor in the path of the sword, and she could not abide the thought of her master being wronged. However, Li Huai was left utterly stunned by her words. Luo Li was typically reclusive, seldom stepping outside. Tio thinks she would venture out to defend an old coachman. "Junior sister, this is a family matter. Why speak to my father in such a manner?" he retorted, his expression darkening. "Forgive me," Luo Li replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Li Huai. "I merely speak to the point." The current situation was clearly a deliberate attempt to frame Jiang Xuan. If the household staff could discern this, how much more so could she, with her keen intellect? Yet, she had not anticipated that the brother, who often inquired after her well-being, would turn out to be such a loathsome green tea man. To slander a loyal old coachman, who had served him for many years, was simply a degradation of character. Master Li's expression shifted subtly as he inquired amicably, "My dear girl, what makes you so certain that old Jiang is innocent?" Without a moment's thought, Luo Li replied, "Because old Jiang spends every night with me." At this, her words faltered, and she bit her lip. She had intended to say that old Jiang practiced swordsmanship with her nightly, leaving him no time for theft. Moreover, given old Jiang's noble character, how could he possibly care for such trifles? However, she hesitated, realizing that Jiang Xuan had been concealing his true abilities, likely not wishing for her to divulge this information. Yet, her pause only served to incite a frenzy among the listeners. What? Li Huai was the first to scream, his voice laced with disbelief. He recalled the times he had seen Luo Li lately. She always appeared listless, as if drained of vitality. Could it be? Li Huai felt as if the sky were collapsing, his eyes widening in shock. You've been together every night? Together doing what? His final inquiry erupted like a roar, as if he had just learned of a great betrayal. The disciple from the Yunxiao sect stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous looks. Was their junior sister, so scandalous, involved with an old man? Shi Hong's face flushed with excitement, internally exclaiming, "Idol, my idol! All these years, I've truly lived like a dog. In terms of charm and charisma, he surpasses even a septuagenarian." Luo Li, with her cool demeanor akin to an ice princess, had unknowingly captivated many young talents, including Li Huai. Should this scandal reach their sect, it would surely spell disaster for the entire Li family. The household staff and guards of the Li residence wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. This was explosive. Wu Yong even discreetly gave a thumbs up, thinking, "Well done, old Jiang. That earlier jest has turned into reality, that you've truly outdone the master." As for Jiang Xuan, the very subject of the spectacle, he stood dumbfounded. "No, Miss Luo, if you must pause, at least do so more effectively. Are you not pushing me into the fire? The way you look at third young master. It seems you could devour him whole. Damn, why entire reputation hangs in the balance." In that moment, Jiang Xuan felt even more distressed than when falsely accused of theft. If he had actually committed the crime, it would have been one thing, but alas, he had done no such thing. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Luo Li suddenly realized her words had been misinterpreted, and her cheeks flushed scarlet as she waved her hands defensively. "No, don't misunderstand. I just arrived in Yuzhou and am unfamiliar with the area. That I requested old Jiang to accompany me to investigate the thieves. It is nothing as you imagine." At this juncture, she cast a panicked glance at Jiang Xuan, silently pleading for his support. Jiang Xuan rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless. "Why, dear girl, your attempt at clarification only complicates matters further. Who goes out to investigate at night? Your fellow disciples conduct their inquiries during the day. But you decide to make an exception and go out at night, dragging along this old man. How could that possibly be explained? Good heavens!" Indeed, upon hearing this explanation, the expressions of the onlookers grew even more complicated. Li Huai, fuming with rage, unsheathed his sword and shouted, "Shameless old lecher, take this sword." He had long regarded Luo Li as his own, and would not allow anyone else to encroach upon her. Luo Li, startled, drew her sword to block Li Huai's attack. "What do you think you're doing, Brother Li?" "What am I doing?" Li Huai's eyes widened in fury. "That I demand to know what this old man has done." Luo Li's delicate features hardened with indignation. "Brother Li, do not presume there is anything between me and old Jiang. Even if there were, what business is it of yours?" At her words, Li Huai staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. After all this time, he was being overshadowed by an old man. You truly have a penchant for older men. The unfolding drama was nearly too much for the household staff and guards outside the hall, who struggled to contain their laughter, eager to grab some snacks and settle in for the show. This was simply riveting. Luo Li, unfazed by the spectacle, fixed her gaze upon Master Li. "Uncle Li, Can we now ascertain old Jiang's innocence? The venerable Master Li was utterly astounded, for a fierce young woman had emerged from nowhere, fiercely defending the honor of the seasoned elder Jiang, even at the cost of her own reputation. Elder Jiang, what merit do you possess? Just as Master Li was about to relent, he noticed Lady Su Qin stepping forward once more to know, we cannot let Elder Jiang off the hook. The crowd turned their collective gaze toward Su Qin. Was there to be a twist? A flicker of humiliation crossed Su Qin's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and declared, Master, you must uphold my dignity. Elder Jiang has acted indecently towards me. Jiang Xuan, Li Yingling, the household servants, disciples of Yinshao sect. Master Li, while taking a sip of water, was so taken aback by her words that he sputtered, puffed. Surely, this could not be true at that moment. The servants and disciples present struggled to contain their laughter, feeling a peculiar discomfort. Luo Li, observing Jiang Xuan's odd expression, fell silent. Qi Hong's gaze towards Jiang Xuan was complex, filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and even a hint of admiration. Look at him, at 70 years old. He has navigated the flower-laden paths unscathed. To think he could be so audacious as to toy with someone so seasoned. Jiang Xuan was utterly bewildered, never anticipating that the lady would harbor such animosity towards him. Resorting to such tactics before the assembled crowd, she accused an elderly servant of impropriety. Was this appropriate? According to the laws of the Qian, a servant who disrespects the mistress faces severe punishment. Master Li was equally flabbergasted. Although he found the situation preposterous, it was uttered from the lips of his own wife. With so many witnesses, the Li family's reputation was irreparably tarnished. Yet, one must admit, Lady Su Qin was indeed striking. In her youth, she must have been a great beauty. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to the stunning Li Yingling? Moreover, she was not yet old, being just shy of 40, an age full of vigor and allure. In contrast, Master Li, upon this realization, the onlookers began to regard the lady with newfound interest. She truly appeared capable of such actions. Lady Su Qin felt deeply troubled. She had no desire to resort to such desperate measures. However, with Jiang Xuan now entangled with a young disciple, future confrontations would be increasingly difficult. If he were to discover her secrets and use them to blackmail her, the consequences, as this thought struck her, her countenance turned pale, and with a quivering voice, she implored, Master, you must intervene on my behalf. Li Huai looked at his mother in astonishment. So, this old scoundrel not only interfered in love, but has also betrayed my father. Li Yingling, with her innocent demeanor, gasped, Grandfather Jiang, you wouldn't dare, would you? Jiang Xuan, gazing at Su Qin, suddenly recalled a spring scene he had glimpsed in Zhao Hu's room, and the two figures began to converge in his mind. He had never considered this angle until now, but it increasingly seemed plausible. Could it be? Ahem. Jiang Xuan coughed lightly and slowly responded, Madam, I am unaware of how I have offended you to warrant such resentment. However, I cannot accept the charge of disrespecting the mistress. After all, I am not like my shameless apprentice. If you do not restore my honor, I shall have no choice but to present evidence to vindicate myself. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving the others utterly perplexed. How could one possibly prove their innocence in such a matter? Was Elder Jiang to strip bare to demonstrate his innocence? Upon hearing this, Su Qin was taken aback, exclaiming, There is no need for that. Oh, Elder Jiang, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. After all, who could blame you for your roguish antics with a young lady? Su Qin quickly donned a forced smile, though it appeared exceedingly strained. This abrupt shift left all present utterly bewildered. The esteemed lady had never before spoken so humbly to a servant. It was truly unprecedented. Ai Huai felt his mind reeling, utterly confounded by his mother's intentions. Mother, what is this all about? Luo Li, her cheeks flushed, softly remarked, Aunt, I have explained that it is not as it seems. You have misunderstood Elder Jiang. Yes, indeed. It is all a misunderstanding. I see that Elder Jiang is not such a person. It is my fault for making such a jest during the festive season. This time, Su Qin did not refute, but instead fervently supported Jiang Xuan. At that moment, her heart was heavy with frustration. Jiang Xuan indeed held something over her. Though her heart was troubled, she maintained an awkward smile as she turned to Master Li. Master, let us consider this matter settled. Elder Jiang is of considerable age. It would be more fitting to grant him some additional remuneration in the coming year. Master Li's expression darkened at her words, feeling exasperated by the charade concocted by the mother and son. Such a spectacle could only lead to their family's disgrace. How could they have been so foolish? This uproar would certainly serve as a mockery during the New Year celebrations, with others eagerly anticipating the Li family's embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jiang Xuan say in a low, solemn tone, "There is no need. Master, I wish to return home to spend my twilight years. I humbly beseech your mercy to release me from servitude." Jiang Xuan's voice was sincere, tinged with a faint weariness. Any observer. It was a pitiful sight, a septuagenarian servant abandoned by his master. A Yingling's heart ached. "Grandfather Jiang, please stay." At her words, the other servants could not help but shed tears. Feeling a deep sense of sympathy, indeed, they had no home to return to. What fate awaited them if Jiang Xuan were to depart? If even Elder Jiang faced such a fate, what hope did they have? This masterly gaze at the loyal servant who had served him for many years, suddenly filled with guilt. Indeed, Elder Jiang, at your advanced age, where could you go? It would be best for you to remain here in the Li household and live out your days in comfort. From now on, you shall not need to drive. Simply enjoy your life. Master Li's words were a gesture of immense kindness and compassion. Had this been a few months prior, Jiang Xuan would have gladly accepted. Yet now, his spirit had shifted entirely. He did not wish to remain trapped within the confines of the Li household. Jiang Xuan bowed slightly. Master's goodwill is appreciated, but my decision is resolute. I implore you to grant my request. Lady Suqin's heart leapt with joy, glancing around before urging, "Master, Elder Jiang wishes to return home to enjoy his remaining years. Do grant him this, and we can provide him with additional silver." Master Li shot a glare at Suqin. His expression displeased. It was all her fault. Had she not acted so brazenly, they would not be in this predicament. Should news of this affair spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Li family's reputation. The servants would surely gossip about the Li family's mistreatment of their subordinates, and who would wish to serve the Li family thereafter? A family's reputation is paramount. With a heavy sigh, Master Li conceded, "Very well, Elder Jiang, since you have made your intentions clear, I shall not keep you. Over the years, you have shown unwavering loyalty and diligence in your service. I have taken note of it all. Thus, I shall have your contract prepared, and there will be no need for a ransom. I will additionally grant you 100 taels of silver as a gesture of goodwill." Jiang Xuan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." That night, the moon hung high in a starry sky. Suqin stealthily summoned Li Huai, and the two conspired in hushed tones within a closed room. "Child, why have you called for me at such a late hour?" Li Huai inquired, his mood still dampened by the earlier events concerning Jiang Xuan. The truth was, Luo Li's disdainful attitude towards him stung more than he could bear, making him feel lesser than an old man. Suqin opened the door to check for eavesdroppers before swiftly shutting it, whispering, "Have you come to know any reliable assassins during your years at Yanshao sect?" "Assassins?" Li Huai was taken aback. "Mother, who do you intend to kill?" Suqin's eyes glinted with cold determination. "I need you to eliminate Elder Jiang discreetly and reclaim that painting." "Kill Elder Jiang?" Li Huai was taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him. And he exclaimed, "Mother, you cannot truly." Suqin hurriedly covered Li Huai's mouth, urging him in a hushed tone, "Shoo, keep your voice down. You wish for your mother to perish." Still shaken, Li Huai's indignation flared. "Shameless old lecher, mother. Wait here. I shall go and slay this vile old man at once. Come back." Suqin called out sharply, swiftly grasping Li Huai's arm, explaining, "It is not old Jiang. It is your uncle who—" "Uncle who? Zhao who?" Li Huai's brows furrowed, further perplexed by his mother's words. One moment it was old Jiang, the next it was Zhao who. Could they all be? No way, right? Alas, all this was his mother's fault. Suqin sighed, recounting the sequence of events to Li Huai, with a rather straightforward tale, revolving around the fact that Lord Li, now elderly and ineffective, was unable to satisfy her growing desires. By a twist of fate, Suqin had glimpsed Zhao, whose robust physique, and their passions ignited. From that moment forth, she found herself ensnared in an inescapable web, even allowing Zhao Hu to depict their idyllic life. Only after Zhao Hu's demise did she regain her senses. She had initially believed that Zhao Hu had destroyed all evidence, yet he had left behind a painting that ultimately fell into Jiang Xuan's hands. Mother, you, Li Huai's expression was one of confusion, unsure of how to respond. However, should his mother be cast aside by his father due to this scandal, he, as her son, would suffer unbearable shame should word of this incident spread. He would become a laughingstock within their clan that it seemed that old Jiang must perish without fail. The following day, on New Year's Eve, while most families gathered in celebration, Jiang Xuan had already packed his belongings, standing in the courtyard, ready to depart from the place he had called home for a lifetime. His possessions were remarkably meager, consisting only of a blanket, 3 sets of clothing, and a small sum of money. Li Manor, Jiang Xuan gazed at the 2 characters that adorned the entrance, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In the blink of an eye, over 50 years had slipped by. That moment. The household servants and attendants began to gather, all coming to bid farewell to Jiang Xuan. Wu Yong clapped Jiang Xuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Old Jiang, you slippery old eel, you have finally reached shore. Once you find a place to settle, do let me know. I wouldn't want you to be discovered in a state of disgrace. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, their mirth tinged with bittersweetness. At Jiang Xuan's age, with no children of his own, the prospect of wandering the streets alone was a foreboding one. Yet none dared to mock him too harshly, for who could guarantee that they would not find themselves in a similar predicament in the future? At that moment, the steward Lu Wanquan approached, holding a contract of emancipation. Old Jiang, here is your contract. Take good care of it. You are free now. Lu Wanquan's expression was one of wistfulness, tinged with a hint of envy. Despite his relatively comfortable life in the Li Manor, which was undoubtedly better than that of an ordinary commoner, nevertheless, he was still a servant, and such conditions were hardly palatable. He mused that when he grew old and feeble, he too would seek the taste of freedom that Jiang Xuan was now experiencing. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. What is freedom but the beginning of another burdensome existence? Old Lu, may our paths cross again in the mountains and rivers. I shall seek you for a drink in the future. As the farewell crowd began to disperse, Jiang Xuan shouldered his pack, preparing to leave the Li Manor. Wait, Lu Wanquan suddenly called out, halting Jiang Xuan in his tracks. Jiang Xuan turned, frowning. Old Lu, what is it? Lu Wanquan hesitated, glancing around before stepping closer and whispering, Old Jiang, tell me honestly, do you possess any leverage against the mistress? Jiang Xuan smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, Lu Wanquan gritted his teeth. Old Jiang, considering our years of friendship, if you hand over that item to me now, I could offer you some assistance. Jiang Xuan feigned confusion. What item? What assistance do you propose? Lu Wanquan faltered, exhaling deeply. Forget it, you old man. Take care of yourself. Next year I shall burn extra paper money for you, alas. With that, Lu Wanquan shook his head and walked away with a sigh. Jiang Xuan watched Lu Wanquan retreating, his gaze flickering at AS for the so-called leverage. It was not that he wished to withhold it, but rather he had none to give. The spring painting Zhao Hu had created was only half finished, insufficient to serve as evidence, and he had never taken it away. It remained where it was. If the mistress were to harbor murderous intent because of this, then all ties with the Li Manor would be severed. Jiang Xuan shook his head, shouldering his pack once more, turning to depart. With age comes nostalgia, that if he lingered any longer, he feared unforeseen complications might arise. In a corner outside the Li Manor, Luo Li gazed at Jiang Xuan's receding figure, a sudden sense of emptiness washing over her. This old gentleman was truly an enigma. Meanwhile, Li Huai and Qi Hong observed Luo Li from a distance. Silently, Li Huai's face was twisted with rage. She still cares for that old beast. It infuriates me. Qi Hong patted Li Huai's shoulder with a sly grin. Rest easy, junior brother. Trust your senior brother's years of experience. Sister Luo still carries the fragrance of a maiden, untouched by that old wretch. Humph. Li Huai slammed his fist against the wall, his expression contorted. If it were not for that old coot would have been a corpse long ago. Yet he certainly should not linger for too long. He ought to find peace in the earth soon. Jiang Xuan, burdened by his pack, walked along the street leading to the city lord's residence. According to the laws of the Qian, after a servant redeemed themselves, they must report to the government to eradicate their slave status and enter the ranks of legitimate citizens. Subject to taxes and labor duties that, of course, at Jiang Xuan's age, he likely would not be required to perform labor. Merely paying taxes would suffice. Due to the New Year's Eve festivities, there were few pedestrians on the street, most having returned home to prepare meals. As he passed a canal, Jiang Xuan suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air, snowflakes swirling violently around him. Who goes there? A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He had anticipated an assassination attempt, but he had not expected it to come so swiftly. The old rascal, it seems, had keen senses after all. Amidst the swirling snow, a young man clad in white, resembling snow itself, emerged, his expression grim. I intended to wait until you found a place to settle before sending you to hell myself. But it seems you are quite impatient. Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted. Young master, it is you. He had considered the possibility of assassins sent by the mistress or the long-absent Lu Dian. He never imagined it would be Li Huai himself who had come. Was it because of Luo Li? It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Luo Li's words had been misunderstood. He had no connection to her. How petty could this person be? Li Huai snorted coldly. Old Jiang, do not blame me. Blame yourself for taking what you should not have. Hand it over quickly. I do not comprehend your words. What item? Do not feign ignorance with me. Surrender that item, or I shall send you to the afterlife. Li Huai's expression darkened further. Jiang Xuan regarded him with an odd expression. Could it be that painting? The mistress and Zhao who were indeed embroiled in a significant issue. He was truly raising a troublesome disciple. Even in death, there was no peace. Jiang Xuan sighed helplessly. That painting has always remained in Zhao Hu's chamber. I have never touched it. Li Huai's pupils contracted, silently taking note. Yet he remained resolute in his intent to not let Jiang Xuan off the hook, coldly retorting, Humph, do you think I would believe your words? You old fool, prepare to meet your end. Jiang Xuan shook his head, sighing, Young master, should you depart now, in light of our family's long-standing ties, I shall not raise a hand against you. He had come to understand, compared to silencing his mother. What Li Huai truly cared about was Luo Li's attitude towards him, a singular focus on wishing him dead. Beauty is a double-edged sword, indeed. Enough, you old fool, you seek death. Li Huai, filled with murderous intent, unsheathed his long sword and lunged at Jiang Xuan. He had long assessed the disparity between the two of them. Jiang Xuan was merely at the second or third layer of qi condensation, while he himself had already reached the third layer. Moreover, he was adept in numerous martial arts and techniques from the Yinshao sect, far surpassing anything Jiang Xuan could hope to match. With this single strike, he could easily claim Jiang Xuan's life. Indeed, Jiang Xuan seemed utterly oblivious to his attack, allowing him to thrust the sword towards his head. Die. A triumphant smile crept across Li Huai's lips. However, in the next moment, his smile froze in place. His astonishment, he realized he had pierced nothing but an afterimage. The sword tip had passed through the illusion, striking nothing but air. Was that a sword shadow? Li Huai's pupils constricted. He recognized that this sword shadow was none other than the Lu Yun Huan Jian of their Yinshao sect. How could Jiang Xuan have mastered their top-tier martial arts? It should be noted that even he had never learned this sword technique. Only Luo Li had grasped its essence. Damn it. You and Luo Li truly have an affair. Li Huai's eyes reddened with rage, his jealousy not only fueled by Luo Li's relationship with Jiang Xuan, but also by the fact that Jiang Xuan had mastered the martial arts he had long coveted. After dodging a strike, Jiang Xuan transformed into 7 sword shadows, each wielding a long sword, attacking Li Huai from all directions, with each strike aimed at vital points. You old fool, how could your swordplay be so exquisite, so well concealed? Li Huai bellowed, brandishing his long sword wildly, desperately trying to fend off Jiang Xuan's onslaught. However, despite his considerable prowess, his swordplay was utterly lacking, incapable of withstanding the assault of such top-tier martial arts as Lu Yun Huanjian. Among the myriad of sword energies, one struck Li Huai with a speed so swift it left him no time to react. The sword energy released by Jiang Xuan's true form was several times faster than that of the sword shadows. A single strike shattered Li Huai's protective chi, hitting him squarely in a vital area, causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. Puffed. Li Huai spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to turn around. His eyes filled with disbelief. "You dog servant, you dare to kill me?" Jiang Xuan replied coolly. "I am no longer your Li family's servant." Li Huai's face contorted with resentment as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, Jiang Xuan's strike had severed his heart's meridians. He could see that he would not survive. Even in death, he could not comprehend how he, after years of arduous cultivation in the Yunxiao sect, had met his end at the hands of a mere coachman from his own family. Jiang Xuan gazed at the fallen Li Huai, a complex expression in his eyes. Having called him young master for a lifetime, he ultimately perished at the hands of his own subordinate. His ties to the Li family were irrevocably severed from this moment onward. Yet despite Li Huai's demise, Jiang Xuan had no intention of lowering his guard. Still gripping his long sword, he scanned the surroundings warily. "Sir, having watched for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself?" As his words fell, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. A middle-aged man slowly materialized before Jiang Xuan, a knowing smile adorning his face. "Lu Jian?" Jiang Xuan squinted, recognizing the man before him as the long-absent Lu Jian. Now, while the disciples of the Yunxiao sect were scouring the city for him, he had unexpectedly appeared here. Lu Jian glanced at the lifeless form of Li Huai on the ground, his expression one of feigned sorrow. "So, this is my junior from the Yunxiao sect. Such a tragic end. Fear not, brother. I shall avenge you by dismantling this old relic." Since Jiang Xuan had seized the Chuan Yun Suo from him, Lu Jian had harbored a deep-seated hatred for this old man, obsessively searching for him, determined to reclaim his treasure. However, with the Yunxiao sect disciples and the authorities also searching the city, he had been reluctant to reveal himself. After discovering Jiang Xuan's residence, he was astonished to find Jiang Xuan living alongside a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, forcing him to lie in wait for an opportunity to last. Today, Jiang Xuan had left the Li residence, granting him a chance to strike. Just as he was about to make his move, he noticed another figure stealthily following Jiang Xuan, seemingly intent on attacking as well. Witnessing Jiang Xuan unleash the Lu Yun Huan Jian left him utterly astounded. That was the pinnacle of martial arts from the Yunxiao sect, of which he was unworthy to learn. Who on earth was this old man? Nonetheless, considering the actions of the two, he surmised that regardless of who triumphed, neither would be his match. He had intended to play the role of the mantis, only to find himself the yellow bird in waiting. But to his shock, Jiang Xuan had detected him. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jian, coolly stating, "Spare me your lamentations, you audacious killer. How dare you show your face before me?" "Ha ha!" Lu Jian laughed uproariously, his mirth unrestrained. "Old man, you truly have a flair for dramatics, a mere second-layer chi condensing. I could crush you with a single hand." Lu Dian's laughter echoed, brimming with confidence that he had completely discerned Jiang Xuan's strength. Though his swordplay was exquisite, his cultivation was at most that of the second layer of chi condensation. Meanwhile, Lu Jian had already reached the 9th layer, having broken through to the Guiyuan realm after recovering from injuries, making him a formidable figure in Yuzhou City. Had he not feared encountering Qi Hong and Chen Peng, he would have stormed the Li residence and dragged Jiang Xuan out long ago. Jiang Xuan regarded Lu Jian with a bemused expression, slowly producing the Chuan Yun Su. Had this fellow forgotten just how terrifying this artifact could be? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan retrieve the Chuan Yun Saw, Lu Jian could not help but sneer. "Umph, old man, do you think this is something you can wield?" While the Chuan Yun Suo is indeed a formidable weapon, it consumes an enormous amount of true energy. With your second-layer chi condensation, I doubt you could even activate it, let alone use it to kill. Old man, if you obediently return the Chuan Yun Suo to me and hand over the sword manual for Lu Yun Huan Jian, perhaps I might. Lu Dian's eyes sparkled with cunning satisfaction. However, before he could finish, he suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. Jiang Xuan had truly activated the Chuan Yun Saw, sending it hurtling towards him. Lu Dian's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly drew his long sword, attempting to block the Chuan Yun Saw the situation turning perilous in an instant. Yet he remained unruffled, confident in his assessment. The Chuan Yun Suo consumed too much true energy. He did not believe a mere second-layer old man could unleash much power. In the split second of collision, Lu Dian's sword shattered before his astonished eyes, exploding into fragments. It must be noted that this sword was no ordinary blade, but a treasured artifact. How could it be so easily destroyed? This old man, how could he possibly wield the Chuan Yun so not good? Lu Dian's face paled in shock, his figure retreating swiftly, already contemplating escape. However, the Chuan Yun Suo pursued him relentlessly, striking him accurately on the back of the head, instantly creating a gory hole and eliciting a spine-chilling scream. The Chuan Yun Suo pierced through Lu Dian's skull as if smashing a watermelon, leaving him irrevocably dead, a top-tier treasure, so fearsome. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained cold as he retrieved the Chuan Yun Suo with a single hand, but suddenly he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. After cultivating the Chongqing sword art, his martial foundation had solidified to an almost terrifying degree, his true energy abundant, and he could continuously recover during battle. In this regard, while the Chuan Yun Suo consumed true energy, it suited him perfectly. However, its consumption was staggering. After activating it just once, it had completely drained his energy. Had Lu Jian not chosen to flee at the last moment, but instead fought to the bitter end, he might have avoided such a fate. Yet he had been paralyzed by fear, fixated solely on escape, making him an easy target. That afternoon, the entire Yuzhou city was abuzz with commotion. The streets and alleys were rife with discussions regarding a singular event. The killer had struck again, this time claiming the life of the third young master of the wealthy Li family, a disciple of the Yunshao sect. This news quickly alerted the authorities, who dispatched numerous officers to investigate the matter thoroughly. The entire Li family was thrown into chaos. Mr. Li and his wife fainted from rage, while the servants secretly set off firecrackers. The disciples of the Yunshao sect arrived at the scene, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The traitor they had been searching for all this time had been killed here, alongside Li Huai. Only Luo Li and Qi Hong exchanged glances, deep in thought. Have you heard? The third young master of the Li family fought the killer for 300 rounds, only for them both to perish together. Within the tea house, several patrons gathered together, animatedly discussing the events that transpired earlier that morning. Among them was Jiang Xuan, quietly listening to their accounts. Isn't it true? I heard that the murderer was originally a disciple of the Yunshao sect, and was even a junior brother to young Master L. Is that so? I heard that when the officials arrived to collect the bodies, both men bore over a dozen sword wounds. Such deep-seated hatred. What did the officials say? What else could they say? It's merely a case of vendetta in the martial world. Such occurrences are all too common. Yet we must express our gratitude to young Master Li, for he has rid us of menace in Yuzhou City. Otherwise, the festive season would have left us all in dread. It's just a pity for Lord Li. 2 sons have fled, and his last remaining son has been slain. I heard he fainted from grief. Wait, let me speak. I have heard there is something amiss. What do you mean? Some suspect there was a third party present at the scene. It was he who killed both young Master Li and the murderer. Pray, elaborate. Ahem. The disciple Qi Hong from Yunshao sect once claimed that the disparity in strength between young Master Li and the murderer was so vast that it was impossible for them to perish together. Thus, it must have been someone else who struck? Heavens! Then how did young Master Li meet his end? Well, it is said that young Master Li went after an old coachman and inexplicably met his demise. Jiang Xuan sat aside, sipping tea, his expression unchanging as he absorbed the discussions around him. The tale of Li Huai and Lu Jian perishing together was concocted by him, aimed at misleading the officials to ensure they would not trace the matter back to him. However, the suddenness of the incident left him unprepared, and it was inevitable that someone would uncover the truth. Nevertheless, as a mere retired coachman, it would be challenging for others to suspect him of wrongdoing. At most, they might sense some connection. The only potential trouble lay with the faction from Yunshao sect, who would likely not let the matter rest easily. He had not intended to align himself with any forces so soon, as he still harbored many secrets. However, it now seemed necessary to make a trip to the black market, which had repeatedly extended an olive branch to him, but a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. If Yinshao sect truly pursued the matter, the black market would serve as an excellent shield. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xuan stood and prepared to head to the black market. The patrons cast a glance in his direction, and a keen-eyed individual recognized him. Isn't that the old coachman from the Li residence? Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance, leaving several copper coins on the table before vanishing without a trace. This was not a place to linger. Hiss, a master. The patrons inhaled sharply, evidently astonished by Jiang Xuan's display. Did you see clearly? Is this man truly the old coachman of the Li residence? Absolutely. I once had dealings with Lord Li and have seen his coachman. Though he appears much more robust now, it is indeed him. Hiss, so the old coachman from the Li residence is actually a master. Could it be that he was the one who killed those two? That seems unlikely. I've heard the murderer was a formidable figure of the returning essence realm. The old coachman hardly seems to possess such prowess. Truly strange happenings abound in these times. On the first day of a new year, a day that should have been filled with the sounds of firecrackers and laughter, the Li residence was shrouded in an unusual silence and sorrow. All the red lanterns were taken down, replaced with stark white mourning banners, clashing dramatically with the festive atmosphere and appearing painfully conspicuous. The servants moved hurriedly, and low, sorrowful cries occasionally echoed from within. "Oh, my son, your death was so tragic. It is all my fault." Lady Su Qin knelt before the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. Furthermore, upon hearing the news of his son's demise, Lord Li fell gravely ill, completely unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. There is no greater sorrow than a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. This has been a lament since ancient times. With the Li residence in disarray, the disciples of Yinshao sect felt it was inappropriate to linger. Additionally, with Lu Jian now deceased, they planned to return to Yinshao sect to report the incident. Little did they expect that the traitor had died alongside junior brother Li. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. Chun Peng sighed, while Lu Yu furrowed his brow. But who could have killed them? Lu Jian was a master at the returning essence realm. Who knows? Qi Hong shrugged, chuckling. Perhaps it was that old coachman who did it. Li Huai had set out to kill Jiang Xuan, only to meet his end on the way. This notion struck him as particularly strange. He could not believe that there was no connection to Jiang Xuan. Moreover, Lu Dian's treasured item was also missing, likely taken by someone. Upon hearing this, Chun Peng and Lu Yu could not help but laugh and shake their heads. How could an old man who has just entered the condensation realm possibly kill those two? If that were the case, they would have wasted all those years training in Yinshao sect. Qi Hong glanced at Luo Li, grinning as he inquired, "What do you think, junior sister Luo Li?" Chun Peng and Lu Yu also turned their gazes towards Luo Li, curious about her ambiguous relationship with the old coachman. Luo Li, burdened with thoughts, shook her head. I don't know. That Qi Hong's eyes glimmered with unspoken meaning as he smiled. "Fellow disciples, let us first take Lu Dian's body back to the sect. This matter is far from over." The brothers and sisters nodded in agreement, mounting their horses and departing from the Li residence. On that day, Jiang Xuan arrived at the black market. The black market held considerable power, functioning as the underground emperor of the Qian kingdom, with branches in nearly every major city. Over 100 streets in the western part of Yuzhou City fell under the black market's jurisdiction, where even the officials could not intervene to the entrance of the black market. Two burly men clad in black halted Jiang Xuan, their expressions impassive. "Please present your credentials." "I have none," Jiang Xuan replied. According to the black market's rules, entrance without a credential was only permissible for members or shop owners. Otherwise, a protection fee was required. 1 large coin would grant entry, but any private disputes were strictly forbidden, or the consequences would be dire. Understood. Jiang Xuan was well aware of the black market's regulations, and, following protocol, produced a large coin from his pocket to hand to the two black-clad men. Upon receiving the coin, the men allowed Jiang Xuan to pass. Although this place was termed the black market, it appeared no different from an ordinary street on the surface, merely a collection of unique stalls selling a hodgepodge of items. Only those with keen eyes could uncover treasures in this gray area. It was rumored that unsavory dealings occurred here, such as the illicit trade of salt, slave trafficking, the auction of contraband, and even assassination contracts. However, such matters were generally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ironically, Despite being a black market, the order here was often more stringent than in the markets governed by officials. No one dared to cause trouble in the black market. Everything had to be conducted according to the rules. For instance, Lu Jian, who brazenly committed murder, theft, and robbery in the black market, found himself pursued mercilessly and had no choice but to return all the stolen treasures. Had it not been for his peculiar agility, he might have already been overwhelmed and killed by the black market's experts. In summary, with the black market's protection, conducting business here, though somewhat costly, remained relatively safe. This time, Jiang Xuan aimed to find the steward Jiang Xuan of the Xuanwu Hall, as he had mentioned a lucrative business collaboration during their last encounter. The profits from the black market were indeed substantial. Upon reaching the premises of the Xuanwu Hall in the black market, he raised his head to see the ornate characters Xuanwu Hall written in a flamboyant style. Standing at the entrance were a pair of young disciples from Xuanwu Hall, dressed in blue garments, their collars embroidered with a peculiar emblem that resembled the legendary divine beast Xuanwu, exuding an air of youthful flamboyance. However, the cultivation levels of these two were not to be underestimated. They appear to be at the third or fourth layer of the condensation realm. The black market indeed harbored hidden talents, as even the gatekeepers possessed impressive strength. Halt! Who goes there? The leading disciple, upon spotting Jiang Xuan, called out sharply. Jiang Xuan remained calm and composed. I am Jiang Xuan, here to see your steward, Jiang Yuan. Steward Jiang. The two Xuanwu Hall disciples were taken aback, as if recalling something, and immediately bowed respectfully. Senior Jiang, please wait a moment. We shall inform Steward Jiang at once. Before long, a hearty laugh resonated from within. Ha! Elder Jiang, I have eagerly awaited your arrival like a child yearning for the stars and the moon. Jiang Yuan, donned in a cerulean martial attire, strode forth with a commanding presence, warmly ushering Jiang Xuan inside as if they were long-lost friends. Upon entering the Xuanwu Hall, Jiang Xuan was indeed taken aback by its resplendent opulence. A splendor so extravagant that it astonished even one who had lived for 70 years. The Xuanwu Hall alone sprawled over several acres, featuring multiple magnificent halls adorned in gold and jade. With several fully equipped training arenas where the sounds of martial artists engaged in sparring echoed frequently. It was evident from the commotion that all present were cultivators of at least the qi condensation stage, each on par with Wu Yong. Such scale and grandeur could easily rival a second-rate sect. The black market, it seemed, surpassed even the foremost sects within the Deqian realm. In the afternoon, after Jiang Yuan had shown Jiang Xuan around the Xuanwu Hall, he arranged for a lavish feast of fine wines and exquisite dishes to honor Jiang Xuan. It would be an understatement to say that this was the most sumptuous meal Jiang Xuan had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. Lobsters, fish, and abalone were served liberally, and 30-year-old daughter red wine was downed in one gulp, almost intoxicating him into a state of blissful oblivion. Good heavens, this is what life should be, Jiang Xuan mused. Reflecting on the hardships he had endured in the past, his spirits uplifted. After several rounds of toasting, a slightly inebriated Jiang Yuan grasped Jiang Xuan's hand earnestly and said, Elder Jiang, with your remarkable abilities, why burden yourself as a mere carriage driver? Instead, why not join us in the black market and showcase your talents? Join the black market? Jiang Xuan pondered, for he had indeed contemplated this very notion during his visit. However, the extravagant and debauched nature of the black market instilled in him an unsettling feeling, as if it were not a place of integrity. Noticing Jiang Xuan's hesitation, Jiang Yuan chuckled. Elder Jiang, I understand your reservations regarding the black market. However, there is a code even within the shadows. We are far more transparent than those so-called righteous sects, and we would never engage in the hypocritical duplicity of pretending to be virtuous while acting otherwise. Moreover, Jiang Yuan continued, glancing at Jiang Xuan, you have already dispatched 2 disciples of the Yunshao sect with ease. I fear they will not let this matter rest. With their multitude of disciples and formidable martial masters, you might find yourself outnumbered. Of course, while others may fear the Yunshao sect, we in the black market harbor no such trepidation. As long as you join us, no matter how arrogant the Yunshao sect may be, they wouldn't dare trouble us, Jiang Yuan declared confidently, his words devoid of exaggeration. The influence of the black market spanned the entirety of the Deqian realm, boasting a number of formidable experts that rivaled, if not exceeded, those of the Yunxiao sect. It was inconceivable that they would instigate a conflict with the black market over merely 2 disciples. Yet, the black market was fiercely protective of its own, valuing loyalty and camaraderie above all, ensuring its members were never easily bullied. Jiang Xuan found himself increasingly tempted, his doubts beginning to dissipate. Jiang Xuan continued patiently. Elder brother, our branch in Yuzhou City is newly established and in great need of guidance from someone of your experience. There are many grand enterprises ahead, and I am confident that with your abilities, you will accomplish remarkable feats. Very well, Jiang. I shall trust you this once. Jiang Xuan nodded firmly, finally resolved. With nowhere else to go for the time being, he might as well venture into the black market. Ha! Splendid. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the home master. Jiang Xuan exclaimed joyously, his laughter ringing with delight. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system finally echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind. Ding! Having left your family at a young age, you have embarked on a solitary path of seeking enlightenment and have joined a commendable faction, thus commencing a new chapter in life. Mission accomplished. Rewards granted. 5 thunder seals. 5 thunder seals. Harness the wind and thunder to refine your true energy, condensing 5 thunder seals that can unleash boundless lightning at your command. However, it is perilous to cultivate. Exercise caution. New narrative progression underway. You have joined a new organization and shall soon face your first arduous task. Strive diligently to complete it. Mission triggered. Initial display of brilliance. Mission requirements. Complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Mission reward. 1 essence pill. 1 essence pill. How miserly! Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the meager reward for what was described as a challenging task. While he understood that the essence pill was indeed valuable, capable of enhancing his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels and possessing rejuvenating properties, it felt rather conservative for the system standards. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan continued to elaborate on various matters regarding the black market. His enthusiasm palpable as he shared every detail with Jiang Xuan. It was clear he was genuinely eager to recruit Jiang Xuan. On one hand, attracting powerful individuals to the black market would earn him rewards, while on the other, he was intensely curious about Jiang Xuan, especially his seemingly invulnerable body refinement techniques, which he found exceedingly enticing. This thought, Jiang Xuan chuckled, Elder brother, forgive my forwardness, but when I witnessed your body refinement techniques, I was immensely envious. If I could master even a single move, it would bolster my confidence in traversing the martial world. Wouldn't it? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating, Dear brother, it's not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, it is a matter of innate talent that you might not possess. However, he refrained from voicing this directly, instead recalling the 5 thunder seals he had just acquired, a sly smile tugging at his lips. If you wish to learn, dear brother, how could I refuse? Oh, truly. Elder brother, you are indeed like a true sibling to me. Jiang Xuan's expression lit up with excitement, nearly leaping from his seat to embrace Jiang Xuan in brotherly camaraderie. But do not be overly hasty. My body refinement methods are rather unique, and not everyone can endure them, Jiang Xuan added with a serious tone. Huh. Jiang Xuan laughed heartily. Elder brother, you underestimate me. I, Jiang Xuan, am no ordinary man. What cultivation practice could possibly daunt me? Feel free to instruct me. Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously and nodded slowly to a brave man. The moment one undergoes the wind and thunder body refinement, even a brave man may find himself humbled. Elder brother, today I am exceedingly joyful. Please accept this essence pill as a token of my sincerity, Jiang Xuan said, producing a small vial containing a pill and presenting it to Jiang Xuan. Another essence pill? Jiang Xuan was taken aback momentarily. Have you conspired with the system? Another. Jiang Xuan was startled as well, for the essence pill was indeed a precious commodity, if memory served him correctly. One such pill was worth over 100 taels in the black market. Good grief, did I inadvertently give away another while inebriated? No matter, if it's given, then so be it. Elder brother, please accept it. It will surely prove useful, Jiang Xuan urged with a grin, his smile taking on a somewhat mischievous quality. Jiang Xuan, bewildered yet unwilling to refuse a gift presented to him, promptly accepted the vial. The two continued to indulge in several more cups, their camaraderie deepening with each shared laugh and joyous conversation until the night wore on. Eventually, Jiang Xuan, with Jiang Yuan's assistance, was escorted to a pre-prepared room. "Elder brother, enjoy yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet the Hall Master," Jiang Yuan said with a beaming smile. With that, he gently pushed Jiang Xuan into the room, where he collapsed onto a soft surface. With a creak, the door shut behind him. Jiang Xuan, groggily opening his eyes, found himself surrounded by flickering candlelight that cast a gentle glow, and he could faintly scent the aroma of flowers wafting through the air. Rising to his feet, he beheld two enchanting young women standing within the room. Although they did not possess the breathtaking beauty of a Yingling or Luo Li, their allure was nonetheless commendable. Beside them stood a wooden tub large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals, filled with hot water and adorned with fragrant rose petals floating atop the surface. By heavens, this is indeed the black market. They certainly know how to indulge, Jiang Xuan thought, finally grasping why Jiang Yuan had been so generous with the essence pills to him. "Why, Lord, shall we commence directly?" Or the two young women asked shyly, lowering their gazes. "No rush," Jiang Xuan coughed, momentarily taken aback by the title of "my lord." Though he knew he would soon acclimate to "my lord," "we shall assist you in changing," one of the young women said, stepping forward to delicately remove Jiang Xuan's outer robe. Subsequently, with the assistance of the two maidens, they entered the wooden tub for a soak. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Xuan did not lift a finger. Everything was attended to by the two women. This sensation felt rather pleasant. 2 hours later, as Jiang Xuan gazed at the two ladies lying beside him, a wave of emptiness washed over his heart. "Alas, it appears I must dedicate myself to cultivation with greater urgency. Compared to my youth, I am still lacking." Just then, the unfeeling voice of the system echoed, "Ding, you have remarkably completed the task assigned by the organization for the first time. Task completed. Reward granted. Essence pill. Currently deducing a new storyline. Your exemplary performance has swiftly attracted the attention of the organization's higher-ups, promoting you to a core member, firmly establishing your footing here. Task triggered. Pillar of strength. Task requirement. Ascend to a core member of the organization. Task reward. Level 1 alchemy. Reward issued." Jiang Xuan looked at the 2 essence pills in his hand, his expression peculiar. Although he found this lifestyle quite enjoyable, he understood that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Only by possessing sufficient power can one safeguard all that they hold dear. Yet present, his capabilities were rather mediocre. After a brief indulgence, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of ennui and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. That night, he consumed both essence pills simultaneously. The consumption was significant. He needed to replenish his energy vigorously. In an instant, a warm current surged from his dantian, alleviating much of the emptiness in his heart. With his entire body feeling ablaze, Jiang Xuan held his breath and focused his mind, beginning to absorb the medicinal potency, urging his true energy to circulate throughout his meridians. The following morning, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within. The gains of the night had been extraordinary. In just one night, he had unexpectedly advanced to the 6th layer of qi condensation, breaking through 4 minor realms in succession. Moreover, he could still feel his foundation solid, devoid of any sense of instability typically associated with forceful enhancements. The efficacy of the essence pill was indeed astonishing. Jiang Xuan found it hard to believe. It is known that medicinal pills possess resistance. Consuming a second would significantly diminish its effects. Yet, the results he experienced felt as if they had directly compounded. Jiang Xuan stood up, and a soft moan emerged from beside him as the 2 beautiful maidens awakened. Their delicate faces flushed with lingering warmth. They could hardly fathom that such an elderly man as Jiang Xuan could possess such vigor. "My lord, allow me to assist you in changing attire." The 2 women attempted to rise, but found their bodies sore and difficult to move. "No need. I shall manage myself," Jiang Xuan replied with a smile, washing his face before donning the most fitting attire available. Adorned in an exquisite martial robe, Jiang Xuan appeared several years younger, radiating vitality that if one did not inquire closely, They would never suspect he had surpassed 70 years of age. The two women gasped in astonishment, shaking their heads vigorously. "My lord, you mustn't. If the steward finds out, we shall be punished. Is it truly so stringent?" Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are your names?" The two women exchanged glances. As it was their first time having someone inquire about their names, point one replied, "I am Chunlan, and she is Qiujuan." "Chunlan and Qiujuan? Are you sisters?" The two nodded. Jiang Xuan touched his nose and smiled lightly. "Well then, it is fortuitous that we have met. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in redeeming your freedom." Chunlan and Qiujuan were taken aback, quickly kneeling and bowing. "Thank you, my lord," though merely an unwarranted promise. It held immense value for them. How pitiful these girls are! How many more fallen women await my rescue in this world? Goodness! Jiang Xuan shook his head and strode directly out the door. Upon reaching the side hall of the Xuanwu Hall, Zhang Yuan had been waiting for him since early morning. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan approach, Zhang Yuan greeted him with a beaming smile. "Old brother, you are up quite early. How was your night?" "Quite well," Jiang Xuan replied succinctly, casually stating, "How much for their redemption?" "Redemption?" Zhang Yuan blinked in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. "Old brother, you are being too formal. If you wish to take them, I can simply gift them to you. There is no need for any redemption." Jiang Xuan nodded and extended his hand. "Give me their contracts." "Old brother, are you serious?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, discreetly pulling Jiang Xuan aside, whispering, "If you desire them, just call for them that I assure you that no one else will touch them. But the contracts, are they troublesome?" Jiang Xuan asked, puzzled. "Never mind." Zhang Yuan sighed. "Since you genuinely wish for them, I shall make an exception and procure them for you. But this shall not be a precedent. This is against the hall's regulations. Is it truly that serious?" Jiang Xuan was astonished. Indeed, even the family members of the brothers in the hall faced challenges in redeeming their contracts. Just then, Zhang Yuan abruptly fell silent, chuckling, "Old brother, I shall assist you with this matter, and shortly, someone will deliver the contracts into your hands." Jiang Xuan nodded. "Thank you, brother Zhang. Point one must be a person of their word. If one promises to help others redeem their freedom, they must follow through." Suddenly, he recalled that he had only recently redeemed his own contract. All are pitiable souls. The black market in Yuzhou City has four main halls: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each managing specific streets and related black market affairs, functioning as operational halls. Beneath them are smaller halls, such as the Discipline Hall, Law Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Accounting Hall, among others. In terms of personnel, the Yuzhou City branch consists of a chief hall master, a deputy hall master, followed by the four main halls, each with their respective hall masters, stewards, and then the inner and outer disciples. Additionally, it also recruits some martial experts as guest elders or honorifics, who must possess relatively esteemed status. Before long, Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xuan to a grand residence within the Xuanwu Hall to meet the hall master. The disciples present regarded Jiang Xuan with curiosity, as newcomers of his age were exceptionally rare. Most were elders or patrons, but none resembled him. Inside the residence, a burly man with a coarse appearance lounged on a tiger-skin chair, embracing two alluring women with a lewd grin. "Hall Master Zhu, Zhang Yuan has come to see you." That a disciple in green entered and bowed respectfully. "Zhang Yuan?" Zhu Hongfei's expression soured. It was this fellow again. "Let him in." After a while, Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xuan into Zhu Hongfei's chamber, both men offering slight bows. "We pay our respects to Hall Master Zhu." Zhu Hongfei appraised Jiang Xuan, casually remarking, "So you are Jiang, the elder brother. I have heard you possess commendable skills. You may remain in my Xuanwu Hall. I believe you would do well as an inner disciple, and that street outside shall fall under your jurisdiction." An inner disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan did not initially react, but Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He had previously recommended Jiang Xuan to Zhu Hongfei, clearly stating that the individual might be a reclusive master, suggesting him for the position of deputy hall master. At the very least, he should have been appointed as an elder. To be relegated to a mere inner disciple was utterly inappropriate. Would that not directly offend him? "Hall master, Jiang is a remarkable figure. You cannot overlook such talent." Zhang Yuan's expression was one of despair. "Overlook talent? Zhu Hongfei shot a sidelong glance, his jaw twitching, but he swallowed his words. With his discerning eye, he could tell that although Jiang Xuan restrained his aura, he indeed exuded a certain masterly demeanor. However, his true energy fluctuations were too feeble, likely not surpassing the returning Yuan level. A master. At this age, with such meager strength, allowing him to remain in the black market to contribute was already an act of kindness on his part. Nevertheless, since Jiang Xuan was now regarded as one of their own, Zhu Hongfei did not speak too harshly. He replied nonchalantly, "The black market has its rules. Anyone who enters must undergo a few years of training. If you truly possess talent, you may prove yourself after passing the assessment." Zhang Yuan's expression turned anxious, and just as he was about to speak, he was silenced by Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and clasped his hands. "Thank you." Hall Master Zhu, he was acutely aware that his attempts to conceal his aura were futile against the discerning gaze of the Grandmaster of the Xuanwu Hall. Yet, such an outcome was hardly surprising. After all, even the young woman, Luo Li, had been able to detect his presence, making it all the more astonishing if he could deceive a master of this caliber. Nevertheless, this was preferable, as he had no desire to masquerade as a formidable expert. A steady ascent from the grassroots was, indeed, the most prudent approach. Regrettably, his identity as an inner disciple seemed insufficient to fulfill the system's tasks. However, this was of little concern, as long as his strength increased. Opportunities for advancement would undoubtedly arise in the future. With the system at his disposal, who could he possibly fear? Zhu Hongfei nodded slightly, revealing a look that suggested he understood. Before long, the two exited the Zhu residence. "Ah, Brother Jiang, I truly regret that things had gone awry. I sincerely apologize," Zhang Yuan said, his expression laden with guilt. Jiang Xuan clapped Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, a carefree smile gracing his face as he replied, "No worries. If I were to care about such trifles, I wouldn't have spent so many years serving as a coachman at the Li residence." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of respect, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Old brother, your magnanimity is unparalleled. You are truly not of the ordinary folk." Jiang Xuan chuckled heartily, relishing the flattery. Yet it was not magnanimity, but rather a lack of strength that defined him. "But, Brother Zhang, about that grand business you mentioned earlier," Jiang Xuan inquired, wondering if his relatively low status would hinder his participation in such an enterprise. Zhang Yuan, understanding his concern, thumped his chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest easy, old brother. I've got this covered, and there will be no mishaps. This venture is personally overseen by the helmsman, who places great importance on it. Only strength matters, not status." Yet, it was still too early to celebrate. Jiang Xuan's heart raced. A business directly managed by the helmsman of the black market was indeed a significant affair. He couldn't help but ponder whether he possessed the strength to partake in it. Curiously, he asked, "Brother Zhang, could you share some insights with me?" Zhang Yuan grinned. "To be honest, I don't know much, but it is surely a lucrative opportunity. After the spring of June, the helmsman will personally select 20 masters from the 4 halls and has invited several skilled individuals from the martial world to collaborate on a major undertaking." At this point, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice. "It is said that completing this task will ensure a smooth transition to a new life. And at that time, I shall count on you, old brother, to lend a hand." Transition was a term used within this profession, signifying a clean break from past entanglements. The more Jiang Xuan listened, the more alarmed he became. This business was likely far grander than he had initially surmised. What kind of enterprise could be so monumental that one could secure a fresh start with just one undertaking? With so many experts in the black market, it seemed improbable that he would be considered. "Ah, old brother, you are too modest." Zhang Yuan laughed casually. "With your invulnerable skills, you are undoubtedly a prime candidate." Yet the more he heard, the more uneasy Jiang Xuan felt, as if he had unwittingly boarded a treacherous ship. Unable to disembark, despite Zhang Yuan's incessant endearments of old brother, he sensed that should Zhang Yuan choose to withdraw from this venture, their friendship could quickly turn sour. "I shall do my utmost." Jiang Xuan chuckled, resigning himself to the situation. Fortunately, it was still early in the year, and June was a long way off. The immediate priority remained to enhance his strength. As for everything else, he would take it one step at a time. The worst outcome would merely be a retreat. Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xuan to the accounts hall to register his identity. Upon hearing that Jiang Xuan was 70 years old, the disciple in charge of registrations was left astounded, nearly dropping his JAW.AT that age. He could be his grandfather. Yet here he was, venturing into the martial world. Jiang Yi, your registration is complete. Here is your identity token. Each month, a disciple will deliver your stipend to your residence. But the disciple hesitated, unsure how to proceed. But what? Zhang Yuan interjected sternly. Let me remind you, Jiang Yi is no ordinary inner disciple of the Xuanwu Hall. He is my elder brother, and you must treat him with utmost respect. The disciple was taken aback. The Xuanwu Hall was under the main hall's jurisdiction, and the hall's stewards were akin to the heads and vice-heads of smaller halls. He dared not slight Zhang Yuan in the slightest. Jiang Xuan, being Zhang Yuan's elder brother, was someone not to be trifled with. Jiang Yi, I have completed your registration, but the disciple hesitated again, his face contorted in distress. The residences for inner disciples have all been allocated. Currently, only some estates are left, reserved for the newly appointed stewards of each hall. Bring it to me. Let me have a look, Zhang Yuan urged, furrowing his brow as he perused the registration book. Suddenly, he erupted in anger. Nonsense. Isn't there one unoccupied room? The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow, surrendering. That room has long been reserved by Lord Song, who intends to keep it for his newly arrived nephew. Lord Song? Song he? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in fury. Nonsense. Does that useless nephew of his deserve to reside in the steward's quarters? Make room for my elder brother. The disciple appeared utterly conflicted. Lord Song was also a steward of the Xuanwu Hall and had an ongoing feud with Zhang Yuan. Neither of them was someone he could afford to offend. Jiang Xuan interjected, Brother Zhang, there's no need to complicate matters. Just find me a simple side room. How can I let my elder brother suffer here? Zhang Yuan reassured him, Fear not. Everything will be taken care of by me. I doubt Lord Song will dare create trouble. Zhang Yuan's sense of loyalty was palpable, and the disciple, seeing Zhang Yuan's determination, had no choice but to inscribe Jiang Xuan's name in the vacant room behind the estate. As for Song He's nephew, they could sort that out amongst themselves later, with the registration complete. It signified that Jiang Xuan would officially establish his residence in the black market from this day onward, ready to assume his position the following day. However, before that, Jiang Xuan decided to finish cultivating the 5 thunder seals, ensuring he had an additional trump card. Coincidentally, it seemed that tonight would be a stormy night. That evening, thunder rumbled ominously. The raindrops pattered against the tiles, creating a symphony of sounds. Zhang Yuan, holding an umbrella and a wooden box, entered Jiang Xuan's residence, his face alight with excitement. Elder brother, here is the contract for your servitude that you requested. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. There sat Jiang Xuan on a stone platform in the courtyard, with a massive iron pillar encircled by chains looming behind him, one end of the chain held tightly in his hand. Boom! The sky echoed with a deafening roar as a thick bolt of lightning struck the iron pillar, illuminating the scene with blinding brilliance. Jiang Xuan's white hair stood on end, yet his body remained steadfast. His true energy surged chaotically, intermingled with the lightning, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. In the next moment, the ferocious lightning seemed to be absorbed by Jiang Xuan, gradually calming to a halt. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Yuan nearly fainted from fright. My goodness, is this how elder brother usually trains? No wonder he has cultivated such impenetrable skin and iron bones. How many martial artists possess such capability to temper their bodies with lightning? Initially, he had intended to learn this body tempering skill from Jiang Xuan, but now he contemplated abandoning that idea entirely. He'd rather live a few more days. In truth, while the scene appeared terrifying, it was far less perilous than Zhang Yuan imagined. Throughout the process, Jiang Xuan did not genuinely use lightning to temper his body. Instead, he utilized the 5 thunder seals to store the power of the lightning in a unique manner, condensing it into several thunder seals held within his palm, up to 5 in total. These thunder seals were no ordinary artifacts. Jiang Xuan estimated that one alone could obliterate a martial artist at the returning origin realm. If unleashed simultaneously, Even a martial master would find themselves in a dire predicament. Unfortunately, these thunder seals could only be replenished during thunderstorm weather. Each use diminished the total, rendering it a consumable martial technique. Nonetheless, they were more than sufficient for self-defense, having successfully condensed 5 thunder seals. Jiang Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, unshackling the chain from his hand, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Cloud-piercing shuttle, 5 thunder seals, indestructible body, though I may merely be an old man. My methods are undeniably formidable. Brother Jiang, have you completed your training? Zhang Yuan's slightly trembling voice called out from a distance, gazing at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan had long been aware of Zhang Yuan's presence. Feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Zhang, what brings you here personally?" Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are truly a remarkable individual. This cultivation method is indeed something I have never encountered before. I had originally intended to seek your guidance on a few techniques, but it seems I have overestimated my own abilities." Huh. Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here tonight?" Zhang Yuan promptly handed the wooden box in his hands to Jiang Xuan, stating solemnly, "Brother, within this box are the contracts of servitude for Chunlan and Xiuxiu. This matter must be kept confidential. It is imperative that it remains undisclosed." Jiang Xuan received the wooden box and raised an eyebrow, asking Brother Zhang, what exactly is the background of these 2 maidservants? He had always been puzzled. Merely releasing 2 maidservants did not warrant such gravity. Was it simply to elicit his gratitude? That seemed unnecessary. Zhang Yuan sighed in resignation. "To be honest, brother, it is not merely about these 2 maidservants, but rather that this action disrupts the established rules." Rules? Jiang Xuan was even more perplexed. Zhang Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, I have come tonight specifically to advise you on this matter, so that you do not inadvertently breach the rules in your future endeavors." "Please elaborate," Jiang Xuan replied. "Unbeknownst to you, in our Yuzhou city branch, there are 4 main halls, each overseeing a significant enterprise, and we must not interfere with one another. The Qinglong Hall manages the gambling business, often referred to as the pig slaughtering plate, specializing in deceiving wealthy individuals into gambling, then lending them money until they are utterly destitute. The Baihu Hall oversees the auction business, dealing in illicit goods such as contraband salt, slaves, and banned substances. The Zhuke Hall is in charge of the flesh trade, controlling the majority of brothels in the black market, including the contracts of servitude which have been painstakingly obtained from them. And one cannot easily redeem others' contracts. The Xuanwu Hall manages the assassin trade, overseeing various killings. Of course, in our legitimate dealings, we merely need to maintain order in the black market streets, but we must never disrupt the established rules." Zhang Yuan spoke eloquently, causing Jiang Xuan to feel a chill run down his spine. He had long suspected that the black market's dealings were far from legitimate, fearing they skirted the line of legality. But the scale of it seemed alarmingly vast. "I understand now. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for the reminder." Jiang Xuan sighed lightly, his mind racing with calculations. The black market was certainly not a place for prolonged residence. If the opportunity arose, it would be wise to make an early exit. However, if he sought refuge with a reputable sect, it was unlikely they would accept an elderly man like him. Unless, of course, he could immediately assume a role as a guest elder or a respected position within their ranks. Zhang Yuan smiled broadly. "Brother Jiang, you are too modest. We are all friends here." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yuan reluctantly departed from Jiang Xuan's residence. This night further solidified his belief that Jiang Xuan was indeed a person of great stature, perhaps someone who could lead him to prosperity in the future. His current investments were indeed timely assistance. Returning to his room, Jiang Xuan summoned the sisters Chunlan and Xiuxiu. "I have procured your contracts of servitude," Jiang Xuan said with a smile. The sisters were taken aback. Disbelief etched on their faces as they accepted their contracts, and they promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." After Jiang Xuan's promise that day, they had turned away and forgotten, not taking it seriously. A man's words in bed are often unreliable. They never expected that this elderly gentleman would genuinely keep their plight in mind, and they felt a surge of emotion. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, meeting his fate. I too was once a servant like you. It is merely a small favor. The two remained kneeling, unwilling to rise or leave. What is the matter? Do you not wish to depart? Jiang Xuan inquired, puzzled. Chunlan hesitated, biting her lip, and said, Master, you may be unaware. It is known among the maidservants that none who have emerged from the Zhuke Tower, even after redeeming their contracts, have met a good end. It seems they are all killed. As she spoke, Chunlan trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Master, I wish to serve you forever. Qiuxiu echoed her sentiments, her face equally fearful, bowing her head. Please, Master, do not abandon us. We are willing to serve you for eternity. Jiang Xuan was left speechless, never anticipating the situation would evolve in such a manner. To be killed even after redemption. This was a fate far worse than his servitude under the Li family. The Zhuke Hall was indeed not to be trifled with. Observing the sisters with their foreheads pressed to the ground, Jiang Xuan felt a pang of compassion and sighed. Very well, if you wish to stay. Then stay. Take your contracts back. You may leave whenever you desired. Ah, the sisters' eyes sparkled with joy, feeling as though fortune had suddenly smiled upon them, and they wept tears of happiness. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. You are truly a kind person. A kind person? Jiang Xuan chuckled to himself. Saving fallen maidens could be seen as a noble deed. There were far too many good people in his past life. The following morning, Jiang Xuan stretched his old back and rose from between the two alluring forms. Good heavens, life can be so vibrantly diverse. He reflected on how the previous 50 years had been a total waste. After indulging for 2 consecutive nights, he felt his physical state had somewhat declined, prompting him to contemplate life. Now at 70 years of age, he had little time left to squander. With outsiders in the residence, he felt it was somewhat inconvenient. After all, he harbored many secrets he wished to keep hidden. You two shall reside in the side courtyard from now on. I will call for you if needed. Rising, Jiang Xuan spoke abruptly. Upon hearing this, the sisters' expressions shifted, tears welling in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Xuan. Master, have we not served you well? It is not that. Jiang Xuan gently shook his head. It is just that your presence here tests my resolve. I have many important matters to attend to. The sisters understood, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment as they nodded in agreement. Yes, Master. However, despite their words, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within them. It must be said, the two sisters were indeed quite beautiful, each possessing her unique charm. Were it any other young master, he would likely be utterly distracted, unlike Jiang Xuan, who maintained his composure. That day, Jiang Xuan officially took up his post, according to the black market's regulations. Each inner disciple of the 4 main halls was responsible for overseeing a specific street, known as the manager, which included maintaining public safety, collecting protection fees, and mediating disputes, unless assigned a special task by the hall. Their daily work consisted of patrolling the streets to ensure order was upheld. However, there were certain businesses he was prohibited from managing, specifically those Zhang Yuan had mentioned. Those enterprises were directly overseen by the stewards of each hall. Irrespective of the streets, Jiang Xuan was assigned to Qinghe Street, which boasted over 30 shops, with countless stalls where local citizens sold eggs, vegetables, and other goods to supplement their income. Though the black market stalls were expensive, their safety was unmatched. The government market often saw young masters and troublemakers causing chaos, but such individuals dared not disrupt the black market. However, this did not imply that the black market was entirely fair. When relatives of black market members encroached on businesses, ordinary citizens still bore the brunt of the losses. Human relationships and societal dynamics were universal. Who goes there? Jiang Xuan reached the street entrance when 2 burly men approached. Barking orders, without a doubt, these 2 were the outer disciples responsible for this street, commonly referred to as thugs. Jiang Xuan smiled amiably as he produced his token and presented it before them. Their expressions shifted instantly, their demeanor becoming far more respectful. Oh, it is Master Jiang. We're truly sorry for our lack of recognition that in the hierarchy, outer disciples held a subordinate status. If they failed to pass the assessment, they might remain outer disciples for life, their status incomparable to Jiang Xuan's at that moment. A man with a scarred face rushed over from a distance. None other than Li Huan, who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Xuan. Li Huan approached quickly, first reprimanding the two burly men. "You two, how could you fail to recognize Master Jiang and block his way?" He then turned to Jiang Xuan with a sycophantic smile. "Ah, Master Jiang, these two are new and unaware of the rules. Please do not hold it against them. Steward Jiang specifically arranged for me to assist you in familiarizing yourself with the area." "How thoughtful of you." Jiang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, noting that Yuan's arrangements were indeed comprehensive, even going so far as to assign him an acquaintance. Under Li Huan's guidance, Jiang Xuan greeted the owners of each shop in turn, ensuring he became a familiar face. The shopkeepers were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xuan, some hardly believing their eyes. Could it be that someone of such age was now overseeing the streets? Nonetheless, they dared not offend him, receiving him with warm smiles and insistently offering him various local specialties. Jiang Xuan found himself in a state of amusement. On his very first day of duty, he received more gifts than he had accumulated in a lifetime at the Li residence. Was this the advantage bestowed by power? Yet, while he accepted these offerings, he was still bound to fulfill his responsibilities. These individuals were merely acquaintances in passing. As Jiang Xuan continued his patrol, a sudden ruckus from afar caught his attention, causing him to furrow his brow on his very first day at work. Was there already someone daring enough to cause trouble in the black market? Upon closer inspection, he beheld a man clad in a brocade robe, his complexion pale, confronting a father and daughter selling vegetables. This man was named Song Xiaowu, coincidentally the nephew of Song He, the steward of Xuanwu Hall. Song Xiaowu was a pampered scion of the prominent Song family in Yuzhou, idling his days away and delighting in tormenting virtuous women, which ultimately led to a fatal incident. Afterward, the elder Song expended considerable resources to extricate him from prison. However, he could no longer stay with the Song family and sought refuge under his uncle Song He in the black market. This day marked Song Xiaowu's first venture into the black market, whistling a tune as he strolled about with a few burly lackeys arranged for him by Song He. The townsfolk who recognized him quickly scurried away. Fearful of inciting his eye, it was indeed a bizarre occurrence. They had set up shop in the black market only to encounter this wastrel. Shortly thereafter, Song Xiaowu spotted a young lady of 18 or 19 purchasing vegetables. His gaze instantly fixated upon her. She possessed a delicate figure and a charming countenance, her long legs surpassing even his waist, and her ample bosom hinted at great potential. Unable to restrain himself, Song Xiaowu licked his lips and approached, deliberately brushing against the vegetable stall to soil his white robe before skillfully confronting the father and daughter. My apologies, young Master Song. Allow me to clean it for you." The elderly vendor, Tian, wore a face of distress, hastily attempting to assist him. "Apologies? What good are apologies? Do we need the authorities for that?" Song Xiaowu's glare intensified as he kicked the old man aside. "Do you have any idea how much this garment is worth? Even if you were to liquidate your entire estate, you could not compensate for it." "Ah, young Master Song, we truly did not intend for this to happen. Please, have mercy." Old Tian was nearly in tears, pulling his daughter, Tian Xiaotong, to fervently apologize to Song Xiao. He had both elderly and young dependents to care for and could not afford to lose everything. Moreover, the meager earnings from selling vegetables were largely consumed by protection fees to the black market. With a grin, Song Xiaowu declared, "Very well, since you are in a difficult position, how about I take your daughter as a maid, and we shall consider this matter settled?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the Tian father and daughter paled dramatically. They had heard tales of Song Xiaowu's depravity. He was no virtuous man, and it was rumored that many women taken by him ended up in brothels once he grew bored of them. What fate awaited Tian Xiaotong if she fell into his hands? "What? You refuse?" Song Xiaowu's brow furrowed. "That if you truly decline, I am not unreasonable. Simply hand me 200 taels of silver, and I shall remove this garment." 200 taels? Old Tian nearly fainted. He had never seen such a sum in his life. Even the thought of it was enough to terrify him. "Ah, so you cannot compensate, can you? Very well then." Song Xiaowu smirked, gesturing to his henchman. "Take this young lady away." "Young Master Song, you cannot do this in broad daylight. What of justice? What of the law?" Old Tian cried, grasping desperately at Song Xiaowu's leg. Law. This is the black market. You dare speak of law to me? Song Xiao laughed derisively to him. My uncle is Song He, and on this street, I am a law. Attack. In an instant, several burly men surged forward, pinning old Tian down and beating him mercilessly, eliciting cries of agony from him. The onlookers wore expressions of sympathy and indignation, shaking their heads and clenching their fists, yet none dared intervene. Where was the promised order of the black market? Had their protection fees been in vain? The crowd's expressions turned strange. Jiang Xuan arrived just in time to witness the brutal assault. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 sword energies. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 men attacking old Tian were struck by the sword energies, their bodies exploding into a gruesome display, leaving no trace behind. These were all lowly martial artists, incapable of withstanding Jiang Xuan's might. A murder! The nearby vendors were paralyzed with shock, scattering in all directions. Who dares kill my men? Song Xiaowu was equally stunned, but his fury quickly ignited. How could anyone challenge him in the black market? Turning around, he saw an elderly man clad in a green martial robe, exuding an aura of otherworldly composure. Approaching him with a chilling indifference, Who are you? Song Xiaowu stammered, momentarily intimidated by Jiang Xuan's imposing presence. With a casual glance at Song Xiaowu, Jiang Xuan ignored him entirely and addressed the crowd. Fear not, my fellow townsfolk. I am Jiang Xuan, the overseer of this street. I merely dispatched a few troublemakers who dared to disrupt the peace. Upon hearing this, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Reassured to learn that he was the overseer of the black market, in no wonder he had the audacity to kill. However, they noted that he appeared rather aged for such a role. Overseer. Song Xiaowu's expression sharpened as realization struck him. His uncle was a steward and thus held a higher rank. His confidence surged. You old fool. How dare you disregard me? Do you know who my uncle is? Such insolence from a mere overseer. And yet you dare to threaten me? Song Xiaowu retorted, bristling with indignation. Before he could finish his tirade, Song Xiaowu suddenly felt a flash of cold light before him. He was stunned to realize his head had been severed from his body, blood gushing forth. He could see his own back. Had he been beheaded? In the moment he grasped this horrifying truth, he was already dead. Even in death, he could not fathom why this elderly man had the audacity to kill him without a second thought. Did he not fear his uncle? After all, he was merely an overseer. Meanwhile, Li Huan, who had followed closely behind, was equally dumbfounded, staring at the pile of corpses on the ground, in the blink of an eye. This man had killed so many. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the young nobleman sprawled on the ground. He was indeed the one Song he had instructed him to attend to. Song Xiaowu. Li Huan gasped in shock. Master Jiang, why did you kill him? Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. This man disrupted the order, causing chaos in the black market. I had every right to eliminate him. Alas, Li Huan's expression turned grim. Master Jiang, you may not be aware, but he is the nephew of Steward Song. You have now stirred up a considerable amount of trouble. The nephew of a steward? Jiang Xuan mused, recalling that this was the same individual who had attempted to seize a property just the day before. Well then, the conflict had effectively resolved itself. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. And what of it? I acted according to the rules. What can he do about it? Master Jiang, while rules are indeed rules, Steward Song is known as the madman of Song. You would do well to tread carefully in future encounters, Li Huan cautioned, shaking his head disapprovingly. Killing the nephew of Steward would not be easily forgiven. Moreover, Song, he was infamous for his madness. His strength was average, yet he had clawed his way to the position of steward through sheer ruthlessness. Those who crossed him rarely lived to tell the tale. Kati is most unhinged. He had even considered attacking Zhu Hongfei, the head of Xuanwu Hall, yet this had only earned him Zhu's admiration. Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. Avoid his wrath? After a lifetime of being subservient in the Li residence, must I continue to cower now that I have stepped into the world? Thank you, Lord Jiang. At that moment, the old man Tian, accompanied by his daughter, approached Jiang Xuan to bow in gratitude, thankful for his intervention that saved their lives. Jiang Xuan cast a complex glance at the father and daughter, replying calmly, You may return home now. Do not venture into the black market again tomorrow. Yes, yes, thank you, Master Jiang. The old man Tian quickly echoed, hastily leading his daughter away from the black market. This place had become a realm of peril for them, where even the slightest misstep could cost them their lives. Huan watched the departing pair, shaking his head slightly. Getting entangled in such matters was not easily escapable. After all, this was the black market. The fate of the father and daughter was sealed. In the Zhuanyutang, within the Song residence. He was in his chamber, embracing two stunning women, panting heavily, having crossed into his 40s without a child. He was perplexed as to what might be amiss, for he toiled diligently each day. Hence, he readily agreed to have his elder brother bring his nephew, Song Xiaowu, to live with him, vowing to cultivate the boy into a promising asset. Steward Song, trouble. Suddenly, several urgent shouts erupted from outside. Who dares disturb us? If you don't cease this nonsense, I'll have your heads. Song He, startled, disentangled himself from the two enchanting women, hastily adjusting his trousers as he strode toward the door. There, he beheld several burly men carrying a corpse into his residence, emanating a foul stench. What business do you have bringing a headless corpse into my abode? Are you intent on repulsing me? This is truly ill fortune. Song He railed, his mood grim. Had it not been for the raucous cries of these men, he might have withstood the distraction a while longer. Young Master Song. The sturdy men cried out in despair. They had been dispatched by Song He to locate Song Xiaowu, anxious that the boy might stir trouble in the black market and offend the wrong individuals. Although Song He held the position of steward, there were many within the black market whom he could not afford to offend. Which young master are you referring to? Song He's eyelids fluttered, his expression shifting drastically as he demanded. Xiaowu, is this him? Indeed. The men fell to their knees, weeping bitterly. The young master was out shopping today and was inexplicably slain by the time we arrived. Only this headless corpse remained. These words. Song He staggered, nearly collapsing as he approached the lifeless body of Song Xiaowu, his vision darkening as he fell straight to the ground. A moment later, a thunderous roar resonated through the Song residence, brimming with rage. Who dares to slay my nephew? Jiang Xuan had brazenly taken the life of Song Xiaowu in plain sight, and this matter was swiftly uncovered by Song He. Scoundrel! Who is this Jiang Xuan, daring to kill my nephew? Song He seethed, fury consuming him. The sturdy men replied, Master Song, it is said that an old man brought back by Jiang Yuan has recently become an inner disciple, even seizing the residence reserved for young Master Song. Jiang Yuan, an old man. Song He paused, his anger flaring anew. I knew it. That scoundrel has been plotting against me from the shadows, discontent with my bringing Xiaowu here. And now he has the audacity to murder before my very eyes. Let us go. He has slain my nephew. I shall take his life in return. Song He erupted, seizing his weapon and storming out of the residence. Did he not understand the origin of his infamous moniker, Song the Madman? Soon, Song He, accompanied by a cadre of black market experts, marched toward Jiangxian Street, exuding an aura of menace as they proceeded. The surrounding citizens and members of the black market scurried away in fear, sensing the atmosphere akin to a gang parade. Who has angered Song the Madman to this extent? Who knows? He always wears a sour expression, as if someone owes him that. I heard they brought a headless corpse into the Song residence. It must be related to Song the Madman. Could it be that someone dared to slay one of Song the Madman's own? On the other side, within the Zhang residence, Jiang Yuan was in the yard constructing iron pillars and chains, resembling the lightning-inducing apparatus in Jiang Xian's abode. He had pondered extensively, but was unwilling to relinquish Jiang Xian's body refinement technique so easily. While the lightning tempering was perilous, he believed that if an old man like Jiang Xian could withstand it, he, a robust man of 8 feet, surely could as well. He had resolved to attempt it on the next stormy night. Master Zhang, trouble. Just then, Li Huan rushed into the Zhang residence, breathless and alarmed. Zhang Yuan discreetly concealed the lightning apparatus and stepped out of the yard, demanding, Li Huan, what brings you here, you rascal? Have you grown so bold as to intrude upon my estate? And no, it's not that. It's about Master Jiang. Li Huan gasped, struggling for breath. Master Jiang? Jiang Xian? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What about him? Regaining his composure, Li Huan hurriedly replied, Master Jiang, it's dire. Master Jiang has killed Master Song's nephew. And now Master Song is gathering men to confront Master Jiang. What? Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Xuan had only just begun his tenure and had already slain the nephew of Song the Madman. He had hoped to learn martial arts from Jiang Xuan, that if he were to be surrounded and beaten to death by these lunatics, where would he turn to lament? Li Huan, with a troubled expression, urged Master Jiang, you must gather some men and head over quickly. It may soon be too late. Right, we must save him. Jiang Yuan began pacing, instructing Li Huan, take my token and summon some capable hands from within the hall. It is imperative that you act swiftly. Li Huan accepted Jiang Yuan's token, bowing, yes, Master Jiang. He turned to leave. Wait. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered as he suddenly called out to him. Li Huan, puzzled, turned back. What is it? Master Jiang, we mustn't delay. Let us wait a moment longer. I have yet to discern the true capabilities of Master Jiang. This will be an opportunity for Song the Madman to test him. Jiang Yuan pondered. Li Huan was taken aback. Ah, Master Jiang, but Song the Madman is no weakling, and he is bringing many experts. Master Jiang may be in grave danger. Humph. Jiang Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. If he were so easily vanquished, he would not warrant our efforts to curry favor with him. Delaying a little longer will allow us to gauge his true strength. Li Huan, enlightened, slowly raised a thumb. Master Jiang is indeed wise. On Qinghe Street, Jiang Xuan was patrolling the area. He had nearly acclimated to his duties over the past few days. That it must be said that this role in maintaining order was far more engaging than his previous occupation as a coachman. As he often heard curious tales, such as the butcher selling pork and having an affair with the widow Lu next door, or the 60-year-old Zhang Laoan meeting his end in the embrace of a courtesan. Suddenly, he heard a raucous throng approaching, their faces twisted in rage, exuding an aura of murderous intent, their large blades glinting ominously. At the forefront stood a man with a peculiar appearance, a square face and octagonal beard. Clearly not a man of virtue. It was Song He. The vendors nearby scattered in a panic, fearing the impending trouble. Old man in front, are you Jiang Xuan? Song He barked, his demeanor threatening. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. Indeed, I am he. And you are? So, it's you? Then there is no mistake. Let us take him down. Slay this old fool. Without further ado, Song He gestured commandingly, instructing his subordinates to charge, even too lethargic to introduce himself. Villains perish from excessive chatter. There was no time for idle talk. It was time to act. Having lived a life of villainy, he understood this principle well. Otherwise, how would he have earned the title of madman? In an instant, the black market experts behind him surrounded Jiang Xuan, their eyes filled with lethal intent. Jiang Xuan glanced around. The cultivation levels of these individuals range from the 7th to 8th layers of qi condensation, all belonging to the outer sect, essentially mere cannon fodder. Although his strength was comparable, a single sword stroke would suffice to fell them. This was the confidence bestowed by his mastery of intermediate sword intent. As for Song He, Jiang Xuan speculated that his strength was likely comparable to Jiang Yuan, merely having just entered the return to origin realm. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan easily trapped, Song He's expression turned even more ferocious. With such meager skills, you dare to kill my nephew. Today, I shall tear you limb from limb, so that certain individuals may realize that I am not one to be trifled with. This declaration was fortuitously overheard by Jiang Yuan and Li Huan, who were observing from afar. Li Huan frowned. Master Jiang, it seems that this madman Song is calling you out. Should we intervene? It appears Jiang Xuan is surrounded. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened. Let us wait a moment. This reckless fool will meet his end eventually. For now, let him test Jiang Lao's abilities. I refuse to believe this will end here. Song He deliberately paused, noticing the lack of movement around him, and shook his head in disappointment. Old fool, it seems Jiang Yuan has abandoned you. Then you may as well die. Surrounded by weapons drawn, Jiang Xuan showed no signs of panic. He had long wished to test the power of the 5 Thunder Seals. And this madman Song appeared to be an excellent target. However, he needed to establish the moral high ground first to avoid being criticized by others. He calmly regarded Song He, offering a faint smile. You are Song Ji sure, are you not? You should be aware that it was your nephew who first violated the black market rules, that I am merely acting in accordance with the regulations. That aren't you afraid of the hall master's reprimand? Upon hearing this, Song He burst into a raucous laugh, his mirth almost maniacal. Huh, old fool, you truly amuse me. Do you believe yourself to be of any consequence? Reprimand. The hall master must be out of his mind to blame me for your actions. Killing my nephew, that is a capital offense. Utterly unreasonable. Jiang Xuan shook his head, addressing the surrounding black market experts in a low tone. Brothers of the black market, I advise you to reconsider your actions and not be as reckless as this madman. You talking nonsense. Song He roared, waving his hand. Attack. Don't waste words on this old fool. In an instant, over a dozen black market experts surged toward Jiang Xuan without hesitation. Each one, fierce and menacing, raised their weapons, aiming for Jiang Xuan's vital points with ruthless intent, seemingly determined to put him to death. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes but stood nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Not even flinching, he had resolved to give the black market a slight shock. Otherwise, they would continue to underestimate him, repeatedly bringing trouble his way. With the indestructible power in hand, even with 100 such experts, he would not bat an eyelash. His innate talent transcended the mundane. Witnessing Jiang Xuan remain utterly unmoved, Song He seethed with rage. Old fool, you are insufferably pretentious. Even if the hall master were present today, I would still ensure your demise. Unable to contain himself, Song He charged forward, personally striking at Jiang Xuan's head with a blade infused with potent energy, exuding an overwhelming force. Even a powerful expert in the return-to-origin realm would have to retreat. Yet, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred that left Song He dumbfounded. As he and the other dozen experts struck simultaneously, Jiang Xuan remained utterly unyielding. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The dozen blades enveloped in energy shattered simultaneously as if they had struck against an indestructible stone. Disintegrating upon contact, Song He and the surrounding black market experts were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. What the hell is going on? What manner of monster is this old man? In the distance, Zhang Yuan and Li Huan exchanged glances, both feeling a jolt of shock upon witnessing Jiang Xuan's indestructible display. This is terrifying. What kind of martial arts is this? Zhang Yuan mused, realizing that if he stood still and allowed a dozen experts to strike him, he would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Such a powerful defense was unfathomable. I must learn this. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. Retreat. After a prolonged moment of shock, Song He finally regained his senses and shouted in panic. At that moment, he understood that he had struck a seemingly impenetrable iron wall. This elder was unfathomable, likely a master hiding his true strength. Jiang Xuan smiled slightly. Gentlemen, since you have chosen to engage, you might as well prepare to pay with your lives. Song He and the other experts were taken aback, hastily attempting to distance themselves from Jiang Xuan. However, it was too late. Jiang Xuan raised his robust right hand, lightning swirling within, as 5 azure lightning seals flickered ominously, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction. This is bad. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in alarm, rushing forward. Jiang Laoj, stop. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the entire street as if an earthquake had struck, sending people into a panic. The air hung heavy for several seconds. Zhang Yuan gazed in Jiang Xuan's direction, a deep sense of dread swelling within him. The raw power of the thunder seemed to resonate with his very soul, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Laoj appeared even more formidable than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in the nearby Zhu residence, upon hearing the explosive sound, Zhu Hongfei, who was being attended to by 2 beautiful women while eating grapes, suddenly sprang up in shock, drenched in cold sweat. What is happening? In that moment, he felt a genuine threat of death. What could this mean? Someone bring help. On Qinghe Street, the area was now deserted, with the populace having fled without a trace. Occasionally, 2 daring souls observed from a distance, only to be so frightened by the explosion of lightning that they lost control of their bladders. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit several meters deep appeared in the center of the street. An ancient figure stood within, gazing oddly at his bloodied and mangled right hand. Jiang Xuan had anticipated the astonishing power of the 5 thunder seals, yet he never expected it to be this overwhelming. It was likely that any warrior below the master level would not survive such a thunderous explosion. That it was terrifying. So terrifying that he struggled to control this power, resulting in the destruction of his own hand. As for the others, including Song He, they were utterly annihilated. He still had 4 of these powerful seals left. Moreover, he could replenish them on stormy nights. Jiang Laoj. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's voice, tinged with fear, echoed from afar, calling out to Jiang Xuan. Have they all perished? Zhang Yuan squinted, gasping in shock, as an icy chill spread across his back. Although this was the black market, and a few deaths would go unnoticed, the sheer brutality of his massacre was too horrifying. It was nothing short of a dismemberment. Jiang Xuan remained composed, concealing his injured right hand behind his back, and calmly stated, "They instigated trouble first. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules. Yes, indeed. It was them. They deserved to die." Zhang Yuan quickly regained his composure, donning a somewhat sycophantic smile. "Jiang Laoj, they did not harm you, did they?" Jiang Xuan shook his head. "I am unharmed. I merely tested a newly developed martial art and suffered a minor backlash. A newly developed martial art." Zhang Yuan was even more astonished. That explosion just now was the result of your own creation? My heavens, no master could create such powerful martial arts. What an extraordinary master! This was a colossal opportunity. He must cling tightly to this benefactor. With that thought, Zhang Yuan wore a rueful expression. "Ah, it is all my fault for arriving late, causing you to intervene personally. This is my sin. Do not worry, my old friend. From now on, there will be no mention of Song He in the black market. That I will ensure it is dealt with thoroughly. That madman Song should have died long ago." Jiang Xuan nodded silently, surveying the chaotic street. "Here." Zhang Yuan understood and patted his chest. "Rest assured, I will have this area cleaned up properly, so it won't delay your duties tomorrow." "That is good." Jiang Xuan smiled lightly. "I am weary. I shall return now and leave this in your capable hands." With that, he turned and departed. Huan hurried to catch up, first gasping in astonishment, then looking at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure with lingering trepidation. "What should we do now, Master Zhang? Should we apprehend Jiang Laoj and await the Hall Master's orders?" Slap. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan delivered a sharp slap to Li Huan's face. Fuming, "Li Huan, why don't you just donate that pig brain of yours?" "Apprehend? What nonsense! The days of the black market are about to change." Upon returning to his room, Jiang Xuan began to channel his true energy to heal the injuries on his hands. The wounds appeared severe, yet he practiced the remarkably restorative evergreen sword technique, supplemented by the extraordinary dragon and phoenix jade, allowing him to recover swiftly. With the assistance of healing elixirs, his recovery could be expedited even further. This incident stirred contemplations within him. The black market resides in a gray area, devoid of lawful governance, with relationships entwined in complexity. If he wished to navigate the black market with stability, he could not merely focus on cultivation and dutifully guarding his post. He must also devise a strategy to ascend to a higher position. Otherwise, troubles would continuously arise. However, the path to advancement is fraught with difficulty. Alas, he decided to take his time. Within the Zhu residence of Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Hongfei abruptly sat up, incredulously gazing at Zhang Yuan. "Are you saying that the explosion just now was caused by that old man Jiang, and it killed Song He along with several outer disciples?" "Indeed, and he claimed the particular martial art was his own creation," Zhang Yuan replied, a look of lingering fear upon his face. "How could this be possible?" Zhu Hongfei reclined back into his tiger-skin chair, muttering to himself. That old man was clearly at the qi condensation stage. How could he have killed Song He? Could I have been mistaken? Qi condensation stage. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as if he had heard an absurd tale. Promptly interjecting, "Master, that is absolutely impossible." "Why is it impossible?" Zhu Hongfei inquired with curiosity, unwilling to admit the possibility of misjudging an old man. Zhang Yuan, swallowing hard with trepidation, recounted every encounter he had had with Jiang Xuan, detailing how he withstood treasures and weapons with his bare body, harnessed heavenly thunder to temper his physique, and obliterated over a dozen masters, including Song He, with a single strike. Ultimately, he concluded that Jiang Xuan could not merely be at the qi condensation stage. Zhu Hongfei listened quietly from his tiger skin chair, growing increasingly perplexed. There are not many masters of this age in the great Qian kingdom. Could he be from a reclusive sect? If so, what is his purpose for joining our black market? To make money. Sigh. Zhang Yuan sighed heavily. Master, that is precisely the aspect that troubles me most. Brother Jiang used to be a cart driver for the Li family, living in obscurity as if he had suddenly emerged out of nowhere. Zhu Hongfei sat up once more, astonished. A cart driver for the Li family. I have conducted business with the Li family and have seen that cart driver before. He struck me as an unremarkable old man, too ordinary to even be remembered. How did he suddenly transform into a master? Zhang Yuan cautiously glanced at the contemplative Zhu Hongfei and remarked, Master, I believe that regardless of Brother Zhang's identity, he has now joined the black market, making him one of our own, vastly stronger than that Song He. Zhu Hongfei agreed. That is indeed true. Once he is here, whether dragon or tiger, they must submit. For what can a mere master do? However, while we may employ him, we must still ascertain his background. The captain has personally instructed that the significant business in June concerns the very survival of the black market. We must not allow any disturbances at Xuanwu Hall. The matter of the black market survival. Zhang Yuan's eyelids twitched. It sounded increasingly outrageous. What could possibly affect the existence of the black market? Then, Master, regarding Brother Jiang, investigate further. If no issues arise, allow him to take over Old Song's position. Understood. Time flew by, and a month passed quietly. Jiang Xuan adhered to a routine of patrolling the streets, cultivating and healing, occasionally sharing a drink with Zhang Yuan, leading a rather leisurely life. Since that incident, no one dared to cause disturbances on Qinghe Street, and the law and order were remarkably good. With such a formidable old killer present, who would dare to be reckless? As time progressed, Jiang Xuan's reputation gradually spread throughout the black market. The tale of his thunderous explosion became legendary, akin to a battle of renown among the populace. A rather juvenile nickname circulated for Jiang Xuan. The Thunder Punisher. It was said that those who disregarded the rules within Jiang Xuan's territory would face the wrath of heavenly thunder. Nowadays, the inner and outer disciples of Xuanwu Hall respectfully referred to Jiang Xuan as Elder Jiang, marking his name as quite illustrious. Indeed, it must be said that maintaining law and order is the foremost hallmark of the black market. Qinghe Street thrived remarkably due to Jiang Xuan's presence, with stall protection fees doubling within a month. The common folk eagerly flocked to Qinghe Street, vying to conduct business there. Zhu Hongfei collected protection fees with ease, his face beaming with delight. Furthermore, Jiang Xuan was quite strict about the rules. Regardless of who you were, you had to adhere to them, or else he would demonstrate his sword technique. Issues such as occupying stalls, bullying the weak, and rowdy behavior were dealt with decisively on Qinghe Street, and no one dared to provoke him. Such conduct particularly earned Zhu Hongfei's admiration, who repeatedly praised Jiang Xuan, now addressing him as Brother Jiang. One day, Jiang Xuan sat in his room, opening the long-awaited attribute panel to take a look. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 8. Cultivation: Qi condensation level 8 technique. Evergreen sword technique, 2nd level. Martial skills: horse stance sword. Flowing cloud illusion sword, 5. Thunder law seal talent. Celestial bone, indestructible, intermediate sword intent treasure. Cloud piercing shuttle, dragon and phoenix jade, Qi condensation level 8. I am on the verge of breaking through to the return to origin stage. Jiang Xuan murmured to himself while gazing at the panel. After joining the black market, inner disciples received 20 taels of silver and 5 low-grade spirit stones each month, just enough for his monthly indulgences. Coupled with his celestial bone and the dragon and phoenix jade, his cultivation speed could be described as akin to a swift current. What delighted him the most was that the evergreen sword technique had progressed to the 2nd level, rendering his true energy even more substantial and his physique considerably stronger, nearly rivaling any return to origin stage expert. Moreover, he had comprehended a new sword technique, the evergreen sword river. This technique was both highly demanding on true energy and exceedingly domineering. Designed to infuse endless true energy into the sword, unleashing an unending torrent of sword energy with each swing, akin to a mighty river, powerful enough to rival the 5 Thunder seal. However, this technique bore a critical flaw. It consumed too much of the sword. Ordinary mortal swords could hardly withstand such immense true energy, and using it even once would result in an explosive rupture. Should the sword shatter, it would be tantamount to severing one's own limbs. Jiang Xuan could only hope that the next mission system would reward him with a sword worthy of his status. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's excited voice echoed from outside. "Elder Jiang, congratulations. You are about to be promoted. Come quickly to meet Master Zhu." Promoted? Jiang Xuan was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm. "Yes, Elder Jiang, come quickly to meet Master Zhu. He has been eagerly discussing rewarding you." Jiang Xuan dared not delay, promptly following Zhang Yuan toward the Zhu residence. At this moment, within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei scrutinized Jiang Xuan's dossier, murmuring to himself. Jiang Xuan, sold into the Li family at the age of 7, served as a cart driver for over 50 years, displaying no signs of cultivation until 3 months ago when he suddenly revealed unfathomable prowess, suspected to have mastered a body-refining method of iron skin and bronze bones. How peculiar! How peculiar! A 70-year-old cart driver of unblemished lineage concealing such depth? What fortune or misfortune could this bring to our black market? As Zhu Hongfei pondered over the dossier, footsteps approached from outside. He hurriedly concealed the documents as Zhang Yuan and Jiang Xuan entered, slightly bowing. "We pay our respects to Master Zhu." "Ha! Elder Jiang, come, take a seat." Upon seeing them, Zhu Hongfei burst into hearty laughter, gesturing for them to sit. "Elder Jiang has been with our black market for a while now, diligently managing Qinghe Street with remarkable order. I have witnessed it all, and indeed, you are a testament to perseverance in your age." Zhu Hongfei grinned broadly, his demeanor significantly warmer than during their first meeting. "Master Zhu, you flatter me. It is merely my duty," Jiang Xuan humbly replied. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei nodded with a smile, appearing quite pleased with Jiang Xuan, and continued, "Previously, I underestimated your capabilities. It is indeed unjust for you to remain a mere inner disciple. Let it be thus. With Song he deceased, the position of steward shall henceforth fall to you. Dear brother Jiang, I implore you, do not shy away from this responsibility. The life that was taken was yours to end, and thus, the vacancy must be filled by you." Replaced Song he, upon hearing this. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that the one who had killed could simply take the place of the slain? Was it truly a matter of survival of the fittest in the black market? Zhu Hongfei, noticing Jiang Xuan's astonishment, grinned widely and remarked, "Brother Jiang, there is no need for surprise. Such are the rules of the black market. Only the strong remain, while the weak are discarded. And the one who was slain? Merely a weakling." Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter this assertion. Zhu Hongfei took a sip from his teacup and continued with a smile, "Should there come a day when brother Jiang covets my position as the hall master, feel free to challenge me. Should you lose, death is the only consequence, and there shall be no grievances." This proclamation, Jiang Xuan maintained his composure, while nearby, Zhang Yuan was so startled he dropped his teacup. With a crash, it shattered upon the ground. Zhu Hongfei turned to Zhang Yuan, displeased, and admonished, "Look at you, so hasty and reckless. How can one achieve greatness in such a manner? Learn from brother Jiang's steadiness." Yes, my apologies." Zhang Yuan quickly rose, bowing repeatedly in contrition. Jiang Xuan also stood, clasping his hands in respect. "The hall master is overthinking. I merely seek to earn some wealth in the black market, harboring no grand ambitions." Zhu Hongfei paused, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I do appreciate brother Jiang's forthright nature. However, rest assured, I harbor no suspicions regarding your intentions. Otherwise, we would not be conversing now. Upon entering Xuanwu Hall, we are brothers." Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly, pondering who would consider themselves a brother to such a man. A misfortune indeed that he discerned that Zhu Hongfei was exceedingly suspicious. Every seemingly casual remark was a test of his character. Should he exhibit any sign of abnormality, it would not merely jeopardize his role as a steward. Escaping this abode might become a perilous endeavor. I am grateful for the hall master's esteem towards an old man like myself. Zhu Hongfei, with a wave of his hand, instructed Jiang Yuan, take Brother Jiang to register. Let him assume Song he's positioned by tomorrow. With that, he dismissed Jiang Xuan and Jiang Yuan, who departed, leaving Zhu Hongfei to ponder Jiang Xuan's dossier. This old fellow, is it truly as simple as earning money in the black market? Upon leaving Zhu's residence, Jiang Yuan congratulated Jiang Xuan with a smile. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, to have ascended to the position of steward in such a brief span of merely 1 month is truly unprecedented. Merely luck, Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, Brother Jiang, was the master's statement to be taken seriously? He referred to the rule that one could take the place of another by killing them. At this, Jiang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Brother, you cannot possibly be. Jiang Xuan shook his head. I'm not interested in such matters. Mere curiosity? Oh. Jiang Yuan exhaled in relief, then spoke earnestly. Brother, you must not take such words to heart. The dynamics of the black market are intricate and perilous. Anyone could stab you in the back. If you seek to replace Hall Master Zhu, you may find yourself dealt with before you even make a move. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had not taken it seriously, but the danger of the black market was indeed greater than he had anticipated. Understood, fear not. I am too old to engage in the squabbles of youth. There was no formal ceremony for Jiang Xuan's promotion to steward. He merely needed to visit the accounting hall to exchange his token and update his residence, salary, and asset information. Upon entering the accounting hall, the disciples were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xuan, who had registered merely a month prior and now appeared to have ascended in rank. Old Master Jiang, all is in order. Here is your stewardess token, and the assets of Steward Song will be transferred to your name. One disciple informed him. Songhe's assets? Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a windfall from his rise to power. As soon as the registration was complete, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to core member of the organization. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. Level 1 alchemy. New plot developments are being generated. Upon becoming a core member, Jiang Xuan rapidly showcased unparalleled talent, his assessment scores eclipsing those of his contemporaries, earning him recognition. Triggered mission. Make your mark mission requirements. Secure first place in the assessment to receive rewards. Mission rewards. Qingyun's sword. Finally, it is complete. Jiang Xuan sighed in relief, only to feel a surge of alchemical insight flooding his mind, overwhelming him with joy. Alchemy masters are often regarded as the affluent among cultivators. A single high-quality elixir could command a fortune. Yet, the art of alchemy is notoriously challenging, and ordinary warriors are unable to grasp its techniques. His knowledge. Alchemists in Yuzhou City were as rare as phoenix feathers. With most elixirs on the market imported from the imperial capital Dacian, that if he could master this skill, how could he possibly worry about finances? As Jiang Xuan continued reading, he noticed the new task involved securing first place in a competition, causing him to frown slightly. This likely involved a martial arts assessment, given his current strength, unless he utilized powerful artifacts like the Chuanyan Shuttle and the Five Thunder Seal. Winning against other stewards would pose considerable difficulty. Most importantly, it might expose his true capabilities. This could prove problematic. After completing the registration, Jiang Xuan proceeded to Songhe's residence, which now belonged to him. Upon arrival, he observed that although it was also a steward's residence, Songhe's estate was significantly more opulent than his own, boasting a much larger area and an impressive grandeur rivaling that of the Li residence. It appeared that Song he had amassed quite a fortune. At the entrance of the Song residence, now, more appropriately, the Jiang residence, stood two slender, exquisite women, their skin as smooth as cream, who slightly bowed to Jiang Xuan in greeting that we pay our respects to Lord Jiang. Lord? Jiang Xuan was taken aback, gazing at the two women. Their cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, they lowered their heads and said, My lord, we are the concubines of Steward Song. Now that you have assumed his position, according to the rules of the black market, all that was his is now yours. This, Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. He had merely expected the assets associated with Song he to consist of property alone. Indeed, from this day forth, we are all yours. The two women spoke softly, their voices tinged with shyness. After all, They were not courtesans, and suddenly having a new master was quite disconcerting. Jiang Xuan was dumbfounded. Suddenly feeling as if he were the villain in a story, he had killed Song He, usurped his position, claimed his property, and was now poised to take his concubines as well. Truly the makings of a nefarious character. He wondered if Song He had a legitimate wife or perhaps a daughter. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xuan asked, "What are your names?" "Your humble servant is called Xiao Tian Tian, and she is called Xiao Mimi. We grew up in the black market, and these names were given to us by Steward Song, that if you dislike them, we can change them." Had he been drinking, he might have choked at the absurdity of those names. "Sweet and honey, very well. From now on, you shall be called Xiaozhu, and you shall be called Dongmei," Jiang Xuan declared, pointing at the two women. "Yes, my lord," they replied, bowing with no sign of objection to the name changes. As if they were mere obedient automatons, Jiang Xuan gazed at the two women, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Having traversed the world of commerce alongside Lord Li for many years and engaged in numerous dealings within the black market, he had heard of a rather dubious rumor. It was said that many young girls were trafficked into the black market, where they would be subjected to a peculiar form of conditioning until they matured, only to be gifted to subordinates as rewards, thereby establishing spies and hidden agents. Should any of these women sense betrayal, they would transform into lethal weapons, turning against their betrayers. Even the most diligent of servants would find their entire estate reverting to the black market upon their death. Much like Song He. Thus, to be ensnared by such women could spell disaster for him. These two were likely the black market's eyes placed beside Song He, now transformed into his own eyes. However, Jiang Xuan's resolve was firm. He would not be swayed by such temptations. Under the guidance of two handmaidens, Jiang Xuan commenced his exploration of the residence. One must acknowledge that Song He truly knew how to indulge. This abode could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the Li residence. Within, there existed a flower pavilion, surrounded by a profusion of exotic blooms and a garden of precious spiritual herbs, conveniently available for future alchemical endeavors. Besides the essential rooms, such as guest quarters, kitchen, and grand hall, the estate also boasted a study adorned with esteemed calligraphy and paintings, an elegant chamber designated for the pleasures of wine, music, and dance, a treasure house brimming with rare curiosities, as well as a bathing and dining room specifically for the enjoyment of concubines. How refined, indeed! Jiang Xuan arrived at the bathing and dining room for the concubines, where a large wooden tub, sufficient to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals, had already been prepared, alongside a variety of delectable dishes. This reminded him of a certain celestial abode from his previous life, a self-service hot spring. "Master, please commence your meal." The two maidens shyly lowered their heads, speaking softly. Jiang Xuan nodded and walked towards the dining area, gazing at the lavish spread of culinary delights, unable to suppress his admiration for Song He's extravagant lifestyle. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Over 70 years of age, he saw no harm in indulging a little. "Master, I shall serve you your meal." The tender and fragrant Xia Zhu approached him with grace. Jiang Xuan, having endured a lifetime of hardship, was experiencing the novelty of being catered to during a meal for the first time. He felt a bit out of sorts, but reluctantly accepted. "Master, allow me to assist you in changing attire." The fair and beautiful Dongmei appeared, carefully presenting a voluminous robe to Jiang Xuan. How extravagant, to change clothes for a meal! Jiang Xuan felt a wave of emotion until he noticed the petite head bowing shyly before him, which made him realize the situation. Before long, Jiang Xuan and the two enchanting women had their fill. "Master, I shall fetch something delightful," one of them said. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan, under the attentive service of the two maidens, made his way to the bathing area, remaining relaxed and refraining from lifting a finger, occasionally murmuring, "Professional, quite professional." 2 hours later, Jiang Xuan reclined in the vast wooden tub, his head barely emerging from the rose petal-laden water, his gaze vacant. This lifestyle was truly a test for one's character. Suddenly, he grasped the reason why the black market employed such methods to control subordinates without facing severe backlash. Instead, they seemed to revel in it. Who could resist? Fortunately, given his advanced age, he was not akin to those impetuous youth, fully aware of the perils of a decadent lifestyle. Please gather your belongings and depart. Take whatever treasures you wish and return to your homes. Jiang Xuan suddenly said, "Ah." Upon hearing this, the two maidens' expressions changed, tears welling in their eyes, evoking sympathy. "Master, how can you be so heartless? Have we not served you well enough?" "It is not that." Jiang Xuan shook his head. "Then why must you send us away? We have no home to return to. Please do not cast us out." The maidens wept profusely, their cries heart-wrenching that it was absurd. They had come bearing a sacred mission. How could Jiang Xuan simply dismiss them? Jiang Xuan deliberated on his words and clarified, "You have misunderstood. I do not wish to send you away, but rather to invite you to reside elsewhere. Not far from here is another residence of mine, where the sisters Chunlan and Xiaoju reside. You may move there to be together, and I will frequently visit you." This, Xiaoju and Dong Mei were momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chunlan and Xiaoju were also Jiang Xuan as concubines. Given the circumstances, they seemed to have no reason to refuse. "But, Master, if we move there, what about your needs? Your meals, clothing, and everything else?" Xiaoju, still reluctant, bit her lip and inquired, "You need not concern yourselves. I am not yet at an age where I cannot care for myself. Should I require assistance, I will naturally call upon you." Jiang Xuan replied, his tone firm and unyielding. "Very well. We shall obey." The two maidens exchanged resigned glances, subsequently packing their belongings and departing, their eyes filled with lingering sorrow and reluctance. The once bustling estate fell eerily quiet. The following day at dawn, the crow of roosters heralded the break of day, and two disciples clad in azure awaited Jiang Xuan at the entrance of the Jiang residence. Upon opening the door, Jiang Xuan paused in surprise. "And who might you be?" The two disciples hastily approached and bowed, introducing themselves. "I am Qing Feng, the steward of Weishui Street. It is an honor to meet you, Jiang Yi." "I am Ming Yu, the steward of Shishui Street. It is also a pleasure to meet you, Jiang Yi." "Jiang Yi, the assessment for February is soon to commence, and we have been dispatched to escort you to the assembly hall, where the hall master awaits." Jiang Xuan suddenly comprehended, momentarily forgetting that he was now a steward. He waved his hand and said, "Lead the way." The black market occupied over 160 streets in Yuzhou City, divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north, each managed by one of the 4 major halls. Xuan Hall resided in the northern district, overseen by a hall master, 3 stewards, and numerous inner disciples. Monthly assessments were conducted, with profits ranked across the 4 regions, leading to rewards and penalties based on performance. The entire hall thrived or faltered together, yet each street's steward faced individual evaluations. Jiang Xuan had achieved the best results in the previous month's assessment, earning him the commendation of Zhu Hongfei. However, now that he was a steward, his aspirations could no longer be confined to a single street. Upon arriving at the assembly hall, Jiang Xuan found Zhu Hongfei seated in the main position, his expression fraught with concern. Below, stewards Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai sat apprehensively, not daring to speak, the atmosphere palpably tense. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Zhu Hongfei's face brightened, and he rose to greet him. "Ah, Jiang, my old friend, you have finally arrived." Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai also stood, as if they had spotted a savior. Jiang Xuan, taken aback, asked, "Hall Master, what troubles you?" "Alas," Zhu Hongfei sighed heavily, expressing his frustration, "it is these inept individuals who have caused me great distress. Last month, our Xuanwu Hall ranked at the bottom once again, and the Vice Hall Master berated me harshly." He then turned to Jiang Xuan with genuine sincerity. "Jiang, you are new here, yet your assessment results are the best among us. Quickly, share your insights. How did you achieve this?" "This?" Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, replying, "I implore the Hall Master to elaborate, and perhaps I may offer my humble assistance." Zhu Hongfei nodded and proceeded to outline the circumstances of the 4 major halls. Regrettably, the profits of the 4 halls stemmed from only 2 sources: black market dealings and specialty businesses. Due to the equitable distribution among the 4 regions, black market profits were relatively consistent. The crux of the issue lay in the specialty businesses. The gambling ventures of Qinglong Hall, the auctioneering of Baihu Hall, and the flesh trade of Zhuke Hall were all exceptionally lucrative, filling their coffers to the brim. Conversely, Xuan Wuhal's assassination business faced significant challenges. Yuzhou City was relatively peaceful, who would seek a hired killer on a daily basis. Consequently, Xuan Wuhal suffered considerable losses in this specialty sector, only occasionally managing to turn a profit during rare lucrative jobs. Despite the hall master having lowered the assessment standards, they consistently lagged at the bottom among the four halls that, if this continued, who would choose to join Xuan Wuhal? Such was the situation, and Zhu Hongfei eagerly looked to Jiang Xuan for any clever strategies he might possess from his years of experience in business alongside Lord Li. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly. He was merely a carriage driver. What business acumen could he possibly offer? Nevertheless, he knew he must devise a solution to that moment. He suddenly realized that perhaps this was the assessment within the system's tasks. The black market was not a traditional sect. Everything revolved around monetary gain, devoid of martial assessments. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Hall master, do not fret. I have a plan. Quickly share it, Jiang, Zhu Hongfei urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Xuan elaborated, we, Xuan Wuhal, focus on the assassination business that in the short term, acquiring a significant number of assassination commissions seems implausible, and we cannot fulfill such a goal. Therefore, we must endeavor to expand our black market dealings. Oh, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, interjecting, indeed, in the realm of illicit commerce, the rent for each stall has been escalated to 1 tael per day, while the rent for shops has surged to 100 taels per month. What say you? With a mere utterance, he has audaciously tripled the protection fee. Preposterous! Zhu Hongfei exclaimed in a fit of rage, slapping Zhang Yuan across the face and berating him. 1 tael per day? Have you lost your senses? You fool! Think for a moment with your pig's brain. Who would be foolish enough to conduct business in our northern district at such a rate? Huh. Zhang Yuan, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, at such exorbitant rents, who would dare venture into the black market? For instance, a vegetable vendor might earn a meager 700 or 800 won in a day, only to incur substantial losses. Where there are dragons, there are phoenixes. Liu Bai pondered for a moment and interjected, Master, might I suggest that we keep the rents unchanged and raise the market entry protection fee to 3 big coins? Silence, Zhu Hongfei retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Liu Bai's face as well. Gritting his teeth, with your muscle-bound brain, consider this. Who would come to our northern district to purchase goods with a market entry protection fee of 3 big coins? Huh. Liu Bai, nursing his swollen cheek, felt aggrieved. Master, this was proposed by Brother Jiang. It was not my idea. Zhu Hongfei sighed and turned to Jiang Xuan. Brother Jiang, are there no other alternatives? Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly and replied, Gentlemen, you misunderstand. My intention in expanding the black market is not reliant upon exorbitant rents or entry fees. Oh dear, Brother Jiang, do not keep us in suspense. You are driving me mad, Zhu Hongfei said, his face a picture of urgency. Fear not. Listen closely to my words, Jiang Xuan began. The art of commerce is fundamentally about engaging with people. It is far easier to extract 1 tael from 10 individuals than to pry 10 taels from a single pocket. While our black market may possess certain peculiarities, its foundation remains rooted in business principles. The crux lies not in pricing, but in reputation and foot traffic when a street sees high pedestrian flow. The protection fees collected will naturally increase. Zhu Hongfei, Zhang Yuan, and Liu Bai listened, utterly bewildered, grasping at straws. Alas, dear elder, we are simple folk. We do not comprehend the convolutions of business. Just tell us plainly how to proceed. Zhu Hongfei said, his impatience palpable. Cough. Very well, Jiang Xuan coughed, feeling as though he were playing a lute to a cow, and continued, Master Zhu, allow me to propose several recommendations. First, reduce the rent for each stall and shop by half. Second, abolish the market entry protection fee, replacing it with a membership protection fee. Citizens can register for a monthly membership to freely enter the black market. Third, enhance our protective measures, forbidding any oppression of citizens conducting business within a market. Violators shall face immediate execution. Fourth, establish dedicated reception personnel to cater to any reasonable requests from citizens entering the black market. We must be responsive to their needs. Jiang Xuan continued to expound upon his ideas. enumerating 7 or 8 suggestions, leaving Zhu Hongfei and the others utterly dumbfounded. What the devil? Have you lost your mind? Is this a black market or a charitable institution? Are you serious, dear elder? Do not spout such nonsense. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a significant glance at Jiang Xuan. Ha! Excellent. I wholeheartedly support Brother John's proposals. Henceforth, the Northern District will be entrusted to your management. Zhu Hongfei boomed with laughter. Thank you for your trust, Master, Jiang Xuan replied. However, Zhu Hongfei's tone shifted, and he grinned. Brother Jiang, our black market has its own rules. If we're to change them arbitrarily, it better yield results. If it does not, the losses. Jiang Xuan instantly grasped the implication and bowed slightly. I'm grateful for your trust, Master. Should I fail to produce results, I shall bear the losses myself. And how does Brother Jiang intend to shoulder that burden? Zhu Hongfei's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Realizing he had overstepped, Zhu Hongfei quickly added, Forgive me, Brother Jiang. I am merely concerned about the gravity of this matter and did not wish to place undue pressure upon you. It is prudent to clarify expectations in advance. Jiang Xuan smiled lightly. I comprehend your intent. Master, he understood that Zhu Hongfei harbored ulterior motives. The invitation to consult on managing the black market was, in truth, a ploy to entangle him in its murky depths. As their conversation unfolded, the dismal performance of the Xuanwu Hall had been shifted squarely onto Jiang Xuan's shoulders, leaving him no room for denial, lest he be accused of reckless boasting. In fact, Zhu Hongfei harbored a deep-seated wariness of him, continuously probing his limits. Yet, were he an ordinary individual, he might have felt gratitude for Zhu Hongfei's recognition. Jiang Xuan continued, Rest assured, Master, I may not be of great talent, but I was once a pill master. Should the Xuanwu Hall's performance decline, I shall revert to my former profession, selling pills to repay our debts. The profit from these elixirs, I believe, you are well aware of. What? Zhu Hongfei gasped in astonishment. Seizing Jiang Xuan's hand, Brother, you are also a pill master. Is this true? Typically, pill masters are revered by major factions, seldom seen in public, while the black market in Yuzhou City does have its apothecaries. Their elixirs are either purchased or distributed from their headquarters, not crafted in-house. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, especially within the black market, where pill masters often disdain this line of work. It is said that the headquarters of the Qianquan black market boasts a mere handful of pill masters. To think this old fellow is a pill master? Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile. I dare not make boastful claims. Fantastic. Zhu Hongfei beamed with delight, exclaiming, With your word, Brother Jiang, I can rest easy from this day forth. You shall be the vice master of our Xuanwu Hall. The rules of the Northern District are yours to amend as you see fit, and I shall bear all consequences, should you wish to craft pills. The materials will all be provided by the Xuanwu Hall, and we shall split the profits 50-50. What say you? With a pill master at our disposal, who could rival the Xuanwu Hall in profit? The pill industry is indeed a lucrative venture. Zhang Yuan and Liu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. In the span of a few days, Jiang Xuan had ascended to the position of vice master. Feigning hesitation, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming joy within. Since Zhu Hongfei sought to exploit him, why should he not turn the tables and ride the coattails of Zhu Hongfei's ambition? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Though he had never crafted pills before, with the foundational knowledge of first-tier alchemy, he could certainly learn without a master. However, alchemy is an expensive endeavor. If he could leverage the resources of the Xuanwu Hall for practice, it would be the most economical choice. Moreover, this could serve as a stepping stone for further advancement, an opportunity too good to pass up. Thus, amidst their feigned smiles, this arrangement was solidified. Zhu Hongfei personally escorted Jiang Xuan from the conference hall, cheerfully instructing Zhang Yuan to accompany him to the apothecary to select materials. In the conference hall, Liu Bai cautiously approached Zhu Hongfei, saying, Master, are you not being too generous by granting him 50% of the profits? After all, the cost of materials is not insignificant. And as for the vice master position, Zhu Hongfei wore a smug smile as he replied, Liu Bai, you stubbornly deny your own foolishness with Brother John's proposal. It would be a miracle if we did not incur losses in the Northern District's business, though we shall use this opportunity to shift all the lingering debts and failures of the Northern District onto him. When the time comes, he will be lucky to see a mere 5% of the profits. He might even have to labor for us for a lifetime to repay his debts. You see, such a monumental task is surely suited for the vice master. Ha ha ha. The Northern District's long-standing underperformance is not merely due to poor results, but also a result of substantial debts and losses. Zhu Hongfei has misappropriated untold amounts of public funds from the Xuanwu Hall, and should this come to light, he would lose his head 100 times over. Naturally, everyone within the Xuanwu Hall is aware of this situation. None would dare expose Liu Bai's eyes widened in realization, and he gave Zhu Hongfei a thumbs up. Master Zhu, you are truly astute. Furthermore, we can also attribute a significant amount to him concerning the cost of materials. Further burdening him with blame, Zhu Hongfei regarded him with the approving gaze of a mentor, praising at last, "You've seen the light." To my utmost surprise, I initially intended merely to extort him, to ascertain his true identity. Yet unexpectedly, I uncovered the identity of an alchemist, thereby resolving a significant matter that had long preoccupied my mind. Truly remarkable. Lord Zhu, what exactly is the background of this elder Jiang? Liu Bai inquired. Perplexed that I am uncertain, Zhu Hongfei replied, shaking his head, his gaze flickering, but I have a strong intuition that this old man harbors some secrets. Never mind his background, as long as he can bring fortune to us. He shall be our benefactor. Soon, Jiang Xuan and Jiang Xuan arrived at the apothecary, preparing to procure some herbs for alchemy. Naturally, the expenses would be charged to the account of the Xuanwu Hall. To be frank, such matters could easily be arranged with the dispatch of a disciple. Yet Zhu Hongfei insisted on having Jiang Xuan accompany him throughout, solely to ascertain whether Jiang Xuan could genuinely concoct elixirs. Indeed, despite Jiang Xuan's fervent claims of his abilities, Zhu Hongfei, Jiang Xuan, and Liu Bai remained skeptical. The primary objective of Jiang Yuan's journey was to determine whether Jiang Xuan was truly an alchemist, to provide the others with a sense of assurance that, I must say, individuals in the black market are exceedingly cautious. Jiang Xuan inquired, "Elder brother, may I ask what type of elixir you intend to concoct? I have not practiced alchemy for quite some time, and my formulas have all been lost. I shall begin with some body-refining pills to hone my skills," Jiang Xuan replied thoughtfully. Body-refining pills? Jiang Yuan's expression brightened. The body-refining pill is a first-grade elixir. As its name suggests, it aids low-tier martial artists in refining their bones, hastening their advancement into the condensation realm. It is quite a popular elixir on the market. To think that such an elixir is merely for practice? Pray tell, Elder Jiang, what is the highest grade of elixir you are capable of concocting? Jiang Yuan cautiously inquired. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard. Sighing softly, in my youth, it was as simple as eating and drinking to concoct fifth-grade elixirs. Alas, with age, my hands have grown clumsy. I fear that even concocting a third-grade elixir would be quite taxing. What? Jiang Yuan was taken aback, nearly rendered speechless by Jiang Xuan's declaration. Were it not for Jiang Xuan's identity, he would have likely been dismissed outright. Fifth-grade elixirs as simple as eating and drinking. Would you care to reconsider your words? In the great Qin kingdom, fifth-grade alchemists are not entirely absent, yet they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, revered by millions as masters. To put it bluntly, even a newly ascended martial arts master is inconsequential before a fifth-grade alchemist. Even third-grade elixirs are considered high-end and scarce on the market. Do you not believe me? Jiang Xuan frowned. Jiang Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling. Of course, I believe you, Elder Jiang. Jiang Xuan's face clouded with displeasure. You clearly do not believe me. Very well, if fifth-grade elixirs are too distant for you, procure me a formula for a third-grade elixir, and I shall demonstrate my skills for you. Mastering first-grade alchemy allows one to concoct up to third-grade elixirs. Jiang Xuan possessed a pitifully scant number of formulas, only managing to acquire some popular elixirs on the market, while other unique secrets were elusive. However, Xuanwu Hall may well be able to procure them. If Elder Jiang is truly committed, this matter should be reported to the hallmaster. Jiang Yuan wiped his brow again, stating, it was simply that Jiang Xuan's demeanor was far too imposing. He felt utterly unworthy to be on familiar terms with such a figure. Indeed, Jiang Xuan nodded indifferently. Oh dear, Elder Jiang, Master Jiang, what brings you both to my apothecary? Are you perhaps looking to procure elixirs? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan and Jiang Yuan, a short, stout, amiable man approached with a smile. He was none other than Gao Yao, the hall master of the apothecary. Although he held the title of hall master, his status was not much different from that of the attendants at Xuanwu Hall, in fact, due to the lack of alchemists in the apothecary. His actual standing was even inferior to that of the four major hall's attendants. Master Gao, Zhang Yuan smiled. Today we are not here to purchase elixirs, but to procure herbs, as Elder Jiang intends to concoct some elixirs. Oh, Elder Jiang can also concoct elixirs. Gao Yao's eyes narrowed in surprise. He was also an alchemist, albeit a second-grade one, and had attained his position as the hall master through this. Jiang Xuan nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, I plan to concoct some body-refining pills that, as you're also an alchemist, I trust you know what I require. Body-refining pills. Gao Yao exclaimed in realization, as these pills are referred to as novice pills within the industry. Being relatively simple to concoct, so he is merely a novice. What use could he have in learning alchemy at such an age? Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan was an attendant of Xuanwu Hall, so Gao Yao could not afford to lose face and force a smile. Understood. Please wait a moment while I prepare the herbs. Saying this, he instructed his subordinates to prepare the materials for the body-refining pills, whispering to them, just fetch some inferior quality ones. We mustn't waste anything. In his view, Jiang Xuan was merely a novice, unable to discern the quality of the herbs, and would likely waste a considerable amount. Thus, it would be better to provide him with lower quality materials. Before long, Gao Yao returned with a pile of herbs, smiling. Elder Jiang, the materials for concocting the body-refining pills are all ready. I wish you great success. As for the procurement costs, Zhang Yuan interjected. No need for pleasantries. Simply charge it to the account of Xuanwu Hall. Very well. Gao Yao grinned widely, thinking that Master Zhu was indeed generous, spending money for an old man to dabble in alchemy. These herbs are worth quite a bit. Wait a moment. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, stopping Gao Yao from leaving. What is it, Elder Jiang? Master Gao, these herbs are not suitable, Jiang Xuan said, picking up a handful of huangya and sniffing it. Frowning, the best age for huangya in concocting body-refining pills is between 10 to 20 years. Only huangya of this vintage secretes the vital liquid. Are you not aware of this? Master Gao, Gao Yao was rendered speechless. He certainly knew, but who would have thought that Jiang Xuan, a novice, could discern the vintage with a mere sniff? Is he for real? Master Gao, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yuan's tone grew cold. Elder Jiang is a fifth-grade alchemist. Do you wish to jeopardize your standing in the black market? What? A fifth-grade alchemist? Gao Yao's eyes widened in shock, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan continued squatting on the ground, examining other herbs, stating, in this Dan Shun, you need to use the southern variety. The northern ones are too dry and lose their medicinal properties. Not to mention this Kuei Yi. Jiang Xuan incessantly pointed out flaws, leaving Gao Yao in a state of utter dismay. Goodness, regardless of the herb, this master could ascertain its vintage, medicinal properties, processing methods, and so forth, with a mere glance or sniff. He was exceptionally experienced. Fool! Gao Yao slapped a nearby disciple across the face, rebuking, did I not instruct you to bring forth the finest herbs? What are you doing? Go back and fetch the correct ones. You useless wretch, the disciple, full of grievance, replied, Yes, Master Gao. After reprimanding his disciple, Gao Yao turned to Jiang Xuan with a fawning expression. Elder Jiang, are you truly a fifth-grade alchemist? Jiang Xuan waved his hand, sighing, a hero does not boast of past glories. I'm merely a third-grade alchemist now. Third grade. Gao Yao's eyes lit up. Third grade is still impressive. I've been stuck at second grade for years, unable to break through. Elder Jiang, please teach me the ways of alchemy. Jiang Xuan appeared troubled. Alas, I have never intended to take on disciples. I fear. No need to take me on as a disciple. Simply allow me to observe you concocting elixirs once. I am willing to provide you with a top-notch alchemical furnace and herbs. I beseech you to grant me this. Gao Yao exclaimed, his face a picture of excitement, preparing to kneel before Jiang Xuan in earnest supplication. To observe a master alchemist at work is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps he might gain some enlightenment from it. Jiang Xuan stepped forward, supporting Gao Yao, sighing, "Very well, but only this once." Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Gao Yao, Jiang Xuan resolved to perform an alchemical demonstration in the apothecary hall. He was acutely aware that both the apothecary hall and the Xuanwu hall harbored skepticism regarding his alchemical prowess, and he sought an opportunity to showcase his skills, thereby securing their future support for medicinal materials. Within the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan stood in the center of the grand hall, facing an ancient azure alchemical furnace that exuded an air of remarkable significance to this moment. The hall was filled with disciples of the apothecary hall. Zhang Yuan and Gao Yao were among them, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xuan as he prepared to concoct elixirs. Jiang Xuan did not hasten to begin. Instead, he closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the method for refining the body-tempering pill. Only after confirming the details did he commence his work. To be precise, it was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. The first step involved selecting the medicinal ingredients. Under Gao Yao's direction, a wealth of superior materials for crafting the body-tempering pill had been prepared for Jiang Xuan, including huanya, danshun, and kuei, among others. Typically, an alchemist would select the finest or most suitable ingredients from this array before commencing the refinement. However, Jiang Xuan chose not to linger on this process. Instead, he casually grabbed a handful of huanya and tossed it into the furnace, exuding an air of mastery. "Master Jiang, are you not going to scrutinize your selection?" Gao Yao inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yuan also turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan. Although he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he understood the importance of choosing the best ingredients. Jiang Xuan's nonchalance struck him as rather reckless. "No need. Any huanya aged between 10 and 20 years will suffice. Why squander time?" Jiang Xuan replied matter-of-factly, "Though, shouldn't one select the highest quality?" Gao Yao seemed to have a moment of enlightenment and continued his inquiry. Let me ask you, what constitutes the best quality? Is it the huanya closest to 10 years or the one closest to 20 years? Jiang Xuan countered. This question rendered Gao Yao momentarily speechless. The notion of best quality is multifaceted, with each alchemist holding their interpretation. Some analyze color, others age, while yet others consider moisture and texture, each adhering to their own rationale. Regardless of the analysis, the ultimate goal remains to assess the potency of the ingredients. His inquiry aimed to discern Jiang Xuan's criteria for evaluating medicinal potency, only to discover that Jiang Xuan was unconcerned with such matters. That I understand. You wish to assert that one should utilize the ingredients with the strongest medicinal properties. However, for a first-grade elixir, using the most potent ingredients could still yield a second-grade product. The essence lies in the proportions. If older ingredients possess greater potency, then when introducing other ingredients, their potency must also be suitably strong. Achieving a perfect balance in a mixture is paramount. Not grasping this fundamental concept is no wonder your skills are lacking, Jiang Xuan stated bluntly. Yet he was aware that he was merely standing on solid ground. Who could guarantee that a casual selection of ingredients would yield a perfect mixture? He possessed a natural talent for first-grade alchemy, an innate sense for the craft, which afforded him his confidence. Nevertheless, an ordinary alchemist would still need to carefully select their materials in advance. Choosing the highest quality is meant to standardize the potency of the ingredients. Essentially, what an alchemist selects is not merely quality, but rather the qualitative assessment of the potency balance. Thus, various interpretations arise, making consensus elusive. Gao Yao appeared to have gained insight, gazing at Jiang Xuan with admiration, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your invaluable teachings. I have truly learned something." After adding the ingredients, Jiang Xuan flicked his fingers, directing a surge of true energy into the alchemical furnace, which burst into a roaring flame. The furnace relied on true energy as its fuel. Ordinary wood simply could not be employed for alchemical processes. Alchemy is also a physically demanding endeavor, consuming substantial amounts of true energy as the temperature rose. Jiang Xuan expertly controlled the flame's intensity, adjusting it gradually to the optimal temperature for refining the medicinal materials. His movements were measured and orderly, neither rushed nor sluggish. Gao Yao observed intently, captivated and bewildered in equal measure. Typically, an alchemist would adhere to set formulas for flame control, clearly delineated in alchemical recipes. For instance, in the case of refining the body-tempering pill, the formula might dictate transitioning from a strong flame for 1 breath to a gentle flame for 3 breaths. Repeating this cycle 100 times to fully unlock the medicinal properties. However, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly modified the formula to alternate between a strong flame for 1.5 breaths to a gentle flame for 2.5 breaths, and subsequently adjusted it to a strong flame for half a breath followed by gentle flame for 3.5 breaths. The slightest deviation could result in catastrophic failure. This rhythm of flame control left Gao Yao utterly perplexed. What further confounded him was that Jiang Xuan's adjustments appeared to intensify the fragrance of the materials, indicating a more potent extraction of their properties. Though it was a subtle enhancement, only a connoisseur like Gao Yao would grasp the significance of such a feat. Often, the distinction in the quality of elixirs hinges on these minute variations in potency. Master, he is indeed a true master, Master Jiang. Gao Yao finally could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yet before he could finish his question, Jiang Xuan interjected mildly, "I know what you wish to ask, but this level of mastery is beyond your current capabilities. When you can manipulate the variations in the medicinal properties of the ingredients, then you may come to consult me. In simple terms, it involved making timely adjustments to the flame based on changes in medicinal properties, elevating the quality of the elixir from superior to near perfection. Of course, the authors of alchemical recipes do not expect everyone to produce elixirs of perfect quality, which is why they codify the rhythm of flame control into formulas." Gao Yao was left astounded, feeling a sense of frustration. Manipulating the variations in medicinal properties? How does one even do that? The properties of the materials continuously evolve during the refining process, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. This is a realm accessible only to true masters. How can I possibly learn something so elusive? An hour passed, and Gao Yao, along with the other disciples of the apothecary hall, were on the brink of despair. They could not comprehend Jiang Xuan's methods. Whether it was the initial selection of ingredients, the subsequent flame control, or the final steps of forming the elixir, they were utterly baffled. Individuals of their common stature could never hope to master Jiang Xuan's masterful techniques. Possessing first-grade alchemical skills not only signifies the level of a third-grade alchemist, but also embodies a rare talent. In other words, mastering first-grade alchemical techniques necessitates reaching the level of a third-grade alchemist. Yet a third-grade alchemist may not necessarily grasp first-grade techniques. Soon, a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted from the furnace, intoxicatingly delightful. This fragrance, it is of perfect quality. Gao Yao fixated on the alchemical furnace, his breath quickening as he spoke. "What perfect quality!" Jiang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he lacked knowledge of elixirs, he understood the market for them. Elixirs of exceptional quality commanded prices threefold higher than ordinary ones, and they were often rare and sought after. "Master Jiang, you are truly extraordinary." With a single hand gesture, Jiang Xuan summoned a smooth, lustrous pill from the furnace, releasing a wave of enticing fragrance that invigorated the senses. Merely inhaling it was enough to refresh the spirit. Gao Yao's gaze remained fixated on the pill, his face flushed with excitement. "Master Jiang, might you consider selling me this elixir?" "Oh, how much?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. 0.20 lower-grade spirit stones. Gao Yao indicated with his fingers. Generally speaking, a single body-tempering pill is valued at 5 lower-grade spirit stones. A perfect quality pill would typically be worth no more than 15. His offer of 20 spirit stones was a significant gesture of respect towards Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the elixir trade was a lucrative venture, accessible only to those with means. A mere 20 taels of silver would suffice to procure the ingredients. Yet a single elixir could fetch 20 lower-grade spirit stones, equating to 400 or 500 taels of silver. It was a remarkable profit. Very well. Jiang Xuan flicked his fingers, sending the elixir soaring towards Gao Yao. Gao Yao was taken aback, quickly retrieving an exquisite wooden box to carefully enclose the elixir. Although his cultivation level did not necessitate such a pill, it held significant reference value. With a grin, Jiang Xuan accepted the 20 spirit stones and procured an abundance of medicinal materials before departing the apothecary hall alongside Jiang Yuan. He did not intend to utilize all the materials for immediate refinement. Rather, he planned to cultivate them in his own spiritual field, harvesting them gradually. I truly am a diligent steward of my resources. Jiang Xuan mused. Jiang Yuan could not help but commend. Elder brother, your alchemical skills are nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Xuan waved his hand, a gesture of humility, after witnessing Jiang Xuan's alchemical skills firsthand. Jiang Yuan's gaze began to waver, as he was acutely aware of Zhu Hongfei's intentions, which were nothing more than an attempt to take advantage of Jiang Xuan, essentially bullying an honest man. Yet his intuition told him that Jiang Xuan was not someone easily manipulated. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan asked, Elder brother, do you truly have confidence in improving the performance of the Northern District? Jiang Xuan suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards Jiang Yuan. What? Does Brother Jiang not believe in me? No. Jiang Yuan quickly waved his hands, explaining, it's just that this is a thankless task. If he succeeded, all would be well, but if he failed, he could expect nothing but trouble. Jiang Xuan chuckled. What? Does the Hall Master have the power to kill me if I fail? Jiang Yuan leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, speaking softly. Elder brother, there are 100 fates worse than death in this world. If you abandon the management of the Northern District now, with your alchemical prowess, I assure you I can secure you a 10% share of the alchemical profits. The Hall Master would certainly agree. However, should you insist on that 50% if the Northern District's business incurs losses this month? I fear, at this point, Jiang Yuan fell silent, feeling he had done his utmost to convey his concerns. The implication was clear. Should the Northern District suffer losses, Zhu Hongfei would undoubtedly have a deep pit waiting for him. A pit that could lead to his utter ruin. You wish to bury me in a deep pit? Jiang Xuan immediately understood, smiling faintly as he replied, Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. Rest assured, I will not suffer losses. Well, then, Jiang Yuan sighed in resignation. After leaving the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan headed directly to the executive hall of the Xuanwu Hall, summoning all the managers for a meeting. Soon, all the inner disciples in charge of the Xuanwu Hall gathered there. Jiang Xuan sat at the head of the hall, his gaze calm as he surveyed the many managers below, asking, Is everyone here? We have all seen Jiang Yi. Everyone is present, replied the disciple responsible for roll call. Excellent, Jiang Xuan declared. I, Jiang Xuan, will be fully responsible for our Northern District's black market business starting today, as per the Hall Master's decree. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan tossed a token onto the table, a Deputy Hall Master's token, capable of mobilizing all personnel of the Xuanwu Hall. The crowd gasped in shock, quickly bowing in respect. We have seen Jiang Yi. All right, everyone take a seat. Jiang Xuan waved his hand and then retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his robes, handing it to Qing Feng with the instruction, Read this. It outlines our new regulations for the Northern District. Understood, Jiang Yi, Qing Feng replied, taking the paper. Upon reading it, his expression turned quite peculiar. Jiang Yi, this, read, Jiang Xuan commanded blandly. Clearing his throat, Qing Feng began, Esteemed colleagues, the new regulations for the Northern District are as follows. Effective immediately. First, the rent for each stall and shop will be halved. Second, the market entry protection fee will be abolished, replaced with a membership protection fee. Citizens who register for a 1-month membership will have free access to the black market. Third, we will enhance our protective measures, prohibiting any oppression of citizens conducting business within the black market. Violators will be executed without mercy. Fourth, we will establish dedicated reception personnel to meet any reasonable request from citizens entering the black market. All requests must be fulfilled. The 10 regulations, each one sending shivers down the spines of the managers below. Jiang Xuan had crafted these rules entirely based on a modern business model, prioritizing service quality and cost-effectiveness to attract customer traffic. However, to the ears of the managers, it sounded as if Jiang Xuan was demanding they turn the Northern District into a charitable institution. Jiang Yi, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? One manager stood up to voice his concerns. How is it inappropriate? Jiang Xuan asked calmly. The manager named Lei Wu spoke up. Jiang Yi, under the current regulations, we are already at the bottom in terms of performance. How can we succeed with such reduced rents and market entry fees? Moreover, your new regulations treat those commoners as if they were lords. Why should we serve them? Indeed, Jiang Yi, why should we? The other managers chimed in. Jiang Xuan remained composed, replying, because you wish to take money from their pockets. Do you not understand the principle that the customer is king? This matter has been personally sanctioned by the hall master. Anyone who disagrees may take it up with him at this. The crowd fell silent, daunted by the thought of confronting Zhu Hongfei. While Zhu Hongfei appeared amiable towards Jiang Xuan, to the other inner disciples, he was a figure to be feared and avoided at all costs. Engaging in a debate with him was not something anyone wished to entertain. Although the crowd did not voice their dissent, their discontent was evident in their eyes. All right, since there are no objections, let us proceed to the next agenda item and discuss your work protocols, Jiang Xuan stated calmly. Work protocols? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Their duties merely entailed occasionally patrolling the streets, checking accounts, and ensuring compliance with the black market's rules. Nothing more. What was there to discuss? Jiang Xuan, holding a roster, turned to Lei Wu and asked, Lei Wu, do you patrol and manage Tai Street daily? Yes, but how long do you patrol each day? Not really. Not really? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, recalling how diligently he managed Qinghe Street, ensuring order and preventing chaos. Jiang Yi, the situation is as follows, according to the rules set by Hall Master Zhu. We patrol one day and rest the next. In essence, we work one day and take a break the next. Even when we do patrol, it's rarely for more than 2 hours, the rest of the time. The outer disciples take turns patrolling, as long as no incidents occur. Humph! Jiang Xuan was furious, slamming the roster onto the table with great force, his rage palpable. What's wrong, Jiang Yi? As the hall witnessed Jiang Xuan's outburst, the manager's expressions changed, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. They were perplexed as to why Jiang Yi was so irate. This protocol was utterly unacceptable. It was a source of universal indignation. The outer disciples were merely enforcers. How could they genuinely care for our black market-esque business? If we were to implement the new regulations under such a system, the Northern District's performance would surely plummet. Moreover, if all duties were left to the outer disciples, what purpose did it serve to have you inner disciples then? Were you merely here to eat your fill? Jiang Xuan's face was flushed with indignation as he spoke with righteous fervor. But, Jiang Yi, this is the case not only in our Northern District, but in others as well. I cannot speak for the other districts, but from today onwards, this protocol in the Northern District must be revised. The crowd, silenced by Jiang Xuan's fury, dared not speak. From now on, each of you must serve the citizens entering the black market according to the new regulations. You will work 6 days and rest 1. Patrols will begin at the hour of the snake and end at the hour of the rooster, with a half-hour break for lunch. All other times must be dedicated to work. Anyone who is absent without a valid reason will have their pay deducted. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to continue patrolling on their day off, they may do so and will be rewarded for their overtime that I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished, hardly believing their ears. According to Jiang Xuan's directive, did this mean they would be required to work 6 hours each day, only to rest after 6 days? Was this truly a workload anyone could bear? I oppose. Lei Wu stood up again, filled with righteous indignation, rebuking Jiang Xuan. Jiang Yi, this is pure exploitation. Treating us this way is no different from treating us as beasts of burden. We are human beings, not livestock. Jiang Xuan regarded Lei Wu with a cold gaze, replying coolly, very well. If you disagree, feel free to lodge a complaint with Hall Master Zhu. That I assure you, there will be no place for you in the Xuanwu Hall. Lei Wu was rendered speechless as a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, unable to fathom why Master Zhu would choose such an old wretch to oppress them. Furthermore, this old man would not relent, insisting on using Master Zhu's name to subdue them. Yet, at this moment, with the arrow drawn, Lei Wu rose in anger, sweeping his sleeve aside as he coldly snorted. If he wants to go, let him. I refuse to believe that if this place does not welcome me, there isn't another that will. Old fool, if you do not regard your brothers as human, why should they follow you? Indeed, the moment those words left his lips, the anger of all the stewards in Xuanwu Hall was ignited, their eyes filled with indignation. This Jiang Xuan was truly going too far. How could anyone endure such a system? Jiang Xuan glanced at the crowd below and said nonchalantly, "If anyone still opposes, they may leave with him." A series of cold snorts echoed as 3 to 5 figures stood up in the hall, making their way outside. This, Yushio furrowed her brow. Watching the departing figures, Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. A hungry dog will naturally return. Let it be that if he refused, there were plenty willing to take his place." Upon hearing this, the stewards in the hall grew even more furious, each lowering their heads, gritting their teeth, yet dared not voice their anger. There was no other choice. The black market was strictly hierarchical, and a higher official could crush a lower one. Jiang Xuan's audacity to allow them to report was already an act of tremendous mercy. This old man Jiang was truly despicable. Such blatant exploitation would surely lead to his demise in due time. This scoundrel was simply inhumane. That it was said he had served the Li family for many years as a servant, and now that he had turned the tables, he had become utterly twisted. How could he conceive such a heartless system? Master Zhu was no better, dispatching such a perverse elder to manage the northern district. How infuriating! Each steward cursed Jiang Xuan in their hearts, and along with that, they harbored resentment toward Zhu Hongfei as well, for Jiang Xuan wielded his authority like a feather. However, some stewards remained optimistic, believing that Jiang Xuan could not be so arrogant for long. It's just a month. Let us see how this old wretch justifies himself if he fails to deliver results. New officials always start with a bang, and I refuse to believe he can sustain this for long. This old man, so devoid of righteousness, let us see how he ends up. Yet they did not comprehend that at this moment, Jiang Xuan was filled with confidence, absolutely exhilarated. Previously, when he proposed those ideas, he worried about the execution capabilities of the black market, fearing a lack of alignment. After all, good rules require capable horses to implement them. But Zhu Hongfei, in a bid to dig a great pit for Jiang Xuan, had relinquished all authority into his hands, simplifying matters considerably. Only now did Jiang Xuan truly grasp the mindset of those bosses from his past life. Indeed, an employee missing a day felt they had lost greatly. Damn it, this is both ruthless and delightful. Jiang Xuan chuckled inwardly. With this new set of rules and regulations, he could not believe the Northern District's performance would not soar. If it did not, it would be a miracle. However, the black market had indeed grown too complacent. As long as one lacked ambition, they could comfortably laze about for a lifetime. This had fostered a large contingent of useless leeches, and no wonder they were held in such low regard despite their considerable influence. It was high time for some serious rectification, and further objections. Then let us disperse. Jiang Xuan's face darkened as he waved his hand lightly. The crowd, with somber expressions, exited the hall, unable to contain their curses. Damn that old Jiang. He truly deserves to die. How can one say that the old should not live if they are thieves, when he has become such a wretched thief? Do you think those few who want to see the master can bring him down? I doubt it. Master Zhu has even given him the deputy master's token, clearly showing his utmost indulgence. That scoundrel. I suspect it is Master Zhu pulling the strings behind this old man. Otherwise, how could he dare act so audaciously? I think so too. After all, I did not rise to oppose him. Shu, keep your voices down. Be careful that old man doesn't overhear and retaliate. Hearing this, the crowd quickly silenced, cautiously glancing around before hastily distancing themselves. Although they were averse to it, they still needed to scrape a living in the black market. It was certainly better than starving outside. The world beyond was far more difficult to navigate. Sigh, for those of us who roam these paths, living on the edge of a knife, who knows when we can finally escape? Even if they were being exploited now, there was nowhere to seek justice. Escape? You still dream of that. Let me ask you, when you sold pancakes, could you even earn 1 or 2 taels a month? Indeed, at least the black market pays more. Let's not complain and just do our jobs. After all, we have families to support. That I often teach my son to strive to be a proper official in the future, to avoid living in this gray area like I do, even if he struggles with academics. If he excels in martial arts, he should join one of those reputable sects. Anything is better than living here. Do you think being an official is easy? Those reputable sects are not as upright as you think. Amidst the myriad emotions of helplessness, grievance, anger, and confusion swirling in their minds, the Northern District gradually began to implement Jiang Xuan's new regulations. In Xuanwu Hall, Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei examined a smooth, round medicinal pill. Marveling, this truly is a pill of perfect quality. Old Jiang possesses considerable talent. After saying this, he reluctantly returned the pill to its wooden box. Gao Yao cheerfully accepted the box and remarked, "Not only does he possess talent, but Master Jiang is indeed a master alchemist." Zhu Hongfei, puzzled, asked, "Oh, Master Gao, are you certain you are not mistaken?" "Absolutely not." Gao Yao replied confidently, smiling, "Master Zhu, I did not expect you to have such a master alchemist under your command. Might we collaborate with your medicine hall?" "How shall we collaborate?" Zhu Hongfei raised an eyebrow. Gao Yao smiled slightly. "All the medicinal materials from Master Jiang's alchemy will be supplied by my medicine hall, and I only require 30% of the profits." "Oh." Zhu Hongfei was taken aback. The stingy folk at the medicine hall had become so generous. Not only would they provide the materials, but they were also asking for only 30% of the profits. "Of course, I have a small request," Gao Yao added with a grin. Zhu Hongfei wore an expression of knowing surprise, saying lightly, "Please, Master Gao, do share." Gao Yao glanced at Zhu Hongfei and said, "I wish to invite Master Jiang to serve as a guest elder for our medicine hall, guiding us in alchemy. I wonder if Master Zhu..." Zhu Hongfei pondered for a moment, grinning as he replied, "That is acceptable, but I shall only part with 20%. "What 20%? Gao Yao was taken aback, his face contorting with dismay. "Master Zhu, 30% is already our bottom line. Does your hall not feel content with 70%? "Ah, Master Gao, you are unaware. I have already allocated 50% of that to old Jiang. If you wish for an additional 10%, you may directly approach him. If he agrees, I have no objections." "Very well, 20% it is." Gao Yao gritted his teeth. "One cannot catch wolves without first parting with their young." He valued Jiang Xuan as a person and would not let a mere 10% of profit cause any unpleasantness with the other party. Zhu Hongfei watched Gao Yao depart, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xuan's background was undeniably clean. He was merely an old coachman from the Li family. Yet he was becoming increasingly enigmatic, and now he had transformed into a master alchemist. This feeling of being unable to grasp one's subordinate was quite unsettling. "Old Jiang, just how many secrets do you harbor?" At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Lei Wu, accompanied by several stewards from Xuanwu Hall, burst into the Zhu residence, each bearing expressions of righteous indignation, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Zhu Hongfei's expression darkened immediately. "You bunch of worthless dogs, who allowed you to barge in here? Master Zhu, you must stand up for us." Lei Wu fell to his knees. A towering man reduced to tears. "Master Zhu, that old man Jiang is nothing but a scoundrel. He is utterly inhumane." Upon hearing this, the other stewards who opposed Jiang Xuan also knelt in unison, fervently accusing Jiang Xuan of his transgressions. "Master Zhu, that old Jiang actually demands we serve those lowly rabble. Not only that, but we must patrol the streets for 6 hours every day, working 6 days before we can rest for one. It is utterly monstrous." "Indeed, Master Zhu, the actions of old Jiang are nothing short of a disgrace, tarnishing your esteemed reputation. His intentions are truly reprehensible. If this continues, I fear that Xuanwu Hall may fall to ruin by his hand." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched, realizing that old Jiang had indeed taken their black market overseers for mere subordinates. However, he recognized that he still needed Jiang Xuan to generate income for himself. Amongst a mere handful of inner disciples, he could still discern who held weight and who did not. With this thought in mind, Zhu Hongfei adopted a stern expression and declared, "Old Jiang's sentiments reflect those of this hall master. He speaks the truth. What purpose does it serve to sustain this group of useless individuals? Get to work at once." "Ah!" At these words, the expressions of the overseers shifted drastically, utterly astonished that Zhu Hongfei had chosen a side with Jiang Xuan, impressing them. "Master Zhu, I have suddenly fallen ill today, often feeling tightness in my chest. I fear I may no longer be able to serve the hall master." Lei Wu, with a resolute demeanor, had already hinted at abandoning his post. "Illness, you say? Is it difficult to cure?" "Indeed, very difficult. Since it is so difficult, then let us forego treatment. Allow this hall master to grant you release. Someone drag this fellow out and behead him. Furthermore, promote a capable individual from the outer disciples to manage Taihe Street. If you refuse, there are plenty who will take the position. Lei Wu was taken aback, his complexion paling as he hastily replied, Master Zhu, I suddenly feel much better. My back no longer aches, and my chest feels fine. I'm quite well now. Humph, you worthless wretch. If you cannot endure this little hardship, what great deeds can you achieve? I shall ensure my subordinates are diligent and faithfully adhere to the directives of Master Zhu and Master Jiang. Whoever dares to slack, I shall be the first to hold them accountable. Lei Wu nearly wept, simultaneously cursing Jiang Xuan 100 times in his heart. That old scoundrel was resolutely intent on squeezing every last drop from them. Time flew, and a month passed. During this period, Jiang Xuan's sweeping reforms and restructuring of the black market workplace transformed the atmosphere of the entire North District into something almost magical, with booth and shop rents slashed by half. Business thrived like never before. Countless merchants and common folk sought to establish themselves in the black market's North District. Even some vendors who previously operated in the market began migrating north, causing the stalls there to overflow, leaving no room to spare. As a result, while rents appeared cheaper, the total income had multiplied several times over. Moreover, the entrance protection fee was restructured into a membership fee, prompting many citizens, even those who did not frequently visit the black market, to register as members, thus increasing the revenue from protection fees even further. Additionally, the North District's bustling activity was significantly attributed to its impeccable service. Oh my, is that not old Jiang? Which stall are you looking to rent today? May I offer you a recommendation? Ah, Madam Shun, here to renew your membership? Splendid, I recommend a 3-month renewal at a discount of 20%. You rascal, who do you think you are to delay this widow's sale of pancakes? Take him away. Uncle Li, you have been renting here for 3 consecutive days. We have prepared this sweet water just for you. Please have a sip. You've worked hard. Such voices echoed throughout the North District, resembling a grand, ancient marketplace. Each street, in addition to having an overseer, was staffed with numerous outer disciples acting as servers. Their once fearsome appearances now adorned with professional smiles as they catered to the merchants and common folk of the black market. It is here in the black market that I truly first felt what it means for the customer to be king. One sighed, I never realized business could be so prestigious until now. Another lamented, isn't that the truth? Enough talk. I must extend my lease for another month. I can't let anyone else take my spot. With the surge in merchants, the influx of customers only increased. As customers multiplied, so too did the merchants. Jiang Xuan's textbook-like restructuring imparted to the rough-and-tumble crowd of the black market the principle of customer supremacy and the paramount importance of traffic. In this virtuous cycle, the North District's commerce flourished, becoming unstoppable. The overseers across the various streets of the North District wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear, their hands sore from counting money. And of course, they were elated. As profits soared, so did their shares. Thus, these overseers transitioned from cursing Jiang Xuan for his exploitation to revering him deeply, nearly wishing to kneel before him. Now, Jiang Xuan's word was law. When he said east, they would not venture west. And when he said west, they would not dream of going east, treating his commands as sacred edicts. Faced with such circumstances, Zhu Hongfei found himself in a comical yet bewildered predicament, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Who could have anticipated that such a dubious scheme would yield success under Jiang Xuan's hand? It was utterly incomprehensible. Within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei gazed at the account book in his hand. Perplexity etched across his face. Master Zhu, what troubles you? Below, the 2 stewards, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, inquired. Take a look for yourselves, Zhu Hongfei replied, casually tossing the account book to them. Upon examining it, both men's expressions shifted dramatically. What? Revenue has tripled. Indeed, under Jiang Xuan's management, the North District's income had indeed tripled. Such staggering results were sufficient to elevate them from last place to first in this month's assessments, surpassing the other 3 halls in one fell swoop. Master Jiang is truly remarkable. After a lengthy observation, Zhang Yuan could only exclaim this phrase. Reclining in his tiger skin chair, Zhu Hongfei stared at the ceiling, murmuring, "Who exactly is old Jiang? A mere coachman, whose profound cultivation is set aside. Possesses also the skill of alchemy, and now he is thriving in business. How increasingly intriguing." Without a doubt, this month's Xuanwu Hall basked in the limelight, leaping from the bottom to the top. The deputy hall master, Mo Cho, was elated, heartily praising Zhu Hongfei and Jiang Xuan, urging the other three halls to learn the art of business rather than perpetually indulging in violence and theft, observing Zhu Hongfei's smug expression. The leaders of the other three halls were nearly driven to apoplexy. Just who was this Jiang Xuan that he could extract performance from such a corrupt establishment as Xuanwu Hall? It was simply unfathomable. Thus, from that day forth, Jiang Xuan garnered the attention of the entire black market. Subsequently, as business boomed in the North District, the other three districts began to mimic its methods, creating a wave of imitation. The stewards of each hall lamented incessantly, secretly cursing Jiang Xuan for nearly driving them to their demise. After all, they lacked Jiang Xuan's organizational prowess to manage such a colossal project so meticulously. As expected, the following month, Xuanwu Hall again claimed the top performance. The reason was none other than Jiang Xuan himself. This old fellow was not only a business savant, but also an expert in alchemy, colluding with the medicine hall to leverage the North District's traffic to sell an abundance of medicinal pills. Though only first-tier pills, the profits were quite substantial. Xuanwu Hall, solely through black market commerce and the profits from the pills, effortlessly outperformed the other three halls. This drove the leaders of the three halls into a frenzy, even contemplating secretly eliminating Jiang Xuan. However, they later learned that Deputy Hall Master Mo Cho had personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Xuan, eager to learn his business acumen, indicating a desire to promote him once again. The two conversed for an entire night, bonding over their shared interests, nearly forming a brotherly connection. Upon hearing this news, the four hall leaders were thrown into a state of panic, especially Zhu Hongfei, who felt Jiang Xuan was gradually slipping from his control. This was hardly a favorable omen. However, Jiang Xuan was now riding high, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to openly confront him within the black market. During this period, the leaders of the Qinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, and Zhuke Hall capitulated, altering their strategies to earn Jiang Xuan's favor. Seeking to learn his business methods while subtly attempting to poach him one day, they hosted a lavish banquet for Jiang Xuan. After several rounds of drinks, the leader of Qinglong Hall, Yang Long, raised his glass and warmly proposed, "Master Jiang, we three have been remiss in meeting you until now. We wish to invite you to assume the position of Deputy Hall Master for our three halls to jointly manage the business of the black market. What do you say?" At last, they had come to a realization that if they could not defeat him, they would join forces. Was it not Jiang Xuan's business acumen that made Xuanwu Hall formidable? Then let them invite Jiang Xuan over and see who would bow to whom. As long as the black market business is thriving, they remain quite confident in their unique ventures. Naturally, Jiang Xuan is fully aware of the intentions of the few individuals involved, and his heart swells with joy. He has long suspected that Zhu Hongfei is unreliable, that in such a treacherous environment as the black market, relying solely on one person is bound to lead to significant losses, as one can never predict when envy might prompt someone to dig a deep pit for you. Moreover, during Jiang Xuan's tenure managing the Northern District, he finally discovered a substantial discrepancy in the accounts that left him astonished for quite some time. That scoundrel Zhu Hongfei had surreptitiously embezzled 10,000 spirit stones, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Such a glaring deficit, if uncovered, could potentially implicate him. Since Zhu Hongfei is untrustworthy, it is imperative to sever ties with him at the earliest opportunity, and assuming the role of Deputy Hall Master of the three halls is the first step. However, he cannot agree too readily, as that would appear suspicious. With a frown, Jiang Xuan remarked, "This doesn't seem quite appropriate. I'm currently the Deputy Hall Master of the Xuanwu Hall. How can I also take on another role?" "Oh, Brother Jiang, you're being overly formal." Suhu, the Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall, feigned displeasure. "We are all one family in the black market. There is no distinction between you and us. I believe old Zhu wouldn't be so petty to as long as Brother Jiang consents. I will personally explain it to old Zhu." Indeed. The alluring hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Yin Lin, leaned in closer, breathily whispering in Jiang Xuan's ear, "Brother Jiang, I have admired you for quite some time." Jiang Xuan let out a heavy sigh. "I am truly grateful for the esteem in which the hall masters hold me. But at my age, I am truly beyond the realm of usefulness. The black market is exceedingly busy. How can I manage it all alone? Those capable must take on more work. Dear elder brother, do not be modest. Therefore, I, the Qinglong Hall, am willing to allocate a portion of our profits to you, Brother Jiang. What do you say? I, too, from the White Tiger Hall, will allocate a share of our profits to you." Brother Jiang. Why Vermilion Bird Hall can do the same, chimed in Yin Lin. The three hall masters launched a coordinated assault of sweet words and promises, determined to corner him into submission, believing he could not possibly remain unmoved by their offers. It is said that Jiang Xuan is a martial artist, and martial artists are often insatiable in their desires. Under their persuasive efforts, Jiang Xuan ultimately acquiesced, albeit with a semblance of reluctance, his heart already brimming with joy. This is what one might call the clam and the snipe contending, while the fisherman profits. Pray tell, who in the black market holds the authority of all four halls? When Zhu Hongfei first learned of this arrangement, he was utterly flabbergasted, staring at the three hall masters before him, rendered speechless for quite some time. Damn it, is this how you all conspire against me? To steal from an old man? Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Does Hall Master Zhu not comprehend this simple truth? The Hall Master of the Vermilion Bird Hall smiled brightly. Old Zhu, I must warn you, do not seek personal revenge against Brother Jiang. Our fates now intertwine as four. Su Hu grinned widely. You all Zhu Hongfei pointed at the four, his face a mask of disbelief that he certainly would not be foolish enough to confront Jiang Xuan directly. That old fellow has now gained considerable influence. And even if he were to break free from Zhu's control, there would be nothing Zhu could do. Nevertheless, he is still a member of the Xuanwu Hall, and Zhu is confident he can uncover Jiang Xuan's true capabilities. Soon, Jiang Xuan assumed his new position, adorned with the insignia of all four halls, basking in his newfound glory. The 996 work model was implemented across other districts as well. Not only did he manage affairs, but even the attendants were required to adhere strictly to the 996 schedule, for he could hardly handle everything on his own. This caused considerable discontent among the attendants, who felt as though the sky was falling. Previously, managing the black market was considered a leisurely task. They merely needed to tally the accounts, call the roll, and entertain a few concubines to pass the month. But now, they would rather manage their unique businesses than be entangled in the black market, leaving them utterly exhausted. As for Jiang Xuan, he remained indifferent to these matters. He was solely concerned with the attitudes of his superiors. As long as he produced results, everything he did would be justified. Moreover, his reputation in the black market rose steadily, subtly overshadowing the four hall masters. One day, the hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Yin Lin, arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence, her demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Accompanying her was an exquisitely beautiful woman with an alluring figure, standing nervously behind Yin Lin. There is no need to fear. The older one grows, the more one understands how to cherish others. Unlike your deceased husband, if you can win his favor, you shall enjoy a life of riches and honor. Yin Lin reassured the young woman with a gentle smile that, The woman responded in a barely audible voice. Brother Jiang, are you at home? Yin Lin softly called out. Hearing her voice, Jiang Xuan, who was meditating indoors, hurried out to greet her. Home Master Yin, what brings you here? Jiang Xuan inquired with genuine curiosity, as she was technically still his superior. If there were matters to discuss, a simple summons would suffice. There was no need for her to make a personal visit. Yin Lin, leading the beautiful woman, entered Jiang Xuan's residence with a smile. Brother Jiang, you have worked hard during this time. I have brought someone special to reward you. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the woman beside her, dressed in simple attire. Her figure was difficult to conceal, and her autumn-like eyes sparkled with beauty, rendering any man who beheld her unable to resist stirring. What is this, Home Master Yin? Jiang Xuan asked, astonished. Yin Lin smiled coyly. I heard that Brother Jiang, upon entering the black market, hastily redeemed the freedom of two women, seeking to keep them in a golden house. While others may not know, I certainly do da. Well, Jiang Xuan's face flushed red. And just as he was about to explain, Yin Lin continued with a laugh. Do not be anxious, Brother Jiang. Though this may not align with the customs of our Vermilion Bird Hall, I would never dream of blaming you. In fact, I have brought you a widow today. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xuan coughed vigorously, declaring with righteous indignation, Hall Master must be mistaken. I am of advanced age and have long since shed worldly desires. I have no interest in such matters. Ha ha ha, dear brother, you cannot deceive me. Yin Lin playfully pushed the woman forward, saying, Brother Jiang, look at this figure, this beauty. Even within our Vermilion Bird Tower, she would be a top-tier talent. And Yin Lin leaned in closer, lowering her voice. This widow just joined our Vermilion Bird Hall. Her gambling husband owed a significant debt to the Qinglong Hall and was beaten to death on their wedding day. This young lady was sold to me without even having the chance to enter the bridal chamber, so she is still pure. Given your advanced age and lack of offspring, surely you need someone to care for you. Those women of the world cannot be relied upon. You need a home, Yin Lin said with a wink, feigning concern for Jiang Xuan's well-being. How considerate, Jiang Xuan replied hesitantly. But what? I come with goodwill. And yet you do not appreciate it? Yin Lin playfully nudged Jiang Xuan, feigning reproach. If you do not want her, I shall have to send her to the Vermilion Bird Tower, where others may take advantage of her. What a waste! In the end, after much coaxing from Yin Lin, Jiang Xuan reluctantly accepted the woman. Thank you, Hall Master Yin, that I shall pay special attention to the business in the Southern District next month to repay your kindness. Oh, that is splendid, Yin Lin exclaimed with delight, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xuan. You're truly a man of character. From now on, just call me Linner. Should there be further opportunities like this in the future, I shall personally deliver them to you. It must be said, although Yin Lin was in her 30s, her figure and beauty were impeccable. Every curve and contour was in perfect harmony, exuding an enduring charm. After being teased so persistently, Jiang Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment. People often say that young maidens are precious, yet they fail to realize that mature women hold even greater value. No need for that. I'm grateful for your generous affection, but I am not worthy, Jiang Xuan replied with a serious expression, though his gaze remained fixed on Yin Lin. Undeterred, does Brother Jiang have an interest in me? Yin Lin smiled sweetly. I dare not, he replied, though there was little restraint in his tone, that if you truly hold me in esteem, I shall accompany you tonight. Hall Master, please maintain decorum. Chuckle. Yin Lin smiled faintly, then departed, her face aglow with joy. After their encounter today, she had discerned that Jiang Xuan was nothing more than a disrespectful old lecher masquerading as a serious individual. Such a person was best manipulated. Once Yin Lin left, Jiang Xuan's lascivious gaze instantly vanished, replaced by a depth as profound as an ancient well. Yin Lin sent you here to keep watch over me, did she? The woman gasped, collapsing to her knees. Her exquisite face etched with anxiety. Master Jiang? Do not be alarmed. This is no grave matter. Just carry on with your duties, do you understand? Jiang Xuan spoke indifferently. Understood, the woman trembled. It was clear that she was a spy placed by Yin Lin to monitor Jiang Xuan. A typical tactic employed in the black market. Both were aware of the unspoken truth, yet neither chose to expose it. However, it appeared that this woman had not been properly tamed. There was still hope for her. What is your name? Jiang Xuan inquired. Shuanger, she replied. Jiang Xuan nodded and proceeded toward the bathing quarters, saying, Come, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. Master, are we to consummate this directly? Shuanger lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. As a widow, she had many reservations. Now that she was given to Jiang Xuan, she could at most be considered a concubine, with no grand ceremony to accompany it. Yet, simply being handed over like this felt rather trivial to her. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, then produced a communication jade tube, saying, Brother Jiang, I would appreciate it if you could come to my residence and procure some items for me. The following day, at dawn, Jiang Xuan rose, his countenance radiant, stretching lazily and unable to suppress a groan. Master, shall I assist you in changing? At that moment, a warm and tender voice came from behind him, as Shuanger struggled to rise, remnants of their previous night still evident. The ceremony had been hastily arranged and quite simple, yet she felt fulfilled and grateful. Although she had changed partners, she had at least completed one of the most significant processes in a woman's life, alleviating her regrets. And no need. Rest well. Jiang Xuan turned, supporting her gently and gesturing for her to continue lying down. Meanwhile, he contemplated how best to arrange for Shuang'er. Rationally speaking, Shuang'er was not entirely dissimilar from the four sisters of Mei. Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. It would be inappropriate to simply cast her aside in another residence. Noticing Jiang Xuan's hesitation, Shuang'er gently grasped his hand and earnestly stated, "Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of what should and should not be said." At this moment, she had already acknowledged Jiang Xuan as her man in her heart. Because of his presence, she had been spared from being sent to the Vermilion Bird Tower, preserving her final vestige of dignity. In prosperity and adversity, we are united. Jiang Xuan felt a stirring within, pondering if he had been somewhat heartless. Very well, this residence is quite large. Find a room to your liking if I require anything. I will summon you. However, do not enter my chambers without my permission. Understood? Upon hearing this, Shuang'er was immensely excited and nodded vigorously. Yes, master. At that moment, unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan's system task was also completed. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place in the assessment. You have received a reward, and the task is complete. Reward granted. Qingyun Sword. Qingyun Sword. Superior treasure. This sword is forged from celestial black iron, capable of severing hair with ease, exceptionally sharp, and imbued with true energy to enhance its sword chi. New plot development in progress. Your performance in the assessment was remarkable, earning the trust of your superiors, who will assign you important tasks. Please strive to fulfill them. Triggered task, commission task, task requirements. Complete the entrusted task assigned by the organization. Task rewards. Tianxin Lingmu. Qingyun Sword, Jiang Xuan exclaimed, holding the long sword with excitement. The sword of his dreams had finally arrived. The blade shimmered with a cold azure light, measuring 4 feet in length, radiating brilliance that immediately indicated it was no ordinary weapon. With this sword in hand, his combat prowess would ascend to a new level. Every swordsman yearns to possess a top-tier treasure sword to traverse the world with. To his knowledge, even within the black market, it was rare for a warrior to possess a treasure weapon. Most wielded only ordinary arms. Jiang Xuan stepped outside, arriving at a grand lake. Longqing Sword River. He shouted, infusing boundless true energy into the sword. With a gentle sweep, hundreds of azure sword chi converged into a river of sword chi, resembling a fierce python, rushing towards the vast lake. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending water soaring dozens of feet into the air, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The resounding blast startled black market experts within a radius of several dozen miles. Those nearest, including Xuanwu Hall's Zhu Hongfei, Zhang Yuan, and Liu Bai, all rushed over, fearing a momentous event had transpired. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his sword, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. Previously, with an ordinary sword, he could unleash at most 90 sword chi before the blade would shatter. With the Qingyun sword, he had managed to release hundreds of sword chi in an instant, each possessing enhanced power, truly worthy of the title Sword River. Although this technique was not as intricate as the Luoyuan illusionary sword, its destructive capability was exceedingly terrifying. Brother Jiang, what is this? Zhu Hongfei inquired, frowning. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. It is nothing. I was merely inspired and practiced a few sword techniques. I apologize for disturbing the hall master. Zhu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, no harm done. Brother Jiang, your sword technique is truly formidable. I fear I may not be able to withstand it. You jest, hall master, Jiang Xuan replied humbly. Zhu Hongfei's strength had reached the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, just a step away from the master realm, while his sword technique was strong enough to potentially slay ordinary return to origin experts. It would be far from sufficient against Zhu Hongfei unless he too could break through to the return to origin realm. Zhu Hongfei's eyes twinkled as he clapped Jiang Xuan on the shoulder and said, Brother Jiang, I happen to have a rather special business proposition that I believe only you can handle. Let us set aside the black market and alchemy business for now, Jiang Xuan thought. A special business? Jiang Xuan's heart raced with surprise. Was Zhu Hongfei referring to assassination contracts? Since joining the black market, he had never engaged in such dealings. The three executives of Xuanwu Hall had distinct responsibilities. Zhang Yuan handled black market affairs, while Liu Bai and Song He were in charge of assassination contracts that, of course, Song He had already been eliminated by him. Generally, assassination contracts were delegated to a specialized group of inner disciples, and only when faced with challenging targets would the executives be mobilized. Yet now, Zhu Hongfei had bypassed the executives altogether to approach him, the vice hall master. His instincts warned him that Zhu Hongfei had something up his sleeve, but he could not discern his true intentions. Nonetheless, out of loyalty and principle, he had no good reason to refuse the hall master's request. Very well, I shall face whatever comes my way. With that thought, Jiang Xuan replied, I am grateful for the hall master's trust. I am willing to serve. Ha ha ha. With Brother John's involvement, I have no worries. Zhu Hongfei laughed heartily. Initially, I was concerned that Brother Jiang might have allied with the third hall and neglected our Xuanwu Hall. As he spoke, Zhu Hongfei warmly took Jiang Xuan's hand, leading him toward Zhu's residence to discuss this assassination venture. Upon returning to Zhu's residence, Zhu Hongfei brewed a pot of hot tea for Jiang Xuan and said, Brother Jiang, here is the situation. Recently, we at Xuanwu Hall received a particularly troublesome assassination commission that we have been deliberating over. Today, having witnessed your swordplay, I believe you are the best candidate for this task. Jiang Xuan could not help but feel puzzled. May I inquire, Hall Master, what precisely is this assassination commission? This was rather vague. Both Liu Bai and Zhang Yuan, the heads of the assassination contracts, seemed unsuitable. Why would it be an old man like him? Alas, Zhu Hongfei sighed heavily. It is not the commission itself that poses the issue, but rather the employer's demands. She insists that the assassin meet with her in secret, with no other individuals allowed to know of this operation. Scanning the members of Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Hongfei concluded, only Brother Jiang possesses both martial prowess and extensive experience in the Jianghu, making you the only one suitable for this critical task. Jiang Xuan was even more puzzled, frowning. This person is audacious. Does she not understand the rules of the black market? I am aware, not merely aware, but also deeply connected with our esteemed Xuanwu Hall, and one must tread carefully to avoid offending them. Who might that be? Jiang Xuan inquired, his interest piqued. Zhu Hongfei took a delicate sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, the city lord's wife. The city lord's wife? Jiang Xuan's heart quaked. This individual was indeed formidable. The city lord's wife, known as Jiang Yulian, is the eldest daughter of the most prominent family in Yuzhou City and a renowned talented woman in the region. Moreover, it is said that the city lord Yang Su ascended to his position largely due to the support of the Jiang family, wielding immense power. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei continued, it is rumored that with the city lord gravely ill, the power in Yuzhou City has nearly consolidated in the hands of this woman that a powerful dragon cannot trample upon a local snake. Even we in the black market must show her due respect. Jiang Xuan felt a tumult of thoughts within, expressing Hall Master, such an important client. Having never served as an assassin before, I fear I may not be up to the task. Precisely because you have never been an assassin. You are the most suitable candidate, Zhu Hongfei countered. Why is that? Jiang Xuan queried, bewildered as to how he could be deemed the most fitting for such a significant undertaking. You see, my good brother Jiang, this woman has collaborated with our Xuanwu Hall for many years and often proposes such secretive partnerships. However, the assassins in our hall are but a bunch of fools who know only how to kill and are oblivious to the inherent dangers. They accept any job indiscriminately. If mishandled, the consequences could be catastrophic. Over the years, several assassins have perished in her employ, never to return. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Perished on a mission. Are her tasks truly that perilous? Who knows? Zhu Hongfei shrugged. The details of her commissions are known only to the assassins themselves. Then he reassured Jiang Xuan, you need not worry excessively. If you find her tasks unmanageable, you may simply refuse, and she cannot compel us. However, we must still show her some courtesy, so I ask you to pay her a visit. Noticing Jiang Xuan's lingering hesitation, Zhu Hongfei added with a smile, you are a wise man, possessing profound cultivation and extensive experience in the martial world. I have faith in you. Let us arrange for a 50-50 split of the commission for this assignment. Generally speaking, an assassin typically retains only 20% of the reward. With the remainder going to the Hall. 50% is indeed quite generous. Very well. I am willing to serve the Hall Master. Ultimately, after Zhu Hongfei's persuasive words, Jiang Xuan reluctantly acquiesced. When one is under the eaves, one cannot help but bow one's head. Besides, he had a mission to undertake. However, this particular task seemed fraught with peril. Instinct warned Jiang Xuan that the city lord's wife was far from the simpleton Zhu Hongfei had described. That night, under a moonless sky, Jiang Xuan donned a plain robe and conical hat, leaving the black market and heading directly to a tavern, where he ordered a pot of wine. Before long, a gaunt man entered the tavern and took a seat opposite Jiang Xuan. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a fisherman, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes bore a sharp intensity that set him apart from ordinary folk. His every movement emitted subtle waves of true energy, clearly indicating he was a martial artist. Jiang Xuan glanced at him and spoke. "Fishing tonight." The fisherman regarded Jiang Xuan, his voice low and gravelly. "The waves are too fierce. Be cautious lest your boat capsizes." "The fiercer the waves, the pricier the fish," Jiang Xuan replied coolly. Their conversation was shrouded in ambiguity, incomprehensible to outsiders, serving as a prearranged code for their meeting. Upon hearing this, the fisherman's gaze sharpened, and he quickly rose to bow before Jiang Xuan. "Esteemed elder, do you hail from Xuanwu Hall?" He appeared astonished, not expecting such an elder to be sent in response. An old man in the martial world is a figure to be reckoned with. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the inquiry. "Esteemed elder, the lady has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. This way, please." The fisherman, visibly relieved, gestured for Jiang Xuan to follow. The two mounted the fine steeds that had been prepared and set off towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. As they traveled the long road, Jiang Xuan turned to the fisherman and asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Xuan. May I ask your name?" "Elder?" Jiang Xuan came to reply. After exchanging names, they fell silent. After a while, Jiang Xuan scrutinized Xuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Xuan, as a master at the 9th level of qi condensation, how much remuneration do you receive monthly from the city lord's residence?" "A master?" Xuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Esteemed elder, you just the 9th level of qi condensation in this vast world. I am but an ant." Jiang Xuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. There is no need for such self-deprecation. "I currently am merely at the 9th level of qi condensation as well." Yet he recognized the truth in Xuan's words. The world was indeed unfathomably vast, and Qingzhou was but a barren state among many. With most inhabitants being common folk, that as for my remuneration, it is best left unmentioned. It is merely sufficient for basic sustenance, Xuan added. Basic sustenance. At this, Jiang Xuan's brows furrowed. While it was true that a 9th level master was akin to an ant, thriving in Yuzhou City should pose no problem. Why did it sound so dismal? "Xuan, you would fare much better accompanying me to the black market. At the very least, you would live more comfortably than you do now," Jiang Xuan remarked with a faint smile. Xuan rarely smiled, but he did so now. "Esteemed elder, you jest. We must prioritize our journey." "What? Do you look down upon the black market? Or do you disdain me? Or perhaps you harbor some unspoken troubles?" Jiang Xuan's furrowed brows deepened. He sensed that Xuan was a man with a story to tell. He even detected a peculiar essence about him, reminiscent of those who emerged from the black market. This was indeed unusual. "Not at all. I do not wish to conceal anything from you, esteemed elder. I was once a part of the black market, but it has been a long time since I left." "You too were part of the black market?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback. "Which hall?" "Xuanwu Hall," Xuan replied indifferently. "Then what prompted your departure from the black market? For fame? For power? Or perhaps to repay a debt?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. "To live," Xuan succinctly stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan fell silent. To live. Did that imply he was under someone else's thumb? For a martial artist to be compelled to utter such a reason for existence, it was likely that the city lord's wife behind him was exceedingly formidable. Thankfully, he had prepared thoroughly for this journey. Otherwise, he would indeed feel alarmed. Sensing Jiang Xuan's scrutinizing gaze, Ning Xuan realized he had misspoken and quickly added with a smile. I have said too much. Let us focus on the journey. Thus, the two traveled in silence, moving towards the city lord's residence under the cover of night. Jiang Xuan felt a heavy sense of foreboding. For the first time, he sensed immense danger, as if he were venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. After traveling for another half an hour, the faint glow of lanterns appeared at the end of the official road. A magnificent residence slowly came into view, its brightness increasing as they approached, becoming ever clearer. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a luxurious estate to exist outside Yuzhou City. Ning Xuan's expression grew more vacant as he pointed ahead, saying, "Esteemed elder, we have arrived. This is the place where you will meet the lady." After walking a few hundred steps, Jiang Xuan stood before an opulent mansion, the wind rustling softly around him, carrying an unusual aura. Upon a cursory examination, he sensed that at least hundreds of martial artists lay in ambush within the mansion, the defenses exceedingly stringent. This place was indeed a den of dragons and tigers. In front of the grand mansion, two figures were seen traversing the grounds. Under Ning Xuan's guidance, they walked a few hundred more steps, only to be confronted by soldiers blocking their path. "Who goes there? Have your eyes gone blind? Can't you see who I am?" Ning Xuan barked coldly as a soldier approached with a torch. His gaze suddenly contracted, and he bowed slightly. "I greet you. Head Ning, stand aside. This is someone the lady wishes to see." Upon hearing the word lady, the soldiers exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes, and hastily stepped aside. "Please, enter." Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Xuan dismounted his steed, adjusted his attire, and proceeded towards the grand hall under the guidance of Ning Feng. As he traversed the path, he did not encounter any servants. Yet soldiers were conspicuously present, forming a formidable barrier akin to a royal palace. Jiang Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. Merely observing this demeanor suggested that the city lord's wife was no ordinary woman. Upon reaching the grand hall, Ning Xuan gestured for Jiang Xuan to take a seat and instructed a maidservant. "Go and announce the arrival of the lady, informing her that the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." Meanwhile, in another chamber within the estate, the sound of melodious voices echoed. The room contained two large beds, upon which lay two men. The one on the left was bound hand and foot, tied to the bed in a state of utter despair, while the one on the right appeared pallid, as if afflicted by a grave illness, his gaze directed at Jiang Yulian filled with both fury and hopelessness. The city lord's wife, Jiang Yulian, gasped for breath, her eyes alluring and her tone soft yet sinister as she remarked, "Oh dear, are you very angry? Do take care not to injure yourself. You cannot afford to die just yet, you know." City Lord Yang Su's eyes flared with rage, his countenance contorted, lips slightly parted. Yet he was too ill to utter a single word. This woman had taken advantage of his illness, usurped his power, murdered his concubine, and confined him in this wretched place, all the while relishing this inhumane spectacle. "Does it hurt?" Jiang Yulian's tone was sultry, her posture seductive, her gaze mocking. "Yang Su, you beast, have you ever considered that this could be your fate? Rest assured, I shall not grant you an easy death. I intend for you to live and witness your wife engaging in unspeakable acts with other men, to see the position of city lord fall into my hands. Oh, by the way, have you not claimed that I am incapable of bearing children? I shall let you witness firsthand how I bring forth life." Jiang Yulian's tone bordered on madness. Were anyone else present, they would undoubtedly perceive her as a complete lunatic, rather than the dignified city lord's wife they were accustomed to. Once upon a time, Jiang Yulian was indeed a woman of deep affection, willing to sacrifice everything for the man she loved. Alas, she had fallen for a man of no merit, a mere scholar of humble means. A noble lady and a destitute scholar. Their fates were destined to be unfulfilled in those days. Yang Su, then a mere low-ranking official, had murdered her beloved to seize her for himself, climbing to the position of city lord with the support of the Jiang family. What shattered her completely was the revelation that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by her family in collusion with Yang Su. Moreover, after assuming power, Yang Su began to neglect Jiang Yulian, attributing his own inability to father children as her fault. Were she not a Jiang family heiress, she would have likely been cast aside long ago. From that moment on, she vowed vengeance, determined to reclaim all that was rightfully theirs. Just then, a quavering voice echoed from outside. "Madam, the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yang Su's pupils constricted. Once again, Xuanwu Hall had come. This vile woman was about to commit murder again. For years, he had been puzzled by the inexplicable deaths of many loyal to him, only to discover that this wicked woman had been orchestrating their demise. It was no wonder that as soon as he fell ill, his power had been stripped away completely. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes on old Master Jiang, hoping he would discipline his daughter. "Please wait a moment." Jiang Yulian, increasingly deranged, reveled in Yang Su's expression, reaching an extreme of perversion. After a brief tea time, Jiang Xuan sat upright in his chair, suddenly opening his eyes. Outside, the sound of light footsteps approached, suggesting that someone was eager to arrive. As the sound drew nearer, the maidservants around him appeared tense, instinctively lowering their heads. Following the sound, Jiang Xuan beheld a tall woman draped in a dark golden robe, her long, raven hair cascading down to her waist, her legs extending longer than his waist. Exuding an air of nobility, a mere glance revealed to Jiang Xuan that this woman was both dignified and graceful, embodying opulence. However, there remained a hint of springtime allure in her brow, her gaze slightly dazed, unmistakably indicating a lack of fulfillment. With 70 years of experience, Jiang Xuan instantly discerned her predicament. "Damn it, a harlot, engaging in such activities before coming to see me. It is simply outrageous." This elderly gentleman was indeed the envoy sent by Xuanwu Hall. Jiang Yulian's eyes filled with curiosity. Previously, those sent by Xuanwu Hall were robust men, but this time an elderly man had arrived, quite a novelty. "Old Master Jiang Xuan, I have the pleasure of meeting you." "Madam." Jiang Xuan rose and offered a slight bow towards Jiang Yulian, their gazes meeting momentarily. Jiang Yulian's eyes had regained their calmness, yet they resembled a deep, inscrutable pool, leaving one unable to fathom her thoughts. Upon scrutinizing her a second time, Jiang Xuan's perception of her shifted. He sensed an enchanting aura emanating from her being, indescribably captivating, causing his gaze to remain fixated upon her. Jiang Xuan could not help but sigh, acknowledging her as the talented woman of yesteryears, now transformed into a queen. "Old Master, please take a seat. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Jiang Yulian's melodious voice softly spoke, eclipsing the majority of the so-called goddess sounds one might hear in society. "Madam, you too?" Jiang Xuan replied, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, emulating her demeanor. When dealing with someone of refinement, one must reciprocate with equal sophistication. "Serve the tea." The two sat across from one another, sharing a smile, remaining silent for a considerable time. Those aware of the situation understood this was a discussion shrouded in death and intrigue, while outsiders might mistakenly believe it was a matchmaking gathering. Jiang Xuan's gaze lingered on Jiang Yulian. His curiosity piqued. He prided himself on having lived for so many years, having encountered countless women, including extraordinary beauties like Li Yingling and Luo Li. Yet, this woman was uniquely astonishing. Ineffably beautiful, each glance revealed a different sensation. Jiang Yulian lifted her teacup, blowing gently across the surface before bringing it to her lips, saying, "Old Master, if you wish to look, do so openly. There is no need for concealment." "I do not mind." Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Setting the teacup down, he candidly chuckled, "I apologize for my rudeness. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, though I have surpassed 70 years. I cannot escape the norms." "Old Master is quite honest," Jiang Yulian remarked, taking a sip of tea, then inquired softly, "You say I am beautiful, but where does that beauty lie, as expected of a talented woman?" She posed a question that was a veritable trap, or is it that women delight in asking where their beauty resides? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Xuan, but also the surrounding maidservants felt a wave of tension. Their mistress was known for her unpredictable temperament. Should one inadvertently provoke her wrath, the consequences could be dire. The atmosphere remained frozen for several seconds. Jiang Xuan finally spoke, "I am no master of eloquence. I can only borrow a line from the ancients to express my admiration for you, Madame Do." Old master is well versed in poetry. Which line might that be? Jiang Yulian inquired, a half-smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Xuan. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan replied with a gentle smile. An ancient poet once said, "A glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms. The beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison." Surely. That must refer to you, madam, that a glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms. The beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Jiang Yulian murmured, the words evoking a flicker of memory in her eyes before it swiftly vanished. After a few moments, Jiang Yulian regained her composure, offering a soft smile. What a beautiful poem! Indeed, it is splendid. I wonder which ancient poet penned it, that I consider myself well-read, yet I have never encountered this line before. Jiang Xuan's gaze also shimmered with reminiscence as he sighed. Ah, that was penned by an ancient poet in the realm of my dreams. Hee, I did not expect old master to be so witty. You are indeed a cultured gentleman in a realm of dreams. How intriguing indeed. Jiang Yulian chuckled, her smile radiant, rivaling that of a youthful maiden, possessing a unique charm all her own, while Jiang Xuan found her laughter quite normal. The maidservants surrounding them were utterly tense, bewildered, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. They were the mistress's handmaidens and understood that their lady rarely smiled. Even when she did, it was but a fade. She would never exhibit such genuine joy. Yet now, she was laughing heartily at the expense of a 70-year-old man. After sharing a prolonged laugh, Jiang Yulian twirled her teacup and remarked, however, while the poem is indeed splendid, I do not particularly favor that line. Might I request old master to provide another? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Dislike it? Why so? Jiang Yulian replied languidly. From your poetic line, it seems to describe a breathtaking beauty of the imperial harem. However, it has been said since ancient times that beauty often meets with misfortune, that I do not wish to remain in that frigid imperial harem, nor do I aspire to become such a woman. I wonder, madam, do you desire to become that kind of woman? Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yulian, inquiring cautiously. Although this woman exuded no discernible aura of cultivation, her mere presence was suffocating. Her aura overwhelmingly potent. Such a person must harbor considerable ambition. Jiang Yulian remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the tea table, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a few moments, she spoke with a smile. Since today, I am inspired. Allow me to compose a verse for your appraisal. Esteemed sir, I would not dare. I have long heard that madam is the foremost talent in Yuzhou City. I shall listen attentively, Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Yulian's smile faded, returning to the composed demeanor she had upon their first meeting, and she recited, with unparalleled ambition, I weave splendid dreams. A single edict commands the world. What do you think? Esteemed sir, upon finishing, Jiang Yulian looked at Jiang Xuan with a beaming smile. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. This woman's ambition surpassed mere desire. She aspired to be a figure akin to Wu Zetian. A fine poem? Thank you for your praise, esteemed sir. Jiang Yulian acknowledged with a nod, still smiling at this point. Both exchanged a glance, wordlessly holding each other's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xuan finally spoke. Madam, since we have exchanged poetry, let us discuss matters of importance. It is not that I am unwilling to discuss serious matters, but rather that you have yet to finish your tea, esteemed sir. And I would not dare to speak, Jiang Yulian replied, pouring another cup of hot tea for Jiang Xuan from a purple clay pot as the tea flowed. So did her words. I understand that you martial artists are often quite arrogant. It takes a certain finesse to engage with you. Jiang Xuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, narrowing his eyes slightly. Madam, have you poisoned the tea? Indeed, quite so, and it is a type of goo poison, specifically designed to target martial artists, Jiang Yulian admitted candidly, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at Jiang Xuan. What esteemed sir, do you intend to make a move against me? In that moment, she seemed eager to find a flicker of panic in Jiang Xuan's eyes, yet her hopes were swiftly dashed. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained as calm as still water, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Rest assured, old sir is not so foolish. Your audacity to stand so boldly before an assassin suggests you possess some means of self-preservation, Jiang Xuan remarked indifferently. Jiang Yulian, slightly bored, withdrew her gaze, sighing, "Ah, dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. Many assassins have sought to end my life. What a pity. Esteemed sir, you're truly a man of refinement, unflinching even as mountains crumble before you. You are unlike other assassins, and I find that quite appealing." Jiang Xuan expressed with a mix of admiration and sarcasm. "I cannot tell whether you are praising or disparaging." She continued, "Fear not, as long as you fulfill your part in the killing. I shall certainly provide you with the antidote. I would never go back on my word. After all, the black market is something I greatly fear." Although she spoke of fear, Jiang Xuan could detect no trace of it in her eyes, which were remarkably serene. One cannot lie with their eyes. Jiang Xuan concealed her emotions well, but her gaze betrayed her. If one were foolish enough to believe she would indeed hand over the antidote afterward, they would likely be enslaved for eternity. Undoubtedly, this was a woman of profound cunning. Does a woman of such fortitude have fears? Jiang Xuan teased, having seen through Jiang Yulian's ploy. Jiang Yulian raised an eyebrow, her smile vanishing as she replied, "As a woman, how could I be devoid of fears? If you do not believe my words, feel free to return to Xuanwu Hall and see if they can assist you in resolving this goo poison." Jiang Xuan remained unfazed, shaking out his sleeves, and stated earnestly, "Madam need not attempt to intimidate me. Simply speak your mind." How forthright! Jiang Yulian believed she had completely ensnared Jiang Xuan, and laughed. "It is quite simple. Really, you need only assist me in eliminating 2 individuals, and I shall provide you with the antidote afterward. Shall we not discuss compensation first?" Jiang Xuan inquired. "Compensation?" Jiang Yulian's eyes danced with amusement, her tone sultry. "The compensation has long been entrusted to Zhu Tangzhu. I await your assistance in return." Jiang Xuan's expression shifted subtly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Her words seemed ambiguous yet laden with meaning. "Curse you, Zhu Hongfei! I shall ensure you soar one day." Jiang Xuan steadied his mind and continued, "Whom does Madam wish to kill?" Jiang Yulian dismissed her surrounding maidservants, lifted her teacup for a delicate sip, and set it down gracefully, smiling faintly. "Jiang family patriarch, Jiang He, Jiang Xuan queried, frowning. What a mad woman! Her ruthlessness extended even to her own father. Jiang Yulian's brows furrowed. "Esteemed sir, you are an assassin. Your only task is to kill. Why ask so many questions? There are rules for hiring an assassin, and I too have my principles when it comes to killing." Jiang Xuan asserted, straightening his posture, his martial aura intensifying as he fixed a sharp gaze upon Jiang Yulian. "Do you believe you still possess the right to choose?" Jiang Yulian toyed with the teapot, her demeanor unruffled. Clearly, she was not inclined to divulge much to Jiang Xuan. As a shrewd woman, she would not make the common villain's mistake of revealing everything to him, maintaining an air of mystery ingrained in her very being. "Do you believe you have ensnared me, madam?" Jiang Xuan remarked coolly. "Is it not so?" Jiang Yulian countered. Jiang Xuan offered no reply. Instead, he produced a smooth, round pill from his robes, placing it gently upon the table. "A detoxification pill?" Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted. This was an exceedingly rare third-grade pill, almost invaluable in the market, with a sole purpose: to grant immunity to any lethal poison for 2 hours. The formula for this pill just so happened to reside within the black market's pharmacy. Yet no one had managed to refine it until now. Observing Jiang Yulian's astonished expression, Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly. "I have long heard that Madam is a person of meticulous thought. Had I not been fully prepared, I would not have dared to meet with you here to ensure the utmost success of this endeavor." He had not only prepared a plethora of pills, but also an array of treasures. Communication talismans, ropes, night attire, and other essential items, even reinforcing his spells to guarantee his safety. Prior to this, he had deliberately conversed with Ning Shan, suspecting he was under the influence of some poison. Now that he had seen Jiang Yulian, his suspicions were confirmed. Jiang Yulian was merely momentarily surprised before regaining her composure, appearing unfazed, and instead complimented. "Ah, I did not expect my little trick to be uncovered. Esteemed sir, you are truly unlike other assassins, earning my utmost respect." Jiang Xuan smiled politely. "Madam overestimates me. As I grow older, I cannot help but adopt more defensive measures. Might I inquire if Madam is now willing to hear my terms? Of course, esteemed sir. Please proceed. Jiang Xuan lifted his head slightly and stated, in my lifetime, there are 3 types of individuals I do not kill. First, I do not kill young children. Second, I do not kill pregnant women. Third, I do not kill close friends and family. Of course, your father does not fall within these 3 categories. Yet I am quite curious as to why you wish to kill him. Is it out of hatred? For money? For power? Or perhaps other interests? Should you not clarify your reasons? Assisting a daughter in killing her father is a most heinous act, and I would find it difficult to reconcile with my conscience. In this world, some individuals can never find peace after taking a life. Therefore, assassins are often cold-hearted, devoid of humanity. However, Jiang Xuan did not consider himself an assassin, nor did he wish to compromise his principle for the sake of business. These 3 rules represented his genuine thoughts, and he sought to understand Jiang Yulian's intentions to avoid falling into a trap. Jiang Yulian smirked. I did not expect you to be a principled assassin. I'm truly impressed. Principles are hardly the issue. Martial artists cultivate to pursue their true selves. Jiang Xuan replied simply esteemed sir, your curiosity is quite strong. Why not propose other conditions? As long as you assist me in killing. I am willing to offer you gold, jewels, spirit stones, or even unparalleled beauties as a token of friendship. Jiang Yulian let out a sigh. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xuan, as if she sought to discern something from his eyes. She was probing, testing whether Jiang Xuan was truly the steadfast individual he appeared to be. Speak candidly. She harbored doubts. Jiang Xuan lifted the teacup to his lips, took a sip, and then rose to his feet. Since the lady is unwilling to cooperate, let us consider this evening as if I had not graced your presence. I hope that in the future, there will be an opportunity for us to collaborate. His words carried an air of finality, and the atmosphere grew unexpectedly oppressive, as if the flickering candlelight around them dimmed slightly. Old sir, do not forget, this is my domain to D. You truly dare to take a single step beyond? Jiang Yulian's eyes darkened, her tone turning icy, devoid of the earlier light-hearted banter and civility. This was both a reminder and a warning. That moment, a steady, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the surroundings, suggesting a large contingent of soldiers was being mobilized. And the atmosphere became charged with tension. It was as if, upon the lady's signal, the hidden warriors and soldiers lurking outside would swarm in, ready to reduce Jiang Xuan to mere pulp. Jiang Xuan remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as still water. May I interpret this as the lady threatening me? Jiang Yulian showed no sign of concealment, responding with a faint smile. If the old sir insists on such an interpretation, I'm more than willing to accept it. A threat, a blatant threat. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yulian and took a step toward the exit. As he walked, his deep voice resonated. In my lifetime, I have never tolerated threats from others, especially not from women. Since I have dared to come, I shall walk out with my head held high. I also possess a rather unfortunate habit. I will eliminate anyone who dares to lay a hand on me. If the lady has any doubts, she is welcome to test it and see whether it is I who spills blood on the spot, or if I will cleanse this opulent residence entirely. His words were delivered with a steady, powerful tone, striking Jiang Yulian's heart like the tolling of a great bell. Jiang Xuan did not pause his stride, heading directly for the door with resolute steps, exuding an aura that seemed to declare, "Who can stop me?" Witnessing this scene, not only did Jiang Yulian feel a stir of emotion, but the hidden warriors and soldiers also grew solemn, their shimmering blades trembling uncontrollably. The sudden wave of oppressive force was suffocating. Ningshan was among them, observing Jiang Xuan's stooped figure and feeling an involuntary sense of trepidation, although he sensed that Jiang Xuan's cultivation might not exceed his own by much. He believed that in a confrontation, he would not last even a single exchange. This was due to the overwhelming martial spirit that he had lost ever since he was subdued. Jiang Yulian's expression grew unusually grave as she experienced for the first time the weight of an old hand in the game. The elder before her was utterly unlike her lecherous father. He was profound, mysterious, imposing, and fearsome, leaving one unable to fathom his depths. While she could interpret Jiang Xuan's demeanor as mere posturing, her keen intuition warned her that the reality was far more complex. As a woman of high stature, she had always placed great faith in her instincts. This elder was not to be trifled with. In that moment, Jiang Xuan began to waver. Since assuming power, this was the first time she contemplated whether to compromise with another. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Xian's foot had already crossed the threshold, his figure disappearing around the corner. "Old sir, wait," Jiang Xuan called out. This time, her tone softened considerably, resembling that of a forsaken maiden. Jiang Xian halted. Turning back to her, his expression indifferent. "Lady, have you made your decision? You are indeed a remarkable individual. Old sir, I admire you," Jiang Xuan began, offering a compliment to ease the tension. Before continuing, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. I must ask the old sir to follow me." With this statement, she signaled her willingness to compromise. With that, she ascended the stairs, beckoning Jiang Xian to follow. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow slightly, unable to discern what ploy this woman was attempting to enact. Nonetheless, he was bold and unafraid. As they ascended, Jiang Xian followed Jiang Xuan to the third floor of the pavilion, entering a study. Jiang Xuan gently pressed a mechanism, retrieving a wooden box from a concealed passageway and extending it towards Jiang Xian. "What is this?" Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. "This is what the old sir seeks. If you're not afraid of any traps I may have set, feel free to open it and see." Jiang Xuan gazed intently at Jiang Xian, seemingly intent on piercing through the layers of this this juncture. She still wished to test him. Jiang Xian smiled calmly. "I naturally trust the lady." He then slowly opened the wooden box. Poised to employ his impenetrable defenses should an unexpected situation arise. Upon opening the box, Jiang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Inside lay only a collection of documents, nothing particularly remarkable. "Old sir, you still do not trust me," Jiang Xuan remarked, her gaze tinged with melancholy, for she could see that Jiang Xian remained guarded. "I in the presence of such an extraordinary woman. How could I treat this lightly?" Jiang Xian replied with a dispassionate smile, carefully examining the stack of documents he had extracted. "What is this?" Jiang Xian's astonishment grew with each passing moment, his eyes flashing with agitation. In the year 1452 of the Great Qian, a famine ravaged Yuzhou City. And Yang Su colluded with the Jiang family to embezzle 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver from the court, resulting in the deaths of countless citizens who resorted to cannibalism. In the year 1454, Yang Su, in order to celebrate the birthday of the Jiang family patriarch, unjustly arrested 500 virtuous young women for his own amusement, leading to the ruin of thousands of families. In the year 1455, the stack of documents, a full foot in thickness, detailed the egregious crimes of the Jiang family and their son-in-law Yang Su, their misdeeds glaring and inexcusable. Jiang Xian transitioned from astonishment to numbness, a flicker of icy rage gleaming in his eyes, especially the first entry. The famine in Yuzhou City in the year 1452 was particularly poignant, for the original owner of this body had been one of its victims. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to selling himself to the Li family. Although Jiang Xian had traversed time and space, he bore the memories and emotions of the original owner, and at this moment, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, fueled by pure, unbridled wrath. "Lady, do you possess any evidence for these accusations?" Jiang Xian's voice emerged hoarse. That moment, he found himself wishing fervently that all of this were nothing but fabrications concocted by Jiang Xuan. Otherwise, how could such a beast still roam the earth? Jiang Xuan, too, regained her customary icy demeanor, her eyes devoid of emotion. "Of course, since I married into the Yang family, I have been collecting evidence every single day, longing for the moment when these people meet their demise. Regrettably, I initially sought merely to retaliate against their coercion to marry Yang Su, but I never anticipated unearthing such shocking truths." Jiang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan, his tone indifferent. "Since the lady possesses evidence, why not report it to the court?" Undoubtedly, Jiang Xuan's shared animosity towards their common enemy was palpable, surpassing that of the vast majority of Oscar-winning actors from his previous life. However, Jiang Xian could not suppress his skepticism, still suspecting ulterior motives. Jiang Xuan offered a bitter smile, tears welling in her eyes. "Old sir, at the end of the day, I am but a frail woman. How could I stand against the mighty Jiang family?" Not only I, but even Jiang Su himself has his life and death resting solely in Jiang He's whims. The Jiang family's influence in Yuzhou City far exceeds your imagination. Should I dare to present this stack of incriminating evidence, I fear I would be intercepted before even leaving Yuzhou City. Aside from assassination, I cannot conceive of any means to confront the Jiang family. As Jiang Yulian began to recount her tale, she could not help but shed tears, stirring sympathy in those who beheld her. Within this narrative lay an intriguing tidbit that caught Jiang's attention. Jiang He, in his early years, roamed the martial world, and although he established the formidable Jiang family, he lost all of his biological sons to vengeful enemies, leaving only Jiang Yulian as his sole daughter. Ironically, this old man suddenly found himself incapable of fathering children. Though he could still engage in such acts, he would be utterly incapable of conceiving a child. In desperation, he had no choice but to accept Jiang Su as his son-in-law, manipulating him to usurp the power of the former city lord and assist him in ascending to the position of city lord. Consequently, the Jiang family began to dominate Yuzhou City. Ironically, Jiang Su also lost his ability to procreate. Attributing this misfortune to Jiang Yulian, which led to her transformation into the dark figure she is today, that I have already divulged everything that needs to be said, and both personally and publicly. I yearn for the utter ruin of the Jiang family. Would you be willing to assist me, esteemed sir? Jiang Yulian produced a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful visage that must be said. When a typically formidable woman reveals a softer side, even the most iron-willed man cannot help but be moved, responding with tenderness. Were any other man present, especially a youthful and impetuous lad, he would undoubtedly be captivated by Jiang Yulian, desiring to sacrifice himself for her. However, Jiang Xuan felt a tumult of emotions within, his murky old eyes discerning the true intentions of others. He believed that Jiang Yulian undoubtedly harbored more genuine motives, such as seizing power. Yet what did it matter to him? The justification for killing was already sufficient. Moreover, he could not forsake the mission assigned by the system. Naturally, the lady hiring an assassin and the old man executing a murder, such a transaction was perfectly legitimate. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, signaling his acceptance of the business arrangement. Splendid, Jiang Yulian exclaimed, her tears giving way to a radiant smile. Esteemed sir, I shall provide you with the defensive layout of the Jiang family at once. I have a particular fondness for these heroes. Wait. Jiang Xuan interjected, halting Jiang Yulian. Madam, we have yet to negotiate the price. Jiang Yulian paused, her smile faltering. What nonsense are you speaking, esteemed sir? I have already delivered the remuneration to Heju. Heju may have agreed, but I have not. The decision to proceed lies with me, Jiang Xuan stated with a calm demeanor. Jiang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. In her experience, assassins were typically obedient and never disobeyed their superiors. This elder seemed increasingly unlike an assassin. Noticing Jiang Yulian's astonishment, Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile. Do not take offense, madam. While I have consented to the act of murder, he is still your biological father, and I feel a sense of guilt in doing so. Then the price must be increased. Increased payment? Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xuan had previously spoken with such righteous fervor that she had nearly forgotten he was, after all, an assassin. Assassins ultimately act on the principle of profit. Of course, that is not an issue. Jiang Yulian replied with a gentle smile. I shall ensure that the remuneration I gave to Heju is also presented to you upon the successful completion of the task. What say you? Jiang Xuan smiled subtly. That is most agreeable. Although he was unaware of what benefits Jiang Yulian had bestowed upon Zhu Hengfei, he was certain the remuneration would not be meager. Given Jiang Yulian's wealth, there was no need for her to deceive him over such matters. However, it must be clarified that if I am unable to eliminate Jiang He, then this payment shall not only be withheld, but I shall also sever ties with you. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Fear not, madam. I shall ensure you have no reason to turn against me, as long as Jiang He was not a master of the third realm. Jiang Xuan was confident in his ability to defeat him and depart unscathed. Moreover, Yuzhou City was but a small place, with only 3 renowned masters known to all. The first was the Mad Blade Elder, who had gained fame a century ago and was said to have been slain by enemies. The second was Mo Tai Su, a guest elder of the city lord's mansion, who was exceedingly arrogant and never regarded anyone highly enough to heed the city lord's commands. The third was the mysterious helmsman of the local black market, who was like a dragon that appeared only in whispers. Beyond these three, no other masters had emerged in Yuzhou City, making it impossible for anyone to rise to prominence unnoticed. This also explained the shock Jiang Xuan and others felt when they suspected Jiang Xuan to be a master. Seeing Jiang Xuan's confidence, Jiang Yulian chose not to press further, offering a slight smile. The two then returned to the main hall, discussing information regarding Jiang He and handing over the layout of the Jiang family's defenses to Jiang Xuan. According to Jiang Yulian, Jiang He was not a martial artist himself, but he was constantly accompanied by two shadowy experts. These two masters were shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yulian had only encountered them once throughout her life, and they were so well concealed that their appearances remained entirely obscured. As for their cultivation levels, Jiang Yulian admitted her ignorance. For anyone who had engaged with Jiang, he had met their demise, including several masters of the returning origin realm. Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed as he began to perceive the potential difficulties ahead. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. If he could not discern the capabilities of these two shadowy experts, a reckless confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Though Jiang Xuan was confident, he was not arrogant. The wisdom of a great leader lies in underestimating the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Jiang Yulian gazed at Jiang Xuan, her voice light and playful. "Esteemed sir, do not worry. I shall assist you in uncovering the origins of these shadowy experts in due time. There is no need to rush." Jiang Xuan nodded slowly, placing his hands upon his knees, and calmly stated, "Madam, since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. That I hope tonight's events mark the beginning of our friendship, not its conclusion." Jiang Yulian paused, realizing Jiang Xuan's intent. He was wary of her potentially plotting against him. This was a blatant warning against her sabotaging their alliance. This elder was not only peculiar, but also exceedingly cautious. Truly embodying the temperament of a seasoned elder, she could not deny having entertained such thoughts herself. With such a grave secret as hiring a killer, how could she allow him to remain alive? Jiang Yulian sighed, quickly expressing her sentiments. At this point, I have been forthright. Esteemed sir, if you still do not trust this weak woman, know that I hold only gratitude for you. Nothing more. Jiang Xuan listened quietly, his heart unperturbed. The words of this woman were mere empty rhetoric, unconvincing even to a ghost. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Her attempts to manipulate him this evening had already paved her own path to doom. The two had, in fact, formed a grudge. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan departed gracefully under Jiang Yulian's personal escort. Watching the figure of the not overly stooped elder recede, Jiang Yulian's smile faded, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. "Ning Shan, investigate this elder's background," Jiang Yulian commanded, feeling inexplicably that this man she had just met was more formidable than her father. This sensation was peculiar and difficult to articulate. Yet, she trusted her instincts. According to the rules of the Xuanwu Hall, assassins were forbidden from returning to the black market until their tasks were completed, unless they declared failure. After leaving Jiang Yulian's residence, Jiang Xuan returned to the city and sought a nearby inn to stay. This stay lasted a month. During this time, Jiang Xuan focused solely on cultivation, and observing Jiang He point one day, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling his internal energy coalesce into a singular force. As wisps of dark energy emanated from his body, cleansing the marrow and returning to the source. This was the returning origin realm. Upon entering the returning origin realm, a martial artist's meridians and acupoints would gradually be opened, culminating in a unification of 12 meridians into 12 chakras, forming a cyclical flow. Each meridian that was cleared resulted in a qualitative transformation of the internal energy. For instance, the same strand of internal energy, when wielded by a practitioner of the condensed energy realm, could merely penetrate wood, but when utilized by one of the returning origin realm, it could pierce armor. This meant that for martial artists who reached this level, ordinary weapons held no significance. Some individuals with unique physiques or who practice special techniques could even alter the nature of their internal energy, producing extraordinary effects, such as fire, or ice internal energy. However, Jiang Xuan's cultivation of the everlasting energy was particularly unique. It possessed no additional effects, but significantly enhanced his restorative capabilities, akin to a miraculous elixir, allowing him to heal using his internal energy. The sensation was truly intoxicating. Jiang Xuan extended and retracted his arms, reveling in the explosive power contained within, and could not help but feel elated. With the current magnitude of his internal energy, combined with the full force application of the Qingyuan sword to execute the everlasting sword river, it was likely that no practitioner of the returning origin realm could withstand it in its entirety. If he were to add the unexpected 5 thunder seals and the cloud-piercing shuttle to his arsenal, he believed he could protect himself even in the presence of a master. Having completed his cultivation, Jiang Xuan rose and walked out of the inn, ready to continue observing Jiang He's movements. Initially, he had intended to storm into the Jiang residence using the defensive map provided by Jiang Yulian to claim the enemy's head and then leave with a flourish. After all, how formidable could a mere Jiang family be? However, he soon realized he had underestimated them. The Jiang family was immensely powerful, boasting a personal guard composed entirely of 2,000 warriors at the Qi condensation stage. Not to mention the countless armored soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Such a display was even more extravagant than the guard of the city lord's mansion that a frontal assault would lead only to certain death. Moreover, after a month of careful observation, he found Jiang He to be exceedingly cautious, rarely leaving his abode and always accompanied by a large contingent of personal guards, along with 2 shadowy masters who remained close by. They lurked in the shadows, never revealing themselves, thus leaving no vulnerabilities to exploit. According to the information Jiang Yulian had relayed to him over this period, the cultivation levels of these 2 individuals were at least at the returning origin stage, making them formidable opponents indeed. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan's extreme caution and his adeptness at concealing his presence, he would have likely been discovered by now. Nevertheless, Jiang He had a peculiar habit. Every week, he would visit the cold fragrance temple outside the city to offer incense and worship devoutly. That very temple was an ideal location for Jiang Xuan to make his move. Outside Yuzhou City, at Cold Fragrance Temple, an old man known as Old Jiang had appeared selling medicine, claiming to be descended from a lineage of divine healers, capable of curing all ailments, specializing in difficult cases that others deemed hopeless. However, there was a strict rule. Patients had to seek him out personally, as he refused to provide house calls. Initially, visitors to the temple dismissed this as absurd, scoffing at the notion of a panacea. Yet, when an elderly monk's secret affliction was miraculously cured, word began to spread, and gradually, people started to believe. With a mindset akin to treating a horse as a live doctor, patients riddled with obscure ailments began visiting Old Jiang, only to find their conditions resolved. Thus, Old Jiang's reputation in Yuzhou City soared, growing ever more mythical and exaggerated, to the point where he was almost revered as a celestial being. Have you heard? A divine immortal has come to Cold Fragrance Temple, capable of curing all illnesses. It's miraculous. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard about an octogenarian woman who was on the brink of death. After a mere touch from that immortal, she was revived and even went for a swim in the river, completely unscathed. Goodness, is that for real? How extraordinary. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. If anyone in your family is seriously ill, take them quickly. It may soon be too late. Why is that? The blessings of the immortal cannot be boundless. Only those with fate may receive them, and who knows when they might leave. Such outrageous rumors spread swiftly throughout Yuzhou City, becoming common gossip among the townsfolk. This was all part of Jiang Xuan's meticulous efforts over the past month to cultivate such an effect. To aid in this endeavor, he had leveraged Jiang Yulian's influence to propagate the rumors, which soon became fantastical. His sole aim was to exploit Jiang He's infertility as a weakness, compelling him to seek treatment. With Jiang He so close at hand, Jiang Xuan was confident he could eliminate him before the 2 shadowy masters and numerous personal guards could react, leaving only the matter of escape to consider. However, Jiang He, being a cautious old fox, could not be deceived solely by rumors. Some tangible evidence was necessary to compel his belief. Conveniently, Jiang Xuan possessed evergreen true qi and was a skilled alchemist, more than capable of treating ordinary ailments with ease. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan sat nonchalantly in a corner of the temple's rear courtyard, patiently awaiting the appearance of his prey. Before him lay a table, beside which stood a banner that read, "Healing the world, curing all ailments." At this moment, Jiang Xuan sat with a composed demeanor, one hand theatrically resting on the wrist of a robust man, subtly channeling a trace of weak, evergreen, true qi into his body. Old immortal, am I still able? The pancake seller, Wu De, wore a sheepish expression, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes. He had sought numerous renowned physicians in secret, all declaring his condition to be congenital and untreatable. His unfortunate wife had been married to him for 2.5 years, yet remained untouched, suffering from the incessant gossip of others, which had nearly driven Wu De to despair. Hearing of the miraculous healer at Cold Fragrance Temple, he decided to take a chance and visit during a quiet moment. However, unbeknownst to him, the news had been orchestrated by Jiang He's men, who had enticed him to test the healer's abilities. Meanwhile, several warriors were covertly observing Jiang Xuan from a hidden corner of the temple. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat, casually glancing at the warriors concealed nearby, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Encountering me, you shall surely find success." With that, Jiang Xuan retrieved a medicinal gourd from his waist, poured out a rather unremarkable dan, and presented it to Wu De. "Take this medicine home, mix it with half a liter of young boy's urine, and consume it. Within a quarter of an hour, you shall be healed." Wu De eagerly accepted the dan, his face alight with excitement, his cheeks quivering. "Old immortal, does such a miraculous medicine truly exist?" Jiang Xuan did not respond, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wu De, then inquired, "Is your wife by any chance surnamed Pan?" Wu De was taken aback. Indeed, she is surnamed Pan. He had never mentioned his identity nor his wife's name. Yet this divine healer seemed to know everything after merely feeling his pulse. It appeared he had truly encountered an immortal. "Old immortal, how can I ever repay your immense kindness?" Wu De stammered, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to find his bearings, that he was simply too elated. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and smiled. "Healing the world. No thanks are necessary. Go now, and take good care of your wife." As Wu De departed, the hidden warriors around him vanished as well, presumably to verify the effectiveness of the medicine. The bait had been set. How could the fish stay away? Jiang Xuan felt a sense of pride swell within him. "Old immortal, please save my father." At that moment, a melodious voice brought Jiang Xuan's attention back to the present. Turning around, he beheld a frail old man seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a maiden of enchanting beauty, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. The old man was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, while the maiden was Li Yingling, the daughter of the Li family, since hearing the news of Li Huai's death. The old patriarch had fallen ill, declining steadily until he was nearly at death's door. Upon hearing the rumors of old Jiang's miraculous abilities, Li Yingling had eagerly brought her father to Cold Fragrance Temple in search of the divine healer. "Old immortal," seeing Jiang Xuan lost in thought, Li Yingling gently called out again, her gaze tinged with confusion. For some reason, the old man appeared strikingly familiar to her, yet she could not quite place him. This was hardly surprising. Jiang Xuan had undergone a profound transformation through his cultivation, now exuding an ethereal aura and vibrant energy. Dressed in disguise, he now looked entirely different from his former self. Upon re-encountering an old acquaintance, Jiang Xuan felt a rush of emotions. Hearing Li Yingling's call brought him back to reality as he chuckled softly. "Old sir, please extend your hand to me." The father and daughter of the Li family found nothing peculiar in this request. Yet the monks surrounding the temple looked on in astonishment. The old immortal, who typically maintained an air of aloofness, was being so courteous to someone. It was unprecedented for him to use such respectful language. The old patriarch trembled as he extended a hand and placed it on the table. Jiang Xuan grasped the old man's wrist, slowly closing his eyes and carefully nurturing his frail body with evergreen true qi. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious Li Yingling, the treatment lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time, only halting when Jiang Xuan began to sweat profusely. Throughout the process, the old man's complexion visibly brightened, and he sat up straighter than before. A miracle. Truly a miracle. The rumors were no exaggeration. The old sir was indeed a celestial being incarnate, Witnessing this scene, the surrounding populace was taken aback, kneeling in reverence, their faces alight with piety, as if venerating Jiang Xuan as a celestial being. Were it not for a miracle, how could a mere touch suffice to heal a dying elder? Thank you, venerable sage, Li Yingling exclaimed, her countenance radiating joy as she prepared to kneel before Jiang Xuan, only to be gently supported by him. Please rise, miss. To alleviate suffering is a duty that requires no gratitude. Jiang Xuan replied softly. Yingling was momentarily taken aback. Although his voice was deliberately lowered, the term miss bore a hint of familiarity. Could it be Jiang grandfather? In an instant, a bold thought flashed through her mind. The apparent disparity between the elderly man and Jiang Xuan began to blur in her perception. You are? Li Yingling's beautiful eyes widened. Her lips parted slightly, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, producing a vial of elixir from his robe and placing it in Li Yingling's hands, instructing, this medicine should be administered to the elderly gentleman at home, once every 3 days, and it will gradually restore his health and prolong his life. As Li Yingling gazed at the elixir in her hands, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Could he truly be Jiang grandfather? If not, why would he be so benevolent towards them? Miss, your father's ailment has been cured. You may leave now, Jiang Xuan remarked with a light wave of his hand, his demeanor exuding nonchalance and composure. Regaining her senses, Li Yingling bowed slightly to Jiang Xuan before slowly departing with the elderly, casting glances back at him. Once they exited the temple, Li Yingling furrowed her brow and said, Father, that venerable sage seemed just like Jiang grandfather. He is Jiang Xuan, Li Lao Yi rasped, his weary visage betraying his frailty. What? Father, is that true? Li Yingling exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and delight. Indeed, it was Jiang grandfather, but why had he transformed into a venerable sage? Slowly nodding, Li Lao Ye's murky eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. He too was perplexed by Jiang Xuan's transformation into a sage. Yet after decades of companionship, he would recognize Jiang Xuan even if he returned to ASHT over 70. He had indeed aged. Yet Jiang Xuan appeared so vibrant, resembling a youthful man. The following day, another rumor swept through Yuzhou City, further embellishing Jiang Xuan's reputation. It was said that Wu Da, a vendor of baked goods, had miraculously recovered from a congenital ailment. Whispers spread that a cacophony of joyous sounds erupted from Wu Da's home that night, a tumult of laughter and revelry that lasted until dawn. Countless young men, coveting the Pan family, wept upon hearing the news, lamenting that flowers had been wasted on dung. Upon receiving this news, numerous middle-aged, wealthy merchants and officials in the city were ablaze with excitement, hastily preparing carriages to rush to Huanxiang Temple, eagerly awaiting the sage's healing touch. Was it truly such a marvel? In the Jiang residence, he sat regally in the grand hall, twirling a large pearl ring on his thumb, his face betraying uncontainable delight. Sir, it is absolutely true. Several black-clad warriors knelt before Jiang He, excitedly reporting, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Upon returning home, Wu Da immediately exhibited primal vigor, clearly healed. Jiang He's gaze became distant as he murmured, could it be that my devout prayers have moved the heavens? For so many years, he had searched in vain throughout the great Qian kingdom for countless divine healers, yet none could cure his peculiar ailment. To think he might stumble upon a remedy without effort. Initially, he had been skeptical. However, as Jiang Xuan's fame grew, disbelief became untenable. Summon the carriages. I shall pay my respects at Huanxiang Temple. Meanwhile, in the residence of Jiang Yulian, she listened quietly to Ning Shan's report, her lips curling slightly. Jiang, he is preparing to go to Huanxiang Temple? Indeed, madam. The head of the Jiang family is surely en route to Huanxiang Temple. Ning Shan replied, maintaining a neutral expression. How many people has he brought? 100 of the most elite guards and 2 shadowy figures, Ning Shan stated flatly. The old man is indeed quite cautious. Jiang Yulian mused, twirling her teacup, her gaze flickering. Ning Shan, take my token and pay a visit to the city lord's residence to see Mo Tai Su. Tell him it is time to repay the favor he owes me. Ning Shan was momentarily taken aback. But madam, Hasn't Lord Imo already refused to assist you against the head of the Jiang family? It's likely. Jiang Yulian smirked, who said I intend for him to confront my father? On the contrary, I wish for him to avenge my father. What? Ning Xuan was utterly confounded, unable to comprehend Jiang Yulian's true intentions. Suddenly, Jiang Yulian shot him a glance, her tone icy. Why are you still here? Hurry and go. Lord Mo will understand upon seeing the token, and no need for you to elaborate. Understood? Yes. Ning Xuan, drenched in sweat, quickly accepted the token and departed. The madam is truly formidable. Facing such a scheming woman, one might find themselves sold and still counting the profits. Watching Ning Xuan leave, Jiang Yulian's expression lightened into a smile, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she murmured, Old sir, I wonder how you will respond this time. 2 hours later, at Huanxiang Temple, Jiang Xuan, the sage, sat in the temple's rear courtyard, as usual, healing the afflicted, resembling an extraordinary figure. Suddenly, the wind stirred, and 100 elite guards composed of Qi condensation realm warriors burst in, barking orders as they cleared the surrounding citizens and monks. They're here. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of delight and looked up. A man clad in resplendent robes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, approached him, flanked by 2 guards of the 8th and 9th levels of Qi condensation. This man was none other than Jiang He, the head of the largest family in Yuzhou City. He appeared quite youthful, seemingly in his 40s, yet in reality, he was likely nearing a century of age. From this alone, Jiang Xuan had already deduced that Jiang Yulian had deceived him. Jiang He could not possibly be an ordinary person. He must also be a martial artist. Otherwise, how could he maintain such vitality and appearance? I am Jiang He, honored to meet the venerable sage, he said, a smile gracing his face as he slowly sat across from Jiang Xuan, projecting an aura of friendliness. Had he not been aware of the man's numerous transgressions, one might mistake him for a simple, honest individual based solely on his appearance. However, Jiang Xuan remained silent, merely casting a disapproving glance at the 2 guards beside Jiang. Jiang He's smile faded as he waved his hand. Withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the sage. Yes, my lord. The 2 guards bowed and discreetly retreated a few paces, their vigilance unwavering as they scanned the surroundings. It must be acknowledged, Jiang He was indeed exceedingly cautious at all times. Once they were alone, Jiang Xuan spoke calmly. Jiang family head, I would like to take your hand. Does the venerable sage recognize me? Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, having not yet uttered a word. Who in Yuzhou City does not know the name of Jiang family head? Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Ha! Very well. Then I shall trouble the venerable sage. Jiang He complimented Jiang Xuan, his face adorned with a congenial smile, as he readily extended his hand, appearing entirely at ease. This was his domain, with his people surrounding him and shadows lurking nearby. No one could harm him here. Moreover, he himself was no pushover. As Jiang Xuan clasped Jiang He's hand, he subtly infused a trace of ethereal energy, causing Jiang He to shudder with an indescribable sense of comfort. The old sir is indeed as renowned as the legends claim. This exquisite energy is something I have never encountered before. Jiang He remarked in in response. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, The world believes the Jiang family head to be an ordinary man. Yet little do they know you are a master of the return to origin realm. The Jiang family head is indeed worthy of his reputation. Jiang He's pupils constricted, forcing a smile as he replied, It seems I cannot hide anything from the venerable sage. It is merely a small skill, hardly worthy of being called a master. After a brief pause, Jiang Xuan released Jiang He's wrist, smiling lightly as he said, Jiang family head, I've already diagnosed your condition. How is it? Can it be treated? Jiang He's breath quickened as he inquired, urgency coloring his tone, for it concerned his lifelong pursuit. If he could be cured of this peculiar ailment, he could thrive anew, perhaps even father 100 more children, freeing himself from dependence on his daughter and son Dash and Dashlaw. It is somewhat troublesome, Jiang Xuan sighed. Somewhat troublesome, so it could be treated? Jiang He's face lit up with barely concealed excitement as he spoke. Please, venerable sage, do not hesitate to share. If it can be cured, I, Jiang, would gladly sacrifice everything to repay your kindness. Though he uttered such words, he had already made up his mind to eliminate Jiang Xuan without delay. Regardless of whether he was a deity or not, before Jiang He, even deities must fall. The reason being, although Jiang Xuan had cured his ailment, he possessed far too much knowledge. Under Jiang He's expectant gaze, a slight smile curved Jiang Xuan's lips as he spoke. Master Jiang, I fear you shall not survive the day. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced he had misheard, and forced a laugh. Ha ha. Could it be that the old immortal is jesting with me? Jiang Xuan shook his head gently. Nay, I speak the truth. Master Jiang shall not see the end of today. Impudent. Jiang He abruptly rose to his feet, casting a hostile glare at Jiang Xuan. Who are you to mock me in such a manner? Jiang Xuan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and unhurried. I am but a specter, returned from the underworld to seek the life of Master Jiang. Do you recall the famine of years past? Jiang He's eyes narrowed. How could he forget? He had colluded with Yang Su to embezzle 30,000 taels of silver allocated by the court, thus establishing the solid foundation of the Jiang family's vast estate. Such an act was a capital offense, for which he had eliminated countless lives. Could this man be a survivor from that time? Nonsense! Guards, seize this rambling old fool! Jiang He bellowed in fury, waving his hand for the surrounding martial artists to swarm forward, while he himself retreated behind them. Jiang Xuan, however, remained undisturbed, fixing his gaze on Jiang He. As I have stated, you shall not survive today. Upon hearing this, Jiang He, who had hidden behind the martial artists, suddenly changed countenance, hastily raising his right hand to inspect his palm, where 5 peculiar thunder seals had mysteriously appeared, radiating an intense heat, as though harboring terrifying energy. This is dire. Jiang He exclaimed in shock, snatching a nearby guard sword, unhesitatingly attempting to sever his own hand. Too late. Jiang Xuan smiled lightly, lifting his hand to snap his fingers. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, echoing through the heavens. Centered around Jiang He, torrents of thunder rained down, and the temple's rear courtyard erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to rubble. In that fleeting moment, the fabric of reality twisted, and the air was filled with anguished cries. This was the 5 thunder spell. Ever since his palm had been injured in the last explosion, Jiang Xuan had diligently researched a more secure method of casting the 5 thunder spell. He ultimately discovered that it could not only be stored on his own hand, but could also be transferred to another through his vital energy, turning them into a ticking time bomb. The advantage of this method was that Jiang Xuan himself would suffer no backlash. Once the thunder seals detonated, aside from the indestructible Jiang Xuan, all others would be engulfed in the explosive aftermath in an instant. Moreover, this time, Jiang Xuan triggered all 5 thunder seals at once, the explosive power exceeding that of the incident on Qinghe Street, greater in strength and wider in range. He estimated that unless Jiang He was a grandmaster, he would undoubtedly perish. Witnessing the chaos, Jiang Xuan could not help but exclaim, "Damn it, I'm about to blow you up." At that moment, countless citizens and monks within the temple heard the hair-raising explosion. Their expressions filled with horror. What happened? Why did the rear courtyard explode? I don't know, it was terrifying. I think I saw thunder descend from the heavens and obliterate the courtyard. Thunder from the heavens? What nonsense! How could that happen in broad daylight? Hurry, let us go see. In an instant, the monks and townsfolk of the temple converged, eager to uncover the truth behind the rear courtyard's calamity. Upon arriving, they were horrified by the scene before them, their faces ashen. The temple's rear courtyard was riddled with destruction, charred and strewn with dismembered remains, resembling a hellish nightmare. Da-da! There are dead bodies, so many dead. Some of the more sensitive young women shrieked in horror, while others began to retch uncontrollably. Damn it, this is too dreadful. As the wave of nausea subsided, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Wasn't Jiang He here just now? The head of the Jiang family. It seems so. Has Jiang He perished? It should be so. I heard he drove away the common folks seeking treatment from the old immortal. Could it be that he angered the old immortal, and thus was punished by the descent of thunder? Perhaps. Ha ha ha. That wretched old scoundrel is finally dead. My offerings were not in vain. The Buddha has finally opened his eyes. Nonsense. It was clearly the old immortal who punished him. What does your offering have to do with it? Ha ha ha. Splendid. Old monk, I must offer another 100 incense sticks in gratitude. Daughter, did you see? That old scoundrel has finally met his end. Sob, sob, sob. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, as someone had taken the temple's firecrackers and set them off, quickly followed by an unending cacophony. Although it was already early March, Huanxiang Temple was bustling as if it were the new year. Moreover, this festive atmosphere did not remain confined to Huanxiang Temple. It soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yuzhou City. Ladies and gentlemen, my family has joyous news today. Free tea for all. Enjoy some sunflower seeds on the house. Come in and listen to a tale. What segment are they telling? The old immortal descends to capture the vile spirits. Excellent, this sounds captivating. Everyone, my wife has declared that today is a celebration. Eat all the pastries you want, celebration. Has Wu Da's wife conceived? Not yet, but it's still a joyful occasion. The streets buzz with excitement. Laughter echoing as households celebrated as though it were a second new year. Not a word uttered about Jiang He's demise. Joy evident in every corner. This clearly demonstrated that Jiang He was indeed despised by both man and deity alike. His myriad crimes, though he could deceive the powerful, could not conceal from the common folk, who saw through his facade with clarity. Most astonishingly, another sensational piece of news arrived. Yihong Courtyard celebrates today. The matron is getting married. Thanking new and old patrons with a free offer, first come first served at an instant. The place was flooded with people. Yuzhou City was in full festive swing. Men are truly worthless, a shrew shouted in the streets. Of course, that was all in the future at this moment. Jiang Xuan had detonated Jiang He and, amidst the chaos, fled Huanxiang Temple, pursued closely by two black-clad experts, who were Jiang He's shadowy protectors, though these two possessed profound cultivation. Having reached the 8th stage of returning origin, they were caught off guard and suffered internal injuries from the thunder, rendered powerless to intervene as Jiang He was blown to smithereens for them. This was a profound humiliation. Therefore, they gritted through their injuries, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Xuan, convinced that such a massive explosion could not have left him unscathed. They followed him all the way to the woods outside Huanxiang Temple, where they suddenly saw Jiang Xuan come to a halt, standing with a sword in hand, seemingly awaiting their arrival, not fleeing. Their pupils constricted as they spoke in a low, ominous tone, for some reason. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan stop, an unsettling premonition arose within them. Jiang Xuan, holding the Qingyun sword, stood tall and straight, lightly stroking his beard with a smile. I never intended to flee. I merely sought a fitting resting place for the two of you. Umph! What audacity! Old fool! We have seen through your ruse. If you think to detonate us again, you are sorely mistaken. The two shadowy figures glared at Jiang Xuan, their eyes filled with disdain, though they had sustained some injuries. Jointly dealing with an elder who had just entered the returning origin realm would be a trivial task. What confidence did this old man possess? That explosion had clearly utilized some special means, and it was impossible to replicate effortlessly. Otherwise, he would not have fled as long as they were cautious. There was no way they would fall for his tricks again. With this thought in mind, one of the shadowy experts spoke with a chilling tone. Old fool, who sent you as an assassin? Why did you seek to kill Lord Jiang? If you do not answer honestly, Jiang Xuan raised his hand to interrupt, his tone indifferent. I cannot be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of hearing. What? Old fool, you seek death. The two shadows erupted in fury, ceasing their idle chatter, channeling their vital energy as they charged at Jiang Xuan. With just one move, the evergreen sword technique, I shall sweep away the mountains and rivers. Jiang Xuan emitted a sharp cry, channeling boundless true energy into the Qingyun sword held in his grasp, which instantly resonated with a resounding melody of sword cries that, in the blink of an eye, a tempestuous wave of sword energy erupted violently, coalescing into towering surges that surged forth toward the two shadowy masters. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the two masters shifted dramatically, compelling them to hastily shift from offense to defense, their true energy morphing into a massive bell to withstand the onslaught of the sword river. Clang, 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 The sword energy cascading down like raindrops relentlessly pounded against the great bell, a ceaseless torrent akin to the mighty Yangtze River itself. Such an assault was bound to deplete an immense amount of energy. They could hardly believe their adversary could endure for long. Once their true energy was exhausted, it would be their turn to strike. Damn! Such overwhelming true energy. Who is this old man? After enduring thousands of sword energies, the two shadowy figures' faces grew increasingly grim, nearly bursting into curses. This level of true energy consumption could rival that of a master, right? Who on earth is this old man? Crack, crack, as the sword energy continued to rain down. Upon reaching 1,500 strikes, the golden bell began to crack inch by inch, ultimately exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound, the two shadowy masters were sent flying as if struck by a tremendous force, crashing into dozens of robust trees before hitting the ground heavily, blood gushing forth. Already injured, they were now further wounded, half their bodies mangled, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Jiang Xuan took a moment to catch his breath, retrieving a pill from his waist to restore his true energy, then stepped forward, sword in hand, advancing toward the two with a chilling glint of murder in his eyes, to eradicate all traces. Allowing spring breezes to bring forth rebirth, he certainly would not possess the kindness to spare their lives. How could he? Was this old man some sort of monster? The two shadows spat blood, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Jiang Xuan, struggling to retreat. Terrifying. This old man is too terrifying. For the first time, they felt the threat of death so close, and fear arose within them. Alas, if mercy can be extended, let it be so. My lord, please cease your actions. Just then, a slow, weary voice, tinged with melancholy, resounded. Though soft, Jiang Xuan felt his hair stand on end, a grave seriousness enveloping his gaze. Since acquiring the celestial bone, his perception was as sharp as that of martial artists one realm above him. Yet before this voice emerged, he had sensed nothing at all. This could only indicate one thing. The opponent's cultivation level far surpassed his own. They were a master. The realms of earth spirit, heaven spirit, and transcendence are known collectively as the three realms of masters. Once one reaches this level of cultivation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converges around them, forming a protective barrier of true energy 3 feet in circumference. Even standing still, ordinary martial artists could not inflict any harm upon them. How could a master be concealed here? Jiang Xuan raised his gaze and beheld an old man slowly approaching in the distance. With white hair, gray beard, gaunt cheeks, and clad in a gray scholar's robe, in terms of attire, save for his profound eyes, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man, seemingly returned to simplicity in fact. Jiang Xuan looked much younger and more vigorous than he did. Yet, the aura emanating from this man was incomparable. Merely standing there, he imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Who might you be, sir?" Jiang Xuan inquired warily, responding to the old man. "Master." Upon seeing the newcomer, the two shadows displayed surprise in their eyes, desperately struggling to rise and pay their respects. "Master?" Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed. This individual was indeed the master of the two shadowy figures. At this moment, he was certain the old man before him must be the rumored master. However, he wondered who exactly he was. The old man did not immediately answer Jiang Xuan's question, but instead sighed, casting a disappointed glance at the two shadows, and spoke. "Alas, I have long advised you to leave Jianghe, but you would not listen, and thus you have met with today's fate." The two shadows, their expressions tense, quickly lowered their heads. "Master, we were wrong. Please grant us our lives." The old man shook his head helplessly, turning his gaze back to Jiang Xuan. "I am a Mo Tai Su. Just now, I witnessed you ridding the world of evil. Your thunderous might truly renders me ashamed. However, while my two disciples have committed acts that could be deemed as aiding the wicked, their crimes do not warrant death. I implore you to show mercy and spare them." The old man's tone was slow and profound, sounding as if he praised Jiang Xuan while also negotiating with him. Yet there was an undeniable firmness in his words. However, who could dare to kill his disciples in the presence of a master? Mo Tai Su. Indeed, it was he. Rumored to be a guest elder of the city lord's mansion, he never heeded the lord's commands, essentially serving merely as a facade. Little did he expect his disciples to be so deeply entwined with Jiang He. If this man intervened, Jiang Xuan could hardly act against them. Contemplating this, Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly, "If you are to reign in your disciples, that is commendable. I trust you will take them back for proper discipline. That is only natural." Emotai Su replied with a faint smile. "Your compassion is commendable, and I admire it." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, sheathing his sword and preparing to depart, only to be called back by Emotai Su. "Wait." Jiang Xuan halted his steps, turned back, and replied coolly, "I've already spared them. May I ask if you have any other matters?" A calm smile graced Emotai Su's lips. "I did not come here to rescue my two disciples, but rather to fulfill a past favor on behalf of someone." "A favor?" Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows. Sensing an ominous premonition, he had anticipated that matters would not be so simple. "Indeed, someone has entrusted me to avenge your father's murder," Emotai Su stated forthrightly. "Avenge your father's murder." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's hair stood on end, a surge of rage welling within him. "Damn, you Jiang Yulian, from your words, it seems this conflict is unavoidable today." Jiang Xuan glared at Emotai Su, his voice icy. There was no need to guess. This person must have been sent by Jiang Yulian to kill him. What a treacherous act of burning bridges. Emotai Su waved his hand, his aged voice echoing through the forest. "I am fulfilling a request. Repaying a kindness that honor this debt. I must eliminate you." His words were not loud, yet they exuded an undeniable confidence, as if Jiang Xuan were already a corpse. Such was the confidence of a master. Jiang Xuan chuckled coldly. "In repaying another's kindness, how do you intend to repay mine?" "Your kindness." Emotai Su smiled lightly, intrigued. "Oh, what kindness do you believe you have shown me?" Jiang Xuan's gaze turned indifferent as he regarded the two shadows on the ground. The meaning unspoken, he had spared Emotai Su's disciples. That was his kindness. "Huh." Emotai Su laughed heartily, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he calmly said, "Do you truly believe you could kill my disciples beneath my very nose?" He laughed with great amusement, having merely exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Xuan, yet the latter genuinely thought he was seeking favor to kill in the presence of a master. How simple could that be? Jiang Xuan said nothing, but suddenly his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the air resonated with the sound of slicing wind. Whoosh! The Chuanyan shuttle zipped past Emotai Su, striking the sturdy tree behind the two shadows, instantly creating a gaping hole. Bang! That tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The two shadows gazed on in terror, as if they had glimpsed death itself, the threat looming ominously before them. The Chuanyan shuttle, as a treasure of the concealed weapon category, was so swift that even Emotai Su had failed to respond, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Nearly impossible to track. Emotai Su's laughter abruptly ceased, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an expression of grave concern. As the Chuanyan shuttle sliced past him, it even penetrated an inch of his protective true energy. Though merely an inch, it left him profoundly shaken. A treasure. Emotai Su squinted slightly, eyeing the Chuanyan shuttle now returned to Jiang Xuan's hand. Jiang Xuan nodded slowly, not denying it, and stated, "Had I wished it, your disciples would have already returned to the afterlife." He spoke with unwavering confidence. The two shadows had long since been grievously injured. No force could thwart the strike of the cloud-piercing shuttle. In that fleeting moment when Emotai Su failed to react, the two were destined to become mere corpses. Of course, Jiang Xuan made no actual move, intending only to demonstrate that he could eliminate his disciple. Emotai Su seized upon a crucial point, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xuan. "Your treasured weapon is indeed impressive, yet it cannot end my life, should you dare to slay my disciple. You too shall meet an untimely demise." Jiang Xuan, unperturbed, continued to grip the cloud-piercing shuttle firmly, his voice cold as ice. "Then I implore you to make your choice. Will you repay the kindness of others today? Or will you repay my old debts? As an elderly man, my days are numbered. At worst, We may part ways in mutual destruction." In that moment, the entire forest fell silent, save for the rustling leaves and the echo of Jiang Xuan's resolute words reverberating through the trees. The two shadows could not help but feel a sense of dread, accompanied by a deep-seated humiliation and frustration. Who could have foreseen that they would one day become lambs to the slaughter? With a mere word of refusal from Imo Taishu, they would find themselves facing death. Such circumstances baffled them, leaving them speechless. Most disheartening was the realization that even with their master, a figure of the Grandmaster realm, present, they were still subject to the threats of another to preserve their lives. The taste of such a reality was utterly exasperating. After a prolonged silence, Imo Taishu's expression softened, and he sighed. "You possess remarkable skill. My friend, it has been many years since I felt threatened, and I must admit, I find it nostalgic. This debt of gratitude shall be repaid. You may take your leave." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan sheathed the cloud-piercing shuttle, shook his robe, and strode away with an air of confidence. "Master, you cannot let him go." The two shadows cried out in despair. Silence. Imo Taishu's eyes narrowed as he watched Jiang Xuan depart. This man was no ordinary individual and should not be trifled with. His instincts warned him that Jiang Xuan still had hidden cards to play, from the initial thunderous explosion to the later awe-inspiring sword strikes. And finally, the unveiling of his treasured weapon. Jiang Xuan's methods were numerous and increasingly terrifying, eluding even his understanding, instilling a sense of threat within him. Heaven knows what other insidious tricks this old man might possess. If he were to act recklessly, he would likely gain little advantage, and his two disciples would surely meet a grim fate, having navigated the martial world for so many years to reach the Grandmaster realm. He had relied on caution at every step. Engaging in a fight with such uncertainty was simply not worth it. 20 miles beyond the forest, Jiang Xuan's tense body began to relax as he finally exhaled. The pressure exerted by a Grandmaster was overwhelming. Though he still possessed the indestructible defense as his trump card, he was uncertain if it could withstand multiple assaults from a Grandmaster. After all, this ability was not without its cool-down period. Given Jiang Xuan's current cultivation level, the indestructible defense could only endure for about 5 breaths, after which it would enter a cool-down period of 15 minutes. It was most effective when deployed at a critical moment. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the entrusted task. The task is complete. Reward granted. Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye." The Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye. Possessing the Spirit Eye greatly enhances your perception, allowing you to discern the myriad laws of the world, precisely identifying the weaknesses of your enemies, and your mental prowess will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. When locking eyes with others, you can exert a brief hypnotic effect. New plot developments are being deduced. You have skillfully completed the entrusted task, but have incurred the jealousy of your peers. You must take action to reunite your fellow disciples within the bounds of propriety. Task triggered. Unite the disciples. Task requirements. Resolve conflicts. Foster harmony among disciples. Task reward. A high-level martial art. Jiang Xuan's eyes suddenly widened. The once murky pupils now shimmered with a blue divine light, appearing as profound as an ancient well, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. The ability to discern the myriad laws. Heightened mental capacity and brief hypnosis. This was functionality at its peak. This reward was indeed commendable. Continuing to read, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing unite the disciples. This task was likely aimed at Zhu Hongfei. Could it be that the system could no longer tolerate him? That wretch Zhu Hongfei had been scheming against him for far too long. Keeping him around would only spell disaster, and it would be for the best to eliminate him sooner rather than later. However, before that, Jiang Xuan intended to undertake a matter of greater importance. "You vile woman, I vow not to be a man if I do not kill you." Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, deciding against returning to the black market, and instead made his way directly to Jiang Yulian's residence, his entire being radiating murderous intent. That night, within Jiang Yulian's estate, she sat poised in the opulent hall, reviewing various documents sent by the city lord's office, though her mind was somewhat elsewhere. Today marked the day Jiang Xuan would take action, and it was also her moment to act. The best outcome would be for Jiang Xuan to kill Jiang He. followed by Mo Taishu eliminating Jiang Xuan, allowing her to reap the benefits as a bystander. Her motive for wanting to kill Jiang Xuan was straightforward. Peace of mind, as long as Jiang Xuan lived. She could find no solace. However, from her perspective, Jiang Xuan was surely doomed. Should the assassination fail, Jiang He would eliminate him. Should it succeed, Mo Taishu would kill him. In either case, death was inevitable. Old sir, I truly hope you succeed. Jiang Yulian sighed softly, speaking to herself. Once Jiang He was dead, she could openly seize control of the city lord's office, thereby dominating the entire Yuzhou city. Should fortune favor her, she might even have the chance to vie for supremacy over the realm. As her thoughts spiraled, the grand hall's doors suddenly slammed shut with a thunderous bang, causing the flickering candles to dance wildly, startling her. The unexpected scene sent a jolt of alarm through Jiang Yulian. Her heart tightening, panic flashing in her eyes, and an ominous premonition swelling within her. Her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. Rising to her feet, she glanced around, finally alighting upon the figure of an elderly man seated in the guest chair below the dais. Clad in coarse linen robes, his eyes glimmered with a blue, ethereal light, resembling a ghostly apparition in the darkness. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Jiang Yulian's face drained of color, retreating 2 steps as though she had seen a ghost. One delicate hand pressed to her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you human or specter? In her mind, with the Grandmaster's intervention, there was no chance Jiang Xuan could have survived. How could he possibly stand there unharmed? Was he perhaps a ghost returned from the depths of hell? Was vengeance upon her? Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Yulian, the ethereal glow in his eyes gradually fading, a light laugh escaping his lips. Madam, I trust you have been well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted, her expression a tapestry of emotions. If she had previously thought her eyes had deceived her due to the dim candlelight. The deep, resonant voice could belong to no one but Jiang Xuan himself. In her world, there were few who inspired such fear in her. Only 2. Jiang He and Jiang Xuan. She would not mistake him, nor would she mishear him. Jiang Yulian's countenance shifted between shades of pallor and anxiety, her mind racing as she forced a smile, asking, Old sir, did you succeed? I have not failed, Jiang Xuan replied flatly, his tone devoid of emotion, carrying only an icy chill. Jiang Yulian's pupils quivered, her heart in a state of shock that rendered her momentarily speechless. How could this be? He had slain Jiang, he yet escaped from Mo Taishu's grasp. Or was it that Mo Taishu had never struck at all? Contemplating this, Jiang Yulian forced a smile and said, That is indeed a cause for celebration. You truly live up to the reputation of a killer from the Xuanwu Hall, and I am in admiration. Rest assured, I will deliver your reward with both hands. Jiang Xuan's indifferent gaze swept across Jiang Yulian's face, his voice cold as he stated, There is no need. I wish to exchange for a different reward. Oh, what does the old sir desire? I seek the head of the lady to this point. Jiang Yulian was already in a state of panic, her chest heaving as she struggled to maintain her composure. Old sir, you are indeed amusing. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he replied, Madam, Mo Taishu has made his move. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulian felt as though struck by lightning. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock as she stammered, Why, are you still alive? Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, A mere grandmaster. What can he do to me? Jiang Yulian fell silent. The fact that Jiang Xuan remained alive after facing a grandmaster could only imply one thing. The opponent was an extraordinarily formidable individual, powerful beyond her imagination. Summon someone. Suddenly, Jiang Yulian cried out loudly. But the only response was the roaring sound of the wind. Nothing else stirred. Ningxian, the warriors, and the soldiers seemed to have vanished entirely. Jiang Xuan wore a smile, his fingers gently tapping the table as he quietly observed Jiang Yulian's performance. Producing a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Madam, there is no need to shout. Aside from you and me, no one else will appear here. Long before entering the Grand Hall, Jiang Xuan had dealt with those lurking in the shadows one by one. In this mansion, the highest cultivation level was merely Ningxian at the 9th level of qi condensation. Yet Jiang Xuan was no longer the Jiang Xuan of 2 months prior. Moreover, in the darkness. His heavenly heart spiritual eye was akin to a cheat, allowing him to see through everything as if he possessed X-ray vision, pinpointing each individual's location, then hypnotizing, defeating, and eliminating them invisibly. After a few desperate cries, Jiang Xuan ceased, and with her astuteness, she could hardly fail to deduce that all her subordinates in this mansion were dead. I never anticipated that the old gentleman possessed such extraordinary means. I must admit I underestimated you. Jiang Xuan smiled calmly, seemingly at peace with the impending conclusion. I have long stated my desire to befriend you, dear lady, rather than engage in unpleasantness, yet you insisted on your course. As Jiang Xuan's words resonated, the conversation from that night replayed in Jiang Xuan's mind, prompting a soft sigh. Old sir, you have never tasted the allure of power. You cannot fathom its intoxicating beauty. Your survival leaves me uneasy. Jiang Xuan remained silent. He certainly understood that the temptation of power could drive one to gamble everything, compelling them to commit unspeakable acts, in a certain sense, if he were in Jiang Xuan's position. He might very well choose to eliminate such an unpredictable individual that at this point, further words were futile. Allow me to escort you on your journey, dear lady. Wait. Hearing Jiang Xuan's intent to kill her, Jiang Xuan bit her lip, presenting a pitiable demeanor. I've been candid with you, old sir, because I have changed my mind. If you were willing, I would gladly serve at your side, allowing you to experience the taste of power. What say you? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xuan's unexpected maneuver. She continued to entice him, saying, with your capabilities, you should not confine yourself to the trivial black market. With my assistance, you could completely dominate Yuzhou City, and perhaps even set your sights on the vast lands of the Qian. With a charming smile, she leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, exhaling a fragrant breath, her robe slipping from her shoulder to reveal her snow-white skin. Captivatingly alluring, it must be said that Jiang Xuan was a remarkably enchanting woman, her demeanor unparalleled. Though perhaps not stunningly beautiful, she ignited the primal desire for conquest within men. Power, women, and the thrill of domination. Each was a deadly poison, gradually eroding Jiang Xuan's resolve. In Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled a sense of triumph. She could not believe that any man in the world, including an old one, could withstand such temptation. However, in the next moment, she suddenly witnessed a flash of cold light. Before she could register her fear, a severed head flew forth, blood splattering, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she could not fathom why Jiang Xuan had dispatched her so decisively. Devoid of any greed for power or desire for her beauty, Jiang Xuan cast a cursory glance at the corpse on the ground and remarked with a faint smile, how can one allow a fierce tiger to slumber beside them? Sharing a bed with a woman like you would surely rob me of sleep. As the night deepened, the rain fell heavily. Jiang Xuan was dead. Yet this was not the end. Another key figure was concealed within this mansion, City Lord Yang Su. Though he was a court-appointed official, he was as corrupt as Jiang He, exploiting his power for personal gain, and was one of the principal culprits behind the famine of years past. According to Jiang Xuan, Yang Su was merely a puppet. However, Jiang Xuan's principle was to judge actions, not intentions. If one had committed a crime, they deserved punishment. Thus, he too must die. Jiang Xuan activated his heavenly heart spiritual eye, quickly sensing an unusual location within the mansion. It was the attic where Jiang Xuan had confined City Lord Yang Su. That moment, Yang Su lay on the bed, devoid of hope, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He appeared emaciated, his eyes like dark hollows, his lips dry and cracked, clearly suffering from inhumane torment. It was unimaginable that the esteemed city lord of Yuzhou, once wise and celebrated, would meet such a desperate fate. Perhaps this was all karmic retribution. Yang Su's heart was ashen, filled with remorse for his past sins. That it is said that one does not turn back until they hit a wall. Humans are curious creatures. Only in the depths of despair do they begin to reflect on their past and examine their lives. Thus, some utter kind words before death. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed outside the door. The feeble Yang Su looked up in surprise at the figure entering the room. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, clad in a gray robe. his deep blue eyes exuding an otherworldly grace as he approached with measured steps, embodying the aura of a celestial being. Jiang Xuan is dead? Yang Su spoke weakly, his voice trembling with an indescribable shock. He understood that unless Jiang Xuan had perished, no one could possibly stand before him alive, except for the beautiful plaything she had personally captured. Dead, Jiang Xuan replied coolly, but do not misunderstand. I did not kill her because of you, nor do I intend to save you. Yang Su was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of relief crossed his face. Old sir, you have come to kill me, haven't you? Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. What? You are not afraid? Yang Su let out a sorrowful laugh. After living to this point, death would be a release. Thank you, old sir, for granting me this favor. I owe you a debt, but it is one I can only repay in the next life. Noticing Yang Su's resignation towards death, Jiang Xuan sighed. Ah, had I known it would come to this. Why bother in the first place? Before I die, may I dare to impose a request upon you? Yang Su, weak and hoarse, spoke up. What is it? The previous city lord, Tian Feng, had a young son named Tian Rong, now known as Su Shirqiu, serving in the city lord's office. Yang Su chuckled softly. I have always known he was Tian Feng's son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's gaze turned calm as he asked, You wish for me to kill him? The question was devoid of emotion, yet Jiang Xuan felt a flicker of anger within. However, had Yang Su dared to nod, he would have ended the man's life without hesitation. Denying him any further opportunity to speak, to converse with such a person would only tarnish his ears. Yet Yang Su coughed heavily and shook his head. No, I have a decree hidden beneath my bed. After my death, I wish to return the city lord position to the Tian family and request that you, old sir, deliver it on my behalf. In the dead Qian Empire, each city had a lord, and the position could only be passed on by the previous lord's decree. Years ago, Yang Su had conspired with the Jiang family to force the former city Lord Tian Feng to pass the position to him, then brutally executed the entire Tian family, leaving only the young Tian Rong to escape. Years later, Tian Rong, now under the alias Su Shirqiu, had entered the city lord's office, and Yang Su was well aware, yet chose not to eliminate him. On the contrary, he promoted him all the way to the second-in-command position. This secret was unknown even to Jiang He and Jiang Yuli, and one understood Yang Su's true motive for such actions. With Yang Su's impending death, his true purpose would remain forever shrouded in mystery, a testament to his resolution. Such a significant matter. Do you trust me with it? Jiang Xuan asked, his expression complex, the murderous intent within him dissipating somewhat. Yang Su had no choice but to place his trust in the old gentleman, stating, I believe in my judgment. You are a man of noble integrity. Jiang Xuan offered a faint nod without further comment. The sudden demise of 3 actual power holders in Yuzhou City would undoubtedly throw the situation into chaos. If someone could emerge to stabilize the situation, it would be beneficial for the citizens of Yuzhou. Out of both sentiment and reason, he would not refuse. Yang Su smiled gratefully. Thank you, old sir. Now I can find peace that... Among the individuals I have encountered, the lord of the city truly stands out as an extraordinary figure. Difficult to fathom. Jiang Xuan lamented. Label him as a villain would be an understatement, yet he retains a semblance of humanity. Conversely, to classify him as a good person would be sheer folly. Perhaps he can be reluctantly regarded as a pitiable soul that Lord, the hour grows late. It is time for our journey to commence. Yang Su chuckled and shook his head. There is no need to dirty the hands of the old gentleman. All that is required is to await the dawn, and Yang Su shall meet his painful demise. Jiang Xuan's expression reflected confusion as he stepped closer and grasped Yang Su's hand, his countenance shifting. Poppy pill? This man has been consuming the poppy pill for an extended period to prolong his life. It is no wonder he has taken on such a ghastly appearance. The poppy pill is a toxic concoction that hardly qualifies as a true elixir, capable of sustaining a breath when one is in a state of extreme weakness, yet it inflicts tremendous damage upon the body. Given Yang Su's current physical condition, should he cease taking the poppy pill for even a day, his demise would be inevitable. Jiang Yulian truly is ruthless. That night, Jiang Xuan visited the city lord's mansion bearing Yang Su's edict. which he casually discarded in Tianrong's chamber before departing with grace. Having resolved the matter, he left without a trace, concealing his achievements and name. The reason being, he had no desire to become entangled in the forthcoming fierce power struggle within the city lord's mansion. As an assassin in the black market, all he sought was wealth. Indeed, he had taken the treasures of gold and silver, spirit stones, and jade from Jiang Xuan's estate as his reward, carrying them away. To outsiders, it appeared that Jiang Xuan had merely fallen victim to a greedy thief, rather than perishing in the throes of a power struggle, the outcome being unmistakable. This, in turn, served to exonerate the newly appointed city lord from any suspicion of murder. Who goes there? At that moment, Tianrong, deep in thought within his chamber, heard a commotion outside and hurried out to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. Upon returning to his room, he was taken aback to discover a decree lying on his desk. His expression shifting to one of shock, Tianrong stepped forward hastily, grasping the edict, and his face transformed with a myriad of emotions. There was surprise, relief, confusion, and even anger. It was an indescribable medley of feelings. He had plotted for a lifetime, vowing to reclaim everything the Yang family and Jiang family had taken from the Tian family. Yet he had been unable to find an opportunity, as his strength was insufficient against the might of others. Now, this wish had inexplicably come to fruition. In a single day, Jiang He had died, Jiang Xuan had died, and Yang Su had also perished. The position of city lord had returned to the Tian family. A look of bewilderment crossed Tianrong's face, soon followed by a glimmer of astonishment. Could it be that the old immortal had truly descended? A few days later, a momentous piece of news spread through the streets and alleys of Yuzhou City, proclaiming that Jiang He, the head of the Jiang family, his daughter, Jiang Yulian, and son-in-law Yang Su had all perished, suspected to be victims of the old immortal's wrath. Simultaneously, the city lord's mansion saw the return of the position of city lord under the watch of the steward Su Shurqiu, who claimed to be the son of the former city lord Tian Feng. Thus, the position of city lord had once again reverted to the Tian family. Tianrong's ascendance averted unnecessary turmoil in Yuzhou City. He was justified in his claim, and his reputation soared, making him more than capable of presiding over the city in a single night. The tides of Yuzhou City had turned completely. The Jiang family's dominance in Yuzhou was utterly shattered, with thousands of Jiang loyalists apprehended, leading to a swift transition of power. Upon hearing the news, every household erupted in fireworks and the sound of gongs and drums, making the celebration more boisterous than New Year's festivities. This clearly illustrated that the downfall of the Jiang family was indeed a fortunate turn of events for the common folk. According to insiders, the newly appointed city Lord Tianrong's first act upon taking office was to visit the Hanxiang Temple to offer incense. And he generously hired artists and craftsmen to recreate Jiang Xian's likeness, casting a statue and performing a ritual of profound respect. Evidently, he genuinely believed that the immortal had manifested. Those who do good shall reap good rewards. Those who commit evil shall face retribution. The principles of heaven are transparent, and justice is inescapable. At this moment, Tianrong knelt devoutly before the statue of Jiang Xian, silently reciting the small characters from the edict of that day. He understood that this was undoubtedly a warning deliberately left for him by the old immortal. After completing his homage, Tianrong turned to the officials beside him and spoke. The transgressions of the Jiang family are solely attributed to Jiang He, Jiang Yulian, and Yang Su. Since the principal offenders have already faced divine punishment, no further individuals should be implicated. Release them all. The official was taken aback, desperately advising, "My lord, this cannot be. One must leave no roots when cutting grass. A spring breeze may allow them to regrow, and they could become your formidable adversaries in the future." Tianrong, with an air of calm, replied, "When will the cycle of vengeance cease? My decision to release them today is to honor the old immortal's instructions. Should they wish to become my enemies in the future, then let each rely on their own abilities. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, the officials behind him were left in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Such a conclusion was beyond their wildest expectations. This city lord was indeed unlike any other. Furthermore, effective immediately, a 3-day amnesty was declared in the city, with taxes for the common people reduced by 30%. and those over 50 years of age were exempt from labor duties. The officials rejoiced. The city lord is wise. Yuzhou City was alight with fervor, while the instigator, Jiang Xuan, remained blissfully unaware, leisurely returning to the black market under the cover of night. Having been away for 2 months, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for his grand residence. The adage holds true: it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. My lord, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan's return, Shuang'er could not contain her joy and rushed to assist him in changing clothes, only to be halted. In a rush, first go to my other residence and summon Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to celebrate. Upon hearing this, a blush of embarrassment swiftly crossed Shuang'er's face. She felt quite shy. Such a task was indeed unfamiliar to her. However, as Jiang Xuan desired it, she naturally complied, bashfully replying, "Of course, my lord." The first order of business upon returning home for Jiang Xuan was to indulge himself. The night of revelry ensued, with the sounds of laughter and merriment echoing through the Jiang residence until dawn, creating a scene of delightful chaos. The next day, Jiang Xuan stretched languidly, rising from the fragrant flower-laden bed, his entire being radiating vitality. It must be said that since entering the return to origin realm, his physical constitution had improved significantly, particularly in terms of energy and vigor, completely incomparable to before. Even without sustenance, having gone a night without sleep, he still appeared remarkably spirited. "You all rest well. I shall first seek an audience with Master Zhu. I shall forego breakfast." With this instruction, Jiang Xuan donned a fresh set of garments, opened the mansion doors, and set off towards the residence of Zhu Tangzhu. Within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei gazed at Jiang Xuan, who stood before him in scathe, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Brother Jiang, is it true that the old immortal causing such a stir in the city is you? Indeed, were you the one who killed Jiang He, injured the shadow, and threatened Mo Tai Su? Indeed, were you the infamous bandit who invaded Jiang Yulian's estate, committing murder and plundering treasures? Indeed. What do you mean by indeed?" Zhu Hongfei displayed an exaggerated expression, rising to grasp Jiang Xuan's hand, deeply moved. "Brother Jiang, tell me honestly, is there anything else you have been concealing from me? My admiration for you is like the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River, or the overflowing Yellow River, utterly uncontrollable. You are simply extraordinary. The assassins of my Xuanwu Hall pale in comparison to your prowess. They're but foul refuse." Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's face turned green. Was there truly such a revolting display? Yet, despite the distaste, the truth remained undeniable. This man, as an assassin, had effortlessly eliminated several key figures wielding power in Yuzhou City and managed to escape unscathed even beneath the watchful eyes of a master. Not only that, he had killed not only his enemies but also the employer, returning with a vast fortune of gold and silver. This was nothing short of astonishing. "You flatter me, master." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. "However, it is a pity," Zhu Hongfei added with a hint of regret, "that Brother Jiang has violated our profession's taboo by killing the employer. It seems you may not be able to continue as an assassin henceforth." Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I am inherently kind-hearted and truly cannot continue in the assassin's line of work. It is merely regrettable that I cannot serve the hall master any longer." Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched as he silently cursed. How dare this old fellow utter the words kind-hearted, if this is kindness? Then are all the assassins in his hall not great benefactors? "Brother Jiang, regarding your reward, I shall have someone deliver it to your residence. Everything you seize from Jiang Yulian's estate shall rightfully belong to you, as a token of gratitude from this hall master for your personal involvement." Zhu Hongfei chuckled, saying, "There is no other reason. Given the gravity of the situation, I dare not take even a single item. Who knows what endless troubles might ensue? If I could, I would wish to expel Jiang Xuan from Xuanwu Hall, letting him roll as far away as possible." "Thank you, Hall Master," Jiang Xuan replied with a polite smile before promptly departing from the main hall. How terrifying, indeed. Zhu Hongfei watched Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xuan's recent actions had genuinely startled him, instilling even greater wariness in his heart. Liu Bai turned to Zhu Hongfei and cautiously remarked, "Master Zhu, that old man Jiang is becoming increasingly formidable. His standing in our black market is hardly inferior to yours. I fear that one day he might rise above you," he continued. "As for the sordid accounts of Xuanwu Hall, he is fully aware of them." Zhu Hongfei fell silent. Although Liu Bai's words bore an undertone of provocation, they were not without merit. Among the four halls, Xuanwu Hall's financial deficits were the most substantial, and should an investigation be undertaken, he could hardly bear the consequences. Jiang Xuan, overseeing the black market business, could not possibly remain oblivious to Xuanwu Hall's financial woes. He was merely feigning ignorance. However, if one day Jiang Xuan ascended to a higher position, it was entirely plausible he might turn the tables on them. Furthermore, with Jiang Xuan's considerable abilities in business, assassination, and alchemy, why should he remain subordinate to Zhu Hongfei for life, merely earning profits for him? It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. Zhu Hongfei twirled 2 emerald beads in his hand, rapidly contemplating before he spoke. "Old Liu, you must hurry to Huanghe Tower and inform those 2 men from Yunxiao sect that I wish to invite them to enjoy some music tonight." That night at Zhuke Tower. Zhuke Tower was a lavish brothel owned by Zhuke Hall, opulent and grand, with ladies of extraordinary beauty who could sing and dance, captivating all who beheld them. Naturally, such an upscale establishment commanded a hefty price, attracting only the wealthiest of patrons, not just any ordinary scholar or gentleman like to tea this moment. Within a private room of Zhuke Tower, the melodic laughter of women resonated intermittently. Zhu Hongfei sat in the room with 2 men clad in Yunxiao sect robes, each embracing a striking beauty, their hands roaming freely as they indulged in pleasure. In the Yunxiao sect, they could hardly experience such luxury. If Jiang Xuan were present, he would surely recognize one of them as Qi Hong, a disciple from Yunxiao sect who had visited Li's residence, while the other was his master, Kong. "Brother Zhu, have you summoned us today to clarify your intentions?" Kong Zhua inquired, stroking his octagonal beard with one hand while the other rested on his ample chest. "Hee, our black market is a place of business. As long as the price is right, there is nothing that cannot be discussed," Zhu Hongfei replied, a rather lewd smile gracing his face. "Then, how about we add 20% to the original offer for you?" "Brother Zhu," Kong Zhua suggested with a smile. 20%? Zhu Hongfei was taken aback, astonished at Yunxiao sect's generosity, offering an immediate increase. It was worth noting that their previous offer already equated to Xuanwu Hall's annual profits. It was simply a windfall. However, as a seasoned negotiator, Zhu Hongfei would not agree outright. He continued, "Brother Kong, may I ask what grievance Jiang Xuan has caused your sect to warrant such a hefty expense?" Kong Zhu's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. That scoundrel killed 2 of our Yunxiao sect disciples, bringing shame upon our sect, and thus he must be eliminated." Beside him, Qi Hong's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. Upon returning to the sect last time, he had meticulously reviewed the sect's records and discovered that Lu Jian had betrayed the sect for the sake of a supreme treasure. Such an artifact was a rarity even within Yunxiao sect, and not all the elders could claim ownership. Moreover, he had heard that Luo Li had gifted Jiang Xuan the protective jade of the previous generation's sect saint, Luo Xiaolan, leaving him utterly astonished. A 70-year-old man in the Qi condensation realm possessed not 1, but 2 treasures. Upon receiving this news, he hastened back to Yuzhou City, only to find that Jiang Xuan was no longer the old coachman of yore. He had transformed into the deputy hall master of the 4 major halls of the black market, basking in glory. With his nascent prowess in the returning essence realm, attempting to eliminate Jiang Xuan in the black market was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. With no other recourse, he had to summon his like-minded master, Kong Zhua, to discuss dividing Jiang Xuan's treasures between them. Treasures such as the Chuan Yin Saw and the Longfeng Yin would undoubtedly entice even those martial artists who had truly entered the Grandmaster realm. And Kong Zhua would certainly not refuse. With Kong Zhua having reached the pinnacle of returning essence, poised on the brink of Grandmaster, he was indeed a formidable ally. However, he still underestimated the black market. Yuzhou City's black market was rife with experts, and the 4 hall masters alone were not their match, not to mention the deputy hall master and the enigmatic hall master behind them. Furthermore, this was merely a branch of the black market. If matters escalated, facing the relentless pursuit of black market experts, it was likely that even Yunxiao sect would be unable to protect them. The two, master and disciple, weighed their options repeatedly and resolved to infiltrate the black market, collaborating from within to eliminate Jiang Xuan. This greedy hall master Zhu was the perfect target, killed 2 disciples of your esteemed sect. Zhu Hongfei furrowed his brow. He was aware of this matter, yet he found it suspicious. Given Jiang Xuan's current standing in the black market, he could hardly believe that Yunxiao sect would pursue him relentlessly over the deaths of 2 low-ranking disciples. Human life is as insignificant as grass. Profit always comes first, a principle that even the righteous sects abide by. The notions of chivalry and righteousness, merely a facade. However, understanding this did not necessitate voicing it. All that mattered was knowing that the other party was eager to eliminate Jiang Xuan. Sensing this, Zhu Hongfei smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, while Jiang Xuan may be detestable, he is nonetheless the deputy hall master of the 4 halls. I find it hard to muster the heart to harm my own brother." Upon hearing this, Kongzhu's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Hall Master Zhu, greed knows no bounds. I implore you to reconsider. Let's not dwell on this." Zhu Hongfei continued to wear a smile. In business, relationships matter. Today, I mainly wish to befriend you both. Please enjoy yourselves. 1 share, and then add another share. Kongzhu's expression soured as he pressed on. Zhu Hongfei maintained his smile. Feigning ignorance of Kongzhu's words, growing increasingly agitated, Kongzhu insisted, 2 shares, and add 2 more. It cannot be any more than that. 3 shares, Hall Master Zhu. One must leave a thread for future encounters. Zhu Hongfei could no longer contain himself. Chuckling, "Let me propose a figure. 5 shares. If Brother Kong can add 5 more shares, I shall risk my life to assist in acquiring Jiang Xuan's head. Moreover, all of Jiang Xuan's assets shall remain with the black market. You shall not take a single item." As soon as the words left his lips, Kongzhu appeared as though someone had grasped his throat. Exclaiming furiously, "What did you say? 5 shares? The remuneration I have already offered constitutes the majority of our savings. You wish for an additional 5 shares. You might as well rob me." Kongzhu roared incessantly. Genuinely frightened by Zhu Hongfei's avarice, it felt as though he had stripped him bare, leaving him with nothing. Moreover, even if he wished to concede, he could not possibly produce that extra 5 shares. 3 shares were already the limit. At that moment, Qi Hong cleared his throat heavily, gently kicking Kongzhu's leg, which calmed him somewhat. "Impossible, impossible! An additional 5 shares is tantamount to demanding my life." Zhu Hongfei remained unfazed. Still wearing a smile, "Brother Kong, please calm down. Business is business, and goodwill breeds wealth. We can collaborate again in the future." "You." Seeing Zhu Hongfei's smug demeanor, Kongzhu trembled with rage, pushing away the beautiful woman in his embrace. Unable to continue at this juncture, Qi Hong, with a solemn expression, spoke, "Hall Master Zhu, we can agree to an additional 5 shares. However, all treasures belonging to Jiang Xuan shall belong to us, and we shall not touch any other assets." "How does that sound, disciple?" Kongzhu gazed at Qi Hong in astonishment, but the latter blocked him, staring intently at Zhu Hongfei, demanding, "Hall Master Zhu, what say you? Should you refuse, I shall immediately depart with my master." "Not to trouble you further." Zhu Hongfei's brow furrowed slightly. "Treasures? What treasures might you covet from Jiang Xuan? Is it that sword?" In his recollection, Jiang Xuan possessed only the Qingyun sword, a decent artifact, while the rest were mere scrap metal. Hardly worth anything. Could it be that Jiang Xuan had other treasures? Surely it must be that sword. Kongzhu immediately took over the conversation and remarked, "At Yunxiao sect, we are all sword practitioners, and thus we are in dire need of a capable sword." Indeed, Zhu Hongfei slowly nodded, yet he still felt a sense of unease. Was a treasure worth such a hefty price to them? Nevertheless, he realized he could not raise the price any further. The 2 individuals before him appeared to be completely drained of resources. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Hongfei revealed a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, it's a deal." Within the Zhuke Tower, Kongzhu and Qi Hong wore dark expressions, glaring at Zhu Hongfei, whose face bore a smirk that they longed to wipe away with a sword. The thought of the exorbitant price made them feel as though the women in their hands had lost their allure, and the grapes in their mouths had turned sour, leaving them with a suffocating frustration that was nearly unbearable. Rest assured, gentlemen, I have already devised a comprehensive strategy that will ensure that old Jiang has no place to rest in peace. Zhu Hongfei said with a sidelong glance at the two disciples, his voice filled with confidence that, "Oh, may I inquire about your clever plan, Master Zhu?" Kong Zhuo asked, struggling to contain his temper. Zhu Hongfei smiled enigmatically. Every person has a past, and with a past comes vulnerability. Once that vulnerability is exposed, dealing with him will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Kong Zhuo and Qi Hong exchanged glances before suddenly speaking in unison. The Li family? Precisely. If the Li family encounters misfortune, I cannot believe that old Jiang will remain composed as before, Zhu Hongfei declared, his eyes gleaming with strategic acumen, not if he dares to aid the Li family in secret. I possess the means to ensure he leaves the black market in disgrace. Once he departs the black market, he is but a stray dog, devoid of any power. What is there to fear? What a brilliant scheme! Kong Zhuo's eyes lit up, and he continued, how does Master Zhu intend to deal with the Li family? Zhu Hongfei scoffed, a mere merchant family. There are countless ways to eliminate them within the black market. However, with old Jiang keeping a close watch, we must be discreet and employ subtle tactics. At this point, he paused and turned to Qi Hong. I have heard that you share a close relationship with the Li residents. Qi Hong's eyelids flickered. The black market was indeed a formidable force, with its reach extending far and wide, that I cannot say we are close friends. I merely have a junior brother who belongs to the Li family. Then it is settled. The success of our plan hinges entirely on you, dear nephew, Zhu Hongfei said with a sly grin, his demeanor exuding cunning. Before long, the elegant room was once again filled with the melodious laughter of women. The three of them conspired and laughed together, as if the matter was already settled, and Jiang Xuan's demise was a certainty. Indeed, what a brilliant scheme it was. Who would have thought that Master Zhu was such a cunning and astute individual? It truly puts us to shame. Such flattery, such flattery. Zhu Hongfei replied modestly, in an instant. The room was filled with laughter and camaraderie, enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. The following day, an important visitor arrived at the Li residence, Qi Hong, the senior brother of Li Huai. This time, he brought astonishing news, revealing that Li Huai had not been killed by a traitor, but rather by their old coachman, Jiang Xuan. Upon hearing this, Master Li and Li Yingling showed little reaction. But Lady Suqin was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, fainting on the spot. Uncle, Huai was wronged. As a senior brother, I must avenge him, Qi Hong exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. His expression filled with righteous indignation, as if he had lost a beloved sibling. However, when he had seen Li Huai's corpse that day, he had not displayed such sorrow. Master Li lowered his gaze. Weariness etched on his face. Alas, what a misfortune that it is all in the past now. In truth, he had suspected Jiang Xuan from the very day of Li Huai's death. He knew that it must have been his own son who had sought to deal with Jiang, resulting in such a tragic fate. After encountering the disguised Jiang Xuan, he had only grown more resolute in his beliefs. Li Yingling kept her head down, biting her lip in her heart. She believed her brother Li Huai could never compare to Jiang Xuan. He was inherently wicked. Jiang grandfather's actions were undoubtedly justified. In the hall, only Lady Suqin shared the same fervor, gnashing her teeth in rage, crying her heart out. Master, we cannot let this go. My righteous son met such a tragic end. Yet, Master Li remained silent, merely offering a brief hospitality to Qi Hong before retreating to his chamber. Yingling cast a fleeting glance at Qi Hong before leaving as well. For some reason, she felt a deep-seated dislike towards him, as if she were confronted by a hypocrite. In the blink of an eye, only Lady Suqin and Qi Hong remained in the great hall, remembering that Jiang Xuan still held leverage over her. Suqin felt both hatred and fear. Grabbing Qi Hong's hand in a panic, she implored, Dear nephew, you must help avenge my son. Qi Hong leered at Suqin's heaving bosom, taking hold of her delicate hand in response. Do not worry, Aunt. I've already devised a plan to— Is that true? What plan? Su Qin asked eagerly, her eyes brightening with hope. Why, Junior has a friend in the black market who has agreed to help me eliminate old Jiang. However what? Su Qin asked anxiously. He demands a price of 30,000 taels of gold. Old Jiang is now the deputy hall master of the black market, making him a difficult target, Qi Hong replied. 30,000 taels of gold. Lady Su Qin's vision darkened at the mention of the sum, nearly causing her to faint again. Though the Li family was wealthy, they were not so extravagantly rich. Who could casually produce 30,000 taels of gold? Aunt, do not panic. I've already considered a foolproof strategy, Qi Hong said with an air of mystery. Why, dear nephew? Please tell me quickly and do not prolong my distress, Su Qin urged, nearly frantic, with a calm smile. Qi Hong said, in my youth, I learned a few gambling techniques from a Taoist. While I cannot claim to be a master, winning 30,000 taels in the black market gambling house should not pose a challenge. Gambling techniques, Lady Su Qin, herself a gambler, brightened at the mention of it. Dear nephew, can you cheat? Indeed, it is gambling techniques. Yes, gambling techniques. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Lady Su Qin exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Aunt, I came down the mountain in haste and do not have sufficient chips on me. I fear it may not be enough, Qi Hong cautioned. Then we shall use my money. I will accompany you to gamble, Su Qin declared, taking charge and dragging Qi Hong towards the exit, her joy seemingly overshadowing her son's death. The two of them boarded a carriage and made their way to the Qinglong Hall gambling house. The Qinglong Hall was the largest gambling house in Yuzhou City, where gamblers wagered lavishly. Appearing quite ostentatious, of course, the vast majority were merely pawns. Thanks to Zhu Hongfei's machinations, arranging for a few Qinglong Hall minions to cooperate with Qi Hong was a trivial matter. Dear nephew, which one shall we bet on? At this moment, in the gambling house, Lady Su Qin stood before the table with a bag of silver, looking to Qi Hong for guidance. This time, she brought only a little over 100 taels of silver, indicating that she still did not fully trust Qi Hong. Qi Hong glanced at the Qinglong Hall disciples above and nodded in understanding, smiling. Aunt, let us bet on big. Very well. Su Qin's face lit up, and she placed all her silver on big. 4, 5, 6, it's a big win. The dealer's voice rang out from the table. Oh, it truly is a big win. Incredible, Su Qin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurriedly gathered her winnings, her eyes sparkling with joy in the black market. At the Qinglong Hall gambling house, it thrived as the largest gambling venue in Yuzhou City, where gamblers wagered grandly, giving an impression of sheer extravagance. However, the majority of participants were merely pawns, designed to lure wealthy heirs into high-stakes gambling. Initially, they would allow them to win small sums, gradually increasing the stakes until they were left destitute within a few rounds. This was colloquially known as a pig slaughtering scheme. In truth, within this gambling house, the dealer could control the outcome at will, allowing anyone to win or lose as desired. That moment, Qi Hong had become the pawn, leading Su Qin deeper into the quagmire of gambling, making it impossible for her to extricate herself. With Zhu Hongfei's methods, arranging for several Qinglong Hall minions to cooperate was exceedingly simple. Another win. Dear nephew, you are truly remarkable. Su Qin wore a radiant smile, reveling in her victory, to the point where Qi Hong almost believed she had become the goddess of gambling herself. In less than an hour, she astonishingly amassed nearly 2,000 taels of silver. The thrill of such swift gains was 100 times easier than running their family's business. If this continued, winning 30,000 taels of gold would not be an unattainable dream. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down her spine. Aunt, this venue is far too modest. Allow me to escort you to a grander establishment. Shall we? Qi Hong replied with a beaming smile, skillfully accompanying Su Qin in her gambling endeavors while subtly guiding her. His sole aim was to entice Su Qin into wagering the Li family's assets, executing a decisive coup. Splendid. Su Qin readily agreed, having already become utterly engrossed in the thrill of the game and yearning for a larger arena. The two departed from the gambling table and ascended to the second floor, where a more opulent casino awaited. The stakes here were significantly higher, often involving thousands of taels of silver, igniting fervor within the spectators. Su Qin was electrified. Heeding Qi Hong's advice, she boldly wagered the 2,000 taels she had just won. Placing it all on the line, as anticipated, she triumphed once more. Another hour passed, and she had accumulated nearly 50,000 taels of silver in this establishment, almost equivalent to the Leaf family's annual income. With a beaming smile, her lips nearly stretched to her ears, she could hardly contain her delight. "Aunt, there's an even grander venue on the third floor, where fortunes are truly cast aside recklessly," Qi Hong suggested. Steadily coaxing her, by this point, Su Qin had come to view Qi Hong as a veritable deity of wealth, following his every suggestion without hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, she took her 50,000 taels in silver notes and ventured to the third floor of the gambling house. This place was even more lavish than the first two levels, with every patron exuding an air of opulence. "Aunt, this venue imposes no limits on betting. Feel free to wager as you please," Qi Hong declared with a confident smile. Su Qi nodded slowly, inhaling deeply as she placed her entire 50,000 taels on the table, her expression fraught with tension. "Small, 1, 2, 3. The dealer's voice boomed as the results were announced. Upon hearing this, Su Qin stood frozen in disbelief, utterly at a loss. How could it be small? Oh no, how could it be small? Qi Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, Aunt, I sincerely apologize. My nephew may have grown weary and encountered an unforeseen circumstance, though it's quite all right. Why, dear nephew, is not a deity. How could one expect to win every time?" Su Qin forced a smile. Her heart filled with disappointment as the wealth she had acquired so eagerly slipped away in an instant. "Aunt, shall we continue to gamble?" Qi Hong inquired cautiously. "Gamble? How can we not?" Su Qin responded, unwilling to concede. "You must return with me to retrieve more silver. We shall return to gamble shortly." "Ah, there's no need," Qi Hong replied nonchalantly. "Aunt, the Qinglong gambling house also functions as a moneylender. We can simply write an IOU and withdraw funds for our use." But at the mention of borrowing money, Su Qin hesitated. She despised the feeling of indebtedness, which left her feeling quite uneasy. Qi Hong cast a discreet glance at Su Qin and assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt, we shall repay the gambling house immediately once we win." After much deliberation, Su Qin acquiesced. That moment, she unwittingly stepped into the second trap of the black market, the loan scam. Once a person begins to borrow money for gambling, they can never truly stop. Before long, Su Qin signed an agreement, borrowing 10,000 taels from the Qinglong gambling house, and resumed her extravagant gambling. From then on, she would find herself trapped in a vicious cycle, continuously winning, and ultimately losing everything in the final rounds. Then she would borrow again, repeating the steps until she was utterly destitute, selling off her children and family. This is a time-tested scam of the black market, insidiously effective for millennia and still unsolved. Human nature is inherently greedy, cunning, and unwilling to accept defeat. And no matter how rational a person may be, they ultimately succumb to madness under such calculations, becoming a soulless gambler. 3 days later, at dawn, Jiang Xuan arose early to practice his cultivation, only to hear a melodious female voice outside the estate. "Brother Jiang, are you home?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Opening the door revealed Yin Lin, the head of the Zhuke Hall. "Oh, Master Yin, what brings you here?" "Oh, Brother Jiang, how can you still sit idly? Something grave has happened outside," Yin Lin exclaimed. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "What is it that necessitates your personal visit, home Master Yin?" Yin Lin stepped closer to Jiang Xuan and earnestly inquired, "Master Jiang, were you not previously the coachman for the Li family?" Indeed, Jiang Xuan did not deny it. "Then it is as I suspected. You are unaware, but the Li family has gone bankrupt. They have lost everything." Yin Lin's tone grew grave. "What?" Jiang Xuan's expression shifted drastically as he urgently questioned, "What happened?" Alas, for reasons unknown, their matron fell victim to the Qinglong Hall's gambling scheme, resulting in their utter ruin. Even Yang Long is unaware of the intricacies involved. It is said that old Zhu from your Xuanwu Hall orchestrated it in secret. Zhu Hengfei. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's countenance changed, a surge of fury rising within him. accompanied by a murderous intent. How dare you, Zhu Hongfei, scheme against the Li family in your efforts to deal with me? Such despicable tactics are enough to incite outrage among both gods and men. Ah, Brother Jiang, there is something else you must not react impulsively to. Yan Lin suddenly recalled an important matter, speaking urgently. What is it? Jiang Xuan asked, his brow furrowing to O. Yan Lin sighed heavily, stating, the Li matron has staked her life on the gamble, even going so far as to pledge her beautiful daughter to the Qinglong Hall. She has now been sold to the Zhuke Tower to repay her debts, and several high-ranking officials are eager to purchase her virtue. What? Jiang Xuan's fury erupted, his true energy surging. How dare they? I shall see who dares to lay a hand on the young lady. In that moment, his true energy erupted violently, exuding a formidable aura that startled Yan Lin beside him. Goodness, Brother Jiang's cultivation truly is impressive. With such overwhelming true energy, he must be close to becoming a master. Fear not, Brother Jiang. I only knew of the relationship between the Li young lady and you, which is why I took the liberty of detaining her. Yan Lin said with a smile. However, you must act quickly to retrieve her. The Li young lady is an unparalleled beauty, and I fear countless individuals have their eyes set on her. The Zhuke Hall is not solely under my control. Furthermore, you must not act in anger. Should you engage in conflict within the four halls, you may face repercussions from the Vice Hall Master. This may very well be old Zhu's intention, as it seems he genuinely wishes to drive you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan exhaled deeply and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Home Master Yan. Yan Lin smiled. Oh, Brother Jiang, there is no need for such formality between us, should you rise to greatness in the future. Do not forget to assist me a little in the black market. Zhuke Tower, several burly men found themselves obstructed at the entrance of Zhuke, enduring a barrage of punches and kicks from the black market disciples. Their faces twisted with rage as they shouted, You beasts, return our young lady at once. These sturdy men were none other than the guardians of the Li family, led by Wu Yong. After the Li family's bankruptcy, they too had been cast out. However, upon hearing that Li Yingling was to be sold in a Zhuke Tower, their righteous indignation drove them to storm into the black market. Just thinking of the lady they had devoted their lives to protecting being sold into such a place to be desecrated was utterly unacceptable to them. Yet their strength was insufficient to contend with the black market thugs, and they were soon subdued and brutally beaten. Stop! At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Turning to look, they saw Jiang Xuan, clad in a blue robe, striding toward them with an imposing demeanor, his expression dark enough to evoke dread. Upon recognizing him, the black market experts were taken aback, hastily ceasing their actions as they bowed in unison. We greet Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang? Old Jiang. Wu Yong gazed at Jiang Xuan, his expression shifting as he abruptly stood, bellowing, Old Jiang, you are the leader here. How dare you harm our young lady? Have you forgotten how she treated you all those years ago? Wu Yongqi's face turned the color of pig liver, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan, fury radiating from him. It was evident that he had misunderstood the situation. Silence. How dare you show disrespect to Master Jiang? Are you seeking death? A disciple from the black market stepped forward, reprimanding Wu Yong. Shut your mouth. What right do you have to speak here? Jiang Xuan glared with fierce intensity, causing the surrounding black market disciples to retreat several steps in fear. What madness has overtaken this man? In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence. Even Wu Yong and his companions were taken aback. Jiang Xuan had become frighteningly formidable, to a degree they could scarcely comprehend. Judging by the aura he exuded moments ago, Jiang Xuan was at least a master above the returning origin realm. When had this old fellow become so powerful, while everyone remained in stunned silence? Jiang Xuan approached Wu Yong, gently patting his shoulder, and spoke in a solemn tone. Do not worry, old Wu, I have come today to take the young lady away, and I shall ensure she suffers not a single grievance. With that, Jiang Xuan brushed past the crowd and strode directly into the Vermilion Bird Tower. Upon entering, a steward from the Vermilion Bird Hall immediately approached, a broad smile plastered on his face. Ah, if it isn't Master Jiang, what brings you to our Vermilion Bird Tower? Are you interested in any particular young lady? Jiang Xuan regarded the man with an indifferent gaze. Inform me, where is the young lady of the Leaf family? The young lady of the Leaf family? The steward was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, oh, you must be referring to Li Yingling. Indeed, she is a beauty of unparalleled grace, and, crucially, still untouched. However, you have arrived a moment too late. She has already been reserved by the hall master, and has just been escorted upstairs. If you do not mind waiting, perhaps she could attend to you after serving her guests. As he spoke, the steward licked his lips, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Smack, scoundrel! Before he could finish, Jiang Xuan delivered a resounding slap. He then seized a man's neck, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Did not your hall master already take her captive? The steward, caught by the throat, emitted a voice akin to a duck's quack. The hall master Zhu personally chose her. We could not possibly interfere. Rascal! Jiang Xuan's fury surged, and he slapped the steward to the ground. Drawing forth his Qingyun sword, pointing it menacingly at the man's throat, his voice icy. Tell me, in which room is she? Dare to hesitate for a second, and I shall sever your head. Room number 1. The steward's complexion paled. He responded hastily. Humph. Jiang Xuan, sword in hand, charged towards room 1. Cough, cough, cough. The steward coughed several times, his face still pale with shock. What madness has overtaken this old man? At that moment, within room 1, Li Yingling sat on the bed, adorned in a strikingly beautiful gown, her expression one of utter desolation, tears cascading down her cheeks. She could never have imagined that she would fall to such depths. Soon, she would be subjected to the whims of the man before her, the very instigator who had coaxed her mother into gambling, leading to the ruin of the Li family, her brother's master. Qi Hong. At this moment, Qi Hong leered at Li Yingling, lifting her chin with a finger, his gaze mocking. Ah, Linga, you are simply exquisite. Did you know that all I do is for you? I never anticipated that Hall Master Zhu would truly keep his promise and deliver you to me. Li Yingling cast a disdainful glance at the man, unwilling to utter a word, her stomach churning with revulsion. Linger, I offer you a chance. Serve me well, agree to be my concubine, and I shall find a way to redeem you from this vermilion bird tower. How does that sound? Qi Hong boasted, leaning in to kiss her tender, luscious lips, only to be instinctively evaded by Li Yingling. Bang! Qi Hong's expression darkened, and he slapped Li Yingling across her fair face. His voice dripping with disdain. You shameless wretch, do you dare pretend? Do you think you are still the young lady of the Li family? However, fear not, I shall train you well. Soon enough, you will come to know just how lowly you are. Qi Hong's demeanor fluctuated, resembling a deranged man. Spit! Li Yingling glared at Qi Hong with disgust, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, her eyes locked on his dada. That look is quite delightful. Qi Hong, instead of being angered, chuckled, wiping the spit from his face, revealing a warped smile. And then, shockingly, he extended his tongue to lick the bloodied saliva, a look of ecstasy washing over his features. Ah, indeed, the scent of innocence. You may be defiant now, but when a dozen men are upon your bed, I shall relish watching your spirit break. Beast! Li Yingling's face turned pale with fear, yet she clenched her teeth, embodying unwavering defiance. She had resolved that even if death awaited her, she would not allow this man to triumph. In that moment, her mind raced as she contemplated methods of escape, her eyes darting about. But just then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as a door was blasted open. Boom! The door to room 1 was obliterated, shaking the entirety of the vermilion bird tower. Who the hell is it? Qi Hong roared in rage, thankful that he had not yet disrobed, lest he be utterly frightened. He turned to see a bolt whistling toward him, growing larger by the second, accompanied by a piercing sound that sent him into a panic. The cloud-piercing bolt! At this distance, with his cultivation level, there was no way to evade it. He could only watch in horror as death approached. Bang! In the next instant, the cloud-piercing bolt pierced through his skull, leaving a gaping, bloody hole, blood splattering everywhere, and spraying onto Li Yingling beside him. Ah! Li Yingling gasped, her expression frozen in terror as she beheld the figure entering through the doorway. Grandfather Jiang! Miss! Upon seeing Li Yingling's vulnerable state, Jiang Xuan hurriedly tore off his black robe and rushed to her side, carefully draping the garment over her. Grandfather Jiang! seeing him come to her rescue. The last vestiges of Li Yingling's strength shattered, and she threw herself into Jiang Xuan's embrace, weeping bitterly, utterly heartbroken, like a little girl who had been wronged. "Grandfather Jiang, the Li family is gone. My mother was humiliated to death by them." Yingling sobbed uncontrollably, her heartache overwhelming as she recounted the tragic fate of her family. The story was straightforward. One day, Madame Su Qin had been duped by Qi Hong into gambling, incurring a colossal debt at the Qinglong Hall, a sum so vast that it would take the sale of the entire Li family to repay. Subsequently, disciples from the black market came to collect the debt, seizing the entire Li family's assets. Lord Li and the servants were expelled from the Li residence, while Madame Su Qin and her daughter Li Yingling were sold to the Vermilion Bird Tower. The esteemed madam of the Li family, Su Qin, unable to endure the humiliation, took her own life in the most tragic manner, consumed by rage, guilt, and regret. Had Jiang Xuan arrived, even a moment later, Li Yingling might have met the same fate. "Alas, my dear miss, you have suffered greatly." Jiang Xuan gently comforted Li Yingling, his eyes filled with compassion and love, alongside a seething rage. Though humans are not mere wood or grass, who could be devoid of feelings? Li Yingling was someone he had watched grow since childhood, treating her as family. Witnessing her in such dire straits ignited a fury within Jiang Xuan that threatened to explode from his chest. "Zhu Hongfei, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." With those words, Jiang Xuan, fueled by wrath, shielded Li Yingling as they exited Room 1 and made their way out of the Vermilion Bird Tower. Upon exiting, he was met with the sight of several bodies sprawled across the ground. The very guards of the Li household. Wu Yong. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, hastening towards a bloodied figure on the ground. Was it not the head guard, Wu Yong? At this moment, he was a gruesome sight, covered in gory wounds, his sword hand severed, blood gushing forth from the stump, his breath weak and labored. "Uncle Wu!" Li Yingling gasped, her face drained of color, quickly covering her mouth in fear of crying out. What had transpired? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow tightly, swiftly administering a pill to Wu Yong while simultaneously channeling the evergreen true qi to sustain his life. He inquired, "Old Jiang." Wu Yong weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling. Suddenly, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, he raised his head and shouted, "Run! Hurry! Old Jiang, you must protect the young lady." Wu Yong's face contorted with agony, his remaining hand gripping Jiang Xuan with a vice-like strength, veins bulging on his forehead. After uttering these words, he succumbed to darkness, his injuries too severe for him to withstand. What is happening? Jiang Xuan was both astonished and furious, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted Zhu Hongfei approaching with a group of black market experts. Accompanied by a lecherous man clad in the attire of the Yinxiao sect, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Brother Jiang. Zhu Hongfei exclaimed with a feigned smile. "Brother Jiang, why are there so many dead here? Could it be that some thieves have come to cause trouble?" His smile was so insincere, it was as if the words "I did this" were written across his face. Moreover, his presence indicated he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. "Humph, does the leader not know why there are corpses here?" Jiang Xuan scoffed coldly, his smile devoid of warmth. Truly unaware. Is there anyone willing to explain it to me?" Zhu Hongfei surveyed the area, a grin plastered on his face. At that moment, a disciple from the Zhuke Hall stepped forward, reporting to Lord Zhu. "Today, Elder Jiang inexplicably brought a group of outsiders to disrupt our Zhuke Hall and even abducted a young lady. Abducted a young lady? Let me take a look." Zhu Hongfei feigned shock and stepped closer to scrutinize Li Yingling, who was undeniably a beauty, causing him to click his tongue in admiration. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. Even this hall master is moved. He then turned to the Zhuke disciple, barking, "You wretched creature, when Brother Jiang desires a woman, you should deliver her to his residence. Why must Brother Jiang come here in person?" The Zhuke disciple looked quite aggrieved. "Lord Zhu, Elder Jiang arrived suddenly and did not inform us in advance. He barged into the Zhuke Tower and even killed one of our esteemed guests, violating our rules." The two engaged in a back and forth, their performances seamlessly transforming the narrative into one where Jiang Xuan had stormed the Zhuke Tower, resulting in the death of the esteemed Qi Hong and ensuing chaos. leaving many dead in its wake. Qi Hong's nephew is dead. Kongzhu's expression shifted drastically. Their previously discussed plan did not include this eventuality. That damn Zhu Hongfei had ensnared them all. Qi Hong's nephew. Your death is truly unjust. Fear not. Your treasure shall surely be retrieved by your master. At this point, Jiang Xuan understood. It was evident that this entire situation had been a trap set by Zhu Hongfei. However, it was likely that other forces were also contributing to this plot, eager for his demise. Meanwhile, within a private chamber of the Zhuke Tower, the three hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, convened, observing the unfolding drama below through a small window. Their expressions varying. You two truly wish to eliminate Jiang Xuan. Su Hu, the White Tiger Hall, stroked his chin, his face alight with interest. I had no such intention. Yin Lin of the Zhuke Hall was the first to deny. Smiling sweetly. I am merely passing on messages. All of this is Zhu Hongfei's doing. It has nothing to do with me. The serious Yang Long of the Qinglong Hall interjected. My Qinglong Hall is only performing its duties. It is unrelated to any one person. Upon hearing this, Su Hu burst into laughter. You two old foxes should cease your pretense. Without your encouragement, how could this old fool be driven to such lengths? Zhu Hongfei was indeed executing a masterful performance. Yang Long paused for a moment before speaking gravely. Jiang Xuan is a man of unfathomable depths, wielding power that serves no benefit to any of us four. In truth, they, like Zhu Hongfei, had treated Jiang Xuan as the deputy hall master, yet they harbored deep-seated trepidation towards him. Just think, one man controlling the business of the four halls. His influence was terrifying. The balance among the four halls was disrupted by his singular presence, and he had surpassed the four halls, possibly rivaling even the deputy leader. In the black market, every role was designated. Should Jiang Xuan attempt to ascend, he would inevitably turn against them. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate this variable directly. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Hu moderated his laughter, saying, Indeed, it is quite peculiar for one to simultaneously hold the position of deputy hall master of all four halls. This time, old Jiang has certainly transgressed a grave taboo by causing turmoil in the domain of the four halls. He is unlikely to escape the deputy leader's wrath. What do you think should be the outcome of today's events? Yin Lin smiled charmingly, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Xuan below. I believe today will be a day Zhu Hongfei cannot manage. In front of the Zhuke Tower, Zhu Hongfei, hearing the report from the disciples in full view of the crowd, wore an expression of distress. Oh dear, Brother Jiang, your actions here have somewhat breached the rules, putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Xuan remained silent, calmly observing their performance. How about this? Zhu Hongfei clapped his hands dramatically, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Brother Jiang, why not return this delicate young lady to the tower and treat my brothers to some enjoyment? We can consider this matter settled. I will plead on your behalf to the deputy leader. Perhaps you will only receive a beating. This. The black market disciples erupted in lewd laughter, their enthusiasm mounting. Indeed, Elder Jiang, such a beauty you cannot monopolize. Let us partake in the enjoyment as well. Absolutely. Look at that figure, that face. I can barely contain myself. I'll take the first turn. I'm second in line. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face my wrath. Listening to the vile words around her, Li Yingling turned pale, trembling in fear, unsure if it was from rage or terror. Just then, Jiang Xuan gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. She glanced at Jiang Xuan's expression, which was as tranquil as still water, and for reasons unknown, felt a sense of reassurance. Despite being surrounded by villains, she believed Jiang Xuan could lead her to safety. Master Zhu. Zhu Hongfei, still laughing heartily, suddenly heard Jiang Xuan call out, looking down at him, his expression instantly freezing. Jiang Xuan subtly flicked his wrist, and a dart shot forth like lightning toward his heart, sending a chill down Zhu Hongfei's spine. He could never have anticipated that Jiang Xuan would dare to strike at him in public. A treasured weapon. The threat of death loomed large as Zhu Hongfei's face turned pale with terror. In a frantic attempt to evade, he twisted his body to avoid the strike aimed at his heart. Bang! The sound of flesh exploding resonated. The dart pierced through Zhu Hongfei's right hand, causing his arm to explode in a gruesome display of blood and gore. Ah! Zhu Hongfei clutched his mangled arm, unleashing a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered in the dead of night, a sound filled with sheer agony. I need my right hand to eat, to wield a knife, to touch my... The scene unfolded too swiftly, leaving the black market disciples around them in stunned silence. One moment, Lord Zhu was laughing. The next, he was wailing in pain. What just happened? How did his hand explode? Not only were they bewildered, but the three hall masters above were equally dumbfounded, their expressions painted with disbelief. What just transpired? Su Hu swallowed hard. Inquiring Ti and Zhu Hongfei were of similar strength, both peak practitioners of the returning origin realm. If Jiang Xuan could sever Zhu Hongfei's hand, he could just as easily do the same to him. A treasured weapon. It seems to be a formidable one. The Qinglong Hall Master's face grew grave as he gazed at the dart returning to Jiang Xuan's hand. His eyes flickering. Yen Lin, flustered, patted her chest, and forced a smile. I had warned you all. It appears Lord Zhu will indeed be unable to manage this situation. Chuan Yun saw. At that moment, Kong Zhuo also recognized the treasured weapon in Jiang Xuan's hand. A glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Zhu Hongfei, still shrieking, glared menacingly at Jiang Xuan, bellowing, "Everyone attack! Turn this old fool into minced meat." The black market experts, shocked for a moment, finally reacted to Zhu Hongfei's roar. Charging towards Jiang Xuan from all directions, these individuals were all peak practitioners of the Qi condensation realm, the elite assassins of Xuanwu Hall. The futility of 2 fists against 4 hands is glaringly evident, especially considering that Jiang Xuan must simultaneously protect a young maiden devoid of any cultivation. The outcome is already predetermined. Zhu Hongfei gritted his teeth in pain, his gaze towards Jiang Xuan filled with malicious delight. Damn that old codger. Let us see if you live or die this time. As blades and swords descended from all directions, Jiang Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, turned his back, enveloping Li Yingling in his embrace, leaving his entire back exposed. Is this old man truly unafraid of death? Su Hu from Zhuke Tower was taken aback. Yang Long spoke in a low tone. It is said that this old Jiang was once a carriage driver for the Li family. Indeed, a loyal servant. Su Hu smirked. Loyalty is of no use. What a waste of such high cultivation. After all these years, he still cannot see through these matters. If it were me, I would have discarded that girl on the spot. She's nothing but a hindrance. Humph, heartless man. Yen Lin scoffed, reflecting. If there were a man to protect me so, I would willingly marry him even in death. Su Hu curled his lip, entirely dismissive, just as the three were lamenting. An unexpected scene caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of experts from the Xuanwu Hall struck Jiang Xuan's back with their swords, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he also shattered their weapons entirely. What on earth is this old man made of? Su Hu was astonished once more. Yang Long frowned. I have heard that old Jiang possesses an invulnerable technique. Today, a spectacle indeed lives up to its reputation. Oh dear, this is truly terrifying. Yen Lin smiled faintly. Zhu Hongfei was equally dumbfounded. He had heard Zhang Yuan mention this, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly outrageous. These are not ordinary swords. Each one is a finely crafted weapon from the Xuanwu Hall, and yet they broke under the pressure of a warrior's qi. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's eyes glimmered with a blue, ethereal light. His expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he swiftly drew his sword, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword energy that precisely severed the necks of all nearby black market experts. With a flurry of actions, heads rolled and bodies crumpled to the ground. You old Jiang, how dare you slay the assassins of Xuanwu Hall? Zhu Hongfei roared with fury, for these were all elite assassins he had personally nurtured, now obliterated in an instant. In the next moment, Jiang Xuan's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Zhu Hongfei's complexion changed drastically. Channeling his qi, he struck out with his left hand, clashing against Jiang Xuan's Qingyun sword directly. However, despite being at the pinnacle of the Guiyuan realm, having lost one arm left him gravely weakened, unable to exert even half of his usual strength. In an instant, he found himself being relentlessly driven back by Jiang Xuan, struggling to hold his ground, his life hanging by a thread. What should we do? Should we go down to assist? Su Hu frowned and inquired from the Zhuke Tower. Let us observe the unfolding events, Yang Long replied, his expression indifferent, showing no signs of concern for Zhu Hongfei's perilous situation. In other words, this was of no concern to him. Yin Lin, the master of Zhuke Hall, shared the same sentiment, her eyes sparkling with amusement. You scoundrel Kongjue, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Hurry and help me. Zhu Hongfei bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Kongjue, unfazed, replied, Master Zhu, this is your black market affair. It has nothing to do with me. Scoundrel! If it weren't for you entrusting me to kill Jiang Xuan, would I even lift a finger? Zhu Hongfei's face twisted in desperation as he simultaneously battled Jiang Xuan while hurling curses at Kongjue. This outburst was overheard by the nearby Zhuke disciples, leaving them in stunned silence. Master Zhu, so you accepted an outsider's commission to kill your own kin. The revelation left the three masters of Zhuke Tower momentarily speechless. It seems Master Zhu is doomed. Yin Lin stifled a giggle. The other two nodded gravely, recognizing the gravity of the situation. According to black market rules, Jiang Xuan's disturbances would at most result in a demotion and a beating before being expelled from the black market. However, conspiring with outsiders to harm one's own was a grave offense. Such actions were strictly prohibited in the black market, and if discovered, one would be branded a traitor, hunted down relentlessly. Zhu Hongfei's complexion shifted as he realized he had let slip a critical secret in his moment of panic. Urgently shouting, Kongjue, you must act quickly, or neither of us will escape the black market. If we kill Jiang Xuan, this matter will be settled. A.S. the master of Xuanwu Hall, who would dare punish him? But Kongjue remained utterly unfazed, turning to Jiang Xuan with a smile. Esteemed elder, I am Kongjue from Yunshao sect. If you could return the Union shuttle, I assure you, I will not make a move. His words were astute, clearly framing the Union shuttle as a treasure of Yunshao sect, merely seeking its return. Quite reasonable. Once the Union shuttle was in hand, he could easily forego the payment promised to Zhu Hongfei. Killing two birds with one stone, unfortunately, he still underestimated Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan did not respond, relentlessly attacking Zhu Hongfei, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Esteemed elder, are you unable to hear my words? Kongj's expression darkened. Kong the old ghost, this miserly fellow will never part with anything. Do not expect him to return anything. Zhu Hongfei roared. Once we kill him, whatever you desire is yours. Kongj's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as he pressed. Esteemed elder, I shall ask you once more, the Union shuttle, will you return it or not? Enough. I shall return it. Jiang Xuan shouted impatiently, the Union shuttle flying out of his grasp, hurtling towards Kongjue, who hastily drew his sword to defend himself. However, this time, the Union shuttle's force was not formidable. It merely circled above Kongjue's head, occasionally striking him, and no one could have anticipated that Jiang Xuan could simultaneously engage Zhu Hongfei in fierce combat, while controlling the Union shuttle to deal with Kongjue. From a distance, it appeared as though the Union shuttle was toying with Kongjue, while Jiang Xuan ambled leisurely against Zhu Hongfei, single-handedly dominating both opponents. Such immense consumption of qi could easily overwhelm even a mid-third realm master. Yet, Jiang Xuan was scarcely lacking in qi. Upon closer inspection, his body resembled an endless vortex, perpetually replenishing his qi, growing ever more formidable, causing Zhu Hongfei to cry out in despair. Were it not for Zhu Hongfei's considerable cultivation, he would have surely perished beneath Jiang Xuan's sword by now. Alas, Brother Jiang is truly fearsome. I am relieved that I am on his side, Yin Lin remarked with a smile. Shameless woman, when have you ever been on someone else's side? Su Hu scoffed, his disdain evident, yet a flicker of fear danced in his eyes. Jiang Xuan was simply too terrifying, unfathomable. Inwardly questioning himself, he found it impossible to push both Zhu Hongfei and that expert from Yunshao sect to such a desperate state simultaneously. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, Jiang Xuan grew ever more vigorous, an endless surge of sword energy erupting, transforming into a torrent of sword qi, crashing down upon Zhu Hongfei like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang! Zhu Hongfei, heavily injured, forced himself to channel his qi, persistently blocking the onslaught of sword qi. Ultimately, after fending off 2,000 strikes, his qi was entirely depleted, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a tremendous thud, creating a deep crater, spitting a mouthful of blood. Zhu Hongfei's eyes filled with terror as he pleaded, "Brother Jiang, cease your assault. You cannot kill me." Too late. Jiang Xuan's killing intent erupted, striking down with a tremendous wave of sword energy towards the prostrate Zhu Hongfei. "Stop!" At that moment, a resounding voice resonated from afar, like a mighty bell tolling, echoing in everyone's hearts. With the arrival of this voice came a fierce wave of white sword energy, slicing through the air with blinding speed, precisely severing Jiang Xuan's own sword energy, causing it to explode into shards. Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed, his eyes filled with astonishment. He held immense confidence in his Qin Jin technique, yet this sudden surge of sword energy had managed to cleave through it. This sword energy was faster, stronger, and more ferocious than his own. Could it be that a master had intervened? He could hardly believe that anyone below the Guiyuan realm could surpass his swordplay. At that moment, all eyes in the arena turned towards the direction from which the sword energy had emanated, revealing a figure clad in blue, slowly emerging, exuding an aura of terror. A 3-foot barrier of qi surrounded him. Indeed, a mid-third realm master. Jiang Xuan's gaze contracted, his heart pounding, that if a master were to intervene against him, today he might truly face dire consequences. The leader, a disciple from Zhuke Hall, gasped, "Ah, we pay our respects to the leader." In the next moment, all the black market experts present knelt in reverence, and the weakened Zhu Hongfei hurriedly rose to his feet, bowing his head in deference, too fearful to meet the gaze of the figure clad in green. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xuan, the leader of the black market's branch in Yuzhou City. Jiang Xuan felt a jolt of shock. Since his entry into the black market, he had never laid eyes upon this enigmatic leader. It was rumored that the black market leader was one of the 3 great masters in Yuzhou City, a figure of unfathomable strength. Dressed simply in a green robe, Jiang Xuan possessed a striking appearance, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. He cast his gaze towards the Zhuke Tower and spoke in a deep voice. "You 3, how long do you intend to hide?" Whoosh! In an instant, 3 figures descended with vigor. They were the 3 hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, who promptly knelt in panic. Subordinates pay their respects to the leader. In that moment, only Kong Zhuo remained standing, gazing at the young man before him, his brow furrowed. "Might you be the leader of the black market in Yuzhou City? Yin Shao sect?" Jiang Hongqian's indifferent gaze flicked over to him as he spoke. "So, it is you who wishes to kill my black market's deputy hall master?" His words were uttered lightly, yet they carried an icy chill, hinting at an underlying threat. Kong Zhuo's heart trembled. For reasons unknown, he found the young man before him utterly terrifying, a wave of dread washing over him. However, recalling his status as a disciple of the Yin Shao sect, he steeled himself, pushing down his fear and declaring, "Indeed, I am Kong Zhuo of the Yin Shao sect. Your subordinate, Jiang Xuan, has stolen treasures from my sect and killed several of my fellow disciples. His crimes are unforgivable. Yet, if he returns the stolen items, my Yin Shao sect shall grant the black market a favor, and this matter will be laid to rest. What say you?" It must be said, Kong Zhuo's words were reasonable and composed, exuding the demeanor of a significant sect. At this juncture, forcibly reclaiming the Chuan Yun Su was no longer feasible. He could only rely on the backing of the Yin Shao sect, adamantly asserting that the Chuan Yun Su was their treasure, thereby compelling the black market to return it. Moreover, he laid all the blame on Jiang Xuan, successfully positioning himself on the moral high ground. In that moment, he even admired his own cleverness and decisiveness. Alas, he had overlooked one crucial point. The black market was not a place governed by reason at all. At this, Jiang Hongqian merely smiled lightly. Is the Yin Shao sect truly so formidable? Upon hearing this, Kong Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. The Yin Shao sect was indeed one of the top 5 sects in the Deqian kingdom. How could it not be significant? Was there any doubt? His expression darkened as he coldly replied, "What do you mean by that?" Do not presume that the Yunxiao sect is easy to bully. You, so young yet a leader of a sect, I had thought you to be someone of substance, yet it seems you are merely. Swish, before he could finish his sentence, Kong Zhuo felt a flash before his eyes, a breath of death enveloping him. When he regained his senses, he was confronted with the sight of his own headless body. He had been decapitated? How could this be? Kong Zhuo's severed head stared in horror, eyes wide with disbelief, utterly perplexed as to how he had met his demise. Who had struck? He had seen no one make a move. It was as if his head had detached of its own accord, not a drop of blood spilled. The situation was utterly shocking. However, he had no time to ponder, as his consciousness began to fade. One sword to seal the throat. Among those present, only Jiang Xuan could be deemed a swordsman, and he felt a tumultuous wave of shock within. Undoubtedly, that sword strike had been delivered by Jiang Xuan, and it had been executed so swiftly that nearly no one present had witnessed it, including the slain Kong Zhuo himself. That it was said that masters who specialized in the sword could achieve a throat-sealing strike without shedding a drop of blood. Witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed terrifying. Had he not possessed the Tianxin Lingmu and sensed the fleeting sword intent, he might have missed Jun Hongqian's strike entirely. Such terrifying swordsmanship was truly unparalleled in his experience. As a fellow martial arts master, the pressure Jun Hongqian exerted upon him was magnitudes greater than that of Emotai, Su from their previous encounter. Zhu Hongfei, too, was caught off guard, his eyes widening in terror upon witnessing Kong Zhuo's beheading. There was no doubt the leader must have been aware of his dealings with Kong Zhuo. Otherwise, why would he so unhesitatingly slay someone from the Yunxiao sect? Surely, he would be next. That I was momentarily confused. Please spare me, my lord. Zhu Hongfei, utterly terrified, trembled and repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, not daring to utter a word in defense. That moment, the only solace in his heart was that the leader had just saved him from Jiang Xuan. Since he had saved him, surely he would not kill him immediately. Meanwhile, the three hall masters, still kneeling, were drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked through. To be fair, they had also played a part in instigating the situation. If the leader were to hold them accountable, they could very well face dire consequences. This enigmatic leader was capricious. His propensity for violence was well known. One could only wonder what he might do next. Greetings, my lord. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in blue robes hurried over, kneeling before Jun Hongqian. This was none other than the deputy leader, Mo Chode. In the absence of the leader, all matters of the black market fell under his jurisdiction. The occurrence of such a significant uproar, with all four hall masters gathered, and yet he had arrived late, was indeed curious. Jun Hongqian cast a sidelong glance at Mo Cho, speaking in a monotone. Brother Mo, are you aware of the cause of such a great disturbance in the black market? This, Mo Cho, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, replied, in response to your majesty, I am unaware. Please punish me, my lord. Jun Hongqian furrowed his brow and stated, very well, for this matter, you shall go to the punishment hall and receive 300 lashes. During this time, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the black market. At these words, the three hall masters were aghast. Everyone in the black market knew that the deputy leader, Mo Cho, was not a martial artist, merely a frail scholar. His position as deputy was likely due to being the brother of Mo Tai Su. Moreover, he was indeed sharp-witted and highly capable, having managed the black market with great effectiveness over the years. However, 300 lashes would be torturous. Even they, as martial men, would be severely hurt. Was this not a sentence to kill the deputy leader? Yet, Mo Cho did not protest, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Jun Hongqian nodded slightly, turning his gaze back to Zhu Hongfei, and declared, Hall Master Zhu, you have misappropriated resources from the Xuanwu Hall to bribe officials and cultivate assassins, believing this leader to be unaware. His tone was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it sent a jolt of terror through Zhu Hongfei, causing his scalp to tingle and his mind to buzz. Had he been found out? How could he possibly know? This was the thought racing through Zhu Hongfei's mind. I deserve it, I. Zhu Hongfei trembled in fear, his entire body quaking. This moment. He was so terrified he could hardly speak. The sensation was akin to being publicly executed, and you three. Jun Hongshan paused, his gaze sweeping over the other three hall masters as he continued. You, one and all, scheming against each other in secret, thinking I remain oblivious? I deserve to die. The three hall masters were equally terrified, for the first time realizing just how fearsome this elusive leader truly was. This fear was even more profound than the prowess he displayed to a man who rarely appeared in the black market, yet seemed fully aware of their every move. How could that not instill dread? Just as the four men reached the peak of their fear, Jun Hongshan suddenly smiled. Of course, we are the black market. Committing minor transgressions is of little consequence. This leader is not one to hold grudges over trivial matters. However, whether you scheme against outsiders or betray your own, the one thing you must never do is sell out your own to outsiders. This leader despises traitors above all else. With that, Jun Hongshan gestured with one hand, and Zhu Hongfei was suddenly yanked forward by a powerful force, as if he were a chick being grasped in a hand, his eyes filled with dread. Hall Master Zhu, do you truly believe that because this leader saved you earlier, he would not kill you? At this moment, Jun Hongshan's cold, emotionless voice resonated throughout the gathering, devoid of any warmth. In front of the Zhuke Tower, he suddenly struck, seizing Zhu Hongfei's neck with a firm grip. Much to the latter's horror, Zhu Hongfei's face turned crimson, racked with pain as he howled. Yet he could utter not a single word. I save you because I intend to kill you myself. Jun Hongshan spoke indifferently. Then with sudden ferocity, he crushed Zhu Hongfei's neck, causing blood to erupt forth in a gruesome spectacle. The blood sprayed violently, splattering Jun Hongshan and the three kneeling hall masters, rendering the scene shockingly macabre. Gulp. In that instant, countless disciples of the black market instinctively swallowed hard, their hearts filled with dread. It was said that the leader was capricious and would kill without a second thought. Witnessing it firsthand today was far more terrifying than the rumors had suggested. He had first slain a disciple of the Yunshao sect, then punished the deputy leader with 300 lashes. And now he had executed a hall master. Especially for someone like Li Yingling, such a young girl, she had never encountered such brutality. Her delicate face paled in fear, nearly causing her to scream. But she managed to cover her mouth just in time. Not just her, even Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. The shock of this sudden act of violence was overwhelmingly intense. He believed that if the leader cast his gaze upon anyone, that person would surely be paralyzed with terror. Thus, no one could predict who would be the next to fall. You must be Brother Jiang, Jun Hongshan remarked, his gaze settling on Jiang Xuan, causing the latter's heart to skip a beat. Readying himself for whatever might come, if the leader was addressing Jiang Xuan, then it was indeed a matter of grave importance. Jiang Xuan maintained his composure and replied, Indeed. Jun Hongshan narrowed his eyes slightly at Jiang Xuan and stated, With Zhu Hongfei dead, you shall oversee the Xuanwu Hall from now on. Are you willing to accept this responsibility? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. He never anticipated that after causing such a ruckus, he would be elevated in status. If Zhu Hongfei were still alive, he would likely be enraged to death all over again. Although Jiang Xuan could not fathom the leader's reasoning behind this decision, he certainly would not refuse such an unexpected boon. Contemplating this, he quickly bowed and said, I am deeply grateful for your favor, and I shall do my utmost. Jun Hongshan nodded slightly, then addressed the gathered crowd with a smile. Brothers, you are all dismissed. Though he smiled, the sight of his blood-soaked visage rendered the expression utterly chilling, instilling fear in all who beheld it. However, upon hearing his command, the black market disciples collectively exhaled in relief, feeling as if they had just survived a harrowing battle. No, if faced with this leader, they would much prefer to engage in several skirmishes with others instead. The pressure was simply overwhelming. Jiang Xuan, supporting Li Yingling, was about to leave when Jun Hongshan called out with a grin. Brother Jiang, do visit the Qilin Hall when you have the time, that I wish to discuss swordsmanship with you. These words. Both Jiang Xuan and the three hall masters were taken aback. What level of cultivation did Jun Hongshan possess that he sought to discuss sword techniques with Jiang Xuan? However, since the leader had spoken, Jiang Xuan dared not defy him. Clasping his hands and responding, I shall remember your words, Jun Hongshan smiled faintly before vanishing from sight, leaving Jiang Xuan in a state of astonishment. How ostentatious! This was indeed far too grandiose. Just considering his ability to appear and disappear without a trace, Jiang Xuan's estimation of the leader rose to a new level. Imagine being targeted by such a master of stealth and lethal intent. It would be a sleepless night. With Jun Hongqian's departure, the three hall masters breathed a sigh of relief and immediately surrounded Jiang Xuan with enthusiasm. After all, Jiang Xuan had become the hall master of the Xuanwu Hall, signifying the leader's esteem for him, and it was certain he would soar to great heights in the future. Ah, congratulations, Brother Jiang, on ascending to the position of hall master. I had always found Zhu Hongfei to be quite intolerable. Su Hu exclaimed with a broad grin, radiating exuberance. Yang Long also rarely wore a smile, albeit with a hint of apology. Ah, Brother Jiang, the underlings acted thoughtlessly, siding with Zhu Hongfei to undermine your kin, which is truly regrettable. Rest assured, the assets of the Li family will be returned in full by our Qinglong Hall, entirely yours. Yin Lin also approached with a beaming smile, gently supporting Li Yingling's arm. Sighing, "Oh dear sister, it was all my fault. I almost got you into trouble. I was going to inform you that Grandfather Jiang had arrived, but I didn't expect the underlings to be so foolish." Li Yingling smiled politely. She was not naive, recognizing that these individuals were acting kindly due to Jiang Xuan's influence, rather than taking advantage of the situation. Facing the fervent trio, Jiang Xuan wore a smile, opting not to shatter their facade. If Zhu Hongfei were present, they would likely express entirely contradictory sentiments, adjusting their words to suit the audience. This trait was vividly evident in their behavior. Just before parting, Yin Lin stealthily pulled Jiang Xuan aside and whispered, "Brother Jiang, I kindly remind you, if you truly seek to spar with the leader, do not approach him while he sleeps." "Why is that?" Jiang Xuan inquired. Perplexed, Yin Lin's expression turned serious. "Our leader has a penchant for killing in his dreams. The last time, a hall master sought him out while he was asleep and was slain by a single sword stroke, only to realize afterward that he had committed murder. How terrifying!" Jiang Xuan's lips twitched in disbelief, thinking this was more akin to Boss Chow's habits, yet it seemed to have been adopted by him. Understood that on the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Xuan suddenly heard the system's voice resonate within him. "Ding! You have successfully resolved conflicts and united your fellow disciples through your efforts. Task completed. Rewards, Tian Shan Step, Tian Shan Step." This is a 9th-tier martial art that combines agility and defense, allowing one to become nearly imperceptible, negating a significant portion of attacks, and achieving an effect akin to invisibility. New plot development in progress. After leaving home to cultivate, your family has gradually fallen into decline. Please restore your family's former glory and lay the foundations for a legacy in the martial world. Task triggered. Foundation of Eternity. Task requirements. Restore your family's former glory and establish a legacy in the martial world. Task rewards. Level 1 Poison Refinement Technique. The Foundation of Eternity. You say? Jiang Xuan gazed at the task that had appeared before him, feeling a surge of sentiment. This task would undoubtedly demand his efforts to revitalize the Leaf family. Given his current status, he could gradually establish a vast family relying on the black market. Yet he did not believe he would remain confined to the small city of Yuzhou or even the vast Xianghua for a lifetime. He was destined to step beyond this place, truly venturing into the martial world to seek immortality and wisdom. The 8 regions of the world, the entirety of Qingzhou, was merely a corner of it. That said, the immediate priority was to reclaim the Li family's assets, as it was his starting point and must not be lost. After departing from Zhuke Tower, Jiang Xuan temporarily brought Li Yingling back to his residence for her accommodation. Throughout the journey, Li Yingling appeared despondent, and there lingered a hint of anxiety and fear within her. For some reason, upon seeing Jiang Xuan again, she felt he was no longer the same as before. Why had Grandfather Jiang become so formidable? How had he risen to the position of hall master in the black market? Was he still the same Grandfather Jiang she had known? What would the future hold for her and the Li family? With the Li family facing such drastic changes, the young girl was no longer the innocent and joyful child she once was. Her heart burdened with countless questions and apprehensions about the future, causing her to feel somewhat constrained. Jiang Xuan glanced at Li Yingling and spoke. "Miss, for the time being, You shall reside in my home. Once I recover the Li family's assets, I will bring you and your father back to live there. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling froze momentarily, turning to kneel before Jiang Xuan, only to be swiftly stopped by his quick reflexes. "Miss, that is absolutely unnecessary." With tears welling in her eyes, Li Yingling choked out, "Thank you, Grandfather Jiang." Jiang Xuan smiled gently, then turned to a vendor selling candied hawthorn skewers along the street, saying, "1 skewer of candied hawthorn for me." The vendor blinked in surprise before hurriedly handing over the largest skewer with a beaming smile. "Grandfather, here is your candied hawthorn." Jiang Xuan accepted it and retrieved a piece of silver from his pocket to pay the vendor. The vendor was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. "Oh no, Grandfather, I cannot accept your silver. This isn't worth that much. Take it. It's just business." Jiang Xuan feigned displeasure, forcibly pressing the silver into the vendor's hands. Only then did the vendor reluctantly accept it. "Thank you, Grandfather." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, and then, amidst Li Yingling's astonished gaze, he handed her the string of candied hawthorns with a faint smile, saying, "My dear young lady, I still remember when you were a child, receiving a beating from your father and crying inconsolably. It pained me to see you in such distress. So, I secretly took you to the market to buy these candy treats. Strangely enough, I could never quite understand what made them so delightful to you. Once you had them, your tears ceased, as so many years have passed, and I wonder if you still have a taste for them." "Ha ha ha!" Jiang Xuan's face was filled with nostalgia and emotion, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tick-tock. Li Yingling took the candied hawthorn, and in an instant, she was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks to the ground with a crisp sound. The young girl's eyes glistened with tears, fixated on Jiang Xuan, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed. It seemed that his gesture had struck a chord. Jiang Xuan rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. Yingling quickly regained her composure, vigorously wiping away the traces of her tears, and took a bite of the candied hawthorn, her face lighting up with a smile. It's delicious." This smile was like the thawing of spring, utterly enchanting. Ha ha ha. "That's wonderful." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, moving forward while proclaiming, "My dear young lady, do not find fault with my humble abode later, for I have reserved the finest room for you." "All right." Li Yingling chuckled through her tears, hastening to follow him. Jiang Xuan remained the doting elder she had always known. "Grandfather Jiang, please refrain from calling me young lady from now on. Just like my father, call me Lingard. Oh, that would indeed take some getting used to. You will adapt quickly, Grandfather Jiang. Could you teach me martial arts? I wish to be as formidable as you. What would a young lady need with martial arts?" "Would your father approve?" "I don't care. That young lady with the surname Luo was quite impressive, and you even had a rumor with her." "Ahem, that is not the case. Do not tarnish my reputation." One old and one young walked side by side, chatting and laughing just like the devoted master and servant of yesteryear. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence. At the entrance, Shuang'er had been patiently waiting, holding a robe that Jiang Xuan typically wore at home, resembling a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Upon seeing them, Shuang'er promptly approached to help Jiang Xuan change his attire, her gaze landing on the young girl beside him as she smiled gently. "Is this young lady the new mistress?" "Ahem, not quite." Jiang Xuan coughed lightly, explaining, "She is Miss Li from the Li family. They have fallen on hard times, so she will be staying with me for a few days. You must not neglect her." He then introduced Li Yingling. "Ling'er, this is your sister Shuang'er, that if you encounter any difficulties while in the black market, you may seek her assistance." Li Yingling curiously scrutinized Shuang'er and inquired, "Sister Shuang'er, are you the new wife of Grandfather Jiang? You are so beautiful." Shuang'er smiled modestly. "Miss Li, you flatter me. The city of Yuzhou speaks highly of the Li family's beauty upon meeting you today. I truly feel unworthy." As the two young women exchanged glances and smiles, an odd atmosphere enveloped them. In truth, both young women were of similar age and possessed striking beauty. Yet one was Jiang Xuan's newly acquired concubine, while the other was once his cherished young lady, creating an uncomfortable disparity in their standings. Jiang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. "Shuang, please prepare the evening meal. I wish to properly host our young lady." "Very well, my lord," Shuang'er replied obediently. Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling with a smile. Ling shall I show you around the residence? That sounds delightful. Li Yingling beamed, filled with curiosity. Before her arrival, she had resolved not to show any disdain, regardless of how modest Jiang Xuan's living conditions might be. However, upon stepping into Jiang Xuan's residence, she was utterly astonished. The estate could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the Li family home, with many aspects that left her perplexed. For instance, a bathing and dining room? Why would one eat and bathe in the same place? That evening, as Li Yingling gazed at the lavish banquet spread before her, she was taken aback. Lobsters, shark fins, abalone, and birds' nests adorned the table, each dish more exquisite than the last. Though she was once a daughter of the Li family, upon entering Jiang's household, she felt as if she had become a princess. This life was too indulgent. Who would have thought that Jiang Xuan, after leaving the Li family, would live so luxuriously? After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Xuan stood up, his face slightly flushed, and said with a chuckle, Xuan, tonight you should accompany Ling and help her choose the finest room. I shall retire to another residence. Xuan nodded slightly, her expression somewhat forlorn. After Jiang Xuan departed, Li Yingling curiously asked, Sister Xuan, doesn't Grandfather Jiang usually live in this residence? Xuan smiled softly. He does, but he fears it may affect you, Dada. Why is that? Li Yingling was astonished. Xuan's smile deepened as she leaned closer to Li Yingling, whispering something that caused the young girl to blush fiercely. It must be said that sometimes conversations between girls can be quite bold, to the extent that it would astound men. For can he handle that? Oh, you underestimate your grandfather Jiang. Not let his age fool you. He is quite capable, sometimes even managing five at once. Five at once? How embarrassing to discuss this. My dear sister, you are still young and do not understand such wonders. Sister Xuan, we are nearly the same age. If one has not experienced such matters, they remain a child, regardless of age. That's so. Indeed, if you wish, you can join in. You would take the lead, though. What are you saying? How embarrassing. In the dark of night, the two stunning young women, of similar age, whispered secrets to each other, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The next day, in another residence, Jiang Xuan removed his self-made jacket and rose from a chorus of murmurs. Stretching lazily, it must be said, this lifestyle truly encourages one to become decadent. My lord, are you leaving so early? A chorus of delicate voices sounded, filled with reluctance. I have recently become the head of the hall. My responsibilities are weighty, Jiang Xuan sighed. Before long, Jiang Xuan, having enjoyed breakfast under the attentive care of four women, donned a splendid robe and made his way to the Xuanwu Hall. From this day forth, he would officially serve as its master. That moment, the hall's officers, Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai, had already been waiting in the conference room. Their expressions varied. Zhang Yuan bore a complex expression, never having imagined that the Jiang Xuan he brought in would swiftly become his superior. Liu Bai appeared fearful. Having previously been close with Zhu Hongfei, he had secretly tried to undermine Jiang Xuan and now worried about potential retribution. Before long, Jiang Xuan arrived at the conference room, and Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai hurriedly approached, their faces adorned with smiles. Master Jiang. Jiang Xuan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is no need for formality. Continue as you have. Xuanwu Hall remains Xuanwu Hall. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiang Xuan had no intention of settling scores. This was a relief. Otherwise, he would certainly find himself in dire straits. Zhang Yuan produced a document. Respectfully presenting it to Jiang Xuan, Master Jiang, this is the complete inventory of assets seized from Zhu Hongfei. Please have a look. Seized? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, the black market was a place where the fall of one would lead to the scattering of its minions. This man had just died, and before the seventh day had even passed, his assets had already been confiscated. It was truly a case of earning in the black market only to spend in the black market, with no intention of ever taking it home. What if he were to die in the future? Wouldn't it? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Jiang Xuan's spine, and he took the document to scrutinize it closely. To his astonishment, the numbers were staggering. 80,000 taels of gold, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 precious artifacts. Jiang Xuan was left dumbfounded. Zhu Hongfei had indeed been excessively greedy. As he continued reading, His expression began to shift to one of incredulity. One legitimate wife, 2 daughters, 120 concubines, and over 1,000 maids. Corruption, pure corruption. Jiang Xuan shook his head with a sigh, filled with a sense of regret. Jiang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan, grinning lewdly as he remarked, "Master Jiang, look at these women, ahem." Jiang Xuan cleared his throat heavily, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "My heart is kind. Misfortune should not befall one's family. Let Zhu Hongfei's legitimate wife and daughter be released for the black market. According to the rules of the Jianghu, we must not torment widows and orphans." "Excellent." Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai both raised their thumbs in approval, flattering Jiang Xuan. "Master Jiang, as for the concubines and maidservants, what do you propose?" Jiang Xuan stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Let those women who wish to remain be allocated to the brothers in need within the hall. For those unwilling to stay, provide them with some silver and allow them to leave. Under no circumstances should we force them, nor should we sell them into brothels if I discover such acts. Do not blame me for being unkind." Jiang Xuan did not consider himself a virtuous man, but neither did he see himself as a villain. He was loath to coerce women against their will. However, the black market had its own survival environment, and he could only manage his own affairs, not those of others. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhang Yuan and Liu Bai exchanged glances, and for some reason, a newfound respect for Jiang Xuan arose within them. This elder truly embodied generosity and compassion. "Yes, Master Jiang." Zhang Yuan readily agreed, a sly smile creeping across his face as he added, "Master Jiang, if among those who remain there are any particularly beautiful ones, shall I send them to you first?" Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, and he rebuked, "Nonsense. Am I such a person? Do not ask that again." He continued, "From now on, you shall be fully responsible for Zhu Hongfei's assets. Ensure that not a single mistake is made." At this, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Yes, Master Jiang, the vast wealth belonging to Zhu Hongfei would indeed offer him ample opportunities for profit. "Master Jiang, you are truly generous." After Zhang Yuan reported, Liu Bai approached with a ledger of names, presenting it to Jiang Xuan with a smile. "Master Jiang, this is the roster of our hall's assassins. Please review it." Previously, Jiang Xuan had only managed the black market's business. But now that he had assumed the role of hall leader, he naturally had to take over the assassin operations. Upon glancing at the roster, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. "Over 500 assassins? What purpose do we have for so many? We only kill a few each month." This, Liu Bai was momentarily taken aback. "Master, our Xuanwu Hall has always maintained such a scale for assassins. Zhu Hongfei, thought it was still insufficient." "Umph," Jiang Xuan scoffed, forcefully slapping the roster onto the table, and shouted, "Zhu Hongfei is a fool, and so are you, to support so many idlers. No wonder Xuanwu Hall is at the bottom of the 4 halls. Cut down the number of assassins to 100 immediately, retaining only the elite. The rest shall either patrol the streets or pack their bags and leave. Furthermore, the 10 assassins with the worst performance each month must be dismissed, replaced by others to ensure a constant influx of fresh blood." "What? Reduced to 100? Liu Bai gasped in horror. "Can we still call an assassin hall with only 100 assassins?" "You know nothing." Jiang Xuan shot Liu Bai a disdainful glance and continued, "From today onward, I shall establish several new rules for the assassins. First, there are 3 prohibitions for our hall's assassins. Under no circumstances shall they accept exorbitant commissions. I will personally draft a notice to hang in the hall." "What?" Hearing the first rule, Liu Bai was alarmed. Assassins kill for money. What kind of 3 prohibitions are those? Secondly, once a commission is accepted, our assassins must not only be responsible for the kill, but also for gathering information on the target beforehand, ensuring the safety of the employer during the kill, and maintaining confidentiality afterward. They must leave no trace, allowing the employer to carry out the task comfortably and without worry. Do you understand?" "Understood." Liu Bai wore a reluctant expression. This was no longer the work of assassins. It was akin to that of caretakers. Yet, the assassins of Xuanwu Hall had indeed lacked professionalism, often divulging the employer's information for a bit of money. This had led to many employers facing retaliation after hiring assassins from Xuanwu Hall. Perhaps this was why few dared to collaborate with them. Not even someone as influential as Jiang Yulian trusted Xuanwu Hall let alone ordinary citizens. Thirdly, starting today, the assassins of Xuan Hall must take the initiative to conduct extensive surveys in Yuzhou City each month, seeking out potential employers in need of killings. They are not permitted to lounge about in the hall. After laying out these 3 rules, Jiang Xuan turned to Liu Bai, his tone serious. Have you remembered them? Yes, Master Jiang. Liu Bai managed a smile that resembled a grimace, inwardly cursing. This old man was clearly settling personal scores. Such measures were tantamount to trying to ruin him. Time passed swiftly, and a month flew by. During this period, Jiang Xuan exerted considerable effort and successfully located all the servants dismissed from the Li residence, including Master Li, and settled them in a house outside the black market. They awaited the return of the Li family's assets, after which they could move back and restore the family's former glory. One day, Jiang Xuan received news from Yang Long, indicating that the Li family's assets had been fully accounted for, and he was to go to the Qinglong Hall for the handover. Thus, Jiang Xuan took Li Yingling to the Qinglong Hall's gambling establishment, prepared to reclaim the Li family's property. This moment, Yang Long, the hall master of Qinglong, stood at the entrance of the gambling house, greeting Jiang Xuan with a beaming smile. "Ah, Brother Jiang, I've been waiting for you for quite some time," he exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xuan's hand with enthusiasm and ushering him inside. Witnessing this scene, many disciples of the black market were taken aback. When had this usually stern Qinglong Hall master ever been so welcoming? His face was practically beaming, even carrying a hint of obsequiousness, causing Jiang Xuan to frown. Had this fellow taken something unusual today? Although he was now also the hall master of Xuanwu, their statuses were comparable. Why the need for such fawning? Moreover, he had come to reclaim assets, not to deliver money. Yang Long led Jiang Xuan on a tour of the gambling establishment, cheerfully introducing each type of game: dice, pai gao, horse racing, flower club, lottery, cockfighting. Everything imaginable. He provided a detailed explanation, as if he were a shopkeeper showcasing his merchandise, yet he did not once mention the matter of the Li family's assets. Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Xuan turned to Yang Long, frowning as he asked, "Master Yang, did you summon me today merely to show me around the gambling house?" Yang Long maintained his smiling facade and replied, "Of course not. Everything has been prepared for you." With that, he clapped his hands, instructing an attendant to bring forth a wooden box. "Brother Jiang, inside this box are the deeds for the Li family's residence and all their cloth shops. Qinglong Hall will return everything intact. Regrettably, the Li family's silver has all been distributed by my subordinates, and it will take some time to retrieve it. Please do not hold it against me." "Oh." Jiang Xuan's eyes brightened as he took the wooden box and handed it to Li Yingling beside him, saying, "Linger, please check if there are any omissions that in truth, the loss of some silver was inconsequential. Money could always be earned again." The most vital aspect was the deeds to the cloth shops, which constituted the Li family's most prized possessions. Li Yingling's expression mirrored his excitement as she opened the box, her hands trembling slightly as she examined each document. That moment, she could hardly believe how effortlessly the Li family's assets had been reclaimed. This wealth was the culmination of Master Li's lifetime of hard work, treasured like jewels. "Yes, Master Jiang, everything is here." After a thorough inspection, Li Yingling smiled gently, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Jiang Xuan. Had it not been for him, she might have never reclaimed these assets. Indeed, only strength and status could accomplish what ordinary people deemed impossible. For them, it was merely a fanciful dream. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, feeling a great sense of relief. In those days, I accompanied Master Li as we gathered these cloth shops, truly precious indeed. Though he merely played the role of a driver, it was still a cherished memory. "Master Yang, I owe you a favor this time." "Thank you." Jiang Xuan gazed at Yang Long and spoke with a smile. The recent downfall of the Li family, although attributed to Madame Li falling prey to the schemes of the Qinglong Hall, was ultimately her own folly, for which she could blame no one but herself. The only parties truly culpable, Qi Hong and Zhu Hongfei, had already met their just deserts. Yang Long's willingness to generously return the assets of the Li family indeed constituted a significant favor. "Ha ha, Brother Jiang is too modest." Yang Long bellowed with laughter, for it was precisely Jiang Xuan's goodwill that he sought. Otherwise, how could he possibly part with such valuable assets? He added, Brother Jiang, to speak frankly, I do have a matter to request your counsel on. What is it? Jiang Xuan inquired nonchalantly, not surprised by Yang Long's demeanor. Given Yang Long's unusual conduct today and his extravagant return of the Li family's wealth, Jiang Xuan had already surmised that Yang Long must have some ulterior motive. With a sheepish smile, Yang Long began, Dear elder brother, it is as follows. In the past, our 4 major halls in the black market always regarded Xuanwu Hall as the least successful. However, ever since your tenure began, Xuanwu Hall has flourished, while Qinglong Hall has found itself at the bottom. Last month, I heard that you had restructured the assassin business of Xuanwu Hall with remarkable success. The hall master has praised you repeatedly, urging us to learn from you. Do you know how the brothers address you now? How do they address me? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. The brothers have taken to calling you the god of wealth incarnate. Privately referring to you as Jiang Kaishen, Yang Long said with a wistful expression. Puffed. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan was not drinking at that moment, or he might have spluttered in laughter. He simply could not contain himself. He had become the god of wealth once more. Elder brother, do you think there is room for improvement in our Qinglong Hall's gambling establishment? You remain our deputy hall master. After all, we cannot show favoritism. Yang Long eagerly inquired to this point. Li Yingling also turned her gaze toward Jiang Xuan, her eyes full of curiosity. Being the daughter of a merchant family, she had some understanding of business principles. Yet, she could not comprehend how Jiang Xuan, who had recently been a benevolent sage, had now transformed into the god of wealth within the black market. Could it be that Jiang Xuan possessed knowledge of the gray market as well? Jiang Xuan stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before responding, Very well, Hall Master Yang, I shall do my utmost to repay this favor. Now, what issues does your Qinglong gambling house currently face? Yang Long shook his head with a sigh. Lamenting, Alas, elder brother, you are unaware, my Qinglong gambling house is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The wealthy are exceedingly astute nowadays, and the profits are meagered. This. Yang Long covertly cast a glance at Li Yingling and lowered his voice. To speak candidly, the recent dealings with Madame Li have yielded the largest profits Qinglong Hall has seen in nearly a year, and now all of it has been returned to you. Though his voice was soft, Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling exchanged peculiar glances, for it seemed to imply that Su Qin was the only one to have been duped in the past year. Cough, cough. Jiang Xuan covered his mouth and cleared his throat, saying so, It appears your gambling house does indeed have some issues. Let me ponder this. Langer, you are also a businesswoman. Let us brainstorm solutions for Home Master Yang together. Of course, Li Yingling replied sweetly. Absolutely. Yang Long exclaimed with great delight. In the ensuing half-day, Yang Long behaved like a diligent servant, warmly attending to Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling, guiding them around the gambling establishment and discussing business strategies. Recalling his previous life's experiences in casinos, Jiang Xuan suddenly smiled and said, I've got it. Hall Master Yang, I have 3 suggestions for you that will surely make your gambling house prosperous and overflowing with wealth. Inside a private room of the Qinglong gambling house, upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Yang Long was overjoyed and quickly inquired, Oh, what brilliant ideas does Brother Jiang have? Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and replied casually, For the first suggestion, Hall Master Yang, I advise you to cease the practice of underhanded schemes entirely. Remove all cheating mechanisms from the gambling house. Eliminate all forms of trickery, and employ every means to ensure fairness and justice within the establishment. The moment these words left his mouth, Yang Long's expression turned to one of shock and cheating in the gambling house. How will we profit? Brother Jiang, this is Qinglong Hall, not a charity, Yang Long exclaimed. Distressed at the thought of losing income, Jiang Xuan smiled calmly and waved his hand. Please, Hall Master Yang, remain composed and allow me to elaborate. Though Qinglong Gambling House may not employ trickery, it can still charge gambling fees, deducting a percentage from each wager as a method of profit. Charge gambling fees? Collect money before the bets are placed? How could the common folk ever agree to that? Yang Long queried. Puzzled, Li Yingling furrowed her brow, pondering the idea before exclaiming, I understand now, Grandfather Jiang, it's because of fairness. Indeed. Miss, you're truly astute, Jiang Xuan praised, casting an appreciative glance at Li Yingling. When the common people gamble, their greatest fear is being cheated. Nowadays, 9 out of 10 gambling houses employ deceitful practices, while only one may be honest. Over time, how could the public dare to gamble? Gambling has become synonymous with trickery, rendering the experience utterly unenjoyable for ordinary people. If Qinglong Hall could establish a gambling house devoid of deceit, wouldn't those who are unskilled yet enjoy gambling flock to it? Brilliant. Yang Long's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands together, though his brow soon furrowed. However, elder brother, this means our profits would be considerably less. Previously, he had relied on deceit to bankrupt others, but now he would only take a small portion of gambling fees, which seemed insufficient. Jiang Xuan shot him a bemused glance and replied, Master Yang, it seems you are not only lacking in business acumen, but also in arithmetic skills. Consider this. If a person's entire fortune is 100 taels, you could only profit that sum through deceit, but that person would then vanish from your reach. However, if you collect fees from him daily, over time, that amount will far exceed 100 taels. Moreover, with sufficient attraction, your gambling house could see attendance multiply by 10, 100-fold, and those figures would increase exponentially. Wow! Yang Long gasped in astonishment. Though he was not a businessman, anyone who could assume the role of hall master was certainly no fool. Suddenly enlightened, he recognized the truth in Jiang Xuan's words and felt an overwhelming admiration for him. Brother Jiang, you truly are a remarkable individual. Yingling's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Jiang Xuan's business acumen surpassed even her father's. Could a gambling house truly be run in such a manner? Grandfather Jiang had indeed concealed his talents. In truth, he had merely been a servant before. Revealing his capabilities would not have garnered any attention. Quickly, Brother Jiang, please share your second suggestion. Yang Long could hardly contain his excitement. Jiang Xuan placed his hands on his knees, his lips curling upward. The second suggestion is quite simple. I have already implemented it in the black market. 2 words, membership. Membership. Yang Long grasped the concept immediately, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, are you suggesting that we recruit individuals to the gambling house to obtain memberships, allowing them to place bets while receiving a proportional discount on gambling fees? Astute indeed. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile. Once they become members, I assure you they will feel restless if they do not visit the gambling house for even a day. What is this membership? This time, Li Yingling was perplexed. Being unfamiliar with the black market, she could not comprehend the term. Jiang Xuan patiently explained until she finally grasped the concept. The purpose of membership was simply to retain customers. The principle behind it, however, was beyond her understanding, known in modern terms as sunk cost. In essence, it operated on the same principle as deceitful schemes, albeit with a gentler approach. Heavens, Grandfather Jiang, you truly are the god of wealth. Li Yingling exclaimed in awe, unable to contain her admiration. The membership system was not only suitable for gambling establishments, but could revolutionize any industry. If this concept were to spread, it could lead to a significant transformation in the world of commerce. She could scarcely imagine how many gamblers would flock to Qinglong Gambling House if this system were implemented. Upon hearing this, Yang Long was so exhilarated he nearly fainted, personally pouring Jiang Xuan a cup of tea. His face a mask of flattery as he said, Grandfather Jiang, what is the third suggestion? In that moment, Yang Long's address had shifted from elder brother to Grandfather Jiang, a level of respect he seldom employed. As for the third suggestion, Jiang Xuan teased. Rising to leave the room, he said, Master Yang, please follow me. Yang Long and Li Yingling were utterly bewildered, subsequently following suit. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house, where Jiang Xuan gazed at the bustling street and inquired, Master Yang, have you noticed anything amiss? Yang Long glanced left and right, scratching his head in confusion, and lamented, Master Jiang, I am but a mere warrior. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling with a light chuckle, saying, Miss, do you perceive anything that seems to be lacking on this street? Li Yingling's delicate brows furrowed for a moment before she raised a finger, her intelligent mind suddenly illuminating. It's the carriages. There are no carriages here. As a young lady accustomed to traveling by carriage, it struck her as quite unreasonable that not a single carriage could be seen at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house. Yang Long, taken aback by her observation, responded helplessly, "Master Jiang, the truth is, I found the carriages at the gambling house to be disorderly, obstructing the flow of wealth, so I instructed that no carriages be allowed on this street." "Ha ha ha, Master Yang, by doing so, you have inadvertently blocked your own source of income." Yang Long exclaimed, "What should I do now, Brother Jiang?" Though he did not fully comprehend, he revered Jiang Xuan as a deity. Believing that whatever he said was undoubtedly correct, Jiang Xuan stepped out, picked up a twig, and began sketching a square parking space beside the gambling house. Laughing as he explained, "Master Yang, whenever wealthy individuals venture out, they invariably travel by carriage. Why banishing the carriages? You are merely keeping them at bay. If the carriages create chaos, let us designate a proper parking space for them, thus enhancing the aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, you could seize the opportunity to charge them a parking fee. Would that not be splendid? By heavens, what a brilliant idea!" Yang Long was struck with enlightenment, filled with admiration for Jiang Xuan, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, had I encountered you sooner, I need not have endured a lifetime in this loathed profession. Just a minor stratagem. Master Yang is being overly modest," Jiang Xuan replied with a subtle smile. "Teasing, Master Yang. Are the Li family assets truly worth such consideration? Indeed, they are exceedingly valuable." Yang Long rejoiced, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand tightly. "Brother, allow me to treat you to a performance at the Zhuke Tower tonight. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Upon hearing Zhuke Tower, Li Yingling's face flushed crimson, immediately grasping the implication behind their words. "Ahem." Jiang Xuan cleared his throat, smiling warmly. "Miss, you should return home now. Master Yang and I have some official matters to attend to this evening." Li Yingling conceded, unable to suppress an eye roll. Master Jiang is commendable in every aspect, but he is far too lecherous. In Yuzhou City, at the Li residence, on this particular day, after Jiang Xuan retrieved the land deeds for the Li residence and the fabric shop, he returned with old Master Li Yingling, and a host of servants to help them settle in once more. Gazing at the wooden box containing the land deeds, old Master Li's eyes glistened with emotion, his hands trembling with excitement. This was the family estate he had labored a lifetime to accumulate. Now regained, the feelings swelling within him were beyond expression. "Jiang Xuan, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude." The old man's voice quivered as he struggled to rise from his wheelchair to pay his respects to Jiang Xuan. The times have changed. Although Jiang Xuan had been his servant for a lifetime, he had now ascended to a status beyond the old man's reach. Clinging to old pretenses would be utterly unwise. For a businessman is most adept at recognizing the shifting tides. Observing the scene, Jiang Xuan swiftly intervened, saying, "You overestimate me. Old Master, I shall never forget the kindness you have shown." "Indeed." Old Master Li weakly nodded. Looking towards the Li family members, his voice hoarse as he declared, "From this day forth, Jiang Xuan shall be our second master. You all should come forward to pay your respects. Second master, think this." The family servants approached, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they bowed to Jiang Xuan. Among them were Wu Yong, who had lost a hand, and the steward Lu Wanquan. Once, they had shared drinks and idle chatter, often gossiping about the master and his wife, and had even schemed against each other. Now, time had turned the tables, and Jiang Xuan, who had once been their subordinate, had become their master. The irony of this situation was indeed difficult to articulate. "Old Master, this," Jiang Xuan's face bore a look of concern. Technically, he was no longer a servant of the Li family and had little ties to them. His assistance in reclaiming their assets was motivated by his mission and a twinge of compassion for their plight. "Do not refuse, Jiang Xuan." Old Master Li grasped Jiang Xuan's hand earnestly, stating, "I am aware of the matters concerning Su Qin and Yi. I do not hold you at fault. However, this vastly family lacks a figure to oversee it, and I have little time left. I am concerned for its future." Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of bitterness, "Old Master, you jest. You have many years ahead of you." Old Master Li sighed, shaking his head slightly. "No, I know my own body. You may have prolonged my life, but death is an inevitability. It is fate. Rest assured, I recognize that your aspirations lie elsewhere and do not wish to bind you to the Leaf family. However, Ling Er is still inexperienced. She cannot uphold the family business alone and will require your guidance for a time. This is my final wish. Jiang Xuan fell silent. Old Master Li's words held truth. He was indeed a seasoned player in the game of life, fully aware of the stakes at hand. Nevertheless, as long as he remained in Yuzhou City, extending a helping hand to the Leaf family would pose no great burden. Unexpectedly, upon returning to this familiar ground, he found himself not merely a servant, but poised to become the master of the Leaf family. How unpredictable life could be. With a sigh, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. Then I shall honor your wish. I will do my utmost. Old Master Li smiled, forcing a grin as he said, Old Jiang, you have served my family for decades. I trust you implicitly. How about this? I can arrange for Ling Er to marry you. And from henceforth, the Leaf family shall become the Jiang family. We shall be one and the same. What? Li Yingling gasped, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she protested. Father, what are you saying? Master Jiang is an elder. How could you? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback before promptly rejecting the notion. Absolutely not. Old Master, you flatter me. The Li family shall forever remain the Li family. I have no intention of usurping your position. As for the young lady, I regard her as a junior, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would truly not know how to face the situation. Ah, very well. Old Master Li sighed, a smile tinged with resignation crossing his face as he murmured, Old Jiang, great favors need not be spoken of. I shall die without regrets. This smile, however, was difficult to discern as either joy or resignation. He had achieved a degree of success in his life, transforming the fabric business into the foremost establishment in Yuzhou City. Yet his family life had been a disaster. Two of his 3 sons had fled, and one had perished. He had taken a concubine who had betrayed him, squandering his wealth. In the end, he was left to entrust an outsider like Jiang Xuan with his family's legacy, which felt like a failure in his life's journey. After reclaiming the Li family's assets, Jiang Xuan found that the system's task remained unfulfilled, that a sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that merely recovering the family's property was insufficient? Restoring the family business was essentially focused on the fabric trade. That seemed to be the case. Based on the system's nature, it was unlikely to demand something as extreme as establishing an everlasting family lineage. It must be something more grounded in reality. The following month, Jiang Xuan began aiding the Leaf family in restructuring their fabric business, and soon discovered a significant issue. After being taken over by the black market, many skilled merchants and employees had fled. With Old Master Li's health failing and Li Yingling lacking experience, the Leaf family, though they had regained their business, found themselves at a loss for how to operate it. However, such a predicament posed no challenge for Jiang Xuan. What was his current identity, status, and power? Conducting business. Too simple. With a flash of inspiration, Jiang Xuan decided to summon some reinforcement from the black market. Under the pretense of teaching them the ropes of commerce, to his surprise, this delighted his 4 disciples immensely. Everyone now recognized Jiang Xuan as a business prodigy, practically a deity of wealth descended to earth. Without delving into other matters, the Qinglong gambling house, following the reforms instituted by Jiang Xuan, has seen its performance soar like a rocket. The entire casino has transformed into a bustling marketplace, overflowing with gamblers, each one exuberantly shouting in excitement, while Yang Long beams with delight. The reason for this frenzy is that these gamblers have never encountered such a fair establishment. The entire venue is monitored by martial artists acting as human cameras, leaving no room for cheating. Any attempt at deceit is met with immediate execution. Had I known that Jiang Yi was a manifestation of the god of wealth, I would have never considered running a scam, remarked Yang Long, the master of the Qinglong Hall. Upon hearing these words, the entire black market erupted in fervor, with many seeking Jiang Xuan to discuss business strategies. Notably, the Zhuke Hall and the Baihu Hall were nearly frantic. Yin Lin from the Zhuke Hall personally selected 3 flamboyantly dressed widows to approach Jiang Xuan, only to be politely declined, under the pretense of nurturing the body. Subsequently, Suhu, the master of the Baihu Hall, brought a 3,000-year-old ginseng to console Jiang Xuan, but was also turned away, citing heediness as the reason. The two hall leaders were almost beside themselves, knocking on Jiang Xuan's door incessantly. In truth, Jiang Xuan felt quite helpless. He was no deity. He truly did not comprehend the business of brothels and auction houses. Moreover, if such places were to thrive, it would inevitably lead to the exploitation of young women. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's call for assistance, the two hall masters eagerly dispatched their most skilled disciples to lend a hand, exceedingly generous in their intentions. They sought nothing more than to learn a few tricks from Jiang Xuan to benefit their halls. In business, one principle applies universally. However, it seemed the two masters had forgotten the most crucial aspect. These individuals might not return to the black market in the future. Thus, when Jiang Xuan raised his arm in summons, numerous disciples from the black market eagerly volunteered, impossible to restrain. Not only that, but many individuals from beyond the black market also arrived, curious to witness this renowned god of wealth. In no time, the Li family was bustling with activity, a throng of applicants filling the premises. Jiang Xuan, beaming with joy, instructed the servants to set up tables and chairs, declaring loudly, "Welcome to the Li family. It is an honor to have you all grace me with your presence. In the future, as the Li family flourishes, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. I hereby announce the commencement of the Li Textile Recruitment Fair." On this day, at the entrance of the Li family, Jiang Xuan sat upright, a wooden table before him, adorned with a stack of white papers resembling resumes. To the side of the table stood a yellow flag, inscribed with the words, "Li Textile Recruitment." Li Yingling stood beside him, occasionally pouring tea for Jiang Xuan, her eyes filled with curiosity at the scene unfolding. It was her first time witnessing such a multitude of applicants. How long would this recruitment take? Moreover, among them were individuals of dubious integrity, leaving Jiang Xuan quite bewildered. "Are you Liu Xiaohua, applying for the accountant position?" Jiang Xuan inquired, observing the snot-nosed man before him, his brows knitting into a tight frown. It was well known that one must possess sharp acumen for calculations. Yet this fellow resembled nothing more than a simpleton babbling at a young woman. "Why, yes, Jiang Yi." Liu Xiaohua stammered. "One piece of silk costs 1,600 coins. How much for 32 pieces?" 53,200 coins. "That you're calculating rather swiftly," Jiang Xuan said, slightly taken aback, and continued, "What about 48 pieces?" 39,200 coins. "And for 2 pieces, 78,200 coins. Get out!" Jiang Xuan exclaimed, his face darkening as he bellowed, "Next!" "Greetings, Jiang White." In the next moment, an elderly man with white hair and trembling limbs approached. Jiang Xuan's frown deepened as he queried, "Are you here for the bouncer position? How old are you? Have you practiced martial arts?" 40 years old, never practiced martial arts. "Get out," Jiang Xuan said, exasperated. Though there were many applicants, each one seemed more absurd than the last. It was no wonder HR work was so challenging. Jiang Xuan pulled out a sheet of white paper and swiftly wrote down a series of details, including name, origin, age, business experience, desired position, and expected monthly salary. Upon completion, he stood up and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude today's recruitment. From now on, all applicants to the Li Textile House must first fill out a resume, and only those who pass the review may proceed to interviews." "What? A resume?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was not a government office. Why must one present a resume to apply for a textile house? Yet, there was no choice. The atmosphere was electric. If you did not fill it out, others would. Who wouldn't want to learn a few tricks from Jiang Xuan to secure a prosperous future? At that moment, Jiang Xuan finally understood the necessity of collecting resumes. Recruiting was indeed a laborious task. Thus, the Li family conducted a vigorous recruitment for several days, striving for excellence, and finally gathered a complete staff for the textile shop. However, the adage "separate industries are like mountains" rang true. Most of these individuals hailed from the black market or other trade sectors, unfamiliar with the textile market. How could they compete with other textile houses? The Li family, once the premier textile house in Yuzhou, found itself facing dismal business upon reopening. Many disciples from the black market began to harbor doubts. Was Jiang Yi truly the god of wealth? Their skepticism grew. Not only were they watching the Li family's business, But individuals from the black market also kept a close eye on it, eager to see if Jiang Xuan still held his legendary status. One day, Jiang Xuan brought Li Yingling to the Li textile house, where Li Huan greeted them with a beaming smile. Ah, Jiang Yi, you are indeed the same Li Huan who once worked as an assassin in the Xuanwu Hall. The first person I met in the black market. To Jiang Xuan's surprise, this individual showed a keen interest in business, and thus he retained him. Coincidentally, he also bore the surname Li. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. Inquiring, how has business been? Li Huan sighed, gritting his teeth. Jiang Yi, I don't know if it's deliberate, but in recent days, other textile houses have been holding massive sales, offering fabrics identical to ours, drawing all the customers away. Our grand opening has been dreadfully disappointing. It seems the future may be bleak. Jiang Xuan's brows furrowed. Is this truly happening? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's delicate features contorted with anger as she spoke up. Jiang Yi, those shopkeepers were once part of our Li family. Now, not only have they defected to other houses, but they have also disclosed our fabric secrets. That it is utterly despicable. Each textile house possesses its own commercial secrets, such as fabric sources, processing techniques, and dyeing methods, usually known only to the owner. However, the Li family had trusted the various shopkeepers, granting them full authority. This approach bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that empowered shopkeepers could make better decisions for the business, which had propelled the Li family to its current leading position in Yuzhou. However, the downside was the current predicament. Should these individuals betray them, they would become the Li family's greatest adversaries. After listening to the entire situation, Jiang Xuan nodded slowly. These individuals are indeed troublesome. How outrageous! Li Huan seethed in anger, declaring, Jiang Yi, rest assured, I shall return to the Xuanwu Hall tonight to gather our people and eliminate these treacherous ingrates. Jiang Xuan frowned. Li Huan, business is business. How can we resort to murder? Oh, Jiang Yi, I see now, Li Huan said, a look of enlightenment crossing his face as he grinned. I shall resign my position and return to deal with them. I assure you, this matter will have no connection to the Li family. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, bemused. You lad, your moral compass is terribly skewed. There is no need for that. I have other methods. Li Huan nodded eagerly, smiling. All right, Jiang Yi, then let us hold a massive promotional sale to crush them. That may not be necessary. Such loss-making promotions would quiet down within a few days. Instead, we shall bide our time and slowly outlast them. Yes, outlast them. How shall we do that? Just follow my lead. With that, Jiang Xuan strode confidently into the shop. Li Huan and Li Yingling exchanged glances, both intrigued, and followed suit, eager to see what Jiang Xuan would concoct. Upon entering the shop, Jiang Xuan conducted a thorough inspection and found that the majority of the fabrics sold by the Li family were suitable for women's clothing. A smirk tugged at his lips. Li Huan, I entrust you with 3 vital tasks. You must not falter in the slightest. To your service, Master Jiang, Li Huan exclaimed with a sycophantic grin, thumping his chest. You need only command, and whether it be scaling mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, I, Li Huan, shall not so much as flinch. You need not concern yourself with such extremes. I have repeated it countless times. We are in the business of commerce, Jiang Xuan replied, exasperation etched across his face. I require you to attend to 3 matters immediately. First, summon 100 of the finest tailors in the city to craft a singularly exquisite garment each, ensuring no 2 are alike. Second, return to the black market and locate Master Yan, acquiring 100 of the most beautiful and well-proportioned women, specifically the headliners from each establishment. Third, you must find 100 of the most skilled painters in the city, particularly those adept at portraying women. Yes, even those who specialize in spring palace paintings. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both Li Yingling and Li Huan were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Li Huan's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness as he squirmed, raising his eyebrows. Master Jiang, transforming this into a brothel seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Get lost, Jiang Xuan retorted, his frustration bubbling over as he kicked Li Huan in the rear. That if you botch this, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Master Jiang, success is guaranteed, came Li Huan's voice from outside the shop. Jiang Xuan, stroking his beard, shook his head in resignation before turning his gaze to Li Yingling. Smiling as he said, "Miss, you are renowned as the beauty of Yuzhou City. I will need you to serve as a model for everyone shortly." Li Yingling gasped in shock, trembling as if electrified. Her face flushing crimson as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Master Jiang, what nonsense are you uttering?" At that moment, her thoughts spiraled. Could it be? Oh heavens, what shall I do? Just escaped one peril, only to plunge into another. Jiang Xuan quickly realized her misunderstanding and chuckled, rebuking her lightly. "What nonsense are you imagining, girl? Are you truly so dim-witted as to think I intend to establish a brothel?" "Ah, is it not?" Li Yingling blinked, murmuring softly, "With tailors, painters, and beauties, it certainly seems extravagant." Jiang Xuan could only place a hand to his forehead in exasperation. "I am not that sort of person. It is merely that we require models for our fabric shop." Master Jiang, what is a model?" Li Yingling furrowed her brow, perplexed. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before explaining, "You may interpret it as performing a demonstration. While our fabrics are indeed of high quality, many lack the discerning eye to appreciate them. Unless they are skilled tailors or women of exceptional craftsmanship, most will not recognize their value. That if we present each fabric in a unique style and have some beauty showcase them, the results will be self-evident. From that point onward, the common folk need not understand what purple cloud gauze, soft smoke silk, green cicada wings, or phoenix fire are. They need only know that this batch of fabric is the same as that worn by the young lady of the Leaf family. Once our reputation is established, we can replicate our success and expand our fabric business beyond Yuzhou City, perhaps even throughout the entire Deqian Kingdom. At that point, even if others sell the same fabrics. What of it?" As he spoke, Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon Li Yingling, his eyes twinkling as he stroked his beard and said, "Miss, should all proceed smoothly, you may soon find yourself a celebrated figure across the land." Ha ha ha! Jiang Xuan's intent was clear, to craft a brand for their fabric shop. Once the brand effect took hold, the intrinsic quality of the goods would become secondary. The models would be the first step. Heavens! Li Yingling was once again astonished, unable to restrain her exclamation, "Master Jiang, how did you come by such cleverness? Your father truly ought to have entrusted you with the fabric shop." Jiang Xuan smiled silently, aware that the world is never short of talent, merely lacking a stage to shine upon. Having traversed time with the experience of his past life, he could have thrived, yet his status as a slave had obliterated all opportunities. Who would heed the counsel of a servant? Simply proclaiming reform would not suffice. The following day, Li Huan successfully gathered 100 of the finest tailors in the city, as well as skilled painters specializing in the portrayal of women. It must be said, the efficiency of the black market was astonishing. With Yin Lin's enthusiastic cooperation, the stewardess of Zhuke Hall, Kai Feng, personally brought along 100 extraordinary beauties to the Leaf family fabric shop. As if celestial maidens had descended to earth, the spectacle drew a throng of onlookers. Good heavens, such exquisite features, such a slender waist, those long legs. Have I stumbled into paradise? A young gentleman exclaimed on the street. With so many beauties, where could they possibly be headed? By the looks of it, they seem to be making their way to the Leaf family fabric shop. Quickly, let us go and observe. Surely, the Leaf family fabric shop isn't transforming into a brothel. Ha ha ha! Bah, you scoundrel, step outside and I shall break your legs. In no time, the entire street buzzed with excitement as crowds flocked to the Li family fabric shop. After all, who could resist a multitude of beautiful women? What a decline in societal values. The Li fabric shop has truly fallen from grace, resorting to such shameless tactics. The proprietor of the Chow fabric shop seethed. Oh, not fret. Such tactics are unsustainable unless they truly intend to operate a brothel, which would serve our interests well. The manager of the Chow fabric shop flattered. Simultaneously, countless industry insiders in Yuzhou City cast their eyes upon the spectacle. The Li family had once been the foremost fabric merchants. Although their trade secrets had been exposed, their foundation remained, and they could not be underestimated. Moreover, the grand display even caught the attention of the authorities. What trickery is the Li family fabric shop up to? Attracting attention through such means? This is a breach of propriety. My lord, the business world is indeed ruthless. Keep a close watch. Should the Li family brazenly open a brothel, arrest them all. Amidst the clamor of opinions, Jiang Xuan remained composed, savoring tea and pastries while engaging in conversation with Kai Feng from Zhuke Hall. Master Jiang, we have truly invested heavily this time. We have summoned the headliners from each establishment for you. Do not forget our hall master's kindness, Kai Feng said with a beaming smile, subtly seeking credit. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little Feng, do these young ladies possess their contracts of servitude with Zhuke Hall? Kai Feng, perplexed, replied, Indeed, Master Jiang. Are they redeemable? Kai Feng hesitated, a look of distress crossing her features. Master Jiang, these young ladies are the headliners. If they are redeemed, our establishment would collapse. However, should you truly take a liking to them, they could serve you in rotation, or I could gift you one or two, but beyond that, I fear our hall master would not agree. Cough, cough. Jiang Xuan nearly choked, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. I must prioritize my health. If redemption is not possible, then so be it. What I mean to say is, Zhuke Hall stands to gain significantly from this. Kai Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Master Jiang, do you intend to assist us in our business? Not quite, he replied cryptically. You'll understand shortly. These young ladies are likely to transform from wild chicks into phoenixes. Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously, leaving Kai Feng utterly bewildered. Before long, at the entrance of the Li family fabric shop, the renowned beauty of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling, emerged wearing a flowing purple gown that seemed to float ethereally. The delicate fabric shimmered like mist, its colors shifting and transforming, adorning her like celestial raiment and captivating all who beheld her. As the saying goes, the purple-clad maiden possesses the most charm. Li Yingling, already strikingly beautiful, had previously donned simpler attire that downplayed her allure. Now, clad in this precious purple cloud gauze meticulously tailored into a long gown, she was nothing short of breathtaking. My heavens, is there truly such an unparalleled beauty in the world? Gasped a young man in the crowd, his face flushed with admiration. Wow, that dress is absolutely stunning. Another woman exclaimed, caught up in a moment. In an instant, a throng of citizens was drawn to Li Yingling, her presence wielding an irresistible charm that captivated young and old alike. How could Miss Li? Kai Feng stood in stunned silence, equally astonished. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and inquired with a smile. Little Feng, upon seeing Linger in this attire, what was your immediate thought? Buy it. Master Jiang, I wish to purchase that outfit. Kai Feng's eyes sparkled with desire, her response immediate and unconsidered. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ah, now you understand. At the entrance of the Li family fabric shop, Li Yingling stood shyly in a long gown crafted from exquisite purple cloud gauze, instantly captivating the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, countless young men drooled, their eyes sparkling with admiration, while numerous young ladies gazed at Li Yingling with wide-eyed wonder. Beautiful, utterly stunning. Some pointed at the maiden, others at the gown. Regardless of the particulars, it was undeniable that the scene was breathtaking. Suddenly, a 60-year-old gentleman, who was busy sketching Li Yingling, collapsed with a nosebleed and frothing at the mouth, exclaiming, "She is simply too beautiful. Master Jiang, the painter has fainted." A young servant shouted, "Useless, toss him out." Jiang Xuan replied darkly, rising to grab a brass gong and stepping outside, where he began to strike it loudly, announcing, "Greetings to all esteemed elders and fellow villagers. I am Jiang Xuan, the head steward of the Li family." Upon seeing him, the crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Xuan. Unhurried and smiling, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our esteemed Miss Li Yingling. I trust many of you young gentlemen are already familiar with her. The focal point today is undoubtedly her enchanting gown. What do you think? Beautiful, absolutely stunning, a peerless beauty," exclaimed a young man excitedly. At this, many young women rolled their eyes at him, causing his smile to fade as he sheepishly clarified, "What I meant was the gown worn by Miss Li." This statement resonated with the ladies present, as they agreed that the gown was indeed exquisite. Oh, if only I could wear such a dress, my wretched husband would no longer frequent the brothel. Indeed, how could such a beautiful gown exist? Wah, it's so lovely. I'm utterly envious. It must be said, when a garment appears splendid on another, One instinctively imagines it would look just as good on oneself. No one considers themselves unworthy of such beauty. For that is human nature. The young ladies were nearly in tears from envy. Meanwhile, a few perceptive young gentlemen observed silently, their thoughts unspoken, internally deriding. No matter how exquisite the gown, it is still on Miss Li. Draped over your corpulent frame, it would be a farce. Truly, it is the ugly who create the chaos. Naturally, they dared not voice such sentiments aloud, lest they be torn apart by the jealous ladies. Jiang Xuan took in the crowd's reaction and smiled, saying, "Esteemed villagers, this gown, as lovely as a celestial being, is the latest offering from our Leaf family fabric shop. The purple cloud gauze plus every customer who purchases the same gown as Miss Li will receive a complimentary design sketch of this garment." Jiang Xuan's words were steady, powerful, and imbued with a distinct promotional flair. Indeed, upon hearing this, the young ladies erupted in excitement, clamoring, "Shopkeeper, fetch me a bolt of purple cloud gauze. Shopkeeper, I desire the purple cloud gauze too. But it's too expensive. Could you offer a discount? Shopkeeper, is the fabric truly identical to what Miss Li is wearing?" Jiang Xuan, still smiling, waved his hand gently and replied, "Ladies, please do not rush, that I assure you. The fabric in our shop is genuine and matches exactly what Miss Li wears. However, the purple cloud gauze plus is exceptionally precious and may be beyond the means of many. Nevertheless, our Li family's mission is to enable every maiden to don such beautiful garments. Thus, we are launching an exciting discount event called Knife Toss." Upon hearing that the purple cloud gauze was costly, the young ladies' expressions dimmed. However, when Jiang Xuan continued, their eyes brightened once more, eagerly inquiring, "What is Knife Toss?" "Excellent question," Jiang Xuan exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully, signaling for a flying knife wheel to be brought forth. That it was divided into several segments, each marked with various numbers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the numbers on this wheel represent discounts. Simply invite a friend to our fabric shop to purchase fabric, and you may toss the knife once. Whatever number it lands on will determine your discount, potentially even to the point of receiving your fabric for free. But do note, you may invite a maximum of 5 friends each day." At this announcement, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the numbers on the wheel. Good heavens, the largest number can reduce the price by 2,000 won. 5 times would amount to 10,000 won. "Nearly free for most fabrics," exclaimed a mathematically inclined genius. "I asked this for real. It's practically a giveaway." A young lady gasped in delight that, "My goodness, has the Leaf family gone mad? Starting a charitable venture? How can we compete with this?" lamented other fabric shop owners. Among the crowd, a modestly dressed young lady's heart raced at the thought of possibly wearing such luxurious fabric. Her breath quivered with anticipation. Initially, she had merely admired Miss Li's gown from afar, feeling envious yet hesitant to speak up. She understood her family's financial situation and did not wish to burden them. However, every woman has an inherent desire for beauty. Now, she felt the allure of beautiful garments within her reach and could not help but ask, "Excuse me, sir, is your word trustworthy?" "Absolutely," Jiang Xuan replied with a beaming smile. Not only her, but this news spread rapidly, causing a stir among the young ladies throughout the street, who flocked to the Leaf family fabric shop. Within half a day, the shop transformed from a quiet entrance to a bustling hub, nearly overflowing with eager patrons. The newcomers gathered in clusters, whispering excitedly, their laughter ringing like silver bells, their gazes frequently drifting toward Li Yingling, filled with envy. "How beautiful! If only I could wear such a stunning gown. Indeed, whoever gifts me such a lovely dress, I would marry him in a heartbeat. Wah, I could cry from the beauty. How can someone look this exquisite?" Hearing such remarks, not only the young ladies but also the young gentlemen were stirred, many of whom rushed to join the throng, as if a grand festival were underway. What on earth is that old man up to? In no time, several fabric shop owners were cursing, as many ladies who had been inspecting their fabrics suddenly dashed off. Upon inquiry, they learned that they had headed to the Leaf family fabric shop. Watching the crowd swell, Jiang Xuan surveyed the scene, feeling the momentum building, and bellowed, "Esteemed villagers, family, and friends, I have yet another delightful announcement. Our Leaf family fabric shop does not merely offer one discounted fabric. We have a staggering 100 styles for you ladies to choose from. I hereby declare that in 10 days, the Li family will host a garment appreciation gala, inviting 100 of the most stunning beauties from Yuzhou City to grace the stage, showcasing our new fabric, 8T that time. The knife toss event will also be launched, allowing you to choose your preferred style. Dear friends, do not let this opportunity pass you by. May every maiden find exquisite garments to accompany her. As the days passed, the 10 days flew by. During this time, news of the impending garment appreciation gala spread like wildfire through the streets of Yuzhou City. The Li family fabric shop would host the event, inviting 100 breathtaking beauties to showcase their garments, welcoming all citizens to come and admire. Furthermore, the Li family would launch the knife toss event, offering fabrics identical to those worn by the lovely maidens, along with free design sketches. Upon hearing this, the literati of the city erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the gala. Good heavens, the steward of the Li family fabric shop is a true philanthropist. I must see these beauties. No, these garments. Good sir, have you seen the portrait of Miss Li at the entrance of the fabric shop? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Though Miss Li is lovely, her status is far too noble. I cannot presume to approach her. Are there any more ordinary beauties? Indeed, there are. I hear that at the Garment Appreciation Gala, there will be 100 beauties, each a paragon of grace. Is that true? If so, I must attend. Not only the scholars but also the young ladies were utterly swept away by the excitement. Oh my, did you see Miss Li's gown? It looks absolutely stunning when worn. Indeed, indeed. If I could possess such a garment, I would die without regret. Do you not know? The Li Fabric Shop is about to hold a grand clothing appreciation event. And I've heard there are 100 exquisite garments available for free. Is that truly the case? Then I must certainly go and take a look. On this day, the weather was clear. The streets of Yuzhou City were seldom frequented by pedestrians, evoking a desolate atmosphere reminiscent of the coldest winter months. Yet, in front of the Li Fabric Shop, the street was completely packed, with throngs of people circling in layers. A sea of heads on a grand stage was set up at the entrance of the Li Fabric Shop, adorned with a beautiful red curtain, above which hung a large sign proclaiming, "Clothing Appreciation Event." One might mistakenly think a royal theatrical troupe had come to perform, given the extravagant setup, though it was still early morning and the wind was chilly. The crowd here was boisterous, buzzing with endless chatter. They were all, without exception, literati and young ladies drawn by the reputation of the clothing appreciation event. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that many prominent and wealthy families from Yuzhou City had gathered. Consequently, the surrounding inns and tea houses had raised their prices several-fold, fully booked, all in hopes of catching a glimpse of this grand occasion from above. That, of course, there were some ill-intentioned individuals among them, such as the proprietors and managers of rival fabric shops. So, what news from Lord Zhao? In a nearby tavern, Chaorenqi, the owner of the Chao fabric shop, casually twirled his teacup and inquired. Beside him, a man clad in splendid attire, with a shifty expression, named Du Zidong, replied with a sly grin, "Rest assured, Boss Zhao, I have already delivered gifts to both Widow Li and Widow Wang at Lord Zhao's residence. He has assured me he will attend today. Good, that is reassuring." Chaorenqi smirked, his jowls quivering slightly. The Li Fabric Shop's audacity to host this clothing appreciation event provided him with an opportunity to eradicate the Li family entirely, sending them all to the government prison. The method was quite simple. He merely needed to bribe the officials and label them as operating an illicit brothel. According to the laws of Qian, running a brothel requires government permission. Not just anyone can establish one. Moreover, it was likely that other shop owners would also hire martial artists to create chaos as soon as the event descended into disorder. The gathering would be ruined. However, Du Zidong hesitated. However, what? I have heard that the head manager of the Li Fabric Shop, Jiang Xuan, seems to have connections to the black market. There may be some complications. What of it? In broad daylight, what can the black market do? Dare they oppose the government? Chaorenqi scoffed dismissively, eye in his eyes. The black market was merely a collection of rogues, not worthy of concern. As for any retaliation, he had never faced direct retribution. How could the black market possibly reach him? They should dare to confront the government instead. Meanwhile, within the Li Fabric Shop, the graceful Kai Feng appeared hesitant. Looking at Jiang Xuan and speaking, "Master Jiang, Are you truly not planning to summon some of our brothers from the hall to assist? If someone disrupts, Jiang Xuan took a delicate sip of tea and replied with a faint smile. No need. I do not wish for the Li family to become entangled with the black market. In the eyes of the common folk, we are not seen as virtuous, and it could adversely affect our business. Kai Feng smiled faintly. That is also true. You are indeed considering all angles. However, I fear there may be some who are blind to the situation and come to create trouble. Who do you mean? Others are of little consequence. Mainly the government. Kai Feng responded without hesitation, her expression turning serious. Master Jiang, while our black market possesses considerable strength, it still pales in comparison to the government. Furthermore, with such commotion, the officials will not remain indifferent. You are aware of the origins of those young ladies that IT matters not. Jiang Xuan smiled lightly. Just ensure the clothing appreciation event proceeds smoothly for me. I've already made preparations regarding the government. His tone exuded confidence, so much so that Kai Feng felt a sense of bewilderment, a possibility surfacing in her mind. Could it be that Master Jiang had already infiltrated the government? It was not unusual for individuals from the black market to collude with government officials. But how long had Jiang Xuan been in the black market? Had he extended his reach so far? In truth, Jiang Xuan had not only penetrated the government, but had directly infiltrated the highest-ranking individual within it. A few days prior, he had sent a letter to the current city lord, Tian Rong, elucidating the benefits of the Leaf Fabric Shop's business model for the governance of Yuzhou City. This letter bore no signature, yet it left Tian Rong utterly astonished, causing him to rise abruptly in shock, for within this letter was a line that matched precisely with a line from an edict issued that day. Those who do good also build good fortune. Those who do evil will receive evil punishment. The heavens are just, and retribution is certain. These words, which he had never revealed to anyone, had reappeared before him. Could it be that the old immortal had a hand in this? With this thought, Tian Rong immediately commanded his subordinates. Someone, investigate the Leaf Fabric Shop at once. Soon, the auspicious hour had arrived. Sunlight poured through the clouds, bathing Yuzhou City in a golden glow that the crowd eagerly awaited. The doors of the Leaf Fabric Shop finally creaked open. An elderly man, clad in resplendent robes, slowly emerged, ascending the stage with a warm smile directed at the sea of faces below. Though his hair was white and he appeared quite aged, his skin was smooth, and he exuded an air of youthful vitality, giving him an ethereal quality that suggested nobility, enhanced by his lavish garments. This man was none other than Jiang Xuan, making a grand entrance for the first time amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Wow, what a handsome old man! Is this esteemed gentleman truly the head manager of the Leaf Fabric Shop? He seems remarkably dignified. This old fellow is no ordinary man. The people of Yuzhou City murmured among themselves, each offering their opinions as they beheld Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan surveyed the crowd and, noticing some concealed movements had quieted, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he continued. Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, I am Jiang Xuan, the head manager of the Leaf Fabric Shop. I thank you all for gracing us with your presence at this clothing appreciation event. We have invited 100 beautiful maidens to the stage to showcase our shop's new fabrics. Simultaneously, a fabric selection event will commence, allowing you to invite friends and family to choose their desired materials to craft exquisite garments. Jiang Xuan's voice was resonant, steady, and rich, though lacking any amplification devices. Everyone present could hear him distinctly. This was the result of his true energy transmitting his voice. While the ordinary folk remained largely unaffected, several martial artists began to focus intently. Such deep and powerful energy indicated that this elder was undoubtedly a master. In that moment, many who had harbored ill intentions began to reconsider, hesitant to act rashly, including some formidable practitioners. Who could have imagined that a mere shopkeeper from merchant family would also possess considerable martial prowess? Jiang Xuan scanned the crowd, observing the quieting of some hidden movements, and could not help but smile slightly as he continued. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not dilly-dally with unnecessary words. I trust you are all familiar with the rules. I hope nothing unpleasant occurs during this event that might disrupt our gathering. I hereby announce that the clothing appreciation event has officially commenced. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from all directions. Suddenly, a flurry of black-clad figures surged forth, brandishing gleaming blades as they charged toward Jiang Xuan. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the common folk were left in shock. "Master Jiang, be careful." Below the stage, Li Huan and Kai Feng gasped in alarm, inwardly lamenting, "I knew it." Alas, Master Jiang has been overly confident. Had I anticipated this, I would have summoned our brothers to maintain order. Now we find ourselves in such a passive position. Who knew there were so many assassins hidden among us? Assassins. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He was now the leader of assassins, and these individuals dared to play such childish tricks in his presence. He had long since noticed these assassins, and his earlier display of skill was a deliberate act to intimidate them into submission. However, it is often said that good advice falls on deaf ears. These assassins were of a rather mediocre caliber, mostly mere amateur fighters, likely dispatched by the hidden masters of other fabric guilds. To his surprise, it appeared that the misguided moral compass was not unique to Li Huan, but rather a widespread affliction. Given this reality, he felt compelled to settle the scores one by one. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan raised his gaze toward the assassins approaching him. His expression serene and unperturbed, devoid of any emotional turmoil, standing resolutely in place. "How dare they underestimate us?" One masked assassin, with a fierce glint in his eyes, swung his long knife towards Jiang Xuan's head, inadvertently displaying a sense of pride. Humph, the audacious old fool, unaware of his impending doom. Yet in the next instant his gaze froze in disbelief. The long knife he wielded, aimed at Jiang Xuan's head, passed right through his body, as if cleaving through mere air. "A phantom?" the assassin exclaimed, horror evident in his voice. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's form became ethereal and transparent, a misty aura emanating from his body, while his eyes sparkled with an otherworldly blue light, an astonishing sight to behold. With the heavenly gang's void step, bang, 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 in an instant, the onlookers could only marvel as Jiang Xuan's figure seemed to blur momentarily. Then, the surrounding assassins let out chilling cries, being sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the stone slabs below, creating several deep craters. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that they all landed in identical positions, blood gushing forth from their wounds. This entire spectacle unfolded with breathtaking speed, almost in the blink of an eye. From a moment the assassins attacked to the point they were all sent flying to the ground. The entire ordeal lasted less than 3 breaths, and the battle had concluded. Silence enveloped the crowd. For Jiang Xuan, dispatching these foes was a trivial endeavor. With the enhancements of the Heavenly Heart's insight and the Heavenly Gang's void step, he could pinpoint their vulnerabilities within a breath, eliminating them all without disturbing anyone. Swift, precise, and ruthless, the audience exchanged bewildered glances. The panic instigated by the assassins had scarcely begun to spread before it was replaced by profound astonishment, followed by an uproar akin to a roaring tide. My heavens, how did all these assassins fall in an instant? Some martial artists rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What on earth just transpired? How did so many people suddenly fly off the stage? A bewildered citizen murmured, "Impossible." A hidden guild master gaped in astonishment. "So impressive. Although I have no idea what just happened, this old gentleman seems exceedingly formidable." A young woman gasped in a dubby thought, "Is this some sort of performance arranged by the Leaf Fabric Guild?" "How thrilling!" A curious young man whistled, brimming with excitement. In that moment, the citizens were not panicked. Instead, they regarded this scene as a part of the garment showcase, a mere performance. The conclusion had come too swiftly. They merely witnessed figures soaring into the air and then crashing back down. At that moment, within a tavern overlooking the garment showcase, a strikingly elegant woman in red played with her hair, gazing out at the event with a radiant smile. "Han Feng, can you match the prowess of this old gentleman?" Beside her stood a refined young man in a blue robe, his eyes narrowing slightly. "His speed is remarkable, and he strikes with pinpoint accuracy. Such reflexes are not inferior to those of martial artists in the Earth Spirit realm. However, it is still insufficient." The confidence in his voice was palpable, for he was indeed a martial artist of the Earth Spirit realm. Should others witness this, they would be astonished to see such an individual standing respectfully beside a woman. referring to himself as her subordinate. It was evident that these two were not locals from Yuzhou City. "I find him quite intriguing," the woman murmured, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan. "I have heard he hails from the black market." At the garment showcase, Jiang Xuan surveyed the fallen assassins, their cries echoing in the air, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. He then turned to Li Huan and Kai Feng, who wore astonished expressions, and made a subtle gesture with his hand across his neck. Li Huan and Kai Feng understood immediately, rushing forward to bind the assassins. Jiang Xuan's intent was clear: to use these assassins to uncover all individuals connected to this affair and eliminate them without mercy. How dare they attempt to assassinate the leader of the assassins in public, truly courting death? Just then, a voice from the crowd shouted an alarm, and commotion erupted in the distance, seemingly the sound of soldiers being mobilized. A cacophony approaching. "The authorities are here. Disperse. More experts." The citizens were struck with panic. How could the Li Fabric Guild host a garment showcase and attract both assassins and the government? Would they not allow anyone to admire the beauties? Some young men seethed with frustration, their indignation boiling over. Jiang Xuan raised his eyes to see a path parting in the crowd, revealing a greasy middle-aged man in official robes, striding toward him with an air of arrogance. This man was Zhao Cheng, the commander of the city lord's office, a figure of immense power in Yuzhou City. Known for his brazen demeanor, this moment, Zhao Cheng approached Jiang Xuan, his belly protruding, nostrils flaring with arrogance. "That I have received a report that someone has been causing a ruckus in this establishment, committing murder. Is this true?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. "My lord is jesting. We are merely honest merchants here. Selling fabric." "Humph, just selling fabric?" Zhao Cheng sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the blood-soaked ground. "Then what of this? It is evident that someone has perished. Some ruffians simply tripped and fell," Jiang Xuan replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "Is this the language of a reasonable man? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhao Cheng scoffed and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the 300 soldiers behind him to brandish their silver spears, swiftly surrounding Jiang Xuan on stage. Seeing Jiang Xuan easily cornered, Zhao Cheng laughed triumphantly. "Aha! Old man, considering your age, I may let you out after a few decades. Remember, in Yuzhou City, you must act discreetly." Jiang Xuan's expression remained calm. It seemed this man was not aligned with Tianrong, for he was unaware that Jiang Xuan had already established a rapport with the city lord. Jiang Xuan looked at Zhao Cheng with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Is there no law? I am merely here conducting business. Pray tell, which law of the Qian have I violated? Do you seek to exploit your authority for personal gain?" At this, Zhao Cheng burst into an uproarious laugh, his mirth bordering on madness. "Law? In Yuzhou City, I am the law. If I declare you guilty, then you are guilty. You old fool, I see you are courting death," Zhao Cheng shouted angrily, gesturing for the soldiers to seize him. Without a moment's hesitation, the 300 soldiers lunged toward Jiang Xuan. "Oh no! Jiang Yi!" Li Huan exclaimed, nearly beside himself with anxiety, stomping his feet in distress. "Why is business so difficult? The authorities have arrived. What shall we do?" Kai Feng, looking exasperated, interjected. "I warned Jiang Yi long ago, yet he remained obstinate. We cannot offend the authorities. What shall we do now?" "What else can we do? Quickly return and inform the deputy lord. He and the city lord are old acquaintances and should be able to extricate Jiang Yi." Li Huan gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement. "Very well. You stay here. I will return to the black market to rally support." From a nearby tea house, Chao Renqi, the owner of the Chao Fabric Guild, witnessed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but smile. "Old Du, splendid work. Lord Zhao has indeed arrived. This situation is now secure. Who would have thought that you, once a dog of the Li Fabric Guild, would turn so mercilessly against your former master?" Du Zitong replied, his face brimming with flattery. "Old Chao, you jest. I am now your dog, no longer recognizing the Li Fabric Guild. From now on, you shall be the foremost fabric merchant in Yuzhou City." At this moment, facing the advancing 300 soldiers, Jiang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even raising his eyelids, exuding an air of composure and superiority in truth, even if 1,000 soldiers surrounded him, He would not bat an eye, as if confronted by mere chickens or dogs, completely disregarding them, to paraphrase Guan Yu. These were nothing more than a rabble. A true master exudes such confidence. Zhao Cheng was consumed by a sudden and profound fury. He harbored an intense disdain for anyone attempting to feign superiority in his presence. With a voice resounding with rage, he bellowed, "Do not restrain him. Let this official execute the old fool right here. Even if the city lord himself were present, he could not save your wretched life." The soldiers, upon hearing his words, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a murderous intent as they aimed their silver spears directly at Jiang Xuan's vital points, intent on extinguishing his life. Given Zhao Cheng's status, the accidental death of a mere shopkeeper was trivial. No one would care in the least. With a single command, Jiang Xuan was as good as dead. Just as the soldiers were about to bring their weapons down upon Jiang Xuan's head, a voice cold and filled with fury pierced through the chaos. "How dare you?" At the sound of this voice, the soldiers froze, their bodies trembling as their spears halted mere millimeters from Jiang Xuan. Zhao Cheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who dares? Who in Yuzhou City had the audacity to thwart his authority?" In the next moment, a cadre of black-armored soldiers, clad in capes and adorned with ornate helmets, encircled the 300 silver-clad soldiers. The guards of the city lord? Witnessing this scene, numerous martial artists gasped in shock, their eyes filled with apprehension. Zhao Cheng recognized these formidable figures and was struck by a wave of dread. These black-clad soldiers were the elite guards of the city lord's residence, each possessing martial prowess at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. That moment, Zhao Cheng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Only the current city lord could summon such a formidable guard. The city lord had personally arrived. Could it be? Zhao Cheng's gaze fell upon a figure of exceptional bearing who bowed respectfully to Jiang Xuan, prompting all the black-clad soldiers to do the same as they chorused, "We pay our respects to the old immortal." Jiang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Zhao Cheng and Tianrong below with a calm demeanor. A hint of a smirk tugging at his lips. Silence enveloped the crowd. Astonishment etched on every face. The old immortal. Zhao Cheng trembled as if struck by a thunderclap, rendered speechless. This ancient figure was the one who had slain the 3 great powers of Yuzhou City and aided Tianrong in ascending to the position of city lord. He had unwittingly offended such a fearsome old killer. Moreover, he had thoroughly provoked him. Why had he not been informed sooner? What era were they in, still invoking tales of the Dragon King's return? This was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. In that instant, Zhao Cheng felt his legs quaking, and in his mind he cursed Chao Rinqi and Du Zitong, wishing calamity upon their entire lineage and extending his grievances to their ancestors. Who among the populace did not know that the old immortal was a revered benefactor of the current city lord, one who even visited the Cold Fragrance Temple weekly to pay his respects? There was a time for jest and a time for seriousness. One should never jest about the old immortal. At this moment, the gathered citizens were equally astonished, slowly regaining their composure and unable to suppress their exclamations. Why? The shopkeeper of the Li cloth shop truly resembles the old immortal from Cold Fragrance Temple. Indeed, the resemblance grows stronger. I cannot believe I failed to recognize him. The old immortal once cured my father's ailment, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Isn't the old immortal a divine healer? How did he transform into a cloth shopkeeper? Ah, no wonder the Li cloth shop advocates for charitable causes. It seems the old immortal seeks to benefit the common folk. At this juncture, both the black-armored and silver-armored soldiers were on high alert. Did they comprehend the identity of this individual? This was the old immortal who had, overnight, eradicated all the actual power holders in Yuzhou City. Tianrong stepped forward, displaying utmost respect and humility as he declared, "I am Tianrong, and I pay my respects to the old immortal." Since receiving a letter from Jiang Xuan a few days prior, he had launched a thorough investigation into its origins, ultimately tracing it back to Jiang Xuan. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jiang Xuan was indeed the old immortal from Cold Fragrance Temple, who was in reality a killer from the black market. By a twist of fate, this revelation had inadvertently elevated his own status. Upon learning this information, Tianrong hurried to the scene of the clothing distribution event. only to arrive just in time to almost witness a clash between the authorities and the old immortal. As the saying goes, respect begets respect. With the city lord showing such courtesy, Jiang Xuan naturally felt inclined to reciprocate. Raising his hand, he said, "I am Jiang Xuan, and I am unworthy of the title of old immortal. The city lord is far too gracious." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng felt as though struck by lightning. His mind a blank as he stammered, "City lord, you must have mistaken the man. How could such a humble merchant possibly be the one?" "Humph, how could it not be possible?" Tian Rong turned, casting a cold glance at Zhao Cheng. "And you, Lord Zhao, who granted you the audacity to mobilize the silver-armored guards?" I received reports of someone operating an illicit brothel here." Zhao Cheng's complexion drained of color, and his words faltered before he could finish. Tian Rong's icy gaze bore into him, and he coldly inquired, "Where is this illicit brothel? How come I have not seen it myself?" Zhao Cheng was rendered speechless. The allegation against him was entirely baseless. How could he possibly defend himself? With a disdainful snort, Tian Rong waved his hand imperiously. "Humph, Zhao Cheng has misused the silver-armored guards, disturbing the peace. Bring him forth, strip him of his official robe, and throw him into the dungeon." In an instant, two well-trained black-armored guards surged forward, swiftly subduing Zhao Cheng, stripping him of his official garments, and shackling him. "Excellent. The city lord is formidable." A voice from the crowd erupted in cheers. "City lord, I have a grievance to voice. This vile official has forcibly taken my daughter, usurping my wife. He is nothing short of a beast." Another citizen boldly accused that "My lord, this wicked official has bullied me, feasting and drinking at my establishment, and even allowed his subordinates to beat me. This is an atrocity." In a matter of moments, the tide turned against Zhao Cheng, with countless citizens rising to denounce his misdeeds, their anger palpable. Hearing these accusations, Zhao Cheng's face turned ashen, and he was rendered utterly speechless. Tian Rong's expression darkened further. He was somewhat aware of these offenses, but had long struggled to rectify the corrupt governance and restore order. Now, with the old immortal present, the citizens found their courage and began to speak out. Tian Rong cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Xuan, noticing the increasing indifference in his expression upon hearing the accusations. He was genuinely angered. The old immortal was incensed. This could not stand. Action must be taken to salvage the dignity of the government. With a fierce expression, Tian Rong proclaimed, "Relay the order. Take this scoundrel away. Tomorrow at noon. He shall be executed publicly. Furthermore, within 3 days, I demand the identification and eradication of all those associated with this scoundrel." Zhao Cheng's complexion shifted drastically as he felt his knees, frantically kowtowing. "My lord, spare me. Please, have mercy." Not only he, but upon hearing these words, the expressions of Boss Chow and Manager Du, who had been observing from a distant tea house, also turned pale with fear. Were they not also implicated in this chaos? Were they not also facing execution? "What do we do now, Lord Chow?" Du Zitong's voice trembled with terror, regret flooding his heart. He had merely wished to conduct business. Why had he sought to provoke others? Now he found himself entangled with the wrath of a divine being. "Run!" Chao Rinchi suddenly leaped to his feet, panic evident on his face. "We must flee Yuzhou City at once. The farther away, the better." "Yes, I will return home to pack." "Pack?" Chao Rinchi roared, slapping him in frustration. You think the government is idle. It will be too late to escape, but I have 2 newlywed concubines at home. We haven't even consummated our marriage yet." Du Zitong covered his face, his expression one of grievance. "Useless fool. I have over 30 concubines. If you wish to live, you must flee now." Meanwhile, in a high-up tavern, a woman clad in red observed the unfolding scene with keen interest and queried, "How peculiar. Why does the city lord seem to hold such reverence for this man of the black market? Does the black market's influence in Yuzhou City run this deep?" "Han Feng, once this matter is resolved, we shall pay a visit to the black market." "As you command, princess," Han Feng replied impassively. Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. "How many times must I remind you not to address me in such a manner?" "Yes, miss." The woman sighed. "You are truly a dull man, even more so than old men." Nonetheless, this clothing distribution event is becoming increasingly intriguing. This moment. Jiang Xuan stood upon the stage, watching as Zhao Cheng was led away, a smile once again blossoming upon his face. Dear elders and friends, I apologize for the delay in the proceedings of this clothing distribution event due to some trivial matters. It is truly my oversight, and I beg your forgiveness. Now, I, the old man, hereby declare the Grand Garment Appreciation event to officially commence. As Jiang Xian's deep voice reverberated through the air, the crowd erupted into cheers and jubilant shouts once more. Old immortal, let us begin. Bring forth the beautiful maidens. This young master can hardly wait. Indeed, old immortal, let the fairies appear. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, raised his hand, and clapped. Instantly, Li Huan and Kai Feng understood, and they beckoned the elegantly attired young ladies to take the stage point one by one, stunningly beautiful maidens. With enchanting figures adorned in vibrant and uniquely styled garments, gradually graced the stage, flaunting their alluring forms before the eyes of the onlookers, causing many innocent young gents to blush profusely. Wow! Wow! Incredible! My heavens, this must be the realm of immortals. I see fairies, exclaimed an excited young man, his face flushed. So beautiful, truly beautiful. If I could marry such a woman, I would have no regrets in this life. A cultured scholar sighed, yearning to compose poetry with the maidens throughout the night. The rites are in disarray. The music is in disarray. Old Zhang, what has happened to you? Doctor, help. Old Zhang has fainted from the beauty. Someone urgently cried out. Master Jiang, it's terrible. Another artist has swooned, a young servant said with a helpless expression. Useless. Get them out of here, Jiang Xian replied, his expression darkening. This moment, the maidens on stage, wearing radiant smiles, gracefully walked across the narrow platform, their autumn-like eyes scanning the crowd, stirring hearts with their mere glance. Each one possessed a distinct style and exquisite attire, and all were talented singers and dancers, akin to an ancient girl group. Such a tremendous visual impact caused countless charming young men to bleed from their noses, while beauty-loving maidens screamed in delight. That one looks so good. Oh my, that one is stunning too, exclaimed a girl, her eyes sparkling. Who will buy me a dress like that? I shall marry him, shouted a bold woman. Heavens, these garments must have descended from the heavens. They're simply too beautiful. Anyone who wears them is bound to look magnificent. You, a 180-pound woman, let's be realistic, they won't fit you. Hearing this, the tavern owner stomped her feet in indignation, her bosom heaving. I don't care. I must buy one, you heartless wretch. At the garment appreciation event, a woman in red gazed at the lively scene below and smiled. This old gentleman truly knows how to have fun. How wonderful it would be if such vibrant scenes were everywhere in Qian. She then turned to Han Feng. Han Feng, which is more beautiful, the maidens in the palace or those here? Han Feng remained expressionless, replying coolly, Miss, naturally the palace. These are merely painted faces. Oh, is that so? The woman in red's eyes sparkled as she smiled. I find the palace to be lifeless. It cannot compare to the maidens here. At her words, a flicker of emotion passed through Han Feng's usually calm eyes, yet he remained silent. As the garment appreciation event progressed in full swing, Jiang Xian smiled and took the opportunity to introduce the cutting prices activity to the crowd, expressing that this event would be a permanent fixture, solely aimed at benefiting the families. This announcement was met with fervent support from the townspeople. Hurry, go fetch my useless adopted sons. It's their turn to be of use. I shall gift each beautiful lady a piece. Darling, I wish to buy that Maiden's Phoenix Fire outfit. It looks splendid. Do not worry, my dear. I shall go to Chunxiang Pavilion and gather people. You are mingling with those unsavory characters again? Oh my, look at that maiden. She received a discount of 2,001. How enviable. Hurry, bring my 80-year-old second uncle over to help me cut. I refuse to believe I cannot secure a discount of 2,001. In an instant, the young men and maidens in attendance were filled with enthusiasm, rushing to spread the word, eager to bring all their friends to take part. The novelty of the event was irresistible, and the desire for the discounts was palpable. Those maidens on stage, clad in those beautiful garments, resembled fairies. Who wouldn't want to see themselves or their wives adorned similarly? Hey, Tainyo, come quickly. Help me cut a deal. A shy maiden tugged at a young man's sleeve. So, are you out of your mind? The burly man, chopping wood, looked utterly bewildered. You, truly a simpleton, have no understanding of a girl's heart. Just come with me, and you will find out, Sawa chided playfully, her frustration evident. Soon, Tainyo was dragged to the garment appreciation event, and upon seeing the array of stunning and diverse maidens on stage, he was left speechless. Blood gushing from his nose. The maidens wore long dresses reminiscent of fairies, some showcasing their talents, others walking gracefully, and some greeting the audience, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Oh, where are you looking? Suhua playfully scolded, pinching Tainyo's arm, pointing towards the crowd. Go over there, help me cut a deal. I want to wear that black silk swan and show it to you. You big oaf. The black silk swan? Tainyo, in a daze, gazed at the maiden dressed in black silk, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, grinning foolishly. All right, I shall cut a deal for you right now. As he approached, he noticed countless spinning wheels set up at the entrance of the leaf fabric shop, with young ladies and gentlemen forming long lines, all eagerly participating in the knife-throwing activity, their expressions brimming with excitement. Above the spinning wheels hung several prominent banners. If you're a brother, come help me cut a deal. The first batch of spring fabrics, come help cut a deal. This deal cuts straight to the heart. Wow, a discount of 1,500 won. Congratulations to this lucky one, shouted a young servant loudly. Come on, hurry. Just then a girl nudged Tainyo. All right. At that moment, similar scenes unfolded throughout the garment appreciation event, a flourishing spectacle of excitement. If someone from the outer city were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. Such a commercial event could incite such fervor, far surpassing even the festive atmosphere of the new year. Akin to an imperial procession, although Yuzhou City is known as the capital of commerce, this was simply extraordinary. As the crowd continued to swell, the city lord, Tian Rong, felt both joy and concern. He was pleased that this business model would undoubtedly elevate Yuzhou City's performance, but worried that such a bustling scene necessitated the deployment of thousands of black-armored and silver-armored guards to maintain order. Fearing a significant disturbance, meanwhile, he could not help but marvel inwardly. The old immortal truly lives up to his name, that a mere flick of his hand brings forth what ordinary merchants could only dream of. In just a few hours, the inventory of the leaf fabric shop had been completely depleted, the store left nearly as empty as if it had been robbed. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng stood dumbfounded, utterly in awe of Jiang Xuan's business acumen. Master Jiang, our inventory is sold out. What do we do? Li Huan exclaimed excitedly. He was overjoyed. Their first foray into business had been such a resounding success. We are truly remarkable. What? Sold out? How can this be? I just secured a discount of 1,000 won. A girl in line exclaimed, her face filled with despair. Yes, sold out. What shall we do? Ah, the girl next to me bought a piece. She will become a fairy. I cannot go on living, she lamented. Old immortal shopkeeper, do you still have fabric for sale? Of course. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, smiling warmly. Dear folks, continue to cut deals. The leaf fabric shop can provide as much fabric as you desire. However, after your purchases, you may need to wait a few days for delivery. This is our newly launched pre-sale model. Rest assured, as long as you place an order, the leaf fabric shop will issue you a voucher. You can then exchange it for fabric, and we will not default. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. To be honest, it was not that they doubted the credibility of a leaf fabric shop or Jiang Xuan. It was simply that they preferred immediate gratification, who wanted to pay without receiving their goods. The saying holds true. One hand pays, the other hand delivers. Jiang Xuan cast a sweeping glance, taking in the reactions of the crowd, and with a smile remarked, Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I have yet to finish my words. For those friends who choose to pre-order, the Li Clan's Fabric House will grant you points based on your order quantity. These points can be exchanged for any fabric in our establishment. For instance, if you reserve 5 rolls, you will be able to redeem 1 here. What do you think? At this, the eyes of the gathered townsfolk, young ladies and gentlemen, sparkled with renewed excitement. Who would pass up a bargain? Old immortal, I wish to place an order. Old immortal, I too wish to order. I no longer want this piece. I'm afraid items once taken cannot be returned. Ah, very well. Witnessing the bustling atmosphere rekindled within the fabric house, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng exchanged astonished glances. Master Jiang, your cunning is truly remarkable. Within the Li clan's fabric house, Li Huan tugged at Jiang Xuan's sleeve. Cautiously inquiring, Master Jiang, where do we procure such an abundance of fabric? Are you perhaps planning to renege? At this moment, Li Yingling and Kai Feng also turned their gazes towards Jiang Xuan. After all, emerging from the black market, it would not be surprising to renege. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Li Huan, you have been accompanying me in business for several days. How can you still hold such misguided views? We merchants value integrity above all else. How could we possibly renege? Li Huan chuckled sheepishly. I am rather dull-witted. It is you, Master Jiang, who enlightens me. Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. This matter is quite simple. We shall procure fabric from other fabric houses and sell it to them. Li Huan, I entrust this task to you. Reach out to all the fabric houses in Yuzhou City and inform them that the Li clan's fabric house can act as their sales agent, provided it is under our name. Over time, I guarantee that the Li family will stand as the sole fabric house in Yuzhou City, achieving complete monopoly. Master Jiang, brilliant! Li Huan's eyes lit up, though he soon furrowed his brow. But Master Jiang, will they truly be willing to entrust their fabric to me for sale? Not willing, Jiang Xuan scoffed. After today, I cannot believe there will be any fabric houses unwilling to cooperate. They will likely be eager to solicit your services. Li Huan nodded. Though he did not fully comprehend, he sensed the wisdom in Jiang Xuan's words. Master Jiang, these portraits of beautiful women are ready to eat tea that moment. A young servant approached with several portraits of stunning women, showcasing the most exquisite courtesans in vibrant attire. Each was enchanting and ethereal. Simply gazing at them stirred excitement that, quite good. Jiang Xuan took the paintings and, feeling pleased, handed them to Kai Feng. Kai Feng, please take these portraits to the city lord and propose that I wish to collaborate with him on a business venture. Request that he replicate these portraits 1,000 times for exhibition throughout Yuzhou City, that we shall pay an additional 30% tax to the government. What? An additional 30% tax? Is that true? Master Jiang? Kai Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Jiang Xuan replied with a calm smile. Rest assured, it will be worthwhile. What he desired most was fame. Fame translates to traffic, and traffic means profit. Under this virtuous cycle, it would be a curious affair if the Li family did not monopolize the fabric trade in Yuzhou City. Furthermore, he could potentially extend this business model beyond Yuzhou City, monopolizing the entire fabric trade in the great Qian kingdom. That, of course, he was uninterested in such grand schemes. His aim was merely to set a precedent for the Li family. In the future, these matters would be left to Li Yingling to manage, serving as a form of accountability to old Master Li. Kai Feng clutched the portraits of the courtesans, her heart racing. In that moment, she suddenly grasped why Jiang Xuan sought the contracts of these women. Heavens, once these portraits are displayed, these women will become renowned figures in Yuzhou City, each more precious than gold. It would indeed be a transformation from wild chickens to phoenixes. No, she must return to inform Master Yin to ensure the protection of these women, treating them like ancestors to be revered. In the future, unless a sum of millions of taels is offered, no one shall lay a finger on them. The Zhuke Tower shall be reborn as the Phoenix Tower. Thus, a lively garment appreciation event continued until dusk, with the gentlemen and ladies reluctantly departing. Some wore expressions of joy, while others displayed wistfulness, and some were filled with regret. Such a grand affair. Who knows if there will be a second chance to witness it in this lifetime? Surely there will be. With the old immortal present, life is replete with miracles. At that moment, as the crowd gradually dispersed, a striking woman clad in red approached the entrance of the Li clan's fabric house, followed by a towering man resembling an iron tower. The woman stood gracefully, her simple red attire exuding an otherworldly charm, as though she were destined to soar with the wind, captivating all who beheld her. However, her face appeared rather ordinary, not quite befitting her ethereal aura. Every woman possesses unique traits. Li Yingling is graceful and charming. Luo Li is lively and adorable. Jiang Yulian is dignified and poised. Yet this woman radiated a sense of candor, nonchalance, and an undeniable air of nobility and pride. Point one could discern much about a person's character through their gaze. In this era, where traditional views of women prevailed, it was rare to encounter such a rebellious spirit. Such a woman would be difficult for the average person to manage. After a mere glance, Jiang Xuan swiftly formed a judgment about this woman in his heart. Moreover, the towering man behind her was equally imposing. Though his cultivation was indiscernible, Jiang Xuan felt a wave of unease. This scenario could indicate only one possibility. He was a master. "Excuse me, miss, our fabric house is closed for the day. Please return tomorrow to purchase fabric." A young servant greeted the woman. The woman smiled. Her countenance, though plain, became enchanting when she smiled. "No worries. I am here to seek this esteemed elder." Saying this, her autumn-like eyes turned towards Jiang Xuan, and with a composed smile, she inquired, "Might I have the honor of conversing with you, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing this, Li Huan, Kai Feng, and Li Yingling exchanged bewildered glances. Their thoughts varied, but likely resembled. "Wow, Master Jiang, how quickly a beauty seeks you out. Truly, you are exceptional, even at 70, still full of vigor. How embarrassing. Could this possibly be some romantic entanglement from your youth? She does not look like your type. Though, fear not, young lady. Your presence truly elevates our humble abode." Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard with a warm smile, instructing Li Huan, "Prepare a private room for me and this young lady, the finest one available." "Master Jiang, our fabric house does not possess such elegant rooms. Begone." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The woman smiled gracefully as she entered. Before long, Jiang Xuan and the others found a rather rudimentary room to sit in, and no tea was served. Jiang Xuan expressed his apologies, a look of genuine regret on his face. "I sincerely apologize, my lady. Business has been so bustling today that we have run out of tea to serve you. Please forgive us." Huan nearly lost his composure, thinking, "Master Jiang, we are fabric merchants, not tea vendors. Who said we ran out of tea?" Li Yingling's lips twitched. It was indeed a romantic debt of Master Jiang that was now causing discomfort. "Ha ha!" The woman laughed while shaking her head. "Esteemed elder, you truly are a person of the black market. Your hospitality is indeed unconventional." Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. "Do not worry, my lady. You shall soon grow accustomed to it." Seated across from one another, the conversation fell into a stalemate. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes to rest, appearing indifferent and saying nothing. This demeanor caused the woman's brows to furrow slightly, growing increasingly displeased. As a royal princess, she had never been treated in such a manner. Had it not been for the engaging garment appreciation event that piqued her curiosity about this elder from the black market, she would not have deigned to visit. After a long silence, Jiang Xuan finally glanced at the woman. Smiling warmly, "I must apologize. I seem to have forgotten to inquire about your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit." Upon hearing this, Li Huan and the others nearly stumbled. "Master, you can forget such a fundamental thing. You are clearly ignoring her on purpose." The woman in the red dress stifled the impulse to roll her eyes, thinking to herself that if it weren't for her insistence on staying, this old fellow would likely never recall this matter in his lifetime. Clearly, Jiang Xuan had no intention of inquiring further. The atmosphere was awkward and words failed them, so he simply used this as an opening gambit. The old gentleman chuckled, introducing her as Miss Tang Dada. "A fine surname." Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard and spoke with a tone laden with sentiment. "The Tang surname is indeed a prestigious one, embodying an elegance that hints at extraordinary lineage. Coincidentally, our imperial family in the Great Qian Kingdom also bears the surname Tang. Could it be that the young lady is of royal descent?" "You're too kind, sir. I am not." The woman in red finally could not suppress a roll of her eyes. There were countless individuals with the surname Tang in the world. She could hardly believe that he could ascertain her identity based solely on her name. Did he truly consider himself some celestial being? This old fellow was clearly intent on vexing her and seemed overly concerned that she might not recognize his insincerity, his tone exaggerated to the utmost degree. "Ah, my apologies," Jiang Xuan replied, his demeanor growing somewhat aloof as he continued. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, young lady?" "Just a single character," Yen Miss Tang retorted, somewhat irked. "A lovely name." Tang Yen?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback. his eyes widening in astonishment. "Old sir, why the sudden surprise?" Tang Yan's brow furrowed even more tightly. She feared that this elderly man might truly uncover something, so she deliberately omitted a character, only to find him even more astonished. "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Xuan smiled slightly, his face alight with admiration. "Your name reminds me of a dear departed friend, a woman of unparalleled beauty. If you're also an actress, that would be splendid." Suddenly, Tang Yin felt a surge of anger rising to her head, almost prompting her to overturn the table. Were it not for her noble upbringing and the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young, she would have likely unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jiang Xuan. Was there such a roundabout way to insult someone? Actresses and singers in this era belonged to the lowest echelons of society, many being courtesans. Though she was currently in disguise, there was no need for such insinuations. Did she really appear to be that sort of person? In truth, she had genuinely misjudged Jiang Xuan this time. However, as for the reasons behind it, Jiang Xuan could not elucidate.